Chapter 1. Red beans flourish in the southern land, slaying gods and unveiling male models. ZZZZ. According to the initial regulations, ZZZZ, serial number 110112 has been processed according to the script. ZZZZ. Unresolved feelings. Universal consciousness. ZZZZ. Encountering expulsion. Red alert activated. ZZZZ. Activating backup plan, rebinding. 15. 66, 99.9. 100. Beep. Host rebinding successful. What does host binding mean? A gentle breeze wafted through as the sun dipped below the horizon. The dim golden light filtered through the half-open window, illuminating the pale face of a youth lying on the bed. Pain. How much did I drink? The youth, awakening on the pristine sheets, felt a splitting headache, akin to the aftermath of a drinking binge with his friends. Just now, I seemed to hear someone mentioning host. Wait, where am I? Upon glimpsing the unfamiliar surroundings, 3 question marks appeared above the boy's head. This was odd, hadn't he just been drinking? Or rather, furiously typing at the keyboard? How did he end up here in the blink of an eye? What on earth was happening? A sudden epiphany struck Yan Shu as he recalled the mention of host binding. Having read countless stories, he gasped in astonishment. Am I transmigrated? Could this be a prank? A system? Struggling to support his frail body, Yan Shu sat up and tentatively called out in his mind. Beep. The unresolved feelings system AI is at your service. Wow, it really exists. However, he pondered the reliability of this intelligent AI. Would problems arise later on? Aren't systems typically adorable entities? Why had it transformed into an AI in his case? By the way, am I a soul transfer or a body transfer? The youth, thirsting for knowledge, promptly leaped from the bed to the dressing mirror. In the mirror stood a boy with black hair and eyes, his figure slender, lips parched and cracked, eyes bloodshot, and complexion pallid, clearly suffering from a serious illness. Despite this, there were faint traces of resemblance to his former self, yet with subtle differences. This made Yan Shu, who initially thought he had undergone a soul transfer, hesitate. Does the host wish to receive the original owner's memories now? Original owner's memories? Absolutely. Without hesitation, he declared, yes, please. Also, could you convey the current situation and what has transpired to me as well, to save time? Before he could finish his sentence, a flood of memories spanning over a decade inundated his mind. He felt a sudden emptiness, darkness enveloped him, followed by a whirlwind sensation, and just before collapsing, he heard a crisp thud. Damn, the AI is indeed unreliable. As the evening breeze flowed gently, the starry night unfolded above. In Sangnan City, Jing'an Community, on the 23rd floor, the youth who had lain motionless on the ground for several hours slowly opened his eyes, then twitched his lips as he gazed out the window. This starry sky appeared even more radiant than Earth's, and he found himself in a world derived from a novel titled Slaying Gods. Indeed, it was the very world of slaying gods and unveiling male models. Sangnan City University, Freshman Class 8, Yan Shu. The name remains unchanged from his original one, and is also the name of the protagonist he recently conceived for a fanfiction about slaying gods, a character he now embodies in this alternate reality. So, I become the protagonist I once penned myself, he mused. Yan Shu forced a smile, his lips stiff, as he struggled to rise from the ground and recline back onto the bed. As he perused the memories of his predecessor, he discovered the tragic essence of the original soul. Born frail, constant illness and hospital stays were as routine as daily life. Familial losses struck in quick succession, and a recent bout of rain-induced fever had led to the untimely demise of this orphan soul. Yan Shu had not anticipated the depth of this character's misfortune. Though this protagonist stemmed from his own imagination, he had merely crafted a brief outline comprising just a few hundred words before being thrust into this new existence. Upon binding with the system, it automatically refined his incomplete narrative, encompassing the original's societal context. Thus, he summarized the circumstances of his new life in a single phrase: possessing a car, a home, and savings, yet devoid of parents, loans, and burdened with a feeble beauty marked by tragedy. System, he called out. Ding. The unfulfilled desire system AI is at your service. Provide me with a user manual. Yan Shu gazed at the transparent screen that had emerged, reminiscent of a gaming interface. Refer to the guidelines for tasks and user agreement in the notes. Fair enough. It appeared that he must engage both mind and hand. After half an hour, Yan Shu finally comprehended the entire mechanism of the system. In essence, the task framework was far more sophisticated than his initial conception. He discerned two distinct pathways within the task mechanism, categorized as main quests and side quests. The primary quests revolved around the system's title, the unfulfilled desire, aiming to resolve various regrets within the narrative of slaying gods. Successful completion of main quests yielded rewards, which included, but were not limited to, the ability to negate voids, enhance divine powers, and elevate one's realm of existence. Conversely, side quests lacked a fixed pattern. They were random in nature, with completion yielding items of significance, extraordinary artifacts, skill scrolls, and minor enhancements to one's realm. At least the system still functioned. Had he known retribution would come so swiftly, he would have endowed the protagonist with numerous advantages from the outset. Or perhaps he could have initiated as a supreme deity, embarking on an invincible path. How splendid that would have been. Regrets flooded him. Indeed, a mere mountain pig cannot digest fine grains. As he returned to the system interface, Yan Shu intended to close it when his eyes inadvertently caught the half-finished narrative he had carelessly drafted, now recorded and active. A frown creased his brow. Wait a moment, system. This tragically beautiful and strong label seems acceptable, given the original's plight, but what on earth does water-bearer, all protagonists, no fixed CP, all single arrows mean? Host, you copied it yourself. I suspect you are leading me into a trap. Did the system not realize the absurdity of such labels regarding the individual involved? System AI, please view the VCR. The transparent screen instantly transitioned into video mode, showcasing a scene where Yan Shu, in a moment of fervor, furiously typed away at the keyboard. 10 minutes later, he found himself reflecting on his initial decision to take the easy route by copying a piece of writing from a neighboring female genre, only to realize that during the editing process, 2 lines of tags had been neglected. A wave of despair washed over him. Though he was captivated by the divine beauty of the divine slaughter F4, his true aspiration was to embody a heartwarming brotherhood. The very name of this unresolved feelings system indicated that he had originally intended to pursue the path of socialist brotherhood. I believe these tags do not align with the main storyline. They require revision. Yan Shu remarked with a stony expression, attempting to salvage the situation. The script has been recorded and is now in effect. No changes will be made. Please engage with the protagonist promptly to activate the main storyline quest within 3 seconds. And how am I supposed to navigate a friendship route while maintaining a semblance of neutrality, especially when it seems everyone is unilaterally infatuated? Yan Shu exclaimed in frustration. He was straight. Wasn't this compelling him to become a playboy? The script you authored must persist, regardless of your stance. Keep pushing forward. What a nuisance. I suspect you're merely a program. This is truly the kind of rhetoric one would expect from an advanced AI. Gazing at the glaring yellow text flashing on the system interface, Yan Shu wiped his face and fell silent. Half an hour later, having resigned himself to reality, he consoled himself. Even platonic love can be a form of friendship, right? Chapter 2, Sword World. With a resigned sigh, Yan Shu muttered, surely, there must be a beginner's gift package. Beep. The beginner's gift package is now being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have received a one-time custom banishment. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the rare item, Wealth Tree. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the rare item, Life and Death Talisman. Congratulations, host. You have gained the frail, yet immortal physique. A custom banishment. Incredible. Yan Shu's eyes sparkled with excitement, rising from his sickly state, all previous discontent evaporating as he momentarily overlooked the other peculiar items. It is worth noting that in this world, for ordinary individuals to grow stronger, awakening the banishment is the only path. His heart raced, and his hands trembled as he promptly opened the interface to claim his rewards. Custom banishment. Input desired abilities and characteristics to randomly generate the most fitting banishment. Excellent. He must think of an impressive banishment. Yan Shu rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Wealth Tree randomly generates a fortune bag every 3 days, which may contain anything from junk to everyday items, prohibitive items, and rare objects. Life and Death Talisman. A one-time talisman that can reverse life and death. Applying it can switch between life and death. Frail, yet immortal physique. Upon merging with this physique, the host will consistently bear the frail status regardless of the severity of injuries. They will remain at a sliver of health, unyielding to death. The latter items are quite intriguing. Yan Shu mused, feeling quite pleased. The wealth tree holds immense potential, capable of yielding various items, which would be crucial for his future endeavors. Perhaps one day it might even produce a divine artifact. As for the mention of junk, he chose to ignore that. The life and death talisman was also commendable, essentially granting him an additional life, and in dire situations, he could even outsmart his foes. However, it was the frail yet immortal physique that evoked both love and disdain within him. He loved that with this physique, as long as he avoided death, he could recklessly pursue his desires, maintaining a precarious state of health. Yet he hated that he would likely become perceived as a delicate figure, prone to fainting and coughing up blood in the eyes of others. Indeed, this undoubtedly falls under the purview of the formidable yet tragic label. However, in comparison to life itself, ailments and frailty pale in significance. The famished Yan Shu, nearly fainting from hunger, is filled with hope for his new life after traversing time. From this moment forth, he embraces the consequences of his former self. Although the original identity is now that of an orphan, the social ties and responsibilities it encompasses remain his to bear. After contemplating the future for a while, a wave of hunger surged within him, reminding him that if he delayed any further, he would inevitably follow in the footsteps of his predecessor. Half an hour later, Yan Shu, leaning against the wall, shuffled to the sofa in the living room, panting after traversing a mere few dozen steps. While the factors of influenza, fever, and missed meals contributed to his condition, they also deepened his understanding of the frailty of this body. What? The security guard won't let you in? Young man, could you perhaps climb through the back door? The wall there isn't too high. Apologies, delivery driver. Am unwell and can't come down. Would a tip of 50 suffice? It's not about the tip. If I get caught, I could face a fine, and my job would be 100. Very well. Just relax. Boss, today, I shall showcase the speed of a racing god from Akinoshita Mountain. Yan Shu. 5 minutes later, a young man clad in a yellow delivery uniform stood at the door of apartment 232, a large box cradled in his arms. While knocking, he reveled in thoughts of how much he could earn from this substantial order. Knock, knock, knock. Before long, a dark head peeked through the door. Thank you, young man. Hey, race your tip, Yan Shu expressed as he accepted the delivery box with gratitude. This lad could barely stand due to his illness, yet he still ordered takeout. The delivery boy, astonished, accepted the tip, but couldn't help but add, little brother, when you're sick, it's better for family to prepare some light and easily digestible food. Try to eat less takeout. Thank you so much. I will heed your advice. Yan Shu acknowledged, understanding the young man's good intentions without further elaboration, nodding in agreement. After swiftly consuming his meal and storing the leftovers in the refrigerator, thankfully, he had ordered extra for tomorrow's sustenance. The intake of energy significantly alleviated his debilitating state. After swallowing 2 cold medicine tablets, he felt sluggish and sticky. He mustered the strength to take a shower before returning to bed. Drawing the curtains, the bedroom was enveloped in darkness. Yan Shu sat on the bed, once again accessing the system interface. Please summarize the forbidden virtual ability in a single sentence, limited to 10 characters. Initially, he had envisioned an array of impressive descriptions for his abilities, but the stringent character limit left him speechless. If one were to discuss the extraordinary powers present in the world of anime, as a seasoned reader, he could speak from dawn until dusk. The vector manipulation from certain magical index, the mystic eyes of death perception from Kara no Kyukai, the devil fruits from One Piece, the mirror flower water moon from Death Note, and the physical enhancement from One Punch Man, as well as the 6 paths abilities for Naruto. Yet his utmost favorite remains the power of the antagonist Aizen Zanpakuto, Kyoka Sujetsu, from Bleach, which can manipulate the 5 senses of the opponent, altering their perception of specific objects, thereby completely bewildering them and achieving total hypnosis. The hypnotic effect is eternal once the target is entranced. Even upon realizing they are under control, it is exceedingly difficult to escape. Due to word constraints, Yan Shu inscribed mirror flower, water moon, but fearing the system might fail to recognize it, he pondered for a moment before adding the words Grim Reaper. Confirm generation of the Forbidden Void? Confirm. Ding. Generation failed. The world's capability system is incompatible. The host has 2 more attempts. Yan Shu. What on earth? As if the word limit were not enough, there is also a restriction on the number of attempts, and abilities from different worlds are not permitted. He had anticipated something far more sophisticated. Thus, he thought perhaps the ability of the protagonist of this world, Lin Xie, would suffice. Mortal realm, divine domain. Confirm generation of the Forbidden Void? Confirm. Ding. Generation failed. This ability cannot generate the Forbidden Void. The host has 1 more attempt. Yan Shu. Faced with the dwindling opportunity, he reluctantly settled on a more pragmatic ability direction. Explosive attack power Forbidden Void. Confirm generation of the Forbidden Void? Confirm. Ding. Generation successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Forbidden Void Sword World. The abilities of the Forbidden Void are as follows. Enhanced physique. Significantly boosts one's physical attributes within the domain. Critical strike. Within the domain, a long sword can be formed to deal armor-piercing damage to foes, with a chance to trigger critical damage of 15 times. Sword World. Up to 10,081 sword energies can be formed within the domain, allowing for extensive manipulation of sword energies for large-scale attacks. Execution. A guaranteed kill at the same realm can consume 50 of life force to activate execution, forcibly elevating 1 full realm. If execution is used again after the elevation, it will consume an additional 30 of life force. Use with caution. Yan Shu. Wow. Impressive. This Forbidden Void's attack power is extraordinarily high. I can hardly believe how generous you are. This ability encompasses enhanced physique, flare, single target strikes, area attacks, and instant kills all in one. Invincible at the same realm. Even if faced with an opponent 1 full realm above, he can still engage at the cost of half his life. Chapter 3. The Permanent Constitution. Has the host awakened the Forbidden Void? Of course I have awakened. As soon as the words left his mouth, a warm current surged through his body. Golden streams of light erupted from him, swirling around the room, enveloping him in a dazzling golden glow. The host can view personal information through the attribute panel. He opened his personal panel. Personal information. Name, Yan Shu. Age, 18. Birthplace, Songnan City. Race, human realm. Initial stage of the Cup realm. Physical data. Speed 7.2, Strength 7.2, Endurance 7.2, Intelligence 7, Constitution 7.2. Note, adult attributes are 6, and the original host's attributes were 4 before awakening the Forbidden Void. Forbidden Void, Sword World. Divine Void. None forbidden objects, none extraordinary items. Life and Death Talisman. Money Tree skills. None aside from intelligence, which remained unchanged. His attributes had increased by 3 points across the board, and upon awakening the Forbidden Void, all attributes within the domain would double. Although his physical attributes did not match the 5-fold enhancement of the Starry Night Dancer, it was understandable since their powers were drawn from deities. Furthermore, the Starry Night Dancer's abilities were only effective at night, whereas his sword world was not limited by the time of day. Most significantly, this was merely the supplementary ability of the Forbidden Void. The primary advantage lay in the overwhelming attack power. As the golden light gradually faded, Yan Shu reached out to grasp a golden stream that darted past, forming a small golden sword in his hand, no larger than his thumb. Is this sword energy? He tested its sturdiness by bending it. It held firm. Let us see. He aimed the small sword at the calendar hanging nearby and shot it forth, the golden light flashing past. Bang! The sword embedded halfway into the wall, striking today's date perfectly. Excellent. This ability pleases me. The next day, the summer sun was already blazing by 9 or 10 o'clock. Woken by the heat, Yan Shu blinked his drowsy eyes as his consciousness gradually cleared. He approached the window and took a few breaths of fresh air. He felt much better than the day before, indicating that his cold had significantly improved. After washing up, he finished the leftover food from yesterday, reflecting that he would likely need to continue taking medicine, swallowing 2 more capsules of cold remedy. It was now August, with only a week remaining until the plot commenced. The original host had taken a few days of sick leave, and today was the last day of rest. Since he had largely recovered, staying at home felt tedious. It was rare for him to come to the god-slaying realm without exploring, so Yan Shu decided to venture outside. As he reached the door, it dawned on him that in his excitement over awakening the forbidden void, he had forgotten to integrate his immortal constitution. System, integrate the sickly immortal constitution. Ding. The constitution is about to integrate. Please move to a safe location. A safe location? Yan Shu looked around. Was his own home not safe? Before he could voice his inquiry, a wave of intense pain struck him. Then, darkness enveloped him, spinning and swirling. And just before he lost consciousness, he heard a crisp thud. Damn! He awakened the forbidden void without any issue, yet fainted from merging such a peculiar constitution. This intelligent AI is indeed malfunctioning. When Yan Shu regained consciousness, it was already evening. Gently touching the two large lumps on the back of his head, Yan Shu involuntarily gasped several times in pain. After a moment of respite, he began to feel around. Aside from the cold sweat that had formed on his body, he did not perceive any notable differences post-integration. Wait, something felt amiss, indeed. There was a slight change. Yan Shu closed his eyes to sense the situation, and his expression darkened. How could he feel even more feeble than before the integration? Having previously awakened the forbidden void and enhanced his physique, he now found himself in a state worse than the original's usual frailty. To verify, Yan Shu accessed the system to check his personal information, but the results left him speechless. Personal information name: Yan Shu, age 18, place of birth Songnan City, race human realm, initial stage of genre realm, physical data: speed 7, strength 7, stamina 7, intelligence 7, constitution permanent 1. Note: adult attributes are 6. Forbidden void, sword world, divine void, none forbidden items, none extraordinary items, life and death symbol, wealth tree skills, none weight. Permanent constitution 1? Yan Shu was taken aback. Moreover, didn't I experience a significant boost in attributes from awakening the forbidden void last night? Frowning, he contemplated for a moment and then activated the forbidden void. Indeed, his personal information updated accordingly. Personal information name: Yan Shu, age 18, place of birth Songnan City, race human realm, initial stage of genre realm, physical data: speed 7-2, strength 7-2, stamina 7-2, intelligence 7, constitution permanent 1. Note: adult attributes are 6. Forbidden void, sword world, divine void, none forbidden items, none extraordinary items, life and death symbol, wealth tree skills, none. Yan Shu sighed. Aside from the drastic drop in constitution, all other attributes remained unchanged. It seemed that his constitution was beyond salvaging. He wondered if he might have a chance to redeem himself through acquiring a divine void in the future. He didn't ask for much. Just to achieve the constitution of an ordinary person would suffice. Then he recalled the label of being a beautiful yet tragic figure he bore and felt the odds were slim, prompting a wave of melancholy. His good mood about stepping out was swiftly shattered. He had initially intended to clock in at the Peace Affairs office, but since he could not recall the specific location of Lin Xie's home, he thought he might as well scout the vicinity. With his desire to go outside extinguished, Yan Shu checked his bank account balance. Upon seeing the modest fortune left by his parents, he felt a sense of reassurance. It must be said, while the original owner's life was indeed pitiful, at least he lacked for nothing materially. This cushion would allow him to live comfortably for several years. Certainly better off than those who were forced to work to repay debts despite having donned the same attire. With a surplus in hand, he ordered takeout for dinner, yearning to savor Songnan's distinctive cuisine. As for the post-meal experience, it culminated in several late-night trips to the restroom due to an upset stomach. The morning air was exceptionally refreshing. In Songnan, the summer sun began to rise around 6 o'clock, casting a gentle glow. Coughing intermittently, Yan Shu trudged along the path to school, battling the glaring sunlight. What should have been a 30-minute walk stretched into nearly an hour, all thanks to his severely weakened physique. Otherwise, he would have found himself in the hospital again last night. As the school approached, throngs of students passed by, many clad in the uniforms of Songnan University, casting curious glances in that direction. It appeared that the individual in question was Lin Mimi from Class 8 of the freshman year. Ah, the Lin Mimi who frequently finds herself in a hospital? Rumor has it that she is constitutionally frail. A friend who shares her class mentioned that she has fainted 5 times in school this year alone, not counting other incidents. Oh, really? Absolutely. I, Li Fei, am known as the Prince of Gossip. There is nothing within this institution that escapes my notice. Sure, keep your voice down. They'll hear you. Oh no, they're looking over here. Could you shift a bit to shield me? As Li Fei had just stepped through the school gates, he attracted a considerable swarm of onlookers. Prepared for this, Yan Shu maintained a stoic demeanor until the self-proclaimed Li Fei triggered his curiosity, prompting him to glance sideways. Yan Shu held a particular interest in Lin Qie, the primary caregiver at the hospital for the future protagonist. Not far off, Li Fei possessed an unremarkable yet pleasant appearance, with a few faint freckles adorning his face, and he offered an awkward smile upon being caught peering. Yan Shu squinted his eyes. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination, but when Li Fei directed his gaze toward him, he felt an unsettling sensation, as if a venomous serpent were fixated upon him, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. Chapter 4. Afflicted by Illness. He must resort to goji berries in a thermos. Yan Shu coughed lightly a few times, uttering no words. From his recollections, he was aware that the original owner had endured countless instances of this from his classmates. After all, the original owner had indeed been hospitalized over a dozen times this year, with a staggering frequency of twice a month. This label was one he could not evade. He traversed the school's Maple Leaf Avenue, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, making his way toward the teaching building. Ascending the stairs of the first-year teaching block, Yan Shu soon located his classroom, Class 1-8, having taken a week off due to illness. He now faced the need to catch up on the lessons the original owner had missed. However, as he had taken over, this was no longer necessary. After all, he intended to join the Night Watchers alongside the protagonist in a week's time. The question of whether to catch up on classes was now moot. Merely attending class for the sake of it and clocking in and out would suffice. Yan Shu was acutely aware that the original owner was regarded as the Lin Mei of the class, a term of endearment. While not quite the class pet, anyone witnessing a classmate with whom they had shared nearly 2 years collapse and bleed before them would inevitably feel a pang of compassion. Moreover, this classmate spoke softly, possessed a kind disposition, and was quite attractive. Despite his misfortunes, he still managed to attend classes. As a student, yet untouched by the trials of society, and brimming with innocence and a sense of justice, his peers tended to be particularly careful around him, offering their support whenever possible. With the original owner's inherent frail beauty, he was treated with the utmost delicacy by nearly the entire class. Why nearly? There existed an exception, in Qingyu. Indeed, this was the very same in Qingyu, the future protagonist and vice-captain of the special squad, the Nightfall team, destined to become the key of the gate. Soon, he would awaken to the unique ability to dissect corpses and mysterious substances to acquire their powers, making him one of the most formidable entities among the Forbidden Void. At present, however, Qingyu remained a prodigious student, a scientific oddity with an insatiable curiosity for truth and dissection. Approaching him to foster goodwill was one of Yan Shu's motives for attending class. After all, was he not here to forge an extraordinary bond of brotherhood? And perhaps, to secure a position of favor? Standing at the threshold of the classroom, Yan Shu cleared his throat twice and stepped inside. The moment he entered, the previously noisy classmates immediately surrounded him with warmth. Yan Shu, how is your health? Are you feeling better? How are you today? Is your chest still uncomfortable? Let me carry your backpack. Hey, slow down. You there, retract your long legs. Are you responsible if you trip our Yan Shu? Someone quick, make a cup of goji berries for Yan Shu. Yan Shu, you have no idea. Just a couple of days ago, during the class snack election, everyone pooled together to get you a box of goji berries, waiting for your recovery to brew it for you. Exactly. As they say, afflicted by illness, one must resort to goji berries in a thermos. Yan Shu could only respond with an awkward smile. I truly appreciate it. This humorous exchange caught the attention of the newly arrived in Shui Shun, who, upon seeing the students gathered in a circle, immediately understood the situation. Excuse me, Please make way. The once boisterous atmosphere abruptly fell silent, enveloped in a profound stillness. Just as Yan Shu was preparing to utter something and break free, a cacophony of complaints erupted within the classroom. And you truly are the atmosphere killer. Indeed, it's rare for Yan Shu to return to us today. Why not join in our merriment to foster camaraderie? You've already secured the top spot in the city. There is no need to be so competitive. You've pushed us all the way to the Himalayas. What a tragedy it is to be in the same class as in. And Xingyu glanced at Yan Shu, who was stealthily worming his way out of the crowd, and smirked slightly. How dull. The classmates responded with a collective silence. As the bell rang, students scattered back to their seats, and Yan Shu finally exhaled in relief. However, the diligent and responsible homeroom teacher entered and delivered some disheartening news. Today, we have a comprehensive assessment for the entire grade. Prepare yourselves accordingly. Make the most of your study period and review. Ignoring the chorus of lamentations from the class, the teacher made rounds and approached Yan Shu's desk to inquire about his health. How are you feeling? Is your cold any better? I've mostly recovered, save for a lingering cough. Otherwise, I am quite well. Unlike his stern demeanor with other students, this teacher had always shown a degree of care towards Yan Shu, allowing him a free pass for absences, which Yan Shu appreciated. He smiled and replied, "After all, I cannot afford to fall behind in my studies." The teacher appeared both relieved and slightly concerned, advising, "Your health is paramount. Taking a couple of days to rest is perfectly acceptable. You need not sit for today's assessment. Just keep an eye on your health, and let me know immediately if you feel unwell. I will be cautious, Mr. Li." Noticing Yan Shu's consistent politeness, the teacher turned a glance at Xingyu, intending to ask him to look after Yan Shu. However, upon seeing the title of the book and was reading, he was momentarily taken aback. Human Anatomy. Next to it lay a half-read copy of Netter's Atlas of Human Anatomy. The teacher's lips twitched. How absurd that a freshman is delving into such material, choosing to remain oblivious to the situation. The teacher recalled that Xingyu was consistently the top performer in competitions, receiving accolades so frequently that the principal had publicly commended him as the pride of Songnan. Understanding his interest in extracurricular reading, he decided to let it slide. With a mixture of pride and exasperation, the teacher exited the classroom. Once the teacher departed, the previous murmur of study diminished significantly. Yan Shu retrieved his Chinese textbook and turned to the academically engrossed Xingyu, calling out, "And no response. And. Just as Yan Shu reached out to engage him and seized his hand firmly. Ouch, what is the matter? In truth, Xingyu had heard Yan Shu's first call, but found it bothersome and chose to ignore it. Gazing at the expressionless figure of Xingyu before him, Yan Shu could not help but recall a humorous video he had encountered on a certain audiovisual platform, featuring the famed four beauties of god-slaying: Lin Xie's visage, and Xingyu's beauty mark, Zhuang Ji's hands, and Wang Mian's long legs. Now, witnessing the real-life embodiment of this character, he was struck by the sheer beauty that seemed almost otherworldly. Adorned with silver-rimmed glasses, and Xingyu exuded a pristine and refined aura, particularly accentuated by the beauty mark beneath his right eye, which irresistibly drew one's gaze. I haven't attended class for several days and have fallen behind quite a bit. I was hoping to borrow your notes, Yan Shu said with a warm smile, undeterred by the other's aloofness. After all, Xingyu's persona was precisely that, an individual solely captivated by the pursuit of truth, astute and intellectually inclined, akin to a scientific prodigy. Upon hearing this, Xingyu released his grip on his wrist and responded in a frigid tone, "I never take notes." Yan Shu replied, "Truly remarkable. The Academic Prodigy." Chapter 5. The Laborer, the Spirit of Labor Are You? Exceptionally perceptive, after a failed attempt to establish rapport, which was met with indiscriminate disdain regarding his intellect, Yan Shu endeavored to redirect the conversation. "You should really have a comprehensive checkup at the municipal hospital," Xingyu remarked, squinting slightly as he adjusted his glasses, responding with a comment that seemed entirely unrelated. Yan Shu's heart sank upon hearing this. What? Isn't Xingyu really that perceptive? Can he deduce the state of my health just from a mere grip on my wrist? In that moment, Yan Shu found himself uncertain whether Xingyu was alluding to his extraordinary physique or the frailty that had accompanied him since birth. System. Why do I feel like Xingyu has discerned something? Rest assured, host. This system originates from the ultradimensional WSJ 378-3988 and is capable of detecting anomalies that do not exist in this universe. That's reassuring. The assurance made Yan Shu feel he was merely overthinking the situation. However, in truth, Yan Shu's concerns were unfounded, and Xingyu's suggestion for him to visit the hospital stemmed not from any insight into his condition, but rather from his disdain for the subpar medical facilities in Songnan. In his view, being inherently weak was not an insurmountable challenge. With the right medical resources, he felt confident he could remedy Yan Shu's ailments himself. The conversation had reached an impasse, prompting Yan Shu to wisely shift his focus. He borrowed a notebook from a nearby classmate, jotting down notes while contemplating. As the intellectual pillar of the Divine Slayer Protagonist group, he was acutely aware that his approach to Xingyu must be subtle. To act with undue haste would only arouse suspicion. It would be preferable to find a way to draw Xingyu closer on his own accord. Pausing with his pen, Yan Shu's eyes glinted as he contemplated what might pique Xingyu's interest. There were but a few possibilities. After a day of acclimatization at school, he felt an urgency reminiscent of the days leading up to college entrance examinations. As the final bell rang, students poured out of the school gates. Yan Shu trailed behind Xingyu, moving at a languid pace. Due to his physical condition, he fell further behind until the throng ahead of him faded into the night. He paid little mind, continuing his unhurried journey home. Indeed, he had no intention of exerting himself further today. With a week remaining before the plot unfolded, there was no rush. Even without significant progress, he was untroubled, as many opportunities to cultivate goodwill would arise once the narrative commenced. Yet, while aspirations are delightful, reality is often unpredictable. Just as Yan Shu pondered how to subtly foster goodwill the following day, the heavens opened, and rain began to fall. Though he was not far from home, by the time he arrived, he was thoroughly drenched. Achoo! Oh no! Am I about to fall ill again? After sneezing thrice, Yan Shu sensed the onset of a cold. Considering his body's proclivity for succumbing to illness when exposed to rain, experiencing headaches that led to fainting, and a tendency to cough up blood during exertion, he hastily swallowed several varieties of cold medication and indulged in a warm bath for an hour. As expected, the following day, he still could not bring himself to attend school. Coughing softly, Yan Shu struggled to rise and took a few sips of cool water, feeling a pang of desolation. Being a solitary soul, he found himself ill, with no one to brew him even a cup of warm water. Indeed, whether for the sake of fulfilling the system's tasks or for his own well-being, he needed to expedite his progress and elevate their favorability ratings. At the very least, he hoped to have a brother who could bring him medicine, boil water, or order takeout when he fell ill in the future. Ding! A side quest has been issued. A mysterious evil has been detected 5 kilometers from the host. As a champion of justice, how can one tolerate the clandestine slaughter of compatriots? Will you accept this mission to eliminate the mysterious threat? Dear system, I would love to accept, but look at my current state. Can I even get up? Completion of this side quest will yield rewards, a random skill scroll. Cough, cough, cough. It is not merely a matter of rewards. I can barely walk, let alone engage in combat. This is not how one meets their demise. Considering the host's actual condition, rewards are doubled, and a Chuanjing experience card has been added. Accepted. All previous hesitations vanished upon the sight of the Chuanjing experience card. As a diligent worker, I embody the spirit of labor. My only passion in life is work. Thank you. In an instant, Yan Shu sprang upright from his bed, swiftly dressing, descending the stairs, and hailing a taxi in one fluid motion. Upon arrival, he followed the small map temporarily provided by the system. After several minutes of adhering to the map in the upper left corner, Yan Shu found himself in a dilapidated, densely populated residential area. Outside, the streets basked in the scorching summer sun, yet the alley nearby appeared somber and dim. The red dot on the map indicated that his target lay within. System. This real-time positioning feature is quite practical. Could you grant me access to this function? I foresee its necessity in the future. The host may apply for this permission if a suitable reason is provided. A suitable reason? Very well, I shall craft one at home, or rather, ponder it slowly. For now, the task takes precedence. Being his first foray into combat, Yan Shu felt a twinge of anxiety. After taking a deep breath at the alley's entrance, he gradually ventured inside. Along the way, he encountered only a handful of hurried passers-by, and as the light dimmed further, the path became increasingly steep. He halted at a bend, scanning his surroundings. Aside from a few discreet bloodstains, he found no signs of his target. After comparing the map once more, confirming that the red was indeed located here, Yan Shu's steps faltered, an unsettling feeling washing over him. It was the silence. Since entering the alley, the noise had gradually diminished, until it vanished entirely at this very spot. Realizing this crucial detail, Yan Shu slowly began to retreat, the golden light flickering in the palm of his hand. Suddenly, a swift sound sliced through the air above him. Prepared, Yan Shu raised his sword to block. Clang! The sound echoed like metal striking metal, painfully sharp. Activating his ability, Yan Shu felt his physical attributes surge, allowing him to deftly evade the subsequent strike of claws. Upon catching sight of the mysterious figure above him, his expression darkened. The mysterious creature, which had been scaling the eaves with remarkable agility, appeared to be a variant of a lizard. This beast, measuring over 2 meters in length, boasted robust limbs and fangs that dripped with fresh crimson blood, a clear indication of its recent meal. After 2 failed ambushes, the lizard realized the futility of its efforts against the formidable opponent before it and sought to retreat. However, after merely a couple of strides, it was suddenly struck by a sharp pain in its tail. Hissing in agony, the mutated lizard let out several cries, and the pain from its severed tail caused it to crash down from the wall. Before it could fully comprehend the situation, it sensed an imminent peril, followed by a brilliant cross of golden light that pierced through its chest, vanquishing it instantly. Contrary to expectations of a fierce battle, it took merely 3 strikes to slay the creature, prompting Yan Shu to once again marvel at the formidable power of his forbidden technique. Perhaps due to the tension that had gripped him earlier, the moment he retracted his technique, he nearly collapsed. Coughing and leaning against the wall for some time, he finally began to feel more at ease. Just as he was about to leave, the sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground caught his attention, and he instinctively glanced down. Who? Chapter 6. A gesture of respect, a barrel of orange-yellow peanut oil rolled forth, and Yan Shu followed its trajectory, momentarily rendered speechless. He had envisioned various scenarios for encountering the protagonist of this world, yet he never anticipated such a gruesome scene as this. At the crooked corner of the alley stood a youth clad in a black short-sleeved shirt, his lips slightly parted, and his eyes obscured by thick bands of black satin, completely blocking out all light. Vegetables from a cheap shopping bag lay scattered at his feet, his cane having fallen a short distance away, and he leaned against the wall, clearly shaken. The black satin blindfold, the cane, the vegetables, and the peanut oil. There was no mistaking it. This was the protagonist just introduced in the novel. One of his favorite characters from Slaying the Gods, Lin Xie. At that moment, Lin Xie was on the verge of madness. His mind was in a frenzy, bombarded with thoughts. He merely stepped out to buy some groceries and stumbled upon a scene of horror that ordinary people might never encounter in a lifetime. What on earth is that creature lying on the ground? Shouldn't such things only exist in novels or anime? Am I the one losing my mind, or is this world gone mad? Indeed, my mental illness has not fully abated. I must revisit the doctor. No. The pressing concern now is whether that individual will resort to violence to eliminate witnesses. Isn't it always written that when one stumbles upon a crime scene, they either perish or become involved? He doesn't want to be entangled. What to do? Wait, that person doesn't seem to be in good shape. So my Converse should be able to outrun his Nikes, right? As his thoughts raced, Lin Xie silently locked eyes with the figure opposite him, and it was he who ultimately broke the silence. Excuse me, I accidentally stepped on something. Could you kindly help me find my cane? Hearing Lin Xie deliberately emphasize the word cane while feigning a search, Yan Shu couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. What a preposterous good Samaritan. Moreover, wasn't he a tad late to be pretending to be blind? Nevertheless, despite his internal monologue of sarcasm, Yan Shu was more than willing to cooperate. After all, Lin Xie's singular desire was to evade trouble and live as an ordinary person, repaying his aunt who raised him and his cousin whom he had burdened. Furthermore, should he assist Lin Xie well enough, wouldn't that elevate his favorability? If he were to support him through subsequent events, given the protagonist's character of repaying kindness with profound gratitude, he might just secure a free caregiver for his future ailments. Ahem. I'll handle it. You stay put. This area is a bit steep. Clearing his throat, Yan Shu blinked and picked up the peanut oil from the ground, approaching Lin Xie. As he neared, he could sense the tension in the youth's muscles. He had no doubt that if he exhibited any sign of abnormality, Lin Xie would leap up, cane in hand, and flee. Yan Shu thought, is it really necessary? A mere glance at the scene indicates I am a person of integrity. Here you go. Yan Shu first handed the peanut oil to the other party, and then bent down to gather the scattered vegetables, presenting them once more. Thank you. Observing Yan Shu's innocent demeanor, coupled with his youthful and somewhat frail appearance, Lin Xie felt a slight sense of relief as he accepted the items. Thankfully, this individual does not appear to be malevolent. Balancing a large bag of vegetables in his left hand, a sizable bucket of oil in his right, and clutching a cane under his arm, Lin Xie could hardly suppress a smile from Yan Shu. Shall I escort you home? It seems rather inconvenient for you at the moment. No, I can manage, you see. Before Yan Shu could finish his sentence, Lin Xie became alert, promptly hanging the peanut oil on one end of his cane and shouldering it. Heaven knows that upon hearing the suggestion of being escorted, Lin Xie was nearly struck with a heart attack. He instinctively wondered if the other intended to ascertain his home address, only to subsequently eliminate him to eradicate any traces. But how will you find your way in that condition? Yan Shu was curious about how Lin Xie would navigate out of the alley. Finally attuned to Yan Shu's thoughts, Lin Xie recalled the persona he was portraying as a blind person, and his mind raced. Unperturbed, he replied, I have traversed this path since childhood. I am quite familiar with it. I can navigate it with my eyes closed, knowing precisely where to turn and where to ascend. Yet you just mentioned tripping. Wow, handsome brother, you are truly impressive. Yan Shu exclaimed with admiration, giving him a thumbs up. Lin Xie calmly nodded. Then I shall take my leave. With that, he walked away, steadfastly avoiding any glance. But as he passed by a grotesque creature lying lifelessly in the street, he could not help but steal a sidelong glance, as if he had discovered something and quickened his pace. Seeing Lin Xie depart, Yan Shu also planned to head home, reflecting on the day's gains with satisfaction. He had completed a side quest and made the acquaintance of the protagonist. He was certain he had left a lasting impression on Lin Xie. Yet, he felt a nagging sense of forgetfulness. His task rewards. Just as he contemplated inquiring with the system, a familiar voice called out from behind. Big shot help. What is happening? As Yan Shu turned, he saw Lin Xie charging toward him, burdened with a plethora of items. Before he could ask what was amiss, he noticed a bloody lizard trailing closely behind Lin Xie. He realized why the system had not granted him his task rewards. It was a highly intelligent creature. It even knew how to feign death. Without the luxury of time for further contemplation, Yan Shu grasped Lin Xie's hand, yanking him closer while shielding his chest, unleashing his full power. As the sword energy erupted, it momentarily hindered the lizard's speed. Reluctant to be subdued, it leaped forward, its sharp claws glinting ominously as they sliced through the air, its crimson eyes gleaming with triumph. Capturing the feeble human would grant it a chance at survival. Despite being unable to open his eyes, Lin Xie remained acutely aware of his surroundings within a 10-meter radius, clearly perceiving the monster approaching him in what felt like slow motion. As Yan Shu observed the intense tremors of Lin Xie's eyes beneath the black silk ribbon, a glimmer of golden light escaped. He pondered whether Lin Xie would open his eyes prematurely, yet he reassured him with soothing words, "Do not fear." A gentle voice echoed in his ear, and perhaps it was the calm demeanor of the elder that influenced him, for Lin Xie's anxious heart miraculously began to settle. With his left hand shielding Lin Xie, Yan Shu raised 2 fingers of his right hand. Just as the sharp claws were about to reach Lin Xie, a colossal cross-shaped sword appeared from the side, striking with lightning speed and pinning the creature to the wall, leaving behind the lizard's corpse, which wore a smug expression. Lin Xie exclaimed in awe, "How magnificent!" At that moment, Yan Shu felt equally impressive. It was splendid to showcase a bit of prowess before the protagonist. Ding! Triggered a threefold critical hit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. Hunting task, reward, skill scroll, mastery of unarmed combat. Experience card X1. Upon hearing the notification from the system in his mind, a faint smile graced Yan Shu's lips. All right, it's over now. After taking a step back, he gently patted Lin Xie's shoulder in reassurance, only to be unable to suppress a cough. Cough, cough. Are you all right? As he bent over, coughing with slightly reddened eyes, Yan Shu appeared on the verge of collapse, prompting Lin Xie to hastily step forward to offer his support. Chapter 7. On the proper posture of the PUA system, reflecting on a similar situation he had encountered not long ago, Lin Xie felt a pang of guilt, suspecting it was due to his own actions earlier. Thank you. I'm so sorry. As he recalled how he had inadvertently brought danger to another, a deep flush of shame crept across Lin Xie's face. In truth, when he sensed the lizard feigning death and targeting him, he had contemplated fleeing. Yet, the thought of his aunt's house being just a short distance away, coupled with the bustling crowds beyond the intersection, deterred him from doing so. He resolved not to carry the threat forward, and his only option was to rely on Yan Shu, who appeared to be adept at managing such crises. Thus, the subsequent events unfolded. You did well by not bringing it onto the street. Yan Shu reassured him regarding Lin Xie's apology, suggesting there was no need for concern, as he would have acted similarly. However, upon noticing the individual who was too bashful to meet his gaze, he jested. You even remembered to carry that bucket of oil while fleeing for your life. It seems to hold great significance for you. With that, Yan Shu couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Xie, observing the person with eyes gleaming with mirth, scratched his head awkwardly. He found himself unable to refute the point. He had indeed forgotten amidst the tension. What an embarrassing history. This world truly possesses a mysterious side. Lin Xie mused, glancing at the lifeless body that had fallen to the ground after the sword dissipated. 3 parts lamentation, 7 parts complexity. You specialize in managing such incidents? He inquired. Not exactly. Yan Shu shook his head. However, there is an organization in Songnan that specializes in extraordinary events. So you just happen to encounter it, and, fortuitously, you possess the ability to resolve it? Yan Shu, perceiving Lin Xie's expression, understood his apprehension. Rest assured, even though you witnessed this extraordinary occurrence today, I shall not harm you. However, should you encounter any official personnel in the future, they will likely attempt to erase your memories. How could one be so fortunate? In my entire life, today is the only instance I've encountered such a thing. Lin Xie trailed off momentarily before continuing, just this once. Yan Shu remained non-committal, pitying the boy who remained unaware of the more thrilling experiences that awaited him. Time to go, he declared, feeling that the rapport had been sufficiently established. Are you leaving just like that? Aren't you going to clean up the scene? You can't just leave such a large creature here. It will frighten passers-by. As Yan Shu paused, contemplating his next move, he thought, true, but I am not an official capable of handling the aftermath. The only solution that comes to mind is to dispose of it in a sewer. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he cleared his throat. You go ahead first. All right, Lin Xie replied, though he felt somewhat skeptical. Nevertheless, since Yan Shu had suggested it, he felt compelled to trust him. He hoped that those who passed by later would not be terrified. Although I've expressed it before, I wish to reiterate my gratitude for saving me, Lin Xie said sincerely before departing. Yan Shu was momentarily taken aback, as he had initially approached the situation with a utilitarian mindset, seeking to cultivate favor with the protagonist. For a brief moment, he found himself at a loss for words. As if approaching another with intent, the other party is profoundly touched, their heart kindled with fervor for you in return. Truly, as a passionate protagonist, a mere expression of gratitude nearly brings them to their knees. Yan Shu feels a pang of conscience, yet he quickly shakes his head, realizing he may be overthinking. Although his approach is purposeful, it does not tarnish his genuine intentions. He sincerely cherishes them and would never exploit or harm them. His singular motive has always been clear: to soothe the unfulfilled yearnings that plagued him after witnessing the slaying of the divine. Thus, he seeks to alleviate their regrets. Consequently, the auxiliary framework he devised revolves around the theme of unfulfilled desires. As for his insistence on cultivating goodwill, it serves as a foundation for future tasks. Without achieving the requisite level of favor, how could he possibly join the protagonist circle? Remaining a mere onlooker would hinder the progression of subsequent missions. Moreover, Yan Shu considers another factor: the tags of those sea kings. As long as he maintains a careful balance, he can cement the goodwill firmly within the realm of camaraderie. After Lin Xie departs, Yan Shu approaches the corpse, mentally probing the system. System, do you possess a storage function? This system can only store items produced by the system. Alas, that complicates matters. He had intended to utilize it to boost in Qingyu's favorability. Yan Shu laments. You see, his favorability is not as easily garnered as Lin Xie's. It requires catering to his tastes. Given his persona as a scientific enthusiast, presenting him with a mysterious corpse would surely send his favorability soaring. Ding! The storage function has been activated for the host. Now, that is more like it. After all, we are comrades in the same boat, and we ought to work in unison. While I charge into battle, your support from behind ensures I can proceed without concern, thus achieving our objectives with remarkable ease. Regarding the system's implicit concession, Yan Shu resolves to firmly tie down his partner's advice in the future. With a wave of his hand, he stores the lizard's corpse within the system's space and heads home. Ding! The host has successfully encountered the world's protagonist, Lin Xie. The main storyline task has been activated. Yan Shu, brimming with excitement, rubs his hands together. The main storyline tasks are finally commencing. Given the generous rewards for completing even side quests, the main tasks promise to be exhilarating. Yet, why has it not been announced? After waiting a considerable time without a word from the system, Yan Shu nudges it again. Main task is not refreshed. Please await further updates from the host. Yan Shu. So is all in vain. Very well, I shall wait. Despite his meticulousness while battling, a few drops of blood inevitably marred his attire, compounded by the heat and perspiration from the skirmish. Upon returning home, Yan Shu, somewhat fastidious, immediately takes a shower. Perhaps the sweat once trapped within has finally been released, for he feels considerably lighter post-bath, shedding the lethargy that clung to him upon waking. Oh! While preparing his meal, Yan Shu's attention is captivated by the money tree he had placed in the center of the living room. Its placement is no coincidence. The tree bears an uncanny resemblance to a Christmas tree, adorned with a plethora of sparkling ornaments when he first retrieved it from storage. Yan Shu approached the money tree, which stood nearly at his height, holding a lunchbox. He squatted down and noticed a red fabric pouch hanging from the tree, adorned with various decorations, a pouch he hadn't seen before. Could this be a fortune bag? After calculating the time, he realized it had been 3 days. The joy of unboxing is familiar to many. With little patience, Yan Shu immediately unfastened the pouch and opened it, revealing a pink card. The first sight that met his eyes was that of 2 alluring women, causing his heart to skip a beat. Upon reading the text on the card, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. A 50 discount coupon for the Red Dragonfly foot massage shop, valid on all holidays. Yan Shu. So, should this be considered a daily necessity or mere refuse? Chapter 8. Insomnia on the other side, in the old town's vegetable market. Lin Xie navigated through a throng of people with a plastic bag in his left hand and a cane slung over his right shoulder, a bucket of peanut oil hanging from it. The chirping of crickets from the surrounding neighbors was unmistakable within his 10-meter perceptive range. However, accustomed to the sounds, he paid them no mind, effortlessly sidestepping a bicycle approaching him head-on. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin Xie pushed open the door to his home. Upon hearing the door creak, a middle-aged woman, busy cooking in the kitchen, promptly took the items from Lin Xie's hands. Xiao Xie, you've squandered your allowance again. How many times must I remind you? That money is meant for your college expenses. It's all right, Andy. This money is meant to be used, and besides, these items didn't cost much of my allowance, he replied lightly. How can you justify this? With so many things, how did you manage to carry them back? Lin Xie smiled gently, recalling the kind soul who had seen through a charade of blindness, yet still assisted him, even saving his life later on. "Oh, I encountered a kind-hearted person on the way who helped me carry them back," he said, his dark eyes glinting subtly beneath the satin. "Then you must express your gratitude properly." "Of course," Lin Xie deflected. "I've thanked them several times already. By the way, the psychiatrist from the mental health facility has arrived for your annual checkup. He is in your room, so don't keep him waiting." "Oh," Lin Xie acknowledged, turning toward the bedroom. Upon entering, he found the doctor seated in a chair. After years of routine checkups, Lin Xie was already accustomed to this. He nodded and stated directly, "Dr. Li, shall we begin?" Seeing Lin Xie take a seat, Dr. Li retrieved a stack of case files from his bag. "Your name is Lin Xie?" "Yes." "You're 18 this year?" "Indeed." 20 minutes later, as he completed the last item on the form, Dr. Li stood with a smile and shook Lin Xie's hand. "Your condition shows significant improvement. Live well." "Thank you, Dr. Li." After bidding farewell to Dr. Li, Lin Xie felt a slight tremor in his eyes as the door closed behind him. Fantasies. Reflecting on his earlier conversation with Dr. Li, Lin Xie felt a sense of detachment, as if he were the only sober soul among a sea of intoxicated minds. If he had previously doubted whether the incident from his childhood was merely a figment of his imagination, today's events had solidified his belief that the angel he had witnessed was indeed real. After all, monsters had emerged, as had those with extraordinary abilities. Thus, the appearance of an angel on the moon seemed entirely plausible. Nevertheless, he would never voice such thoughts in front of the psychiatrist, lest his childhood experiences serve as a cautionary tale. Lin Xie cast his gaze downwards, noticing the faint, inconspicuous bloodstains on his clothing. A hint of a smile fading into self-mockery. "Brother, dinner is ready. We have your favorite fish today. Coming." Hearing his cousin's lively call, Lin Xie lifted the corners of his mouth, responding in kind. The moonlight glimmers faintly, casting scattered starlight upon the floor. In the dimly lit room, Lin Xie sits at his desk, slowly removing the black satin blindfold from his eyes. The mirror atop the desk reflects the visage of a striking young man. He raises a hand to touch his eyes, which have been shrouded in darkness for nearly a decade. He had resigned himself to a life of blindness. But to his astonishment, 5 years ago, he awakened an extraordinary ability, akin to characters from novels, enabling him to perceive everything within a 10-meter radius without obstruction. Previously perplexed by the origin of this newfound power, he now harbors a rational conjecture. Indeed, he believes he possesses a unique ability similar to that of the individual he encountered earlier that afternoon. Much like the apocalyptic tales he once read, where individuals awaken powers related to wind, fire, or thunder, he surmises that Yan Shu's abilities lean towards swordsmanship, while his own may pertain to mental perception. He senses that he is not far from regaining his sight, for the feeling of imminent awakening from earlier that day lingers vividly in his memory. After nearly 10 years of blindness, hope finally blooms within Lin Xie. He takes a deep breath and makes another attempt. His fists clench tightly, and his closed eyelids begin to tremble with intensity as he strives to open them. As seconds tick by, golden light seeps from his tightly shut eyes. Almost there, he thinks. Yet ultimately, this attempt ends in failure. However, this setback does not dishearten him. Rather, it fills him with exhilaration, for this effort felt significantly less arduous than before. If his prior attempts were akin to pushing against a steel door welded shut, today felt like nudging a rickety wooden door on the verge of collapse. Anti-aging, I shall recover soon. The discovery of a hidden facet of the world today, coupled with the renewed hope of restoring his sight, leaves Lin Xie restless in bed, tossing and turning. As he stands on the precipice of a new reality, myriad images dance through his mind. One moment, he envisions a solitary figure on the desolate surface of the moon beneath a darkened sky, resembling a sculpture with 6 exaggeratedly large wings and eyes ablaze like a furnace, blinding as the sun at close range. In another fleeting thought, he witnesses chaos on the streets, with smoke billowing and civilians fleeing in terror as grotesque creatures pursue and mercilessly slaughter humans, plunging the city of Tsangnan into flames. Then, he recalls the youth who, during the monster-esque pursuit that afternoon, reached out without hesitation, shielding him protectively while softly assuring him not to fear, all the while dispatching the beast with a casual yet lethal strike. He then pictures his aunt tirelessly seated at her monotonous assembly line, day and night, diligently working. Her once dark hair gradually turning white, all for the meager salary to care for him, who has been a burden for the past decade. Thus, the early rising Lin Xie find himself sleepless this night. Consequently, the hospital of deities that has haunted his dreams for 5 years loses its diligent visitor for the first time. Chapter 9. Mastery of Unarmed Combat. Is this the mastery of unarmed combat? While Lin Xie was plagued by insomnia, the night owl Yan Shu sat comfortably on the sofa, twirling an ancient scroll in his hands. Following the operational methods outlined by the system, he pressed the scroll to his forehead, and in that instant, a wave of enlightenment washed over him. An array of hand-to-hand combat techniques flooded his mind, including Tai Chi, boxing, judo, taekwondo, karate, and sanda. The essence of combat, striking, kicking, thrusting, grappling, and throwing, merged seamlessly within Yan Shu's consciousness. Prolonged practice of unarmed combat not only enhances physical fitness, but also sharpens one's reflexes. Half an hour later, Yan Shu opened his eyes and rose to his feet. After assimilating unarmed combat techniques, it felt as though he had acquired dozens of martial arts skills out of thin air, with each technique boasting at least a proficiency level equivalent to a second-degree black belt. As for the prowess of a second-degree black belt, Yan Shu recalled a character named Ran Muri from an anime he had once watched, who was a second-degree black belt in karate. Remembering her feats of breaking tables and kicking through steel plates, he began to assess his own martial capabilities. He stood in the center of the living room and performed a set of Tai Chi, feeling invigorated. Subsequently, he opened his personal panel. Personal information name: Yan Shu. Age: 18. Place of birth: Songnan City. Race: Human realm. Initial stage of the Lantern realm. Physical data: Speed 7.3. Strength 7.5. Endurance 7.3. Intelligence 7. Constitution permanent 1. Note: adult attributes are 6. Forbidden realm: Sword world. Divine realm: none forbidden objects, none extraordinary items. Life and death talisman: Wealth tree. River realm experience card 1. Skills: mastery of unarmed combat, not too shabby. From an ordinary person to the initial stage of the Lantern realm, my attributes only increased by 3 points. I never expected that assimilating the skill of unarmed combat would yield a similar boost in attributes. Yet, this eternally stagnant constitution is truly disheartening. The following morning, while Lin Xie, sporting dark circles under his eyes, struggled through breakfast, the Peace Affairs office adjacent to the Peace Bridge received a case from the police department early in the day. After a thorough analysis by Wu Xiangnan, the incident was deemed mysterious, prompting the immediate dispatch of 2 team members for an on-site investigation. Old Zhao Hongying. Wu Xiangnan emerged from the office, handing a stack of documents to the two. Take a look at this case. I need you to run an errand. Hongying frowned upon receiving the documents. Does the deputy team leader have any hypotheses? Let me see. Meanwhile, Zhao Kongcheng, who was lounging with his legs crossed, also took the materials to peruse. Based on the residual photos of the victim found at the scene, it was concluded that this was a mysterious event, thus requiring you to accompany old Zhao to the site for confirmation. See if you can find any residual biological material to ascertain the nature of the mystery. Wu Xiangnan pointed at the photos in Zhao Kongcheng's documents. Residual? Are you saying this mysterious entity is already deceased? Zhao Kongcheng paused as he flipped through the images. Turn to the last few pictures, and you'll understand, Wu Xiangnan replied. Hearing this, Hongying curiously sat beside Zhao Kongcheng to observe. I can't believe it. Who is this? Such a deep imprint. The force must have penetrated through the wall. It's almost comparable to your firearm, Hongying. Indeed, it appears that the injuries were likely inflicted by a weapon akin to a sword. Hongying compared the other 2 images, which depicted long marks on the eaves and cross-shaped white stains on the ground, and drew a conclusion. The assailant's strength in slaying the mysterious individual was very likely at the level of a pool realm practitioner, and coupled with the substantial amount of blood at the scene, It was nearly impossible for this enigmatic figure to have escaped unharmed. Therefore, in addition to confirming whether this mysterious individual is indeed deceased, it is imperative to conduct a thorough investigation of those in the vicinity. Wu Xiangnan paused momentarily before continuing, stating that, based on the analysis of the scene, the opponent's ability to hinder movement was remarkably potent, indicating at least a high-risk threat. The act of slaying the mysterious individual suggested that the perpetrator belonged to a lawful faction, which raises the likelihood of them being a promising recruit. We must strive to locate this individual and integrate them into our ranks as night watchers. Finding someone upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing's expression immediately soured. He would rather confront the mysterious entity than engage in the tedious and mentally exhausting task of searching for someone. The crux of the matter was that this individual had to be found. Leaving a high-risk threat lurking outside was akin to burying a landmine beneath oneself. Who could predict when it might explode? Is there any surveillance in the vicinity? Hong Ying, unfazed by the inconvenience, considered it all part of their duty. Whether it involved a confrontation or a search, it made little difference to her. No, Wu Xiangnan replied, shaking his head. That area is an old district, and most surveillance cameras are malfunctioning. The few operational ones are situated quite far from the crime scene. I've checked. There is nothing of reference value. All right, let us proceed to the site and investigate. Hong Ying abruptly grabbed Zhao Kongqing, pulling him up from the sofa as they departed together. Meanwhile, Yan Shu, who had taken another day off yesterday, arrived at school 30 minutes early today. After receiving a series of inquiries from classmates, he had barely settled down when he noticed a fellow student, Li Wei, looking at him with curiosity. What is the matter? Yan Shu queried, turning towards Li Wei with a puzzled expression. Oh, it's nothing. I was just curious about how you managed to return after taking a day off yesterday. Perhaps sensing Yan Shu's bewilderment, Li Wei scratched his head and continued, It's just that you usually take at least a week off when you're unwell, and never less than 3 days, so I was curious about how quickly you recovered this time. Yan Shu, he realized once more how his classmates perceive his frail condition. As it was still early, Yan Shu leaned on the desk and closed his eyes to rest. In reality, he was delving into research regarding the newly acquired mini-map privileges he had requested from the system, after the system had unceremoniously rejected his initial justification. He decided to roll up his sleeves and set to work. He spent 2 hours crafting an elaborate 800-word proposal, directly addressing the system's core philosophy, citing the advantages and disadvantages of having a map, interspersed with a few persuasive phrases and ultimately painting an enticing vision. The system, moved by his effort, promptly approved his request. Mini-map permissions explanation. The system comes with built-in permissions. Once activated, it can automatically identify the factions of individuals and allows the user to view the real-time locations of all beings within a range of 0-100 kilometers. Note, the smaller the range, the more precise the information. Upon reviewing the instructions, Yan Shu promptly activated the map. In an instant, a dense array of intricate routes and vibrant yellow, green, and red dots filled his vision, leaving him momentarily dazzled. Adjusting the range to 3 kilometers rendered the view somewhat clearer. He glanced at the faction identifiers. Yellow denoted those harmless to him. Red indicated malevolent intent, and green signified goodwill. However, perhaps due to the current school environment, the map was predominantly populated with yellow dots. Yan Shu swiftly chose to filter out the yellow points, and the screen instantly appeared refreshed. Only a few pale green dots remained, seemingly representing classmates who harbored friendly intentions towards him. Yet, who were those glaring red dots? It was astonishing that they bore such animosity towards him. Moreover, one was alarmingly close by. Chapter 10. The Nanda Serpent Demon. Yan Shu immediately became alert, recalling that the numerous red dots were likely the manifestation of the Nanda Serpent Demon from the original story. This serpent demon possessed extraordinary camouflage abilities, capable of assimilating other beings into its progeny and manipulating their actions. As the class bell rang, everyone returned to their seats and began reading aloud. Yan Shu glanced at the small map, noting that there were over a dozen red dots scattered throughout the school, with 2 even present in this classroom. Narrowing his eyes, he compared the precise coordinates on the map, One belonged to the boy sitting in front of Qing Yu, while the other was a girl seated by the window in the second row. Furrowing his brow, Yan Shu remembered these two classmates quite well. The girl, named Zhang Ying, had assisted the original owner on 2 occasions, while the boy, Wang Zuan, had helped carry him to the school infirmary during a previous fainting episode. You can't possibly have a crush on Zhang Ying, can you? A sudden voice interrupted his thoughts, and he turned to see Li Wei sneaking closer. Which of her eyes saw that? Yan Shu rolled his eyes, having already discerned Li Wei's penchant for gossip. Li Wei pointed to his own eyes and advised, "If it were any other girl, your friends would definitely help you out. But with her, I suggest you abandon that idea early." Seeing the cryptic expression on Li Wei's face piqued Yan Shu's curiosity, prompting him to inquire, "What do you mean?" Just a few days ago, she and Ziyuan got together, and she was the one who confessed first. I recall Wang Ziyuan mentioning he had someone he liked, Yan Shu remarked. "What do we do? That girl from class 2, Jiang Qian, only has eyes for top performers." Li Wei paused and discreetly glanced at Qing Yu, who was engrossed in her anatomy studies. Before continuing, she wouldn't even consider our Ziyuan. Does she expect him to remain devoted to her forever? Class 2, Jiang Qian? That name sounds familiar. Yan Shu pondered for a moment, and suddenly remembered that she was the one who would be transferring to Lin Chia's class. He recalled that the class leader was indeed named Jiang Qian. Moreover, while reading the original text, he had formed a strong impression of her. Her behavior displayed a stark contrast. By day, she was warm and caring towards Lin Chia, yet by night, she would mercilessly sacrifice her teammates, illustrating what it meant to throw allies to the wolves. Does Zhang Ying board or commute? It seems she boards. I remember her mentioning it before. Is that so? Yan Shu thought back to the original text, suddenly enlightened. Thus, I advise you to relinquish that thought. It's rare for Ziyuan not to be hanging from that crooked tree. As friends, we must support him. I think you should consider Xie Yi in front of you. She is quite impressive, with good grades and a gentle demeanor. She clearly knows how to care for others. And the girl in the last row, Su Xia, is beautiful as well, fair-skinned, graceful, and with an enviable figure. Seeing Yan Shu fall silent, Li Wei assumed he had not yet given up hope. In the interest of friendship and harmony, he continued to weave his matchmaking scheme, rambling on. All right. As Li Wei's chatter grew increasingly absurd and his voice louder, Xie Yi in front turned beet red. Oh no, could she actually be interested in the original owner? Yan Shu rubbed his brow, speechless. Is your imagination a bottomless pit? I merely glanced at Zhang Ying and discerned her fondness for him. If I touch you, does that imply I am flirting with you? Li Wei chuckled. Xie Yi burst into laughter. Classmate A, with keen ears, laughed heartily. Classmate B, an avid gossip, disregarded the astonished figure, who was protectively crossing their arms. Yan Shu rolled his eyes and returned to his exploration of the small map. The reading continued to resonate in his ears. Yan Shu observed the map, which displayed nearly all green points, save for 2 red ones, and felt a twinge of discomfort. Why nearly? It was evident that he could not see the coordinates of Qing Yu nearby. It was clear that Qing Yu was the obscured yellow point, harboring neither malice nor goodwill towards him. Once again, he felt a pang of frustration. After spending so much time as classmates, the original owner of his body was merely a passerby in the eyes of others. It was rather disheartening. However, he was not in a rush to approach him now. After all, the original self had not caught the other's attention even after so long, and he did not believe that mere days of casual interaction could foster any affection. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. As the midday alarm rang, it was time for lunch. Oh, Yan Shu, the cafeteria has your favorite braised fish today. Shall we go together? No. Let's go together. Initially intending to decline, Yan Shu changed his mind upon seeing the 2 individuals waiting for Li Wei. After all, they were classmates, and just the day before, not only had one Lin in their notes, but they had also brewed goji berries for him all day. If he accompanied the 2 serpentine beings, he feared that upon returning from lunch, they would become 3 red points on the map. Hurry up, Yan Shu, or there won't be any fish left. I'm coming. Beside him, Qing Yu, who had been engrossed in his studies, adjusted his glasses. Noticing Yan Shu retrieving his meal card from the desk to join the front group, The eyes behind the lenses narrowed slightly as he murmured to himself. This is certainly becoming more intriguing. In truth, he had sensed something amiss shortly after Wang Ziyuan greeted him on the way to school. After a morning of observation, he confirmed that Wang Ziyuan indeed had issues, as did another female classmate with a similar predicament. Yet, what troubled him was that no matter how much he pondered, he could not arrive at an answer. It felt as though it transcended his cognitive realm. He understood that regardless of how long he deliberated, constrained by his knowledge, he would likely fail to find the solution due to the absence of that crucial element. However, it mattered little that he could not deduce it himself because he knew someone else was quite likely to possess the answers. Meanwhile, in the school cafeteria, during their meal, the two serpentine beings behaved relatively well, aside from their clingy demeanor, prompting Li Wei to exclaim that he too needed to find a girlfriend to show them off. Upon finishing their meal and passing by Class 2, they noticed a crowd gathered at the classroom entrance, buzzing with excitement. What is happening? Why all the commotion? Driven by the inherent tendency of summer to seek out lively gatherings, Li Wei dragged Yan Shu into the throng. As they entered, Yan Shu spotted a middle-aged woman with her back to him, distributing a basket of eggs to the surrounding students. I implore you, dear classmates, my nephew is transferring here next week. His eyesight is rather poor, so I kindly ask you to take good care of him, although he may appear aloof at first. Once you become acquainted, I assure you that you will enjoy a wonderful camaraderie with him. This familiar scene was unmistakably recognized by Yan Shu as Aunt Lin arriving ahead of time at the school, requesting the new students to look after her nephew. A situation reminiscent of a hen delivering eggs. The narrative has reached this juncture, and it seems that we shall encounter Lin Qiyi at school by next week at the latest. The middle-aged woman distributed the eggs one by one, and soon she stood before Yan Shu. Although our Qiyi is somewhat reticent, he possesses a sincere demeanor towards others. Oh, little Shu? Yan Shu paused, hand outstretched to receive the eggs, and upon lowering her gaze, she exclaimed, "Goodness! Is this not the relative who assisted with the funeral arrangements for the original host half a year ago?" Aunt Wang. Chapter 11. Distant cousin. The middle-aged woman was taken aback to encounter the unfortunate child in this place, expressing her surprise. So, little Shu, you are studying here as well. Yan Shu nodded and smiled. Aunt Wang, what brings you here? It's a long story. Please wait a moment, Aunt Wang. It won't take long. All right, I'll wait outside, said Aunt Wang. Yan Shu, accompanied by the ever-curious Li Wei, squeezed back out. What is going on? Is she your aunt? Li Wei inquired. No. Aunt Wang is a rather distant relative who has helped me in the past, Yan Shu replied, stroking his chin in contemplation. In truth, referring to her as a relative was somewhat of a stretch, as they were separated by at least 6 or 7 generations. Yan Shu recalled that Aunt Wang was a distant kin from his father's side, and due to their tenuous connection, the two families had never interacted during festivals or holidays, merely acknowledging each other's existence. However, 6 months prior, after the tragic demise of the original Yan Shu's parents, several relatives had gathered to assist him with the funeral arrangements. As he was the only child left and was unfamiliar with such matters, it was then that Aunt Wang, upon hearing a mention of the original Yan Shu's family, felt pity for the child and decided to come and lend her support. Have you seen her nephew? Does he truly have a problem with his eyes? She asked. I've never seen him. Yan Shu shook his head, pondering that if the original Yan Shu had encountered Lin Qiye, he would surely recognize him. Not only had he never met Lin Qiye, but even Yang Jin didn't leave an impression in the original memories. Li Wei glanced around, noticing the absence of Wang Ziyuan and the others, surmising they must have returned earlier. Well, I'll head back to the classroom, he said. Yan Shu nodded, as he still awaited someone. Before long, Aunt Wang emerged from Class 2, carrying a basket. After 6 months, little Shu has grown quite a bit, but oh dear, you've lost weight. You're at an age where you should be filling out. You can't afford to skip meals, she remarked, stepping closer to pinch Yan Shu's arm, which seemed even slimmer than her own Qiye. Understanding her good intentions, Yan Shu smiled. I eat quite well. I just had a large plate not long ago. I'm in the growth phase, and I'll fill out in a couple of years. A plate is hardly enough. My 2 little ones can each devour 2 or 3 bowls per meal, she chuckled. By the way, I just heard you say your nephew will be transferring here next week. Indeed, Aunt Wang responded. I was hoping you could help keep an eye on him. Xiaoqi has some vision issues, and I worry he might be bullied at school. Not a problem. You can count on me. Yan Shu assured her with a pat on his chest. Considering I'm also a distant cousin of his, it's only right to look after my little cousin. After uttering these words, Yan Shu felt he had perhaps overstated his connection, while claiming to be a distant cousin of Yang Jin was somewhat permissible. Asserting himself as a distant cousin of Lin Qiye felt rather far-fetched. Then I'll trouble you, little Shu. Please accept these eggs as Aunt Wang's token of gratitude. Do not refuse them, she said cheerfully, oblivious to the discrepancies in Yan Shu's claims, and happily pressed the remaining dozen eggs into his hands. In comparison to the new classmates, her relatives instilled a far greater sense of reassurance in her. Moreover, given the gentle disposition of this child, it was inconceivable that they would ever bully her dear Qiye. Upon Yan Shu's return to the classroom, carrying a basket of eggs, Li Wei promptly seized one, peeling it open on the spot. Where did our Lin Mimi manage to plunder such a bounty of eggs today? Yan Shu, disinterested in this playful banter, instructed him to distribute them among the group. Everyone, today is indeed a treat. Yan Shu is generously sharing eggs. First come, first serve. I'll take one. I want one too. Wait, save one for me. I haven't had lunch yet. Although not particularly hungry, the mere thought of tasting Yan Shu's eggs piqued their interest. Scram, drag that yellow dog out and shoot him. Student in, it seems you haven't eaten yet. Would you like an egg? Yan Shu offered an egg to the studious classmate beside him as a gesture of goodwill, and Xingyu glanced at the large, pristine egg before looking at the warm smile directed at him. Initially intending to refuse, he swallowed his words. Thank you. No need to thank me. Yan Shu, who had not anticipated acceptance, felt a surge of happiness. The lack of refusal was a promising sign of acceptance. Meanwhile, the classmates clamoring for eggs were exhilarated, akin to having secured a beloved partner, leading to Yan Shu receiving yet another cup of goji berry tea. There's no need for such fuss. Look at me. I can eat and jump around just fine. I can manage these myself. Yan Shu sighed, having made 5 trips to the restroom in just half a day. It was truly enough. He feared that after witnessing his 5th return from the restroom, and Xingyu might admonish him with something like frequent urination, you should see a doctor. How could that be? You see, this time you were only ill for a day before returning, which indicates that our goji berry remedy is effective. Indeed, you only drank it for a day, and look at the results. We must not run out of goji berries. By the way, let's divide the remaining goji berries, so Yan Shu can take some home and brew them as well. I'll come this afternoon to supervise, ensuring he drinks at least 3 more large cups. What camaraderie! Yan Shu is entrusted to you, Li Wei. Yan Shu, despite feeling overwhelmed, was warmed by this sense of camaraderie. He soon pondered the implications of neglecting the situation, worrying about the number of classmates who might be assimilated by the serpent demon. Touching the thermos in his hand, Yan Shu resolved to take action. With a decision made, he began contemplating how to address the serpent demon issue. First, the serpent demon's matriarch must be left for Lin Qiye to eliminate, while also eradicating any hidden serpent offspring within the class. As for the potential risk of alarming the serpent demon, Yan Shu deemed it a minor concern. He had no intention of intervening with the other serpent demons at school. He had never considered himself a saint. His sole desire was to protect his classmates. Losing a few offspring would hardly provoke the matriarch into a frenzy. Li Wei, a few days ago, my brother gifted me several movie tickets. Shall we go watch a film together? Your brother? When did you acquire a brother? Ahem. He is my cousin, a distant relative. Realizing that our family situation was already common knowledge, Yan Shu felt a bit embarrassed. Just tell me, are we going or not? Of course. It would be foolish to pass up free tickets. All right, I have 4 tickets here. Later, you should bring Wang Ziyuan and Zhang Ying along. Sure. I'll speak to Ziyuan shortly. When shall we go? Today is Friday, and there are no evening classes, so let's go today. Excellent. Li Wei exclaimed with excitement. What movie are we seeing? Is it the recently released sci-fi film, highly acclaimed, titled Tomorrow's Ark? Yes, indeed. That's the one. Yan Shu concurred, secretly opening the ticket booking app to find the movie Li Wei mentioned and swiftly purchased 4 tickets. Such a good friend. Li Wei couldn't contain his joy, playfully patting Yan Shu's shoulder several times. Nearby, and Xingyu, who had been eavesdropping on the entire conversation, couldn't help but smile slightly. He knew it. He would certainly do something. But what could possibly be amiss? How did he discover it? What would he do next? The anticipation was exhilarating. The more Yu pondered, the more thrilled he became, his eyes sparkling behind his silver glasses. He sensed that another facet of this world was gradually revealing itself to him. In a flash, he mentally recalled the ticket booking page Yan Shu just accessed, quickly extracting the essential details. Tomorrow's arc, Hall 7, 1805, Shiyuan Cinema. Chapter 12. The hero saves the beauty as the school bell rang. Yan Shu and his companions were promptly dragged away by Li Wei, who had been eagerly awaiting their release all afternoon. Yan Shu, being pulled along, nearly lost his breath in the process. What was the rush? If only he knew that two snake demons were eyeing him with hungry intent. The cinema that Yan Shu had chosen was conveniently located just a short stroll away from the school, taking merely 10 minutes to reach. Given that several new films were currently enjoying great popularity, and today being Friday, the theater was bustling with a throng of eager moviegoers. Upon arriving at the screening room, Yan Shu found himself filled with regret. He had intended to find a discreet spot to deal with the two snake demons swiftly. However, due to the overwhelming popularity of the film Arc Nights, the auditorium was nearly filled to capacity, including the last row he had specifically reserved for the two demons, which was already occupied. Why aren't the seats together? Zhang Ying questioned as she pulled Wang Ziyuan to the back row. Does it matter? As long as you're sitting with Ziyuan, Li Wei commented, leading Yan Shu to a seat separated by several spaces. Before long, the movie began. As the lights dimmed overhead, Wang Ziyuan passed a cup of cola to Zhang Ying, signaling the star of the show. As the film progressed to the midpoint, intermission arrived, and people began to vacate their seats for the restroom or to scroll through their phones. Noticing that most of the audience in the last row had left, Yan Shu seized the opportunity, excusing himself to the restroom. He quietly approached the two snake demons, who were obliviously cuddling together, their golden hands hanging down. With a swift motion, he launched his hands towards their exposed necks. The sweetly entwined snake demons suddenly stiffened, their dark golden slit pupils snapping open, their mouths stretching into sinister grins. Just as they prepared to defend themselves, two sharp sounds echoed in the darkness, and their consciousness faded away. Taking advantage of the shadows, Yan Shu swiftly stored the transformed remains of the two demons into his system's warehouse. A quick glance around assured him that no one had noticed. Meanwhile, in a nearby internet CAF, Li Yifei was engrossed in a game with friends when he halted his rapid typing. A fleeting flash of dark golden pupils appearing for an instant before reverting to black. Unaware that he had lost a second, he resumed his frenzied gameplay, exclaiming, "Is this Jungli here for a joke? All he can do is jungle. 0 to 7. Even during team fights, he doesn't provide support. Back so soon?" Li Wei inquired when Yan Shu returned in less than 2 minutes. Was it crowded? Yes, a long queue. Yan Shu replied with a nod. Well then, I was thinking of going in, Li Wei stated. An hour later, as the movie concluded, Yan Shu and Li Wei waited at the exit, but found no sign of their friends. Where is Ziyuan and the others? Yan Shu asked, shaking his head in calm disbelief. I'll go check inside. You stay here, Li Wei replied, growing impatient and entering the theater. 2 minutes later, he emerged, visibly frustrated. Did you find them? No, let's go. They probably left first to enjoy their little world together, Li Wei pouted, grumbling about their friend's lack of courtesy while steering Yan Shu toward a less crowded area. As the two individuals exited the cinema, they each made their way home. Yan Shu glanced at the time. It was nearly 9 o'clock. Considering the considerable time it would take to walk back, he decided to hail a taxi instead. Outside the cinema was a bustling station, teeming with people and vehicles, the cacophony of horns rising and falling. Just as Yan Shu was about to find a suitable spot to catch a cab, he suddenly heard a violent screeching sound nearby. Instinctively, he turned to see a car recklessly barreling down the street, colliding with several others, which lay askew in its wake. He furrowed his brow and stood quietly to the side, choosing not to intervene. Had this been a secluded area, he might have stepped in, but in such a public setting, it was likely that he would find himself the subject of viral videos. It was clear that this incident would attract the attention of the night watchman, undoubtedly disrupting his plans. He was acutely aware of his own identity. He was not a savior, merely someone who cared for those he cherished. As Yan Shu observed the chaos, his gaze fell upon the next unfortunate victim, and his pupils dilated in shock. How could he be here? Before his mind could fully comprehend the situation, his body acted on its own, propelling him forward. He covered the 20-odd meters in less than 2 seconds, vowing he had never witnessed anyone run so swiftly in his life. Crash! The sound of impact ceased abruptly. Many onlookers gasped, some covering their mouths, while others pulled out their phones to call for help. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound echoed ominously. A trickle of crimson oozed from the corner of Yan Shu's mouth, cascading down his chin onto the shoulder of the person he had shielded beneath him. The youth, now half-seated and stunned, stared wide-eyed, speechless. You! Coughing up blood, Yan Shu turned his head, slowly retracting his right hand from the front of the car, leaving behind a considerable indentation. The vehicle's front was nearly totaled. Fortunately, the car had collided multiple times, its speed significantly reduced. Otherwise, he might have suffered severe injuries or worse. And could you please assist me? He coughed again, blood spilling forth. At last, and Xingyu snapped back to reality, swiftly helping him to a nearby seat. Are you all right? Fortunately, I will survive, Yan Shu replied, his gaze toward Xingyu a mixture of gratitude, guilt, and intrigue, yet he waved his hand dismissively. Not long after he settled, the surrounding onlookers, much like Xingyu, began to process the scene. They wiped their eyes, retracting their dropped jaws, and the crowd erupted in a frenzy. Some were so exhilarated they began recording videos, drawing closer to capture the moment. The camera clicks incessant. Hey, pinch me. Am I dreaming? Did I just witness someone teleport? No, I saw it too. I even caught a glimpse of his afterimage. Can a person really halt a runaway car? With just one hand, even with 10 hands, it would be futile. I believe he is not human. As he gazed at the front of the vehicle, surrounded by the incessant chirping of crickets and the relentless clicking of cameras, Yan Shu let out a quiet sigh, feeling a wave of irritation wash over him at the thought of the myriad troubles awaiting him. And Xingyu, perceptive to Yan Shu's discomfort, subtly shifted to shield him from the prying lenses of the media. In the wake of such a significant incident, escaping the scrutiny of the public was impossible. They were left with no choice but to await the arrival of the authorities. During this period of anticipation, a peculiar sensation coursed through Yan Shu, compelling him to look up at the sky, now adorned with a delicate crimson veil. This was the boundless void, a prohibited space shrouded in secrecy. Realizing this, Yan Shu breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that he need not worry about unwanted notoriety. The ceiling of this area indicated that the Night Watchers had intervened. However, it was unexpected that a mechanism designed to counter mysterious artifacts would be activated due to his involvement, signaling that today's events were indeed of considerable magnitude. Yet, the pressing matter at hand was how to navigate this encounter with the Night Watchers. He had no doubt that they were already aware of his existence and would soon conduct a thorough investigation and assessment, ultimately seeking to recruit him. While he was certain he would align himself with the Night Watchers, it would not be at this moment. Just as Yan Shu pondered what excuse to concoct to delay their advances, he felt the previous gaze, which had been subtly inquisitive, intensify into an ardent scrutiny. Chapter 13. The Other Side of the World Wait. Is it really necessary? I have saved you before. In that instant, Yan Shu was reminded of the description in the original text, wherein Xingyu, upon first encountering Lin Chia, gazed at him as if he were a rare specimen, eager to take him back for dissection and study. The thought sent a shiver down Yan Shu's spine. That gaze was impossible to ignore. What's wrongin'? Just call me by my name. Then, I shall call you little fish. Yan Shu felt a mixture of relief and unease at Xingyu's sudden closeness. As you wish, and was indifferent to the nickname. After all, it was merely a label. What truly concerned him was the dissonance displayed by Yan Shu. Despite his frail physique, he could block a car with his bare hands, and the speed he had just exhibited far surpassed any Guinness World Record. There was a mystery surrounding him, especially since he had witnessed something extraordinary in the cinema just moments ago. The darkness and distance had obscured the details, but the disappearance of those two classmates was undoubtedly linked to him. It appeared that this world was far more intriguing than he had previously imagined. With this thought, Qingyu settled down beside him, gazing intently. What is it now? I have a question. Are you inquiring if I am a superhero or possess some supernatural abilities? Not exactly. Your extraordinary abilities are quite evident, so there is no need for confirmation. Then what do you wish to ask? I want to know, how many individuals like you exist? And Qingyu pointed towards a dilapidated car not far away. Yan Shu blinked and nodded. Why have I never encountered them before? After a moment of contemplation, Yan Shu carefully replied, perhaps it is due to the different circles we inhabit. Ordinary people have their ordinary circles. The mysterious have theirs. And individuals like me have a comparable circle. Upon grasping the crux of the conversation, Qingyu's pupils trembled. Countless fragments of confusion, questions, clues, news flashed through his mind, quickly connecting and organizing themselves. He soon arrived at an exhilarating conclusion. He had identified the key term that had long eluded him. What do you mean by mysterious? At this, Yan Shu fell silent, uncertain whether to disclose this information to Qingyu. Even if he did, it would soon be erased from his memory, rendering the act seemingly futile. Observing Yan Shu's silence, Qingyu opened his mouth. The door to truth was right before him, yet the person before him had just sustained injuries to save him. Ultimately, he refrained from pressing further, his gaze gradually dimming. It was the first time Yan Shu witnessed Qingyu's expression of disappointment, causing him to pause, his heart softening in an instant. He could be as unyielding as stone towards others, but when it came to them, he found himself unable to do so. The mysterious refers to beings that exist in folklore or literary accounts. Some are mad and cruel, others are cunning and treacherous, some even devour humans. And they possess various extraordinary abilities. We collectively refer to these mythological beings that can impact human society as the mysterious. Upon witnessing the momentary softness in Yan Shu's gaze, Qingyu's eyes, hidden behind his glasses, flickered slightly. Thank you. I have one last question. Does sharing this information affect you in any way? Qingyu leaned in slowly, close enough for Yan Shu to feel his breath. The sudden intimacy left Yan Shu momentarily stunned. He stared at the handsome face less than 10 centimeters away, instantly struck by his beauty. The surrounding noise faded away, replaced by the rapid cadence of his own heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. At the soft sound from Qingyu, Yan Shu felt a rush of blood to his head. With the last remnants of his willpower, he gently pushed the head before him away, then stiffly turned his face, his gaze wavering as he stammered. What impact could there possibly be? Internally, his thoughts raced. Why isn't Qingyu so close to him? And why does he manage to make even a simple hymn sound so pleasing beside him? The initiator of this closeness momentarily froze, and upon seeing the slight flush on Yan Shu's ears, a flicker of intrigue sparked within him, followed by a smile. Qingyu had always been aware of his good looks, but those who admired his face often distanced themselves upon learning of his peculiar interests. Yet this individual before him was remarkably different. He would approach him to inquire if he fancied a boiled egg, despite their lack of familiarity. He would shield him from danger at the first opportunity and offer unreserved insights into the world beyond his own curiosity. It seemed that possessing such striking features had its advantages. Suddenly, a series of police cars and ambulances approached. The young police officer leading the charge, evidently seasoned, swiftly organized the tasks at hand. Crowd control, assessing casualties, providing aid, verifying vehicles and documentation. Everything proceeded with remarkable composure. Don't be afraid. Yan Shu, having regained his calm, glanced at the commanding officer and leaned toward Qingyu to whisper. What do you mean? Today, this incident has escalated significantly. The special department is undoubtedly involved now. These individuals will likely be taken away shortly and their memories purged. You probably won't be exempt. And Qingyu gasped. Although his high intelligence had prepared him for the possibility of measures being taken to prevent information leaks, he had anticipated a mere confidentiality agreement, not a complete erasure of memory. The thought of being forcibly returned to a state of ignorance, mere moments after he had finally begun to glimpse a new world, was utterly unacceptable. As in Qingyu, with his extraordinary intellect, rapidly devised a plan to navigate this predicament. Yan Shu reassuringly patted his shoulder. Do not resist when the time comes. If you forget, I will remind you. A flicker of emotion stirred within Qingyu as he expressed his gratitude. He neither rejected the gesture nor inquired further about Yan Shu's motivations for assisting him. Yet he felt assured that Yan Shu would not bring him harm. Yan Shu's captivating eyes curved into a smile as he softly remarked, "Little fish, your intelligence suggests to me that you are destined for greater things. We shall inevitably become part of the same circle. Is that so?" And Qingyu replied with a gentle smile. "Then I shall strive not to disappoint you." The young officer, having completed the necessary arrangements, approached the two. His gaze immediately settled upon Yan Shu, evidently already informed of the situation. "Gentlemen, please follow us," he stated. "My friend is gravely injured and requires immediate medical attention." And Qingyu adjusted his glasses and met the officer's gaze with calm determination. The officer nodded in understanding and reassured him, "Rest assured, we have medical personnel accompanying us." Meanwhile, Yan Shu, having regained his composure, rose and nodded. "Let us proceed." Chapter 14. Unrivaled in the same realm. As they boarded the vehicles, Yan Shu and Qingyu parted ways, each stepping into separate cars. It wasn't long before two medical personnel, equipped with professional apparatus, entered the vehicle. After Yan Shu stood up to cooperate with the examination, it was determined that he had sustained minor internal injuries. Coupled with his inherently frail constitution, he was advised to undergo pharmaceutical treatment and to rest in bed, with a follow-up in a month's time. Should the results of the re-examination prove unsatisfactory, further recuperation would be mandated. Yan Shu exclaimed internally, "A month. By the time he recovers, the flowers would have withered." Coughing lightly and placing a hand on his chest, he pondered, "Might I recuperate at home?" "Certainly, but you will need to return to the hospital for initial treatments over the next few days. After that, you may rest comfortably at home." "Very well," Yan Shu nodded. While such prolonged treatment was customary for most individuals, he was far from ordinary. After all, with his unique constitution, even a lifetime of rest would yield little change in his condition. Upon disembarking, Yan Shu surveyed his surroundings and discerned that they were near the Peace Bridge. The area was bustling with a myriad of shops, with a wedding store to his left and a funeral parlor to his right. His gaze settled on an old crimson sign situated between these two contrasting establishments. "Peace Affairs Office, go on in." A young officer observed Yan Shu's curiosity and gestured towards the entrance of the office. At that moment, Yan Shu felt a wave of nostalgia. Having arrived in this world several days prior, he had long wished to visit this place, but had hesitated due to concerns. Now, he could finally step through the threshold with confidence. Moments later, within the underground conference room of the Peace Affairs Office, Yan Shu sat upright on the sofa, fixating on the coffee table before him. Occasionally, he glanced at the two individuals across from him, one seated and one standing. The standing youth appeared to be in his early 20s, fair-skinned, and likely to be Wenshima. The middle-aged man, adorned with glasses and a scruffy beard, emanated a serious demeanor, presumably the deputy leader of Team 136, Wu Xiangnan. A silent tension enveloped the room as their gazes met. Clearing his throat, Wenshima broke the silence. "You are Yan Shu, correct?" Wu Xiangnan, seated on the opposite sofa, regarded Yan Shu with a warm inquiry. "Yes," Yan Shu nodded in affirmation. "My name is Wu Xiangnan, deputy leader of the Chang'an Night Watch team. This is my colleague, Wenshima." "Greetings," Yan Shu responded, feigning the demeanor of an ordinary university student encountering new acquaintances for the first time, despite his prior knowledge of them. Once more, silence reigned. Observing the polite yet bashful young man before him, Wu Xiangnan hesitated. "Are you not curious about what the Night Watch is? What our purpose is?" he probed, a hint of frustration creeping into his tone. "Surely, you must wonder why you were brought here?" "Of course, it is merely a routine inquiry following a traffic accident," Yan Shu replied. "Wenshima, Wu Xiangnan." Yan Shu blinked, gazing at Wu Xiangnan earnestly. "Officer, I inadvertently damaged the front of the car while attempting to assist a classmate. I'm the sole member of my family, and my health has never been robust. I must reserve my savings for future medical expenses. Is it possible to reduce the compensation?" When Shima's eyes twitched, and he promptly turned away, his shoulders quivering slightly. "Officer," Wu Xiangnan glanced at the person beside him, who was stifling laughter, and pushed up his glasses. "You need not worry about that. The other party was at fault for driving under the influence and has caused significant repercussions. You are not liable for any compensation. On the contrary, you may claim medical expenses from the perpetrator. That's a relief." Yan Shu exhaled, gratefully giving a thumbs up to the two before him. "Officers, you truly are the people's commendable guardians." My apologies. I simply couldn't hold it in." When Qima rubbed his flushed cheeks, struggling to suppress his laughter. "Young brother, let's not digress. Please share more about your physical condition. For instance, is your superhuman ability innate or something that awakened later?" "Well," Yan Shu feigned embarrassment at being caught diverting the topic. "I recently fell gravely ill, and upon awakening, I discovered I possessed extraordinary abilities." Wu Xiangnan did not correct Yan Shu's terminology regarding extraordinary abilities, as it was quite normal for the average person to be unaware of the concept of forbidden void. He opened his notebook, quickly typing, "What is the name of your ability?" "The Sword World. My ability is called the Sword World." Yan Shu did not intend to conceal the concept of forbidden void, knowing they would eventually discover it. "The Sword World. How impressive it sounds," when Qimo remarked enviously from aside. "Could you elaborate on it? What abilities does it grant?" "Let me think." Yan Shu pondered for a moment before summarizing. "It essentially enhances physical capabilities and allows for the manipulation of sword energy for attacks. You can resist a car with your bare hands using this ability, correct? As for manipulating sword energy, I wonder about its attack power." Wu Xiangnan continued to document while assessing Yan Shu's level of forbidden void. "Attack power? It is likely invincible within the same realm. As for surpassing one level," Yan Shu replied, "invincible within the same realm." Wu Xiangnan was taken aback, rising abruptly. "What happens if you surpass one level?" When Qima pressed down on Wu Xiangnan's head, leaning in with urgency, Yan Shu leaned back, pushing their faces away with a hint of disdain. "It would cost half my life to achieve invincibility, perhaps." "Come, let us delve into the details of this invincibility." Yan Shu continued, "Within the Sword World, I can employ a skill known as execution. Using execution within the same realm guarantees death. Additionally, I can expend 50 of my life force to forcibly elevate myself one major realm, after which I can again expend life force to use execution. That is about it. By the way, is my ability formidable?" "Extremely strong," Wu Xiangnan affirmed decisively. "Not merely strong, it's utterly invincible." Astunned when Qima murmured, "It could rival the divine void." "What is divine void?" The ethereal moment was interrupted as the loquacious when Qima was silenced by Wu Xiangnan's penetrating gaze, prompting him to touch his nose and seal his lips. Half an hour later, after completing his inquiries, Yan Shu was driven by Wen Qima to a nearby hospital. Given that he had indeed sustained some internal injuries, he still felt a lingering tightness in his chest and shortness of breath. As a precaution, he decided to stay at the hospital for 2 days. The following days coincided with the weekend, allowing him to avoid school, and there were still several days remaining before the narrative unfolded. "By the way, do you know where my classmate was taken?" Upon exiting the vehicle, Yan Shu inquired about the situation from Wen Qima. "He was sent home after undergoing memory erasure. As you must be aware that such matters are not to be disseminated, and everyone present at that time would also have their memories wiped." Yan Shu nodded in understanding, expressing his gratitude. "I appreciate your assistance. After all, today's events were still a consequence of my actions." Chapter 15. Premature awakening. Upon observing Yan Shu's expression, Wen Qima discerned his thoughts and shook his head, saying, "You are also here to save your classmates. Moreover, if it weren't for your timely intervention, the accident could have been far more severe. In truth, you have indirectly salvaged numerous families." "Thank you," Yan Shu replied, feeling a bit bashful as he scratched his head and waved goodbye to Wen Qima. Once he saw the other depart in his vehicle, Yan Shu turned and entered the hospital, his previously innocent look transforming into a calm demeanor. Fortunately, they had not immediately invited him to join the night watch. Presumably, the suddenness of the incident and their lack of familiarity with him would lead to a comprehensive investigation and evaluation of his character before any invitation was extended. Meanwhile, At the Peace Affairs office, in Wu Xiaonan's office, the room was shrouded in darkness. Wu Xiaonan sat before a multitude of screens, rapidly typing on a keyboard, the glow of his glasses reflecting the light. Suddenly, one of the screens displayed an image that caused him to pause momentarily. He quickly magnified the image. Despite its pixelated blur, it matched a face that lingered in his mind. Wu Xiaonan smirked softly. So, it is this young man. The following day, after leisurely finishing breakfast in the hospital cafeteria, Yan Shu returned to his ward. Disliking noise, he had opted to pay extra for a single room. "You've returned," a familiar, cool voice greeted him as he opened the door. "Shall you?" Yan Shu tilted his head in curiosity, scrutinizing Qing Yu and asking, "What brings you here?" "Of course. To care for patients," she replied. "I meant, do you remember our previous conversation?" "Indeed." And Qing Yu adjusted her glasses, a slight smile gracing her lips. "Did you not say that we would eventually be part of the same circle?" Upon perceiving the subtext in her words, Yan Shu's eyes widened in surprise. "Wait, hasn't Qing Yu awakened early?" He approached her closely, examining her features, and indeed, a glimmer of blue light flickered beneath her lenses. "Congratulations, Xiao Yu. I knew it. Your intelligence and beauty must surely earn you divine favor." Yan Shu's eyes sparkled with delight, though internally, he felt an overwhelming tide of emotion. "Thank you." And Qing Yu, feeling somewhat bashful under his effusive praise, expressed her gratitude. Conversely, the individual across from her, while appearing cheerful, was internally tumultuous. What on earth? And Qing Yu has awakened early. How significantly will this influence the unfolding narrative? Even without having awakened the void, and Qing Yu was already formidable. Post-awakening, her prowess would be extraordinary. He could already envision the serpentine offspring at their school, trembling beneath her. Even the head of the serpent creature appeared to be on the verge of collapse. Its very survival in jeopardy. What should be done? The serpent's true form must be preserved for Lin Xie. He was a crucial piece in this intricate game. It seemed imperative to divert attention away from him. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. By the way, Xiao Yu, what is your ability? My ability is fundamentally analysis. Through extensive dissection and experimentation, I can decipher the principles underlying specific characteristics. Once I fully comprehend their operational mechanisms, I can enhance and refine myself accordingly. In addition to analysis, this ability can also be employed to deconstruct other entities, such as the intricate architecture of precision instruments, with merely a glance. I can adeptly operate them. Furthermore, I possess a clear perception of the structure and state of the human body. Thus, I have designated this ability as the ultimate truth. Subsequently, Qing Yu elaborated on how he was taken last night to have his memories erased, how he awakened his abilities, what he attempted to dissect upon returning home, what he discovered, and, finally, the conclusions he drew from the experience. It appeared quite impressive. Evidently, this forbidden void necessitates a substantial amount of experimental materials for support. Although Yan Shu was already aware of this, he still nodded frequently, providing emotional validation, and then planned to divert Qing Yu's attention elsewhere. His expectations were modest. He would wholeheartedly support whatever Qing Yu chose to research next, as long as the Serpent Demon's core was left for Lin Xie. Forbidden Void? Are you referring to the abilities we have awakened? Indeed, our type of ability is collectively referred to as Forbidden Void. Since the other party had already awakened, Yan Shu decided to be forthright, prepared to educate Qing Yu on the common knowledge of this realm. Yan Shu sat on the bed, smiling as he patted the space beside him. "Come, little fish, let me enlighten you about the fundamentals of this circle." As he observed the pure and innocent smile gracing the youthful features of the boy seated on the pristine hospital bed, Qing Yu's heart involuntarily raced. He touched his chest and approached, saying, "All right." After pulling Qing Yu to sit beside him, Yan Shu discussed the essence of Forbidden Void, its various classifications, and then moved on to the more advanced Divine Void bestowed by deities, detailing the deities that have been discovered thus far. The organization, known as the Night Watchmen, established to counteract the mysterious, and concluded with the classification of realms and the use of forbidden objects. He spoke for nearly an hour without pause. Once finished, Yan Shu quietly sipped from a cup of water, patiently waiting for Qingyu to digest the information. After a considerable amount of time, Qingyu, his eyes shimmering with a faint blue light, turned to Yan Shu and inquired, "What is your forbidden void?" "The sword world." Yan Shu raised his hand, and from the empty palm, streams of golden light began to emanate. The golden glow intensified, soon filling the entire room. As countless golden lights swirled around the two seated on the bed, moving joyfully as if they possessed consciousness. Truly marvelous. Qingyu reached out, eager to touch the golden fish before him, but halted just before contact. It was not that he was unwilling to proceed. Rather, he sensed a cutting threat emanating from his fingertips. Yan Shu discerned the yearning for exploration reflected in his companion's eyes. He gently placed his hand over Qingyu's, guiding him to grasp the golden fish. Upon doing so, the golden fish transformed into a delicate little sword in Qingyu's hands, prompting Yan Shu to withdraw his hand with a sense of pride. "How about that? My forbidden void is rather sophisticated, isn't it? Quite impressive." Qingyu's gaze shifted slowly from Yan Shu's hand to his own palm, his expression slightly dazed. "Quickly, give it a try and see if your forbidden void can analyze it." Holding the little sword, Qingyu hesitated, noticing Yan Shu's eager expression, and the peculiar feelings within him became increasingly pronounced, leading him to nod in response. "Can it be broken?" "No, if it is damaged, it will instantly transform into sword energy." Observing a companion who was quite adept at the task, nodding and shaking their head intermittently, and engaging in self-talk, I inquired, "Have you managed to decipher anything?" They expressed regret, acknowledging it must be due to my current limitations. Delving into the profound intricacies right away is too ambitious. I ought to start from the basics. Qingyu shook her head, a hint of disappointment in her tone. "The basics?" Yan Shu narrowed his eyes slightly and, seemingly casually, posed the question, "Are you capable of unraveling the enigmatic now?" After a moment of contemplation, Qingyu replied, "I haven't attempted it, but if my level is not too low, I should give it a try." Chapter 16. The Canine System. Here. I happen to have a few. For me? Qingyu's eyes widened slightly. He did not expect Yan Shu to directly offer him a few for research. After all, having them here serves no purpose. Neither can they be consumed, nor do they occupy space, resembling mere refuse. If they can exert some residual value under your forbidden realm, it would indeed contribute to the illustrious future of our esteemed doctor. And Yan Shu smiled amiably, patting his companion on the shoulder, encouragingly stating, "Of course, if you can develop something beneficial, perhaps something that could enhance my constitution, it would be even more delightful if you could grant me a little favor then." "And Qingyu, why are you so kind to me?" The unspoken words remained lodged in his throat. Although Qingyu harbored a vague suspicion in his heart, this direct approach caught him off guard, weighing heavily upon him. Very well, a twofold achievement. Hearing that his future companion not only readily agreed, but was also successfully diverted from his previous thoughts, Yan Shu felt immensely satisfied. These few mysterious beings could surely occupy Qingyu for at least 10 days or half a month. If absolutely necessary, he could always hunt a couple more. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, and Qingyu turned to glance before rising to open the door. "Hello, is this bed 802, Yan Shu?" The nurse outside, upon raising her head, was nearly ensnared by the sight of a strikingly handsome face. Hearing the inquiry from outside, Yan Shu, sitting cross-legged on the bed, tilted his body slightly to look towards the door. "It's me." Seeing that it was the nurse, Qingyu stepped aside. Two nurses, one in front of the other, pushed a small cart filled with various bottles and jars inside. As they approached the bedside, they were once again met with an overwhelming visual impact. The older nurse quietly inhaled, marveling at her good fortune for encountering not one, but two handsome young men of different types in a single day, before reluctantly diverting her gaze to begin expertly preparing the medicine. After hanging the prepared medicine on a nearby stand, the older nurse turned to the younger nurse, who had been gazing at the boys with hearts in her eyes since she entered, frowning. "Shao Kai, your internship is concluding today. If there are any issues with tomorrow's practical, you know the consequences. Don't worry, Sister Tian, I've practiced extensively at home, and I'm quite familiar with the procedures." The young nurse looked at Yan Shu's hands, which were so exquisitely beautiful they could easily audition for a hand model, her face brimming with desire. Yan Shu blinked, his heart racing under the fervent gaze of the intern, and memories of amusing videos flickered through his mind, causing him to shiver involuntarily as he sought help from his companion. Meanwhile, Qingyu, casting a glance at the young nurse bubbling with excitement, silently retreated 2 steps. Fortunately, the older nurse was resolute, ignoring the younger nurse's bravado, and swiftly completed the 4 setup. Before departing, she pulled the still gawking young nurse away, and even after closing the door, the sound of her reprimanding voice could still be heard outside. Little fish. Once they were alone, Yan Shu silently gazed at Qingyu, accusing him of his earlier indifference. Ahem. Perhaps it was the melancholic gaze of Yan Shu that prompted Qingyu to tilt her head and offer a slight smile, followed by an apologetic cough. Indeed, it seems that excessive handsomeness can be quite overwhelming. Yan Shu pursed his lips, his expression turning serious. Returning to the main topic. I will bring it to you after I discharge from the hospital tomorrow afternoon. Do you need my assistance? No need, just wait for me then. All right. Suddenly reminded of something he had forgotten, Yan Shu recalled that they did not have each other's contact information. He took out his phone and inquired, "What is your phone number? Oh, and please share your WeChat as well." 15,823 x times x WeChat. Okay, my number is 1,511 x times x. Oh, how did you know? I saw it during the registration of personal information at the start of the semester. And Qingyu replied nonchalantly as she opened the friend verification request in WeChat. Yan Shu, you are quite impressive. You possess an exceptional memory. Do you like hamsters? Yan Shu's mind was filled with question marks, not comprehending why she posed such a question. And Qingyu held her phone up before him, displaying the profile picture of a recently approved friend, a chubby golden-haired hamster joyfully munching on a hay cake, its plump cheeks appearing irresistibly adorable. Well, I do have slight fondness for plush toys. Under the surprised gaze of his companion, Yan Shu rubbed his nose, feeling a bit bashful. Although the WeChat avatar was set by his previous self, he found it rather endearing and chose not to change it. After agreeing on a time and place to meet the following day, Yan Shu began to urge his partner to leave. After all, he only suffered from minor internal injuries. A couple of days on and 4 would suffice. He was able to eat, walk, and use the restroom, which was far less burdensome than a cold, requiring no special care. Seeing that Yan Shu was indeed in good condition, and Qingyu decided to return to tidy up the laboratory and make some space. So she approached the nursing station to request additional oversight before departing. Speaking of which, one of the lonely realms of existence is lying alone in a hospital bed receiving 4 fluids. Not long after his companion left, Yan Shu found himself feeling somewhat bored, though not particularly lonely, and thus began to explore the system. He mused on how this system resembled a frog, only jumping when prodded. Unlike the systems depicted in web novels that engage in witty banter with their hosts while watching movies or chit-chatting. As he opened the mini-map, Yan Shu was astonished to find a red dot nearby. Furrowing his brows, he expanded the search to encompass the entirety of Songnan City, masking the yellow and green dots, and was taken aback by the sheer number, over 50 red dots scattered throughout the city. What on earth? Why are there always troublemakers seeking to harm me? Yan Shu roughly estimated, excluding the snake demon and its progeny, as well as the impending appearance of those ghostly figures. There were still at least 10 mysterious entities hidden away. The night watchman of Songnan seemed to have grown somewhat lax. Yan Shu shook his head in dismay. After studying the situation for a while, he noticed that most of the red dots were clustered together, with only a few dispersed. He speculated that the concentrated ones were either ghostly figures or snake demons that preferred to band together. The red dot at the hospital was nearly twice the size of the others, likely indicating some formidable loose cultivators. System, can you issue a task to eliminate this mysterious entity? Beep. Detection in progress. Request denied. Although this mysterious entity remains dormant, it far surpasses the host's realm. It is advisable for the host to maintain a safe distance. Yan Shu blinked, comprehending the system's intent. This enigmatic being, even in slumber, was far beyond the capabilities of a novice like him, so he decided to flee. Well, He had initially contemplated slaying it and presenting it to Xiao Yu the next day. Yan Shu gazed at the red dot, feeling a twinge of regret. Beep. Side quest initiated. A mysterious entity of the Chuan realm has been detected 100 meters from the host, currently in a critically injured slumber. As a champion of justice, how could one overlook such an opportune moment to strike a fallen foe? Will you accept this assassination mission against the mysterious entity? Yan Shu tilted his head, staring at the golden letters before him. Oh, come on. System. Do you even recall what you stated 5 seconds ago? The mysterious entity may not be human, but it is indeed a formidable beast. You expect a novice in the Lantern Realm to confront a Chuan Realm entity? What are you thinking? If you want me dead, just say so. Chapter 17. Emotions only affect the speed of my blade drawing. The mysterious entity, severely injured, possesses less than half of its original power, and its abilities are of a mental nature, restricted by the void. The host's mental strength, after merging with the original owner, far exceeds that of an ordinary individual. Additionally, the host has an unused experience card for the Chuan realm. After a thorough assessment, it is concluded that the host is capable of eliminating this entity. I will not listen. I will not listen. Regardless of how eloquently the system spoke, he shook his head. Ultimately, whether or not to accept or complete the side quest would not result in any punishment. Completing this side quest will yield a reward, a designated skill scroll. The last time he dispatched that peak-level entity, the reward was the same, along with additional experience cards. This time, the mysterious entity was 2 major realms above. Why was the reward becoming increasingly meager? It was not as if he was the one risking his life. This scroll allows the host to designate a skill, and considering the likelihood of the host consuming the Chuan realm experience card may be substantial, a compensatory reward is offered, 1 high realm experience card. Cough, cough. Then I shall reluctantly accept. Yan Shu, sensing a favorable opportunity, promptly agreed. In truth, he had no intention of refusing upon seeing the task's announcement. However, since this system was rather stingy, a bit of persuasion was necessary, and indeed, the reward had increased. A high realm experience card. He was uncertain when he would reach that level. Indeed, the working class, the essence of labor, those who toil, are the elite among men. He had an unwavering love for work in this lifetime. To prevent any unforeseen complications, Yan Shu swiftly yanked out the 4-needle, hastily donned his clothes, and descended the stairs. He proceeded with utmost caution, maneuvering around the staircase to avoid surveillance, making his way towards the underground morgue. Yes, indeed, the morgue. Thus far, the few mysterious entities Yan Shu had encountered were quite intelligent. The lizard could cloak itself and ambush by feigning death, while the snake demon disguised itself as a human. To his astonishment, this entity, after sustaining severe injuries, had the sense to hide in a hospital morgue. No one would venture here unless compelled, and even if they did, they would leave promptly, as most would not dare linger. Even those with audacious spirits, who may have indulged too much or wandered astray, would not find themselves lost in such a place. Sangnan City 2nd People's Hospital, underground level 5 morgue. Creak. The heavy wooden door of the emergency exit swung open, instantly ushering in a chill. Yan Shu peeked out from the stairway, surveying his surroundings. In the dimly lit emergency exit of the underground level, having confirmed there were neither cameras nor individuals nearby, he adjusted his coat and stepped outside. Beneath the dim lights lay a black and white checkered floor with a sinister sheen, and a maze of pipes overhead created an oppressive atmosphere. Tap, tap, tap. Despite Yan Shu's efforts to tread lightly, the sound echoed conspicuously in the expansive basement. After several twists and turns, he arrived before a heavily fortified iron door, guided by the map coordinates. He tugged at the doorknob, only to find it unyielding, realizing after some contemplation that it seemed to require a key. 5 minutes later, Yan Shu stood before the iron door, speechless, gazing skyward. Why was it that other protagonists in novels accomplished their tasks seamlessly, while he was thwarted by trivial matters? Now, the question arose, should he force his way in? Isn't this rather unkind to the deceased? Moreover, it would undoubtedly awaken that mysterious entity, which would negate any advantage. He still wishes to preserve the experience card. Unless absolutely necessary, he intends to refrain from using it. Perhaps he should lie in wait, silently following whenever they bring in a body. Little fish, I wish I possessed your intellect. Right? The thought of having a highly intelligent companion like you brightened Yan Shu's eyes. Beep, beep, beep. Click. The call connected. Yan Shu? Came the familiar, cool voice of Yu through the receiver. Little fish, do you know where the keys to the hospital morgue are typically kept? As a weathered basement door creaked open, and Yu emerged, brushing the dust off his clothing. What business do you have there? Yan Shu whispered, There's a mysterious entity lurking. I intend to eliminate it. After a moment of silence from the other end, as Yan Shu pondered whether to research further, a low voice replied, Wait for me. No way. Yan Shu immediately rejected. It's very powerful. I fear I won't be able to attend to you when the time comes. Is it in the pool realm? Yan Shu felt a twinge of guilt as he glanced at his phone. Something like that. Is it in the river realm? Not receiving a denial from Yan Shu, and Yu, visibly agitated, disregarded his dusty attire and hastily left to catch a cab. Hey, I'm serious. I can handle this alone. You only need to use your intellect. Throughout the ride, and Yu maintained a stern expression. As soon as he entered the cab, he began to express his thoughts. Well, you, Yan Shu, are so dedicated to slaying demons, even while hospitalized, daring to confront a being 2 entire realms above you. It's not that exaggerated. It's injured, and its abilities are likely halved at best. Then wait for me. The now composed and Yu glanced at the driver, who frequently looked back. His tone firm. I will contact them immediately. Hey, that won't do. Then I shall wait for you. As the sound of beeping echoed from the other end, Yan Shu's expression soured. Had he known, it might have been better to simply forfeit the experience card. Burst through the door and unleash a powerful attack. Driver, please hurry. My friend is hopelessly addicted to a game and is currently being overwhelmed by a group. I urgently need to rescue him. The driver, intrigued, twitched his mouth at the thought of his own child recently obsessed with a particular game, constantly exclaiming about achieving kills and becoming a godlike figure. The intensity of their obsession seemed not far removed from madness. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, the driver, envisioning his future, quickly replied, All right, hold on tight. And Yu gazed out at the swiftly passing shadows of the streets, feeling the earlier urgency dissipate. The sudden surge of panic seemed like an illusion, prompting him to calm his mind and reflect. Indeed, when he heard Yan Shu mention facing the river realm, his heart was genuinely filled with concern. He realized he was afraid that the boy with the crescent-eyed smile would be harmed, even terrified that he might perish. Perhaps he was the guiding light, leading him into an extraordinary world. Perhaps it was the unmasked trust in his eyes that inspired such feelings within him. Perhaps it is due to his unwavering willingness to assist himself. If there exists a reason that could compel an individual to exert such effort at this thought, and Yu's half-lidded eyes trembled gently. It must be affection indeed. Perhaps he ought to cherish himself. Meanwhile, in the depths of the 5th-level morgue, Yan Shu squatted on the ground, filled with regret. He glanced at the small map, observing the deep green dot representing Yu rapidly approaching, and could not help but grimace. A tiny figure appeared in his mind, frantically urging him. Why are you crouching there? Go on, activate the experience card, and get it over with in a few swift moves. What good would it do him? Even if he came, he might very well be there to thwart your efforts. Moreover, even if he arrived with the key, what difference would it make? Can you guarantee he won't be harmed? Even if you could assure his safety, how would you explain the experience card? He is astute. Concocting a tale to deceive him would only. The more he pondered, the more sense it made, and Yan Shu abruptly stood up. Indeed, when did he become so indecisive, so hesitant? As expected, emotions only impede his speed in drawing the sword. A true man should advance fearlessly, never looking back. With this resolution, he swiftly accessed the system and, in a bid to save time, activated the Chuanjing experience card. Bang! A heavy iron door flew open with a resounding crash, forcefully slamming into the darkness of the chamber. Inside the morgue, amidst the rows of pull-out iron cabinets, 2 beams of red light suddenly materialized. Tap, tap, tap. A youth clad in a white coat and black casual trousers entered, wielding a golden longsword. The moment he stepped into the room, Yan Shu locked onto the lowest left iron cabinet. Chapter 18. Little fish, I was wrong to thwart the mysterious escape. Yan Shu resolutely stationed himself at the entrance, blocking the way. With a swift motion of his long sword, a crescent-shaped golden sword aura surged forth. Just as the iron cabinet was about to be struck, bang! A humanoid creature, swathed in white cloth, leaped from the cabinet, hastening towards the door, only to be met by several sword auras. Its crimson, beastly eyes narrowed slightly upon sensing the intruder's cultivation level, bracing itself to endure the sword strikes with a desperate roll. Just managing to evade 2 deadly attacks, the remaining sword auras still left deep, bone-revealing gashes across its body. Gritting its teeth, the half-prone creature let out a fierce roar at Yan Shu. Having adapted to the dimness, coupled with the light streaming in from outside, Yan Shu finally discerned the mysterious figure. Overall, this being bore a striking resemblance to a human, yet its features were grotesque, with a dark blue hue enveloping its form. Its ears fanned out like sharp spikes, and its mouth was lined with a multitude of jagged teeth. Its claw-like hands and feet bore elongated barbs at the joints, and its body was covered in dense, tough scales, reminiscent of a mutated marine creature. Realizing the futility of resisting, and compounded by its injuries, the monster tilted its head back and unleashed a silent subsonic wave, activating its spiritual defense. Yan Shu instantly surmised that the creature was prepared to fight to the death, and without hesitation, he pointed his sword directly at its head. A wave of invisible energy spread forth, and before Yan Shu could ascertain whether he had struck true, his vision blurred. In a disorienting moment, he found himself submerged in an ocean, feeling an overwhelming weight pressing against his chest, nearly crushing his insides. The suffocating sensation rendered him breathless, intensifying his discomfort. Before he could comprehend the situation, a chill surged toward him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Drawing upon his reflexes honed through rigorous training, he attempted to evade, yet the aquatic environment hindered his escape, resulting in a sharp pain in his side as blood mingled with the surrounding water, attracting a swarm of dark shapes. Despite the agony coursing through him, Yan Shu maintained his composure, quickly recalling the system's mention of the creature's psychic abilities. Although he did not fully grasp their operational principles, he understood they were akin to illusions or hypnosis. Surely, it could not truly drag him beneath the waves. The creature lacked such formidable power. Regardless, he possessed a skill that could extricate him from his predicament. With his initial experience in mind and a desire to bolster his combat proficiency, he refrained from unleashing his full power immediately. Instead, he enveloped himself in sword aura, leveraging his formidable mental strength to sense the currents of the ocean, deftly avoiding the creature's lethal strikes with increasing skill. Damn, this fiend is targeting my vital points with every attack. Just wait. Meanwhile, the humanoid creature, suspended in Yan Shu's grasp, realized that aside from its initial attack, subsequent efforts had proven ineffective, merely serving to enhance Yan Shu's combat experience. Thus, a thought of escape began to take root in its mind. With its crimson eyes locked onto the gap beside Yan Shu, it made a swift dash toward the door. Trying to flee, the experienced pack, unwilling to continue cooperation, had lost its value. Yan Shu no longer pondered this matter and unleashed his ultimate move, decapitation. He bent forward slightly, raised his hand, and made a motion as if drawing a sword. A beautifully crafted golden greatsword appeared out of thin air, soaring skyward. In an instant, the ocean shattered like foam, and Yan Shu's gaze returned to the morgue. With narrowed eyes, he pointed directly at the monster, and the suspended golden greatsword thundered downward, piercing its chest with lethal precision. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving rewards. Designated skill scroll. Sea Realm Experience Card X1. His tense body relaxed upon confirming the enemy's demise, but the pain in his abdomen intensified. Yan Shu frowned as he surveyed the chaotic surroundings. With a flick of his thoughts, the greatsword transformed into a torrent of sword energy, dissipating and leaving behind a mysterious corpse now pierced through. The sound of footsteps echoed. Yan Shu turned his head to listen. Someone was approaching. Moments later, the clattering ceased and transformed swiftly into the sound of running. With no time to spare, Yan Shu moved to conceal the monster's body and swiftly departed. As he reached the corner, he spotted Yu dashing toward him, closely followed by several other presences. In a quick motion, Yan Shu positioned himself in front of his companion. Who? Yu, startled by the sudden appearance, took 2 steps back, instinctively reaching for a scalpel to strike. Yan Shu grasped his partner's hand firmly. Little fish, it's me. Yan Shu, what happened? Yu exhaled in relief upon recognizing him, but his breath caught again as he noticed the crimson stains on Yan Shu's waist. Shu, someone is coming. With no time for further words, Yan Shu lifted Yu and executed a roll, landing atop the densely packed pipes above them, where they crouched silently. Peering through the gaps in the pipes, they observed 7 or 8 individuals passing below, all clad in security uniforms, evidently having discovered the anomaly in the morgue. At that moment, the River Realm experience card expired, and an unprecedented wave of weakness washed over Yan Shu. His vision darkened, and he leaned forward, on the verge of collapsing when a strong arm pulled him back. Are you all right? Yu, noticing Yan Shu's condition, furrowed his brow in concern. After waiting a moment without a response, he glanced up. Yan Shu? Yes. Little fish. At that moment, Yan Shu not only felt dizzy, but also experienced a slight ringing in his ears. Blinking his unfocused eyes, he leaned toward his companion. I'm feeling a bit lightheaded. Little fish. The upper area, crisscrossed with pipes, grew increasingly dim, with weak breaths gently rising and falling. Yu's eyes glimmered with a faint blue light, granting him an instinctive awareness of their surroundings. With one hand securing Yan Shu's waist, he lifted the blood-soaked inner garment, revealing a gaping wound, spanning several centimeters across his abdomen, causing Yu to frown. After a careful examination, Yu released a sigh of relief, although the wound appeared gruesome. It was not deep and had not struck any vital areas. With proper stitching and a few days of rest, he would recover. However, recalling that Yan Shu had not waited for him ignited a wave of frustration. Why didn't you wait for me? Why not directly inform the Night Watchers? The chilling inquiry of Yu pierced the profound silence of the space. Leaning against his companion for solace, Yan Shu was suddenly gripped by a shiver. He opened his mouth, feeling a twinge of guilt, and lowered his gaze. The reckless abandon of his previous bravado now bore the weight of an impending funeral. In truth, Xiao Yu. Enough. Yu turned his head, abruptly interrupting Yan Shu's hesitant confession, suddenly uninterested in hearing his justifications. After all, the words spoken would hardly reflect his true thoughts. As for the reasons, they were easily discernible upon reflection. He had always understood that he merely sought a means to vent his frustrations. It was not that he wished to see him hurt. The decision not to report was simply a matter of forfeiting the opportunity to acquire the mysterious corpse once the Night Watchers were notified. A heavy silence enveloped them. Yan Shu furtively glanced at his expressionless companion, his heart sinking in regret. Had he known, he would never have made that call. He had painstakingly cultivated a friendship with his ally. Surely, he would not risk losing their affection. Would his companion think he looked down on him, that he did not trust him? Would he be excluded from future discoveries of valuable findings? The more he pondered, the more anxious he became, prompting him to turn to Yu and sincerely apologize. Xiao Yu, I was wrong. From now on, if you ask me to wait, I will undoubtedly wait. They say anger is punishing oneself for another's mistakes. I shall certainly refrain from acting recklessly in the future. Please do not be upset. Therefore, given my sincere apology, if you happen to uncover anything remarkable in your research, you must share it freely with me. Chapter 19. I am still a child due to Yan Shu's overly sincere attitude in admitting his mistake, and Yu resembled a deflated balloon, slowly regaining composure while the atmosphere turned slightly peculiar. Considering that Yan Shu finally recognized the inappropriateness of his actions, and Yu adjusted his glasses, feeling somewhat awkward as he withdrew his hand, stating, "This shall not happen again." All right. Yan Shu nodded rapidly. as though he were about to raise 3 fingers in a solemn vow. "Let's depart." And Xingyu rose and assessed the surroundings before gracefully leaping down. Upon landing, he looked up and said, "Be careful. I will catch you." Yan Shu placed a hand on his waist and followed suit, jumping down. After securely supporting the one who landed, and Xingyu turned to leave, saying, "Let us go." "Where to?" "To clean up." Oh, you are truly wonderful, little fish." "What? I didn't even notice. You are so clever." "Thank goodness for you. I almost revealed everything." As Xingyu listened to the flurry of compliments tinged with flattery, the corners of his tightly pressed lips subtly lifted. 2 hours later, in Xingyu's underground laboratory, 2 slender hands deftly maneuvered, quickly stitching up the wound beneath them with perfection. All done. For the time being, avoid water and refrain from vigorous activities. Under the glaring surgical lights, Yan Shu, bare-chested and lying with eyes closed, immediately opened them upon hearing his companion's admonition. "Little fish, you are incredible. You can even stitch wounds." He glanced down at the neatly wrapped white bandage around his abdomen, and just as he intended to touch the wound, his hand was swatted away. "Do not be reckless. Let heal naturally." Yan Shu replied, "Little fish, are you somewhat breaking character? Where has my formerly aloof companion gone?" After casting several glances at his companion, Yan Shu noticed the hint of impatience in Xingyu's gaze and, feeling a tad embarrassed, rubbed his nose before donning Xingyu's attire. "Very well. It was indeed my misperception. Once dressed, we shall return to the hospital." Watching his companion busily organizing the laboratory, with no time to pay him any mind, Yan Shu felt a pang of indignation. He recalled a half-full bottle of intravenous solution back at the hospital, and his expression soured. "Little fish, do you realize how your current behavior appears?" In response, Xingyu remained unfazed, standing rigidly with his back turned. Yan Shu, undeterred by his companion's disregard, ambled toward the door, muttering softly, like a heartless being, used and discarded, insincere, fickle. Suddenly, a shattering sound echoed as a test tube broke, causing the figure nearby to freeze momentarily, veins bulging on his forehead. With a snap, Yan Shu blinked at the door that had nearly collided with his nose, momentarily at a loss for words. "Is it really that serious? I was merely making a jest." As he continued to mumble while walking, Yan Shu glanced back at the dilapidated old house with its dismal surroundings, then thought of his companion's dim, damp, cramped, and precarious underground chamber, feeling a wave of profound reflection. Indeed, the harsher the environment, the more likely it is to cultivate genius. Feeling a pang of sympathy for his struggling friend, Yan Shu began to contemplate ways to enhance their living conditions. How could he drive a luxurious Land Rover while his friend was left to navigate a tricycle? Upon his return to the hospital, he was promptly escorted by a nurse to his room, where she sternly warned him that should he dare to venture outside again, he would face the consequence of 10 bottles of medication. Yan Shu sighed deeply for the 132nd time when a knock echoed at the door. "Come in," he called out weakly. "Ah, we meet again, little brother." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Yan Shu looked up to see Wen Qima. With 2 companions bearing milk and fruit in tow, Yan Shu immediately understood their intentions and greeted them with a smile. "What brings you here?" "We came to check on you," Wen Qima replied, setting the milk aside and settling into a nearby chair. Feeling a tad embarrassed, Yan Shu scratched his head, his expression conveying that he felt guilty for their efforts, having only met them once before. "By the way, I wanted to discuss something with you," Wu Xiaonan interjected, producing a stack of documents and joining Wen Qima by the chair. What is it that requires my input?" Yan Shu inquired, curiosity piqued. "We are here to formally invite you to join our night watchers," Wu Xiaonan announced. "Huh? Given our conversation yesterday, you must have gathered some insights about us." Yan Shu remarked, "You are an organization that specifically addresses incidents involving extraordinary individuals like myself, correct?" Yan Shu nodded in acknowledgement. "You are partially correct," Wu Xiaonan clarified. "We are actually— Wait a moment." Yan Shu interjected, raising his hand to halt Wu Xiaonan's explanation. "You should refrain from elaborating further. I'm still just a child, preparing for my graduation and doctoral exams." The bewildered Wu Xiaonan who had meticulously prepared an elaborate speech to entice this innocent youth into their ranks, was left momentarily speechless. 3 question marks forming in his mind. Why is this child not following the script? Should I take my leave then? When Shima observed the rare sight of his team leader at a loss and chuckled softly, "Aren't you curious why you awakened your abilities? What our organization truly entails? What lies behind us?" "I am curious, yet I do not wish to know," Yan Shu replied. He glanced at the intrigued duo and quoted Lin Xie from the original text. "According to the logic of film and literature, once I learn your information, I am left with 2 choices, either to join or to be killed, imprisoned, or brainwash you are overthinking it. We are an official, legitimate organization." When Shimo responded, exasperated, "Even if you choose not to join, we would merely have you sign a confidentiality agreement. So what you're saying is that regardless of whether I choose to join or not, you want to force me?" Yan Shu clarified. "Of course not. You should read fewer novels." Oh, hearing this, Yan Shu felt a sense of relief wash over him. "In that case, it would be best for you not to speak any further, for I fear that my resolve may waver and I might be tempted to join in. This insufferable brat, unyielding as stone, is this merely a test of the composure he has cultivated over the years?" In a moment of frustration, Wu Xiangnan's veins bulged with anger, and when Shima's fists clenched tightly. Consequently, Wu Xiangnan flung the documents in his hand onto the hospital bed, unleashing his ultimate move. "What is this? My investigative materials?" Yan Shu glanced at the pages and widened his eyes upon noticing that 2 sets of parents had reported their children missing. He could hardly maintain his previously skeptical demeanor. "Well then, since you show no interest in understanding, let us take a little trip together," Wu Xiangnan stated expressionlessly, suspected of abducting classmates, and not just 1, but 2. "Shima, how many years is the sentence for human trafficking?" 5 years minimum, up to 10 years of imprisonment, when Shimo replied with a smile. What nonsense are you spouting? I am a law-abiding citizen. When have I ever engaged in the abduction of classmates? Chapter 20. Mastery of Swordsmanship, Yan Shu cried out in indignation, internally berating the serpent demon. Was it not clear that its intellect was severely lacking? With a companion slain, should it not have realized that its disguise had been uncovered? Surely, the immediate instinct would be to flee, rather than to seek help from authorities. Was it simply too cowardly to escape swiftly enough? He then recalled that the original narrative had depicted the serpent demon's progenitor with similar follies, prompting a sigh from Yan Shu. Such intelligence, it seemed, was indeed hereditary. In truth, Wu Xiangnan had suppressed any connection to Yan Shu the moment he learned of this case. Upon investigation, it became evident that Yan Shu was a gentle and courteous youth, inherently kind-hearted, who, in an effort to protect his classmates, had risked exposing his extraordinary abilities, in addition to his role in vanquishing the mysterious entities. Wu Xiangnan astutely sensed that there was more to this matter than met the eye. Thus, he resolved to inquire personally, making this visit one of his primary objectives. "Now, please enlighten me about your 2 classmates," he urged. Yan Shu did not respond immediately. Instead, he countered, "Where are their parents?" "Are you suggesting as the deputy captain?" Seasoned in the analysis of cases, he prided himself on his acute perception of every detail. Yet, upon hearing Yan Shu's question, his expression shifted, realizing he had overlooked a critical point. "My 2 classmates have already transformed into serpent demons," Yan Shu stated, furrowing his brow as his mind raced to consider the implications this revelation would have on the unfolding narrative. Furthermore, he paused, glancing at the suddenly alert duo, and continued, "I suspect their parents may be the same." "What do you mean? Please elaborate." Yan Shu proceeded to outline the unusual behaviors exhibited by his classmates. "How can you be certain they are not themselves?" "It was my classmate, and Qingyu, who first noticed their peculiarities," Yan Shu explained. "She is the same classmate you erased memories from yesterday. A prodigy, she is the pride of Tsangnan City, a rare talent in a century, and the principal's treasured pupil. Moreover, she recently completed her Master S degree in biology and is set to pursue her doctorate in the coming semester, focusing on genetics and mutations. With a keen interest in clinical medicine." The academically challenged Wen Qima stared at Yan Shu, astonished by his prideful demeanor, and after a moment of silence, could only utter, "A genius." Is it truly possible for such talent to exist in this world? Wu Xiangnan, who had always fancied himself quite intelligent, found himself dwarfed by the brilliance of Yan Shu's classmate. "So, you eliminated them afterwards?" Wu Xiangnan inquired. "Yes. Once I struck them down, they revealed their true forms as serpent demons," Yan Shu affirmed. "Can their corpses not attest to this?" Yan Shu blinked innocently at the two. "I discarded them into the sewer." Wu Xiangnan exchanged glances with his companion, choosing not to press further. "You should directly approach those parents for a test. They're undoubtedly serpent demons as well," Yan Shu asserted with unwavering confidence. "Understood. We shall arrange for that immediately." Wu Xiangnan adjusted the earphones resting on his ears and said, "Captain, did you hear that? We are en route, and Zhao and I will first investigate Wang Ziyuan's residence." On the other end, Chun Mai, while starting the vehicle, was instructing Hong Ying and Xiao Nand to proceed to another location. "Understood. Maintain contact at all times." Beep. With that matter settled, they returned to the main topic, resuming their discussion about joining the group. Yan Shu secretly rolled his eyes, still obstinately holding to his stance. "I am but a child. Please spare me. I have no interest in your affairs. Where did you dispose of the serpent demon's corpse? By the way, I recall a mysterious occurrence in the old city recently. The rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every individual. Although I am merely an 18-year-old freshman, I have not forgotten my duty to my country." Yan Shu's expression sharpened as he leapt up from the hospital bed, firmly grasping Wu Xiangnan's hand, his tone earnest. "Please, let me join you. What a kid. So young yet possessing two faces." When Qima could no longer contain his laughter. "Are you certain? Our organization adheres to the principle of personal choice. If you have any thoughts, do express them." "Absolutely certain," Yan Shu, smiling outwardly yet internally brimming with determination, replied. "However, I have sustained an injury recently. May I postpone my enrollment by a week?" "That's not an issue." Wu Xiangnan nodded in understanding. "You can report in a week." "What is it, Vice Captain?" When Qima queried, noticing Wu Xiangnan's sudden seriousness as he pressed the earphone. "It's confirmed. Both families have transformed into serpent demons. And during the eradication of the other family, Hong Ying and the others discovered that two neighboring families had also been infected, with two others fleeing amidst the chaos. Let us go, Qima. We need to provide support." "Understood." As Wu Xiangnan rose, he cautioned Yan Shu, "You should report directly to the Peace Affairs Office in a week. We have matters to attend to, so we won't linger." "All right, please take care as well," Yan Shu replied, nodding obediently and waving them off. Bang! The door closed once more. Phew! Yan Shu exhaled, his taut nerves finally relaxing. Before he could fully recline, the anesthesia from his abdominal stitches wore off, and he grimaced in pain. Fortunately, had it been just a few minutes earlier, Wu Xiangnan and the others would have certainly discovered his condition. Perhaps even this hospital affair would not have remained concealed. Ah, he nearly forgot his reward. Yan Shu locked the door again and returned to his bed, clutching his abdomen, the pain causing him to wince. Focusing intently, he activated the system, preparing to fuse the skill scrolls when prompted to select a skill type. Drawing from his previous experience, Yan Shu contemplated earnestly. Currently, unarmed combat skills offered limited assistance. In the realm of slaying gods, how often does one engage in hand-to-hand combat? Everyone else wields weapons. Would one really go unarmed against a blade? Thus, the most beneficial skills for him now would undoubtedly be those that bolster his abilities in the realm of virtual confinement. Do not be deceived by his seemingly effortless manipulation of sword energy within the Forbidden Void. In truth, he possesses not a shred of swordsmanship. His prowess derives entirely from the overwhelming attack power granted by the Forbidden Void, which he utilizes to overpower his foes. Consequently, he found his previous encounters unsatisfactory, lacking in finesse and precision. Opting for the swordsmanship skill, he received a notification. Ding! Swordsmanship mastery granted. With the adage that practice makes perfect, Yan Shu deftly grasped the ancient scroll and pressed it against his forehead. Instantly, the fundamentals of swordsmanship techniques and myriad sword styles from various nations flooded into his consciousness. Every essence of slashing, stabbing, and cleaving along with defensive maneuvers such as parrying and blocking, seamlessly integrated into his mind. Half an hour later, Yan Shu opened his eyes, feeling as if he had spent years honing his sword skills in a confined space. For a moment, he stared vacantly at the ceiling above. He sensed that, should he confront the creature from the Chuan realm now, he would possess at least a 70% chance of vanquishing it, even without utilizing an experience card. With the card in hand, the odds tilted to a favorable 3-7. With 3 strikes, he could strike down a monster with precision. Chapter 21. The Doomsday Base shaking his head. He refocused his thoughts and opened his personal panel to take a look. Personal information name: Yan Shu. Age: 18. Place of birth: Songnan City. Race: Human realm. Early stage of Zhangjing physical data: Speed 10, Strength 12, Endurance 10, Intelligence 7. Constitution Permanent 1. Note: the attributes of adults are 6. The original body's initial attributes are 4. Forbidden Void, Sword World Divine Void. None Forbidden Objects, none Curious Objects. Life and Death Talisman, Money Tree. Ocean Realm Experience Card X1 Skills: proficient in barehanded combat, proficient in swordsmanship this time. The fusion of skills did not enhance physical attributes as it had when he merged barehanded combat. It seemed that swordsmanship and barehanded combat were fundamentally different. One affected the physical body directly, resulting in a slight improvement in physical attributes upon fusion, while the other pertained to swordsmanship techniques, thus yielding no enhancement. The following afternoon, Yan Shu eagerly awaited the final infusion to complete. Once the last drop of medicine had dripped, he skillfully removed the 4-needle and quietly slipped out of the hospital. Today, he intended to surprise Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, are you there? Hurry up, my flowers are withering." Leaning against a roadside willow tree, Yan Shu pulled out his phone for the 3rd time to urge her. "I'm here." A familiar, cool voice sounded from behind. As Yan Shu turned, he immediately brightened, bending his eyes into a charming smile as he grasped his friend's wrist and led her away. Indeed, handsome in any attire, Yan Shu admired his companion. A simple, pure white top, loose black casual pants, and a pair of clean white sneakers, exuding an aura of freshness. If Lin Xie represented the charming, innocent boy-next-door type, and Xingyu embodied the cool, scholarly charm. "Let us go. Xiaoyu, I have something amazing for you." A surprise. He hailed a taxi, but as soon as he sat down, his expression slightly contorted before he relaxed and settled in. "Sir, please take us to 12 Taohua Avenue in the Old District, thank you. I brought some medicine and bandages. I will find a place to change them later." Xiaoyu, you're so thoughtful." Glancing at Yan Shu, whose face was filled with gratitude, and Xingyu calmly returned his gaze. He had already heard this compliment countless times over the past 2 days, and he was nearly immune to it. Then, as if struck by a thought, his eyes brightened. He realized Yan Shu must be taking him to see the mysterious thing they had discussed yesterday. "Here we are, sir. Please stop here." "All right, that will be 22 yuan. Thank you." After exiting the vehicle, perhaps due to it being the weekend, the streets were bustling with people, the sounds of vendors, haggling, and promotional events echoing all around. Various snack stalls were abundant. The two walked along a small poplar-lined path for a few minutes, and, as the crowd thinned, they arrived at a quaint little house surrounded by a wall over 2 meters high, covered in climbing ivy. Yan Shu rifled through his memories and, with a hint of nostalgia, retrieved a key from beneath a flower pot at the left corner of the wall. He unlocked the gate and stepped inside. "This is my family's old house in the Old District. We moved to the new city 3 years ago after my grandparents passed away. It seems quite tranquil here. Aside from the inconvenient transportation, it's a suitable place for the elderly to reside." Ang Kinjiu surveyed the surroundings, her gaze falling upon the nearby 2-story wooden cottage. Despite the mere few streets separating them, the tranquility here starkly contrasted with the bustling atmosphere upon her arrival. "Come on," she said. "Though it has been 3 years since anyone lived here, I still return periodically to clean and maintain it." As they descended the stairs, Yan Shu approached the brown door and pushed it open, exploring the living room with a casual touch. "Not bad. This cleaning service has done quite a commendable job." Behind her, Ang Kinjiu paused, a flicker of intrigue igniting within her as she observed the person meandering ahead. The first floor comprised the living room, kitchen, and study. Yan Shu led her companion upstairs to continue the tour. The second floor has 3 rooms. The one on the left belonged to my grandparents. The middle one is my parents', and the far right was where I used to stay. Although the house had been unoccupied for 3 years, it was well maintained, appearing bright and clean with a refreshing ambience. Having just undergone a thorough cleaning, the doors and windows stood wide open, allowing the fragrant scent of wood to permeate the air. The third floor featured a terrace, which was once a favored spot for her grandparents to enjoy the cool breeze. Finally arriving at her own room, Yan Shu turned to her companion and said, "Little fish, why not move in with me?" Indeed, Ang Kinjiu felt a stirring in her heart. Upon hearing the mention of the recent cleaning, she had surmised Yan Shu's intentions. "There's no need. I appreciate your kindness," she replied, shaking her head. Although she was aware of her own less-than-ideal living conditions, it did not mean she could easily accept an invitation to stay at someone else's home. Even with their current close relationship, she had no intention of relocating. "Don't be so quick to refuse," Yan Shu countered, having anticipated her reluctance and prepared her trump card. "You needn't worry about my invitation being turned down. I have one more crucial place to show you." She guided her friend to a concealed iron door on the first floor, its security code hinting at its significance. "My father was a doomsday theorist, so he constructed an underground survival base." Entering the code, the iron door creaked open. The entire base connected the front and backyards, spanning over 200 square meters, equipped with comprehensive facilities, water, electricity, gas, and an independent power generator, alleviating any concerns regarding power outages. As long as sufficient food supplies were secured, one could comfortably reside there for years, making it an ideal setting for your experimental research, little fish. At the moment Ang Kinjiu stepped into the base, her eyes widened, and her heart began to waver. While she could disregard her basic needs, her deep-seated fascination with exploring the unknown compelled her to recognize the urgent necessity for a secure, secluded, and spacious laboratory. This base was, for her, a timely boon. "What do you think? Not too shabby, right?" Yan Shu observed the gleam in her friend's eyes, raising her chin with a sense of pride. She knew that no scientific enthusiast could resist a facility that fulfilled all their aspirations. The base was also equipped with heating and ventilation systems, ensuring a warm and dry environment beneath the surface. Yan Shu led her companion through several counters until they reached a wooden door. Here lay a cozy lounge, small yet fully equipped, furnished with all the necessities for immediate move-in. Ahem! And Xingyu tilted her head and gently cleared her throat, surveying the space before commenting. "I quite like it." Yan Shu blinked, recognizing this affirmative response, and her eyes crinkled in delight. "All right, you can return later to bring your things over." And Xingyu glanced at the smiling figure beside her, her ears gradually tinged with a faint blush. She adjusted her silver-framed glasses and looked at the bed in the lounge, saying, "Just sit there, it's time to change the bandage." "Oh." The topic shifted abruptly, leaving Yan Shu momentarily bewildered before she nodded and obediently walked over, lifting the hem of her clothing. Though she understood that her friend was feeling shy, being the considerate companion she was, she had to accommodate her. "Ouch! It hurts. Can you not apply that?" "No, the wound must be disinfected." "Then please be gentler. Stop being unreasonable." "Yan Shu?" "How am I being unreasonable?" After changing the bandage, Yan Shu supported herself against the bed, her face pale as she took a moment to regain her composure before finally rising. Chapter 22. Elopement? After tending to his wounds, Yan Shu continued to escort his companions on a tour of the underground facility. As they passed 2 colossal refrigeration units, and Xingyu was captivated by the mysterious contents visible through the semi-transparent glass. "May I open it?" he inquired eagerly. "Of course, they will belong to you in due time." Observing his companion's enthusiastic demeanor, Yan Shu felt a bead of cold sweat form on his brow, as Xingyu seemed poised to perform an impromptu dissection. He promptly handed over the keys, saying, "This is the key to the premises. The password for the underground facility is—" "I already know," and Xingyu interjected, immediately turning his attention back to the freezer, muttering to himself, "How extraordinary! What a fascinating structure! How did it come to be? This world is simply enthralling." "Well then, I shall take my leave. Yes, do return swiftly. And Xingyu waved dismissively, his expression one of deep concentration in his research. Yan Shu sighed, observing his unwavering companion, who was eager to delve into his studies, feeling an unsettling sense of being disposable. The winds howl and the waters of the Yi River freeze. Yan Shu thought, rolling his eyes as he exited the basement alone. Yet, he felt a twinge of happiness that his companion no longer had to endure the hardships of the past and could finally pursue his passions. Upon emerging into the bustling thoroughfare, Yan Shu hesitated momentarily in his attempt to hail a cab, then opted to find a restaurant where he enjoyed 2 bowls of rice and packed a meal to go. Upon returning to his quaint cottage, he found it empty. After placing the food on the living room table, he left again. However, as soon as he returned to the hospital, he was promptly intercepted by a nurse. Fortunately, he had managed to sneak out only after completing his 4 treatment, and the nurse merely scolded him for a while. Originally intending to be discharged that day, his recent injury necessitated a delay of several days. During this time, he would sneak off to the old city daily after his 4 sessions to assist his companion with changing bandages. His newly liberated friend was engrossed in the dissection of a corpse, and when Yan Shu interrupted his fervor with mundane activities such as eating, taking a nap, or using the restroom, and Xingyu could no longer tolerate the distractions and finally expelled him from the laboratory on the 3rd day. How could one treat an injured person so? Yan Shu muttered under his breath, pouting. In truth, it was a testament to Yan Shu's talent that he could nearly rattle the typically composed and astute in Xingyu. Most would have been greeted with a scalpel's warning in such circumstances. Noticing that time was slipping away, Yan Shu leisurely made his way to the bustling area to catch a cab back to the hospital to finalize his discharge. Upon returning home, he closed the door and tossed the keys on the coffee table, only to spot a red, intricately designed good luck pouch hanging from the center of the money tree in the living room. The sight rekindled the thrill of unboxing for him. Having learned from past experiences, Yan Shu washed his hands in the kitchen multiple times. This time, it cannot possibly be garbage, he thought, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. As he removed the pouch, his left eyelid twitched twice. Left eye twitches wealth, right eye twitches disaster, he recalled. This time, it must signify prosperity, a good omen. With newfound confidence, Yan Shu carefully opened the pouch and retrieved a small green bottle from within. Upon seeing a jade vial, Yan Shu raised an eyebrow. His luck seemed to be rather favorable this time. The first thought that crossed his mind was the elixirs found in cultivation novels. After circling around, he finally spotted the product description on the bottle. Golden healing powder, specifically designed to treat bruises and wounds from blades and swords. Usage for external application. Simply sprinkle directly onto the wound. Yan Shu blinked and glanced at his own waist and abdomen. I'm nearly healed and ready to have my stitches removed. And now it arrives. What use is that? After tossing the vial into the drawer, Yan Shu paused, then retrieved it once more, planning to have a friend analyze its components tomorrow, hoping for mass production. Although it was of no immediate use, opportunities would surely arise in the future. It was evident that this concoction was not something easily obtainable from the outside world. Being the lazy person he was, he ordered takeout for dinner, intending to retire early that night. Ding! Side quest issued. A significant gathering of ghost-faced individuals has been detected 5 kilometers away, conspiring to commit wrongdoing. As an aspiring member of the Night Watch, how could one tolerate such provocation? Do you accept this assassination mission? While Yan Shu was cautiously showering, the sudden notification in his mind startled him greatly. After waiting for a moment without further prompt from the system, Yan Shu poked at it. Did you forget to mention the reward? There is no reward for this task. Yan Shu was taken aback. Are you serious? Although you were previously unreliable, at least the rewards were substantial. This is a bit excessive. Completing a task without compensation felt akin to working without pay. Others demand the horse to run while providing no fodder. You offer nothing at all. Are you of Jewish descent? Or has the situation deteriorated to this extent? The host may decline this task. Yan Shu paused, realizing the system implied it did not recommend him accepting the mission. However, it issued the task nonetheless. Pondering this, Yan Shu stroked his chin, deducing that the system must adhere to a certain operational mechanism in a broad sense. Yet, minor flexible adjustments were permissible as long as the overarching direction remained unaffected. For instance, this task needed to be published, yet it explicitly indicated he could refuse. This suggested that the side quest was either unimportant or that the outcome would remain unchanged regardless of his decision. I refuse. The side quest has been declined. Please remain attentive for subsequent tasks. Reflecting on the original narrative regarding the congregation of ghost-faced individuals, Yan Shu suddenly understood. Indeed, even if he chose not to intervene, the Night Watch would inevitably take action, albeit with a few escaping. The plot had progressed to this point, which meant Lin Xie would likely arrive at school the following day. Contemplating this, Yan Shu felt a twinge of sentiment, despite having been there for several days. Aside from that chance encounter last week, he had yet to formally meet the protagonist. It was just about time for him to return to class. The next day, Yan Shu arrived at class amidst the chirping of crickets along the way. After skillfully navigating the enthusiastic greetings from his classmates and settling down, his neighbor Li Wei eagerly leaned over. "What's up?" Seeing the glimmer in Li Wei's eyes and his eager expression, Yan Shu felt inexplicably perplexed. Did Wang Ziyuan and Zhang Ying truly elope? What does that mean? Yan Shu blinked, curious, and asked, "Who told you that?" Li Wei wore an expression that suggested he was not to be deceived. Of course, it was Uncle Hat. Didn't they leave right after we finished the movie last Friday? And then, that day, they did not return home, and the following day, their parents reported them missing. Uncle Hat even summoned me for questioning, as we were the last to see them before their disappearance. Were you not called in for questioning? I was hospitalized at that time, but someone did come to the hospital to inquire. I just said I haven't seen you. Upon hearing that his frail classmate had once again been admitted to the hospital, Li Wei displayed a look of pity. Yan Shu, observing this, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. You should focus on your studies. I heard their essay mathematics mock test today. How infuriating. Why must you ruin my good mood so early in the morning? I thought you were just idling about, so I decided to instill some pressure to energize you. If only I possessed the intelligence of Shueishan, how I envy him for being able to skip class entirely. Ignoring the lamentations nearby, Yan Shu glanced at the empty desk of Qingyu and sighed. This fellow, having found a new direction, he even went ahead and applied for a leave of absence. Alas, the light of the principal has flown away. Chapter 23. The Phantom Face on the Other Side. Lin Xie, a freshman who had just transferred to a new school, stood at the classroom door, inhaling deeply before stepping inside. With a hint of youthful idealism, he had anticipated the typical isolation that often accompanies transferring schools, especially considering his vision impairment. Merely avoiding bullying would be a stroke of luck. To his astonishment, as soon as he crossed the threshold and before he could utter a self-introduction, a group of enthusiastic classmates surrounded him, assisting him with his backpack, guiding him to a seat, and even fetching water for him. This overwhelming display of kindness left Lin Xie momentarily bewildered. Frankly, this experience deviated significantly from the narratives he had encountered in novels. "Do you know me?" Lin Xie inquired, his expression revealing his surprise. "Of course. We learned about you last week. Our homeroom teacher informed us," patiently explained the class monitor, Jiang Qian. "By the way, your aunt delivered eggs to us last week, asking us to look after you." Understanding dawned upon Lin Xie as he vividly recalled the image of his aunt personally distributing eggs, which brought a slight moisture to the black satin ribbon that covered his eyes. Due to the overly friendly attentions of his classmates, he found himself being escorted to the restroom by several male classmates after each class, ostensibly to assist someone with a visual impairment. In truth, he had not consumed much water today and did not require such frequent trips to relieve himself. Possessing an unparalleled omniscient perspective within a 10-meter radius, Lin Xie navigated through his day with ease, unaffected by his thick satin blindfold as he walked, used the restroom, ate, and attended classes. For instance, upon exiting the lavatory, he was taken aback by the sight of someone ahead. It was him, the boy who had saved him not long ago. Clad in the same red and white school uniform, he was engaged in conversation about whether the cafeteria was serving braised fish that day. Was he also a student at this school? Lin Xie murmured to himself, excitement swelling within him, for the boy had once rescued him. Should he approach and greet him? Yet, as a passive individual, Lin Chia hesitated, and in that moment of indecision, the boy turned a corner and ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, Yan Shu remained oblivious to Lin Chia's presence behind him, for he lacked the protagonist's all-encompassing perception. He languidly yawned, sniffing at his somewhat congested nose, and glanced at a nearby classmate, asking, "Do you have any cold medicine? Have you fallen ill again?" Li Wei looked at Yan Shu, who had taken several days off and had only just returned to school, with exasperation. "Isn't it because you dressed too lightly this morning and caught a chill?" "Achoo! Hurry! I remember the class monitor has some." Fearing that his companion would once again drift away, Li Wei hastily pulled Yan Shu back to the classroom. Under the sparse moonlight, the bell signaling the end of evening study rang, and clusters of students exited the school gates, their laughter and chatter gradually fading into the night. Amidst the scattered crowds, a large group of over a dozen individuals stood out conspicuously. Upon exiting the school, Yan Shu did not even need to consult a map. He could easily spot the formidable presence of that group from a distance. With his exceptional vision of 5.0, Yan Shu could clearly see the young man, bound by a black satin ribbon around his eyes, caught in a group of peers, helplessly explaining something. He was presumably declining their well-meaning offer of accompaniment, although it was evidently to no avail. "Indeed, Chia, my home is also in the direction of the old city. It is merely along the way. Let us proceed. Do not obstruct others." Lin Chia, feeling troubled yet unable to refuse the enthusiastic classmates, replied. A few hundred meters behind the throng, Yan Shu ambled along at a leisurely pace, attentively monitoring Lin Chia's position on the small map while occasionally clearing his throat. Having detected the situation early and taken his medication promptly, Yan Shu's cough remained mild and had not escalated further. He merely needed to keep an eye on it. As they moved farther from the school, the classmates surrounding Lin Chia gradually bid farewell, and soon, only a few yellow dots remained beside Lin Chia's green dot on the map. As they entered a more secluded path, the surrounding lights grew dimmer, with a few flickering streetlights, creating a noticeably quieter atmosphere. Meanwhile, in the old city, a man in his 30s, carrying a signboard, paused in a dim alley. "This is the place." The man glanced around before stepping into a corner, forcefully planting the signboard into the ground, wiping the blood from his thumb as he declared, "No guard void." No sooner had he spoken than a faint red light emanated from the signboard, invisible to the ordinary eye, forming a triangular formation with two other beams of light, sealing off the area in between and forbidding any entrance or exit. The ghost-faced man's cleansing operation begins. Ding! Side quest activated. A ghost-faced figure has been detected 300 meters away, preparing to commit mischief. As a valiant and upstanding youth, how can one tolerate such scum wreaking havoc in his territory? Will you accept this extermination task? As the system's voice resonated, a piercing scream echoed from a distance. Yan Shu, trailing leisurely behind Lin Chia and his companions, halted upon hearing the system's notification. He raised his gaze forward and calmly approached a nearby streetlight, crouching down to poke at the system in his mind. Where's the reward? Upon completion of the task, the host may receive a reward. Forbidden item, little white blade. This time, the reward was indeed a forbidden item, and all this time, he had yet to acquire such an item, his previous rewards being either rare artifacts or skill scrolls. Yan Shu felt a twinge of curiosity regarding the distinction between forbidden items and rare artifacts, sensing they were somewhat similar. I accept. Although he accepted the task, he had no intention of rushing to the rescue. After all, the most brilliant redemption occurs just before the brink of despair. He was not a savior. The lives of others were of no concern to him, especially considering that two of these individuals had previously harmed his allies. Furthermore, the protagonist needed this encounter to gain insight. If he intervened too early and caused unforeseen complications, the consequences were too daunting to contemplate. While he waited, Yan Shu suddenly recalled a question he had long wished to pose. "Master, I am aware of what the forbidden object is, but what is this peculiar item? And how does it differ from the forbidden object? They seem quite similar to me." Host: a forbidden object refers to an item imbued with forbidden capabilities or possessing unique abilities. A peculiar item refers to tools produced by the system, which do not conform to the traditional notion of forbidden objects. Ah, I see. Yan Shu pondered as he absorbed the system's explanation, stroking his chin thoughtfully. His fortune tree indeed did not classify as a weapon or tool, nor did it possess any lethal properties. Having arrived at this understanding, Yan Shu shifted his gaze to the task section. He recalled that when the system issued the task earlier, it mentioned a term he had never encountered before, Ghostface General. He was familiar with Ghostface Man and Ghostface King, but what exactly was a Ghostface General? Although the original text made no mention of such a being, Yan Shu began to speculate, deducing that the Ghostface General's strength likely resided somewhere between the Ghostface Man and the Ghostface King. Chapter 24. The Act of Pretension. As Yan Shu squatted several hundred meters away, feeding mosquitoes, Lin Xie's experience was nothing short of tumultuous, unfolding the darker side of human nature in just a few fleeting minutes. Initially, a classmate named Wang Xiao met an untimely end in a narrow alley, prompting a group of concerned individuals to investigate, only to stumble upon a scene of monstrous carnage. Subsequently, Lin Xie was unceremoniously shoved to the ground by a fleeing classmate, while another, consumed by panic, disregarded his plight completely. Ultimately, he found himself betrayed by the class monitor, Jiang Qian, who, like him, had been left behind, becoming yet another victim. Not one to be trifled with, Lin Xie seized the opportunity to retaliate, using his cane to trip Jiang Qian, sending her to her doom as he fled, evading the monster's attention. At that moment, Lin Xie wished fervently for 8 legs, with his limited perception extending only 10 meters. He was soon cornered by 2 monstrous creatures blocking his escape. These beasts, resembling malevolent hounds, were imposing in stature, their crimson tongues extending ominously, leaving a pool of fetid saliva in their wake. The chilling tableau filled Lin Xie with profound regret. He lamented his earlier decision to investigate, wishing he had left to alert the authorities at the first sound of screams. With no routes of retreat and no avenues of escape, he found his face drained of color as an all-consuming emotion, despair, rose within him, a feeling he had encountered only 3 times in his 17 years. The first was a decade ago when he beheld the eyes upon the moon. The second occurred the previous week when he was pursued home by a lizard monster after collecting his subsidy for household goods. The third instance was now. Why was he so unfortunate? He had lost 10 years of sight gazing at the moon as a child, been chased by a lizard monster for a simple grocery trip, and on his very first day in new school, he was besieged by a monster. While most people might never face such horrors, he had encountered 3 within a mere few years. As Lin Xie was overwhelmed and torn apart by the 2 monsters, an eruption of golden light burst forth from his tightly shut eyelids, which had been closed for a decade. With a resounding boom, a brilliant golden beam shot skyward, dazzling and fervent. In that moment, half of Songnan was illuminated as brightly as day. The radiance was so striking that numerous pedestrians halted, captivated by the spectacle. Among them was Yan Shu, who had been squatting beneath a street lamp feeding mosquitoes, along with the members of the 136 Night Watch team, who had just dispatched a horde of ghostly figures. There was also Xingyu, who had just emerged from the laboratory, pondering the absence of a certain individual who habitually interrupted his dissections. Additionally, lurking within Songnan were members of the ancient cult, intent on sowing chaos and inflicting suffering upon the world. Was this the power of the divine, designated as Code 003, the Seraphim Michael? The pressure was palpable. Yan Shu, not far from the source, felt the overwhelming force nearly compel him to the ground. At that moment, with his attention fixed on Lin Xie, he noticed the radiant beam begin to dissipate and sensed the opportune moment had arrived. He swiftly rose and hurried forth. Meanwhile, Lin Xie's eyes shimmered with golden light, his body gradually descending from the air. He gazed around greedily, inhaled deeply, and then broke into a joyous smile. After a decade, he finally glimpsed the light once more. The distant roars of monsters drew Lin Xie's attention, a faint smile playing on his lips. As a creature lunged towards him, he deftly sidestepped, utilizing his heightened perception and reflexes, and thrust his white cane through the monster's skull. In quick succession, he bent low to evade another monster's claw, countering with the remaining half of his cane pressed firmly against it, then delivering a powerful kick to its vulnerable region. The creature let out a howl, evidently. This area was a weakness for all males, and it collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xie sprinted a few steps and leapt, driving the half-cane down with force, once more piercing the monster's head. Just as he exhaled in relief after dispatching the two beasts, a shadow launched towards him like a cannonball, and before he could react, he was slammed against the wall. Coughing, he thought, how formidable. Struggling to rise, he glanced up at the assailant. Before him stood an even larger creature, hunched like an ape, bearing a striking resemblance to the ones he had just slain. However, this one was taller, its limbs adorned with white, hard bone, and it possessed greater speed and strength, a sharp horn protruding from its head. Lin Xie understood that this monster was far beyond the previous two. While he could have potentially taken him down with caution, this creature could easily crush him with a single swipe. A myriad of strategies flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. Despite his enhanced strength after regaining his vision, this was still beyond his capabilities. Moreover, after utilizing the power of the Seraph, he felt utterly drained, his body in a state of exhaustion, unable to even stand to flee. Just as hope turned into despair, he lamented the cruelty of fate. For a moment, Lin Xie contemplated surrendering. Suddenly, the monster lunged at him again, revealing its menacing fangs. Lin Xie could see its movements clearly, yet he was helpless to evade, merely watching as the glinting fangs rushed towards him. When the creature was merely 2 meters away, Lin Xie sensed something and abruptly looked up. In his perception, a figure faster than the monster was rapidly approaching him. A flicker of joy crossed his mind amidst the chaos. It was him, with a swift motion. A familiar red and white school uniform sliced through the air as a silhouette plummeted from the night sky. The moment it landed, a flash of golden light erupted. Accompanied by a piercing roar, a twisted arm soared through the air. Yan Shu sidestepped the splattering blood and executed a side kick. Lin Xie watched as the creature that had just sent him flying was now kicked against the wall with the same force. Strangely, it felt exhilarating. The gust from the long legs whipped his soft black hair, and as the newcomer slightly turned, Lin Xie caught a glimpse of a familiar profile, pale yet resilient amidst frailty. Yan Shu glanced back at Lin Xie, who was unharmed, and gently reassured him, "Fear not. It's merely a trifling matter." He then turned his attention to the ghost-faced general, who had just fallen from the wall, his previously indifferent expression gradually shifting to one of seriousness. With a slight forward lean, he elegantly flourished his sword with his right hand, the corners of his mouth lifting in a smile. Since mastering the art of swordsmanship, he had yet to put it into practice. Today he would use this opportunity to hone his skills. Swish! Bang! Clang! As the ghost-faced general had already lost an arm from Yan Shu's initial strike, the skirmish revealed signs of defeat within mere seconds. How formidable! Chapter 25. The Princess Carrie Lin Xie, seated on the ground, observed with a blush of excitement as Yan Shu effortlessly unleashed a series of strikes, causing the monstrous foe before him to wail in distress. At that moment, Yan Shu, nonchalantly toying with the ghostly apparition, leisurely listened to the sporadic notifications of critical hits that rang in his ears. Under the influence of dual mastery skills and overwhelming attack power, defeating this half-damaged creature felt as effortless as a child's game with a toy. The sound of crisp sword strikes echoed, the pale golden blade reflecting the glint of the creature's claws, slicing through the oppressive darkness and producing a flurry of whooshing sounds. Seizing an opening while the ghostly figure faltered, Yan Shu swept his sword, unleashing a crescent-shaped blade of energy that collided with the creature's claws, instantly severing several of them. The pain caused the ghostly apparition to stagger back, letting out a low growl as it crouched low, muscles taut, uncertain whether to prepare for an attack or to flee. The towering beast, nearly 3 meters tall, was being relentlessly pushed back by the young boy before it. Much like the previous week when Yan Shu effortlessly dispatched a lizard with a mere flick of his wrist, The gratitude Lin Shi felt for the two life-saving interventions deepened his admiration for this powerful individual. Having been struck by the creature himself, he was acutely aware of its terrifying strength, and yet here was Yan Shu, playing with it as one would with a pet. Though they were both freshmen of similar ages attending the same school, Lin Shi had only recently awakened his own powers. He could not fathom how he had become prey, while Yan Shu wielded such prowess over the beast as if it were mere plaything. Once Yan Shu had sufficiently intimidated the creature into hesitance, he decided it was time to conclude the trial swiftly. His movements danced in a unique manner, reminiscent of the ethereal steps seen only on television, as Lin Shi watched in awe. With a few deft sidesteps, he left a trail of afterimages before flashing behind the monster, raising his sword high for a decisive strike. From his vantage point, Lin Shi witnessed a cross of golden light pierce through the middle of the creature, which was cleaved into 4 parts in an instant, blood splattering all over him, with a hefty chunk of thigh landing at his feet. Lin Jie. Cough cough. Having successfully displayed his prowess before the protagonist, Yan Shu felt a wave of fatigue wash over him as he sheathed his weapon. Instantly, a sharp tickle invaded his throat, prompting him to lean against the wall and cough violently. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. Beep. Congratulations to the host for receiving the quest reward. Forbidden item, Little White Blade. After accepting the reward and placing it into his system space to review later, Yan Shu surveyed the dark, silent alley where one boy sat quietly on the ground while the other coughed heavily beside him. Scattered around them were dismembered remains of monsters. The scene a haunting interplay of darkness and crimson. Cough cough. Are you all right? Lin Shi noticed Yan Shu coughing violently, as if he were about to cough up blood at any moment. He contemplated rising to assist this classmate who had saved him twice from peril. But halfway through the motion, he felt his strength falter and sank back down. Yan Shu, whose nose was slightly reddened from the coughing, waved a hand dismissively, taking a moment to compose himself. Then, at a leisurely pace, he approached Lin Xie, who was seated on the ground, extended his right hand, and smiled gently, saying, "Once again we meet, handsome younger brother." Lin Xie, observing the delicate hand before him that bore no trace of a wear from wielding a sword, felt a twinge of embarrassment as he took hold of it, using the leverage to gradually rise to his feet. "Why are you being pursued again?" Just as he was about to express his gratitude, Lin Xie found himself momentarily speechless. "I wish to know as well." Yan Shu scrutinized Lin Xie beneath the ribbon, noting his fair complexion, bright red lips, and sharp eyebrows, his eyes clear and innocent, exuding an aura akin to a soft, delicate puppy. Internally, he marveled at the other's beauty, truly deserving of his title as the visual center of the god-slaying boy band, a promising new star in Japan. Such allure. Remarkable. His gaze fell upon the broken black ribbon lying not far away, and he blinked. "You even remembered to cosplay as the blind monk while attending school. Do you truly harbor such deep affection for him?" Lin Xie. "Even if you wish to lighten the mood, you cannot use me as a punchline." Just as Lin Xie prepared to thank him, he noticed Yan Shu's expression shift. "What's wrong? Someone is coming." Yan Shu looked back. At this time and place, it must be the officials. Will they take us back or erase our memories? Upon hearing that it was the officials, Lin Xie's nerves instantly tensed. After all, the spectacle during his awakening had indeed been rather grand, and he had no desire to be embroiled in such chaotic, extraordinary events. "I must leave. After all, I'm already on the Night Watcher's list. If Xiao Kongchang spots me loitering here, I fear I will have to report early tomorrow." Observing Yan Shu turn to depart, leaving him to face the situation alone, Lin Xie hurriedly grasped the fabric of his school uniform. "Take me with you, big brother. I do not wish to be invited for tea." "Let go. Not a chance." The two exchanged silent glances, ultimately leading to Yan Shu conceding with a sigh, "Just don't scream later." "Scream about what?" Lin Xie blinked in confusion, about to inquire further when he suddenly found himself airborne, his view shifting downward as he was swept up in a princess carry. Lin Xie. "Hey, wait. This princess carry is absurd. I am not a woman. At the very least, change your hold. You could carry me differently. Either hold on tight or I will drop you." The sound of approaching footsteps grew increasingly near, and Yan Shu, displaying impatience, appeared ready to discard him at the slightest provocation. "Ah, I'm holding on." Lin Xie promptly complied, gripping the fabric of Yan Shu's chest. Yan Shu's gaze lingered greedily on the corpse of the ghost-faced man. What excellent free experimental material it would make. After hesitating for less than a second, he decided to take the risk and, amidst Lin Xie's astonished eyes, stored it in the system space. Lin Xie, how did he accomplish that? Is this also his ability? With no time to explain, Yan Shu securely held Lin Xie, directly activating the forbidden void, instantly enhancing his physical attributes across the board. After a few steps of momentum, he kicked off the wall, leveraging it for a jump. In a shadowy alley, a lithe figure adeptly navigated the uneven surfaces of the wall, leaping gracefully until he vanished onto the rooftop. Moments later, Zhao Kongcheng, following the marker on his phone, stepped into the alley and was immediately assaulted by the familiar stench associated with the ghoul-faced man. Beneath the night shroud, beside a pool of blood, he furrowed his brow, surveying the surroundings before lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. Damn it, I arrived a moment too late. Zhao Kongcheng beheld not only the corpse of the ghoul-faced man, but also the dismembered remains of two individuals who were evidently students. A sense of unease washed over him. Such youthful lives, vibrant as flowers, had been ruthlessly extinguished by the ghoul-faced man. If only I had been a bit swifter, perhaps I could have spared two vibrant souls. After finishing his cigarette, his spirits lightened somewhat. He slowly retrieved his walkie-talkie. The fleeing ghoul-faced man has been neutralized by others. Furthermore, there are two victims' bodies here. Please send the logistics team to clear the scene. Have you spotted the divine agent? No, the adversary had already departed before my arrival. But it is likely that the ghoul-faced man was responsible for their demise. Old Zhao, please check the vicinity for any overlooked clues. The divine agent must be located. Understood. With that, Zhao Kongcheng stowed the walkie-talkie and approached the severed limbs of the innocent victims, picking up a blood-soaked school uniform from nearby to cover them. What is that? His gaze froze as he spotted a dusty backpack tucked away in the corner. Chapter 26, 7 Nights. I am your distant cousin beneath the gentle moonlight. A figure leaped swiftly across the rooftop, clutching something in their arms. Lin Xie's initial feelings of embarrassment, astonishment, and anxiety gradually subsided. He loosened his grip on the fabric and looked up, only to see the other person's hair billowing as they jumped, occasionally obscuring the corners of their gentle, serene face in the soft light of the moon. The rhythmic beating of the other's heart reached his ears, evoking an unprecedented warmth within Lin Xie, who had recently undergone a trial of humanity. This warmth was something he had only felt in the presence of his aunt and Ah Jin. Reflecting on his classmates who had been kind and friendly just moments before, their actions in times of crisis left him feeling quite unsettled. He could understand the instinct to flee when faced with danger, especially since they had only known each other for a day. He would likely have done the same. However, turning the blade against one's own was simply unfathomable to him. Without comparison, one could not gauge pain. His classmates, who had been unhelpful, paled in comparison to the person before him. This individual had saved him not once, but twice upon their first encounter, though admittedly, they seemed to take pleasure in teasing him a bit. If at that moment, Yan Shu could hear the sound of Lin Xie's growing affection, it would undoubtedly fill the entire screen. To avoid being discovered by Zhao Kongcheng, Yan Shu continued to leap on the rooftop for quite some time before finally coming to a halt. Fortunately, this area belonged to an older part of the city, with densely packed yet modestly tall buildings, making it easy to escape and conceal oneself. This will do, he thought, as he surveyed the rooftop surroundings, finding them silent and devoid of people before gently setting Lin Xie down. Thank you. You've saved me once again, Lin Xie said earnestly as he rose, taking a step back and bowing in gratitude. My name is Lin Xie. If there's ever anything I can assist with, please don't hesitate to ask, even though I'm still quite weak and may not be of much help. But I believe I will grow stronger. You're called Lin Xie? Yan Shu's eyes widened slightly. It was his turn to perform. Yes, why? Lin Xie, noticing the other's astonished expression, speculated that the individual must have heard of him. So it is truly you. Yan Shu's eyes sparkled as he took a step forward and gently patted Lin Xia's shoulder, beaming. Xia, let us get acquainted again. I am your distant cousin, Yan Shu. Of course, if you wish, you may also call me big cousin. Lin Xia was momentarily speechless. The air around them fell into a sudden silence. He stared into Yan Shu's eyes for a moment, realizing he was quite serious, and then spoke. I suspect you're jesting with me. Do you think I have that much free time? Yan Shu rolled his eyes. Or do you believe you possess something that I covet? That is impossible. Lin Xia clearly did not believe him. He had never encountered this person in his life and had not even heard his aunt mention him. Do you have an aunt with the surname Wang? Your cousin is named Yang Jin. How do you know this? Lin Xia's eyes widened in astonishment. This matter traces back to 6 months ago. It is quite a lengthy tale. To keep it brief, Yan Shu intended to weave a tale of heartfelt emotion, only to be momentarily silenced by Lin Xia. In short, my parents unexpectedly passed away 6 months ago, and then your aunt. Coincidentally, just last week, I observed your aunt distributing eggs at school. She entrusted me with the responsibility of looking after you while at school. Yan Shu noted the transformation in Lin Xia's demeanor from disbelief to skepticism, and finally to a semblance of belief. He promptly retrieved his phone and opened his contacts, stating, Look, this is the number your aunt left for me, saying that if you encounter any issues at school, I should call her. Upon seeing that familiar number, Lin Xia's expression shifted to one of realization. It seemed he had come to trust Yan Shu. Thus, he concluded, by this reckoning, your cousin A. Jean should be considered my distant little cousin, right? Though, it's been 6 or 7 generations. So rounding off, it seems reasonable for me to address you as little cousin. Lin Xia, what on earth does rounding off mean? Do you even hear what you're saying? Nowadays, the 3rd generation hardly maintains familial ties, let alone the 6th or 7th generation, and to claim that you are my distant cousin is a stretch indeed. However, despite the sarcasm, Lin Xia began to ponder. Having a prominent figure as a cousin might not be so bad. How old are you? Lin Xia inquired, as he felt the phrase little cousin carried a hint of mockery. 18, why? When is your birthday? November 11th. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia revealed a shy smile. Mine is October 5th, Yan Shu. Thus, I'm your distant elder cousin. Yan Shu blinked awkwardly. Well, considering we are of similar age, let us not dwell on this relationship. In response, Lin Xia cast him a slightly disdainful glance, perhaps due to their nominal kinship. Lin Xia felt an increased sense of closeness and trust towards Yan Shu, building upon his initial fondness. Generally averse to complications, he decided to pose a question that had been troubling him for several days. Could you share with me the other side of this world? Are you certain you wish to know? Yan Shu replied, somewhat surprised by Lin Xia's inquiry. He recalled that in the original narrative, Lin Xia had resisted the temptation to learn too much, suppressing his curiosity to reject Zhao Kongsheng's bait. Zhao Kongsheng had made several attempts to lure Lin Xia, the divine agent, into the Night Watchman, all of which had failed. Now he was surprisingly eager to understand. In truth, Yan Shu had misinterpreted. Lin Xia's refusal to delve into the world's mysteries in the original story stemmed from his fear that knowledge of such secrets would compel him to join or pose a danger if he did not. However, his current inquiry was prompted entirely by Yan Shu's assertion that he was not an official entity. Furthermore, the fact that Yan Shu had saved him twice made him trustworthy in Lin Xia's eyes. Lastly, he had promised his aunt to look after him. Considering all these factors, Lin Xia felt assured that even if he learned the truth, Yan Shu would not impose any harm upon him. Ah, I presume you have also witnessed that golden pillar. Not long ago, I awakened extraordinary abilities, and I am eager to comprehend the phenomena occurring within me, as well as the nature of this world and its peculiar creatures. I shall share this with you, though it may very well challenge your perceptions. Brace yourself. Yan Shu surveyed the rooftop and found a clean spot to sit, patting the space beside him and tilting his head slightly. Lin Xia nodded in agreement and settled down beside him, contemplating the substantial amount of information that would likely unfold. Speak then. In just a week, I have faced peril twice, both times with your intervention. What about the next occasion, and the one thereafter? I cannot rely on you for every rescue, nor can you be at my side at all times. Most importantly, I refuse to be an oblivious pawn, destined to meet a mysterious demise at any moment. Upon hearing Lin Chie's despondent remarks, Yan Shu raised an eyebrow. You are the protagonist. You must stand tall. He extended his arm, drawing the dejected figure closer, and affectionately tousled his soft hair. Ah, I have touched the head of the protagonist. While marveling at the silkiness of Lin Chie's locks, Yan Shu offered words of consolation. Who says I can only save you on these 2 occasions? I shall continue to do so in the future. Although I may not be by your side at all times, rest assured that whenever you are in need, I will rush to you, regardless of my location. Moreover, you hardly resemble a mere pawn. Have you looked in a mirror? There's no pawn as handsome as you. Chapter 27. Is the divine void so weak? Whenever you need me, I will rush to your side without delay, regardless of the distance. These unreserved words echoed in Lin Chie's ears, striking him with a directness that left him momentarily stunned, nestled within Yan Shu's embrace as warmth surged within him. He touched his chest, feeling a blend of joy, gratitude, and a hint of intimacy. The negative emotions that had previously engulfed him receded like a tide. Since the moment he encountered the seraph a decade ago, the overwhelming sentiments he had experienced during his years of blindness were those of indifference, mockery, and scorn. With countless voices declaring him mad, only his aunt and Jean had stood by him unwaveringly throughout the years, never once considering him a burden. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to such a life, such a society, dismissing the opinions of others. For instance, the classmates who had greeted him with smiles in the morning could turn and betray him coldly by night. Why are you being so kind to me? Why treat me with such warmth? Lin Chie did not voice these questions, but gazed earnestly into the other's eyes. You are Aunt Wang's nephew. She has helped me greatly before. It is only natural for me to be close to you and treat you well. Moreover, I promised your aunt to look after you. Noticing Lin Chie's eyes widen in surprise, Yan Shu felt a playful urge and pinched his cheek. Such tender skin. No wonder you were the protagonist in your freshman year. The sensation is delightful, soft, and squishy. Lin Chie, left speechless, swiftly swatted Yan Shu's hand away. Although his face had been playfully pinched, he felt no offense. Rather, he sensed Yan Shu's affection and closeness. So this is what familial bonds and connections feel like. Why else would Yan Shu treat him so kindly, akin to his aunt, despite having met only twice? Rescuing him was a matter of chance, an act of kindness stemming from a sense of justice. Yet, the willingness to offer continued assistance was rooted in genuine emotional inclination. You should tell me about the other side of the world, Lin Chie urged. Are you prepared? Speak freely. I doubt anything could shock me now. Very well, Yan Shu replied, glancing at Lin Chie, who appeared resolute and mentally prepared, a slight smile gracing his lips. This tale must begin with the mysterious fog that suddenly emerged at the borders of the Great Xia over a century ago. With a gentle voice, Yan Shu recounted the knowledge he had previously shared with Qingyu, detailing the emergence of the fog over 100 years ago. The establishment of the Night Watchman organization in Great Xia, the awakening of humanity's extraordinary abilities, the transition from forbidden void to divine void, and the mysteries surrounding the deities. Ultimately, he concluded with a classification of realms. Drawing from past experiences, Yan Shu managed to impart this knowledge to Lin Chie in just half an hour. Although less comprehensive than what he had shared with Qingyu, there was still Zhao Kongsheng to consider in the future. In the early stages, Qingyu was indeed a formidable presence, capable of achieving the title of best support while navigating the depths of the sewers in solitary play. Such is the situation. Yan Shu inhaled deeply, clearing his somewhat congested nose, and spoke with a nasal tone. Of course, I have merely provided a general overview. The true specifics are best known to the higher echelons of the Night Watch. How are you, little cousin? Chie? Are you well? Yan Shu raised an eyebrow, observing someone who had recently exuded an air of invincibility, now appearing somewhat dazed. Although he had harbored suspicions, Lin Chie returned to reality, murmuring, Indeed, 10 years ago, I truly witnessed a seraph. What's seraph? In response to Yan Shu's curiosity, Lin Chie no longer concealed the truth and recounted the events of a decade past. So, what you just awakened is likely the divine essence of a seraph. Yan Shu posited. I am a divine essence? Lin Xie expressed his astonishment. Is the divine essence truly so weak? Having struggled against the recent specter, he had assumed he awakened a more potent force. Yan Shu paused, casting a reflexive glance at the moon, silently musing. This is not my assertion. How could he respond? Should he indicate that his divine essence was currently incomplete? Should he reveal that the entirety of Songnan depended on his divine essence for survival? Lin Xie might very well lose his composure. There must be other abilities yet undiscovered within you, Yan Shu stated somewhat ambiguously. After all, not all divine essences are ranked by their offensive capabilities. Yours may possess other attributes as well. Is that so? Lin Xie found merit in Yan Shu's words. He began to reflect on what other abilities he possessed beyond his divine perspective, keen perception, and remarkable agility. After considerable contemplation, he realized that aside from his eyes, which exhibited a divine pressure when vanquishing the specter, he had not discerned any additional abilities. Yan Shu blinked, momentarily suppressing his pangs of conscience. To divert the conversation, he adopted an indignant demeanor. When did Songnan's medical care become so abysmal? They actually admitted a child to the hospital and allowed those inept doctors to confine him as a psychiatric patient for so long. Yan Shu's palpable outrage on his behalf deeply moved Lin Xie. He shrugged dismissively. It's all in the past. I am well now, able to attend school and study normally. That is not the same. One day, I shall dismantle that hospital, he declared vehemently, and those unscrupulous doctors shall face their reckoning. They better be prepared. Though Lin Xie was touched by the newfound kinship and Yan Shu's desire for retribution, he felt it unnecessary. He feared that one day, Yan Shu might actually carry out such a threat, given his evident capability. Therefore, he tactfully redirected the topic. Did you not mention the classification of realms earlier? Since I have awakened a divine essence, what realm does that place me in? Typically, those who initially awaken a divine essence are at the lamp realm. As of now, you are merely a novice capable of utilizing the divine essence, much like myself. Yan Shu paused momentarily before continuing. At present, we can only be considered, well, slightly more formidable than the average person. What does it mean to say that we are merely slightly superior ordinary individuals? If you can only be regarded as a somewhat formidable ordinary person, then what does that make me? Am I simply the average person? Lin Xie was momentarily speechless. He acknowledged that he was indeed a bit stronger than the average individual. Yet, for someone who can effortlessly slay the mysterious, to label oneself as an ordinary person seems excessively modest. I, like you, have only recently awakened to the forbidden void, and we are both at the initial stage of our respective realms. Observing Lin Xie's expression that conveyed, your forbidden void is even more potent than my divine void. Your excessive modesty borders on hypocrisy. Yan Shu felt somewhat exasperated. The reason you perceive me as more powerful than you is solely due to my forbidden void's significant enhancement in terms of offensive capabilities. Had I awakened a different forbidden void, I might even outrun you. Moreover, trust me, your divine void abilities undoubtedly extend beyond what you currently realize. When you awakened earlier, your aura reached a Klein level, nearly overwhelming me to the point of breathlessness. Chapter 28. Bringing the protagonist home, is that so? Listening to the other party's reasonable and well-founded words, Lin Xie began to believe him somewhat. It seemed impossible for the other to possess such formidable abilities in the realm of forbidden voids, while his own skills in divine voids were merely sufficient for support. It was indeed plausible that he had overlooked something. He then turned to Yan Shu and asked out of genuine curiosity, "Pray tell, the agility and swordsmanship you exhibited earlier, do not claim it is merely an innate ability of your forbidden void." Had he not witnessed Yan Shu effortlessly slay that monstrous creature, he might have been more inclined to believe it. However, having seen it firsthand, he was entirely skeptical. The sword techniques and dodging skills were clearly the result of extensive practice and honing, a battle style forged over time. This. Yan Shu felt momentarily flustered, unable to articulate the intricacies of the system and skill scrolls. Well, consider it a facet of my forbidden void's capabilities, he replied. To which Lin Xie responded with a couple of dismissive chuckles. Nevertheless, this indeed piqued his curiosity. Yan Shu had previously mentioned his frail constitution, which precluded him from engaging in prolonged, high-intensity training. Lin Xie then speculated that perhaps the other had encountered some fortuitous opportunity reminiscent of tales from novels. Ultimately, he refrained from pressing further. After all, everyone harbored their own secrets. For instance, he himself dreamt nightly of a psychiatric hospital for deities, incessantly knocking on doors until dawn. Their current rapport was commendable. They had grown quite close, and he trusted Yan Shu enough to let his guard down. Yet, it had not reached the point of sharing personal secrets. Lin Xie believed that when the time was right, Yan Shu would reveal his truths, just as he would. Well then, it's getting late. We should head back. Yan Shu glanced at the time. It was nearly 11 o'clock. Rising, he dusted off his pants. Yes, I should also return. Ouch. His earlier curiosity had captivated him to the point of losing track of time. Now, as he relaxed, the pervasive aches returned, particularly in his shoulder. Lin Xie raised a hand to touch his shoulder, grimacing at the sudden jolt of pain. What is the matter? Are you injured? Noticing Lin Xie's pained expression as he clutched his shoulder, Yan Shu stepped forward, gently prying his hand away for a closer inspection. Initially oblivious, he had assumed the stains were merely from the blood of the ghost-faced man. However, upon removing Lin Xie's outer garment to examine the injury, his eyes narrowed. This was indeed a predicament. Is it severe? Lin Xie inquired. It is somewhat serious. It would be wise to seek immediate medical attention for stitches, lest it lead to lasting complications. Lin Xie, who had initially planned to return home and apply some bandages, hesitated at the mention of needing to go to the hospital. The expenses would likely be considerable, and his family relied heavily on his aunt's labor to make ends meet. This would only exacerbate their struggles. Moreover, he was reluctant to burden his aunt with worry, and he certainly did not want to drag them into the perilous unknown of the mystical realm. As for seeking assistance from a recently acquainted distant cousin, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. After all, the individual had just rescued you, and now you are immediately troubling them. They cannot even voice their discomfort. With a mere glance at Lin Xie's expression, Yan Shu discerned the other's thoughts. While contemplating how to further deepen their relationship, he could not let such a fortuitous opportunity slip away. If you return like this, I shall be quite uneasy. If you prefer not to visit the hospital, why not come to my place? I have some excellent wound ointment. Yan Shu remarked with apparent understanding. Moreover, you are covered in blood. Aunt Wang and the others will certainly be worried. No need. Lin Xie shook his head, intending to find a small clinic to bandage his wound before returning. He hoped his savings would suffice, although going to Yan Shu's home seemed the best option. They had only met twice. He hesitated to impose on him. The injury on your shoulder is quite severe. At this late hour, most pharmacies and clinics are likely closed. If you do not tend to your wound promptly, do you wish to become a one-armed hero in your next life like Yanghua? Seeing that gentleness was ineffective, Yan Shu began to exaggerate, employing alarming rhetoric. As expected, upon hearing the potential serious consequences of neglecting his arm, Lin Xie's expression shifted. Is it that serious? Indeed, it is quite severe. Yan Shu, observing Lin Xie's naive gullibility, nodded gravely and swiftly retrieved his phone, activating the speaker function. Wait, can I not go? Lin Xie felt a jolt of alertness when he realized the number Yan Shu was dialing was all too familiar, and he instinctively moved to seize the phone. Too late. Yan Shu grasped Lin Xie's hand firmly, raising the phone high with a leisurely demeanor. After a few rings, the call connected. Hello, is this Xiao Shu? Upon hearing a familiar voice, Lin Xie shot a warning glare at Yan Shu, silently urging him not to say anything inappropriate. Yan Shu merely smiled and made a should gesture. It's me, Aunt Wang. What is the matter? Why are you calling me so late? Has something happened to Xiao Qi at school? On the other end, Wang Fong, working the night shift, felt an unsettling premonition upon seeing Yan Shu's name flash on her phone. Given that today marked the first day of Lin Xie's transfer, and that she had recently asked Yan Shu to look after her child, the late-night call sent shivers down her spine. Don't worry, Aunt Wang, nothing has happened. Xiao Qi is perfectly fine. Yan Shu glanced at Lin Xie, who appeared relieved, and then released his grip. That's good to hear. Clearly, the person on the other end of the line breathed a sigh of relief. Weren't we just together today? We hit it off splendidly, sharing mutual interests and lamenting the time lost. I was concerned about Xiao-Qi returning home alone, so I suggested he stay at my place tonight. He just wanted to reassure you with this call. All right, I understand now. Thank you, Xiao-Shu. Wang Fang's heart swelled with genuine happiness, relieved that her son had finally found a friend who accepted him. Xie can be considered my cousin. If it is troublesome, then I suppose we shall not stand on ceremony. By the way, Xie has something to convey to you. Lin Xie, at a loss for words, accepted the phone that Yan Shu had thrust into his hands. Upon hearing his aunt's inquiry, his expression softened instantly. And it's me, Xiao-Qi. I'm so pleased to hear that you are finally willing to make friends after all these years. And is very happy. Xiao-Shu is also a kind-hearted child. You should get along with him well. Listening to the joyous tone of his aunt on the other end of the line, a hint of a smile appeared in Lin Xie's eyes. Yes, I will. Well then, and we'll get back to work. You two carry on with your conversation. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xie felt the device vibrate, instinctively glancing at the screen where message notification from WeChat appeared at the top. Not thinking much of it, he intended to pass the phone back to Yan Shu. However, due to Yan Shu's settings on WeChat, the message would immediately pop up in a dialog box upon arrival. Chapter 29. Speak clearly from a divine perspective. Lin Xie naturally caught sight of the message's content. What was that golden beam of light about? Although Lin Xie had no intention of prying into others' privacy, the relevance of the message to him caused him to momentarily hesitate in extending his phone. Let's go. Yan Shu readily took the phone. Immediately noticing the message that had popped up, he glanced at Lin Xie, who walked quietly beside him, and sensed that while Lin Xie did not inquire further, he was left wondering what thoughts occupied his mind, which left him somewhat disheartened. Despite their relatively close relationship, Lin Xie remained distant. Why not simply ask him any questions directly? Don't you have anything you wish to ask me? Yan Shu could not help but break the silence first. No, Lin Xie replied, his eyes flickering. He understood what the other meant, yet it was a personal matter for Yan Shu. If he pressed for answers, it would only come across as bothersome. Sigh. Observing Lin Xie's continued politeness, Yan Shu halted and exhaled heavily. When did Lin Xie become as difficult to engage with as in Qingyu? Momentarily taken aback by this thought, Yan Shu mused that in Qingyu seemed more approachable. At least, when Qingyu was intrigued, he would go to great lengths to uncover the truth, even without direct information. He had misjudged the situation. Influenced by the original narrative, he had subjectively believed that by assisting Lin Xie a few more times, he would earn his trust. In reality, Lin Xie was a living individual with his own ways of interacting with the world, maintaining his own boundaries of closeness and distance. For instance, had he been in the place of his cousin, Lin Xie would have undoubtedly pursued every detail relentlessly. However, with Yan Shu, if Lin Xie was willing to share, he would listen. If not, he would refrain from probing. This was the distinction between Lin Xie and Qingyu. Qingyu would seek to engage with anyone or anything that piqued his interest, regardless of the challenges involved, while Lin Xie would only offer his sincerity to those he considered within his domain. Despite Lin Xie's current high regard for Yan Shu and his trust, they had yet to reach the level of true intimacy. Recognizing this pivotal aspect, Yan Shu felt a sense of renewal. After all, he had merely assisted Lin Xie a couple of times, and their total interactions amounted to no more than 2 or 3 hours. There was no need for haste. He could take his time. If 2 attempts were insufficient, he would try 3. If 3 failed, he would persist with 4 or 5. Yan Shu firmly believed that one day, Lin Xie would recognize him as part of his inner circle. Since the mountain does not come to me, I shall go to the mountain. Yan Shu was determined not to let misunderstandings arise due to unspoken words. Even the slightest misinterpretation was unacceptable. He was well aware of how exasperating it was to witness characters on television who could easily clarify matters with a few words, instead choosing silence, leading to a cascade of misunderstandings and barriers. On a summer night in August in Songnan, where mosquitoes were particularly abundant, 2 youths clad in red and white uniforms strolled quietly down a dimly lit alley in the old city. Snap! After Yan Shu impatiently swatted away the mosquitoes for the 7th time, Lin Xie, who had been observing him, could no longer suppress a hint of amusement on his tranquil face. It seemed that Yan Shu was indeed prone to attracting mosquitoes. The dim streetlight elongated their shadows as Yan Shu pondered over his words before turning to Lin Xie. Actually, the person who just messaged me is my, Upon hearing this, Lin Xie understood that Yan Shu was about to disclose something. So he looked over, only to find Yan Shu wearing a conflicted expression. You're what? Classmate? Perhaps the relationship is a bit closer. I would say a friend, Yan Shu replied, uncertain. Lin Xie raised an eyebrow. Do you want to reconsider what you just said? Actually, he is quite intelligent and rather unique. How unique? Yan Shu glanced at the curious Lin Xie and slowly began to explain. A type of uniqueness that most people cannot comprehend. Oh, is he also awakened like us? Lin Xie surmised that Yan Shu would not casually mention this individual, linking it to the earlier message that suggested the person might either be like them or possess some understanding of the mysterious. Yes, he also has the ability to awaken. Yan Shu confirmed, realizing that since they would all be on the same team in the future, it would facilitate quicker integration to know such a person existed. However, Yan Shu had no intention of divulging Qingyu's abilities, as that was a matter of personal privacy. Without Qingyu's consent, he would not disclose any information regarding his identity or abilities, even to the highly trusted Lin Xie. Conversely, he would not share Lin Xie's information with Qingyu without permission. Are you quite close? Do you often discuss these matters together? As for our relationship, it is fairly good, Yan Shu replied, once again displaying a conflicted expression. I consider him a friend. He should regard me as a friend as well. After all, on the small map, Qingyu indeed appeared as a deep green, indicating a favorable disposition towards him. Yet, Yan Shu often felt that Qingyu's fondness stemmed entirely from the mysterious gifts he had received, or perhaps from gratitude for providing a research base that allowed him to delve into the unknown. Thus, he remained uncertain whether Qingyu viewed him as a friend or merely felt gratitude towards him. At this point, Lin Xie finally grasped Yan Shu's dilemma. It seemed to him that while he considered Yan Shu a friend, Yan Shu's friend was indifferent to him. Is that person highly accomplished? Or is his awakening particularly formidable? For a moment, Lin Xie felt both curious and slightly irritated about Yan Shu's friend. It was not out of malice. Rather, it stemmed from Lin Xie's high regard for Yan Shu. He thought, how could someone so admirable as Yan Shu be disregarded by my savior and distant cousin? With their thoughts diverging, the conversation fell into an awkward silence. After a moment of contemplation, Yan Shu retrieved his phone, navigated to the chat interface with the dark and enigmatic avatar, and after a brief pause, replied, someone has awakened. As you well know, as Yan Shu was about to tuck his phone back into his pocket, he noticed a prompt reply from the other party. Are you going back to class today? Upon reading this, Yan Shu could not help but roll his eyes internally. He had mentioned it to the other person just the day before when leaving the laboratory. However, it was evident that the other was preoccupied with experiments and did not hear him. I'm not as clever as you. I am merely an ordinary individual. After graduation, I still need to seek employment to support myself. I'm Qingyu. Observing the rare speechlessness of Qingyu, Yan Shu's lips curled into a slight smile as he powered down his phone. Meanwhile, from a divine perspective, Lin Xie, who had not intended to watch yet found himself witnessing the entire exchange, felt a twinge of confusion. It seemed he had misinterpreted the situation. The familiarity in their conversation suggested a relationship that could hardly be described as anything less than good friends. Chapter 30, Stay Still. Do not cause a ruckus. After a brief interlude of several minutes, the two emerged from the secluded path, observing the sparse pedestrians ahead. Yan Shu glanced back at Lin Xie, shedding his outer coat. Here, wear this. All right. Lin Xie accepted the coat and donned it anew. He comprehended Yan Shu's concerns. Even without his prompting, he intended to remove his own outer garment, although the short-sleeved shirt beneath bore a few bloodstains. It was certainly preferable to wearing a coat nearly drenched in blood. Most of the blood that splattered from Yan Shu's final strike had landed upon him. They could very well encounter an overly conscientious citizen who might drag them into a humorous predicament with the authorities. The two were of similar height. both wearing school uniforms in size 175, and Lin Xie found that the coat fit him adequately. We shall reach my home in just a few more streets. The community lies ahead. Lin Xie followed the direction of Yan Shu's outstretched finger towards the cluster of buildings. Though it appeared near, it would likely take them a good 10 minutes to traverse. Are you hungry? We should grab something to eat on our way back. Though he had dined at school earlier, it had been around 5 in the evening. At 18, when one is still growing, hunger strikes readily. Now, having played a game for a while, he felt a gnawing hunger, reluctant to cause any trouble. Lin Xie noted Yan Shu's expression of hunger as he rubbed his stomach and replied, "Very well. Let's have some barbecue." Yan Shu considered the row of eateries near his home, recalling a barbecue place he often frequented that served delightful fare. Having grown accustomed to a frugal lifestyle, Lin Xie nodded nonchalantly. He was not particularly picky about food. In the past, he would eat whatever his aunt prepared, and given her culinary skills, he and his cousin would often finish multiple bowls. Thus, his physique was certainly more robust compared to the frail Yan Shu, and even among peers, he fared well. "Boss, I would like some sweet potato skewers, beef, chicken wings, and corn." After ordering a dozen items, Yan Shu suddenly remembered that Lin Xie was still recovering from his injuries and should avoid spicy foods. He promptly went next door to a stir-fry restaurant to pack a few boxes of dishes, also stopping by a nearby supermarket to purchase some side dishes, just to be safe. As Lin Xie followed Yan Shu into the community, he marveled at the pleasant environment. The ample greenery and well-maintained facilities contributed to a pristine atmosphere, where individuals could be seen leisurely conversing in the park by the lake, indicating a congenial ambience throughout the community. He pondered when he might be able to provide his aunt and the others with such a comfortable living situation. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind them. After offering Lin Xie a pair of unworn slippers, Yan Shu guided him to the sofa. "Make yourself at home. I shall fetch the medical kit." "Understood." Acknowledging the importance of care, Yan Shu hurried to his room to retrieve the medical supplies. The warm glow of the pendant lights enveloped the rustic hall, and Lin Xie's gaze swept across the space before settling on a somewhat incongruous Christmas tree positioned in the center of the hall. The area above was adorned with an array of colorful decorations, initially resembling a Christmas tree. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that it was not the typical variety of Christmas trees. The ornaments bore a more eclectic, retro style reminiscent of the grand summer. As Lin Xie observed, Yan Shu emerged carrying a medical box. He approached Lin Xie, crouched down, and opened the medical kit. "First, remove your shirt," he instructed. After a moment of examination, noticing Lin Xie's left shoulder appeared somewhat stiff as he peeled off his shirt, Yan Shu carefully assisted him in easing it down. "That's enough, thank you. Now, take off the short sleeve as well," Yan Shu continued, pulling aside the fabric that had adhered to the wound. Feeling slightly embarrassed as it was his first time being asked to undress completely, Lin Xie understood that this was indeed necessary for proper treatment. "Let us use scissors," he suggested, considering it would be easier to maneuver without further aggravating the injury. "Agreed," Yan Shu replied, retrieving a pair of scissors and swiftly cutting Lin Xie's white t-shirt into tatters. Lin Xie clutched the remnants resting on his knees, opening his mouth to speak, but ultimately finding no words. "What is the matter? Did I touch the wound?" Yan Shu, about to apply iodine, was taken aback by Lin Xie's constipated expression. "You only need to cut this piece of fabric away from your shoulder." Yan Shu blinked in confusion. "You still plan to sleep in this short sleeve?" Lin Xie replied, "That's not quite the case." "Then what?" "It's already unwearable. Unless you intend to patch it up and continue wearing it," Yan Shu teased. "That would be even more absurd." Lin Xie shifted uncomfortably, feeling a twinge of self-derision for his unease. What was there to be embarrassed about? It was merely a matter of exposing one's body. They were both men. After all, what difference did it make? Lin Xie, having mentally prepared himself, cast a glance at Yan Shu, only to be taken aback. To his surprise, Yan Shu commented, "I didn't realize you had quite a decent physique, with abs to boot." Seizing the rare opportunity, Yan Shu scrutinized Lin Xie's upper body. Unsatisfied with mere observation, he reached out and squeezed Lin Xie's firm arm, prompting Lin Xie to instinctively recoil. Yan Shu tilted his head, realizing that Lin Chiye was likely unaccustomed to such contact, and he sheepishly withdrew his hand. It then dawned on him that in Sangnan, a southern region, it was normal for people to be somewhat shy. Even bathing in communal baths could be a source of embarrassment, often opting for private shower stalls instead. His gaze fell naturally to Lin Chiye's abdominal muscles, and Yan Shu stroked his chin, commenting, "So this is what they mean by looking slim in clothes and tone when undressed." Lin Chiye retorted, "If you were my distant cousin, I'd surely kick you." Clearing his throat, Yan Shu urged, "Let us focus on disinfecting the wound first. Bear with it. It may sting a bit." Noticing Lin Chiye's expression darken, Yan Shu hurriedly took up the iodine and began applying it. Lin Chiye gasped at the sting. No less than the piercing pain that had assailed him during his previous injury, Lin Chiye gazed at the clumsy individual before him, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Particularly after that last jolt, he felt as though a cotton swab had been thrust deep into his flesh. Thus he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Be gentler." "Oh, I'm being gentle enough. Your technique pales in comparison to even half of what my dear Ajin can manage. Do you truly know how to bandage? That's quite excessive." Upon hearing words that even a middle schooler would surpass, Yan Shu felt a surge of indignation. He raised his hand to firmly press down on the writhing figure, stating, "Stay still and cease this unreasonable fuss." Lin Chiye retorted, "Speak properly." As Yan Shu lowered his gaze to tend to the wound, an inexplicable urge to laugh flickered in his eyes. He finally grasped the sentiment behind the earlier admonition from the little fish to refrain from being unreasonable. It was somewhat delightful and slightly amusing. Regardless of his words, Yan Shu nonetheless endeavored to lessen his force, meticulously completing the disinfection, and gently wiping away the bloodstains surrounding the shoulder with a moist tissue. Chapter 31. The strategy begins to bear fruit at last. Yan Shu produced the bottle of golden wound powder he had forgotten to send to Qingyu, shaking it slightly in his hand, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. "Behold, this is my unique elixir, the golden wound powder, specifically designed to treat bruises and external injuries like yours. Is this packaging truly reliable? Just a small porcelain bottle? Will the cloth seal even prevent it from spoiling?" Lin Chiye could sense the instructions at the bottom of the bottle, yet his skepticism regarding the packaging remained unshaken. In the 21st century, who still uses such a bottle for medicine? One might think it was crafted by a martial arts prop team. "This is the only bottle I have. Should you wish to use it again in the future, it may not be available." Yan Shu was indifferent to Lin Chiye's doubts. He would soon ascertain its efficacy upon application. With a slight tilt of the bottle's mouth, he gently shook it over the gaping wound, the white powder gradually enveloping the gruesome injury. Ideally, this wound should be stitched, yet the golden wound powder produced by the money tree was surprisingly effective. After using it once himself, a wound that was nearly ready for stitches could now be removed. Considering Lin Chiye's injury, it would normally require at least half a month to heal naturally. However, with this medicine, he anticipated that 3 or 4 applications would suffice for complete recovery. Enduring the pain, Lin Chiye felt a refreshing sensation emanating from his shoulder after the powder was sprinkled, significantly alleviating his discomfort. This unique elixir, truly remarkable and presumably quite precious. He blinked, his eyes slightly reddened, and turned his head to observe the earnest figure tending to his wound, pressing his attractive lips together. Despite only seeing one side of the other's face, Lin Chiye could discern Yan Shu's careful movements and the tenderness reflected in his gaze. Tenderness? His eyes lowered slightly, the initial unfamiliarity in his expression gradually softening. After dressing the wound, it was necessary to wrap it in gauze. Yan Shu took the gauze and measured it, threading it around Lin Chiye's right side, ascending then descending over the injured left shoulder, repeating the process meticulously. Lin Chiye leaned forward slightly to facilitate Yan Shu's actions, feeling somewhat uneasy with the proximity of another's breath, as he seldom engaged in such close contact. He tilted his head slightly, and only after Yan Shu had secured several layers did he quietly exhale in relief. "It is done. Avoid water for the time being. Given the severity of your wound, I estimate that 2 or 3 more applications should suffice every day." Upon hearing that further applications were necessary, Lin Xie felt a wave of annoyance. He had assumed that once the gauze was applied, it would be sufficient to remove it after some time. Of course, if you prefer to have it done every few days, that is fine too. It depends on whether you wish to heal in 3 days or in 10 days to half a month. Noticing Lin Xie's apprehension, Yan Shu continued to tidy the medical kit while suggesting, if you find it inconvenient to come here, I can bring the medicine to school to assist you, or you can take it home and apply it yourself. Better at school, Lin Xie replied. The wound was on his shoulder, and he would not be able to manage it on his own without inadvertently exposing it to his aunt and the others. Very well, Yan Shu nodded nonchalantly. After tidying up, Yan Shu handed over the packed meal to Lin Xie with a hint of a smile. You should consider yourself fortunate that your injury is on the left shoulder. I was injured on my left shoulder, not my left hand. Lin Xie accepted the meal and began to eat with gusto. Meanwhile, as he enjoyed his skewers, Yan Shu rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking that Lin Xie should have reconsidered his distorted expression when he was serving the food. Surprisingly, after everything that transpired, the skewers were quite delectable, perhaps due to genuine hunger. Once they finished eating and cleaned up, Yan Shu gestured towards the left room. You can sleep in this guest room tonight. It has an en-suite bathroom, and there are new toothbrushes and towels in the cabinet. I will tidy up the room for you shortly. The room over there belongs to my parents, and the one on the right is mine. If you need anything, just call for me. Lin Xie nodded and, touching his nose, asked, could I borrow a set of clothes? I'll bring them over shortly. You should wash up first. All right. Upon entering the guest room, Lin Xie discovered that the space was quite spacious, featuring a large bed in the center and a small wooden door leading to a well-equipped bathroom with a separate shower area. Next to the work desk was a small balcony adorned with a set of exquisite wicker chairs. In this current season, it would be delightful for 2 people to sit here after dinner, sipping tea, engaging in conversation, and enjoying a leisurely moment. Noticing that it was getting late, Lin Xie turned around and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. Meanwhile, Yan Shu found a set of unworn pajamas for Lin Xie. Considering that Lin Xie would likely delve into the realm of the gods in his mind tonight and encounter the goddess of night, Nyx, it seemed unlikely he would attend school the next day. Thus, he also retrieved a set of athletic wear. When Lin Xie emerged from the bathroom, he saw that Yan Shu had already prepared the bed for him. Thank you, Lin Xie said, feeling somewhat embarrassed for having troubled him throughout the evening. What are you thanking me for? We share a bond that goes beyond mere friendship. You might as well call me your cousin. He coughed, correcting himself. I meant to say, your brother. Yan Shu rolled his eyes inwardly, amused that Lin Xie was so utterly unembarrassed. Here, these are clean clothes that have never been worn. Our heights are quite similar, so they should fit. Okay, get some rest. You have to wake up early for school tomorrow. As Yan Shu turned to leave, he paused and looked Lin Xie over, his expression shifting to one of concern as he asked, where is your backpack? Lin Xie. Seeing Lin Xie's bewildered expression, Yan Shu couldn't help but chuckle and blink. He had actually noticed Lin Xie's backpack when he was escorting him out of the alley. However, since Lin Xie had not insisted on taking it with him, he would miss the encounter with Zhao Kongcheng from the original story. Their meeting had been overlooked, and it was uncertain when the night watchman would find Lin Xie or what further developments might occur. Therefore, he chose to pretend he hadn't seen the backpack, intentionally leaving a clue behind, knowing that as long as Zhao Kongcheng wasn't foolish, he would soon deduce that Lin Xie was the agent. It wouldn't be left at the scene, would it? That could be troublesome. Yan Shu let out a deep sigh and remarked, given the efficiency of the night watchman, it is likely they have already deduced your involvement. It is merely a backpack. After all, there were 2 other bags at the scene. Yet they have met their demise. Without remorse, Yan Shu shattered Lin Xie's illusions. Moreover, there are surveillance cameras in the vicinity, not to mention your classmates who narrowly escaped. Once the testimonies and physical evidence align, with the presence of surveillance, you would inevitably be exposed. No. I have been exceedingly cautious in avoiding detection. Any unavoidable cameras were deliberately sabotaged. Yan Shu revealed a dazzling smile, showcasing 8 gleaming teeth. Chapter 32. Welcome back to the colorful world. What should I do? Lin Xie's expression darkened as he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Following Yan Shu's prior explanations, He understood that the awakening of such a rare divine void would certainly attract the attention of the Night Watchers. Yet, all he desired was to lead a tranquil life with his aunt's family, wishing to steer clear of such troubles. He could already foresee the endless predicaments that awaited him. Do you have any solutions? You'd best avoid school tomorrow. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in Lin Chia's eyes, as he thought Yan Shu might possess some special means to assist him, and he pressed on, asking, and then, well then, perhaps it might be caught a little later. Yan Shu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Lin Chia, I'm discussing serious matters. Who is joking here? Accept your fate. With both witnesses and evidence against you, there is no escape, merely a question of timing. As Lin Chia contemplated whether he should return home immediately and flee with his aunt and Jin under the cover of night, Yan Shu patted his shoulder and reassured him, don't overthink it. The Night Watchers are not demons. I have interacted with them, and they are quite reasonable. They won't force anyone to join. At least, Zhao Kongxing wouldn't. In the original text, after learning about Lin Chia's family circumstances, he even helped to keep it under wraps. So, I just need to maintain my stance against joining. Wait, grasping the key word, Lin Chia looked at Yan Shu and asked, have they invited you, and you turned them down? Well, that is partially correct. Yan Shu recalled the scene in the hospital and fell silent for a moment before saying, I will be joining the Night Watchers in a couple of days. You volunteered? Lin Chia questioned, somewhat incredulous, recalling how, just last week, Yan Shu had claimed to be a free spirit and had recently assisted him in evading the Night Watchers. Sort of. I was intending to hide it, Yan Shu nodded. In any case, unless something unforeseen occurs, Lin Chia would also be joining in a few days. Knowing this now made little difference. However, Yan Shu's somewhat ambiguous words only reinforced Lin Chia's certainty that he was not joining willingly. Indeed, it is imperative that I return home immediately to help my aunt and the others escape under the cover of darkness. Then why are you still helping me? Did I not mention that I won't report until a few days from now? As of now, I'm merely a student. Your awakening of the divine void has no bearing on me as a student. Yan Shu blinked and shrugged. You should focus on how to decline their offer when the time comes. After giving Lin Chia a timely warning, Yan Shu rose and departed, leaving behind a certain someone whose expression shifted continuously as he sat on the bed. The following day, Yan Shu awoke struggling to breathe. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a slowly spinning ceiling, a nose that felt suffocated, and limbs that were utterly devoid of strength. This familiar sensation had already visited him twice since his arrival in this world. It seems that I have been feeling slightly under the weather since yesterday morning. After taking some medicine, I felt somewhat better, but last night's ordeal must have exposed me to the chill once more, resulting in this relapse. After calling his homeroom teacher to request a leave of absence, Yan Shu slowly propped himself up. Upon rising, Yan Shu found his breathing significantly eased and let out a sigh of relief. Shaking his slightly dizzy head, he contemplated the severity of his recent illness. Upon entering the living room, he blinked his somewhat foggy eyes, wishing to summon his scheduled caregiver to prepare some hot water for him. Meanwhile, in the guest room, Lin Chia, having waited 5 long years for the door of the Divine Asylum to finally open, was about to meet his first patient. Understanding the hospital's protocols, that treatment of the patients could lead to the extraction of divine abilities once a certain level of healing was achieved, Lin Chia felt a rush of excitement and woke up early. Suddenly, the troubles of the previous night seemed less pressing. With the prospect of having a patient, he felt a newfound confidence. He was no longer anxious about the impending night watchman. Instead, he planned to consult with his former mental health facility regarding the condition of the first patient at the Divine Asylum, the Goddess of Night, and how best to treat her. Dressed in his athletic attire, Lin Chia stretched his body, preparing to greet Yan Shu. As he opened the door, he was startled to see a flushed figure stumbling toward him. Quickly, Lin Chia rushed forward to half support, half catch Yan Shu. What happened? You seemed fine last night, he exclaimed. Feeling Yan Shu's feverish forehead, Lin Chia furrowed his brow. It was likely nearing 40 degrees. Chia, please prepare a cup of hot water for me. And there are cold medicines in my drawer. Yan Shu managed to lift his heavy head to look at Lin Chia. The sight of Yan Shu, once so composed and dependable, now appeared weak and helpless, created an unsettling feeling in Lin Xie. It was as though a reliable figure he had always counted on lay before him, now frail and bedridden. Shaking off the disconcerting thoughts, Lin Xie hurriedly carried Yan Shu back to his room. Once settled back in bed, Yan Shu gazed at Lin Xie with dazed eyes, and in that moment, Lin Xie felt a sense of irony, as though the tides of fortune had shifted dramatically. After a flurry of activity, Yan Shu leaned against the headboard, accepting the 2 cold medicine tablets Lin Xie offered, before sipping a few mouthfuls of hot water from Lin Xie's hand, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Xie, you are truly a treasure. Not long ago, he had been bedridden, unable even to drink a warm cup of water. Yet now, his recent efforts bore fruit. First with Xiaoyu tending to his wounds and changing dressings, and now with Lin Xie caring for him at his bedside. The days ahead seemed promising. Xie, you are so wonderful, Yan Shu said, his eyes glistening with tears of gratitude as he looked at Lin Xie, who had just finished assisting him with breakfast and was pouring another cup of water to place by the bedside. Such thoughtfulness was characteristic of Lin Xie alone. Rest well at home. I have some matters to attend to, but will return later to check on you. Go ahead. I believe a day of rest will suffice. And remember to come back to change my dressing. Understood. Lin Xie stood up and drew the curtains halfway, dimming the bright sunlight that flooded the room. Be careful on the way. Yan Shu, addressing Lin Xie who stood at the threshold of the bedroom, gently reassured him. Should you encounter them, do not be afraid. If they refuse to let you pass, simply invoke my name. They will undoubtedly regard my reputation. Lin Xie. In that moment, he felt a sudden reluctance to step outside. The sound of the door slamming shut echoed, prompting Yan Shu to gaze at the entrance. A smile curling at the corners of his eyes as he softly murmured, Xie, welcome once again to this vibrant world. Outside, Xie paused momentarily, casting his gaze towards the sunlit, radiant living room, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, observing the green representing Lin Xie on the minimap transform into a deeper shade of green and begin to move outward, Yan Shu chuckled softly, pleased to see the increase in their affinity level. Chapter 33. A perfectly empty-handed reception of a sharp blade once the surroundings were clear. Yan Shu propped himself up once more and promptly accessed the system to examine the reward for the tasks completed the previous night. Within the confines of the system space, there lay a white longsword, quietly suspended in midair. With a mere thought, the sword materialized in his grasp. Yan Shu turned it over, scrutinizing its form. It was quite impressive. The blade featured sharpened edges on both sides, gleaming silver-white throughout, seamlessly fused with the hilt. It bore no excessive embellishments, save for a few spirals of stardust entwined around the hilt. The entire sword exuded a chilling luminescence, unmistakably a lethal weapon. After retracting the sword back into the system, Yan Shu perused the description of this weapon. Upon finishing the first sentence, he found himself momentarily stunned. Could it be that his mind had succumbed to delirium, conjuring illusions? He touched his feverish forehead, nodding in acknowledgement of the absurdity. Shaking off the heaviness clouding his thoughts, he rubbed his eyes and looked again at the description. It took him 3 thorough readings to ascertain that he had indeed not misread anything, leaving him in a state of silence once more. Then, he tilted his head slightly, 3 question marks materializing above him. Prohibited item. Little white blade. As long as the target is within sight, they will be compelled to kneel, achieving a perfect empty-handed reception of a sharp blade. Note, this sword possesses no offensive attributes. A perfect empty-handed reception of a sharp blade? Was this truly the meaning he inferred? Had he not witnessed a plethora of absurdities? Not possessing any offensive attributes. Even the nail clippers in his cabinet inflicted greater damage. What purpose did this forbidden item serve? To show off, perhaps? Ah, it indeed seemed rather ostentatious. Yan Shu narrowed his eyes, envisioning a scenario where, should he take a disliking to someone, he could bellow, "So-and-so, kneel at my command. Do you dare to comply?" And with a flourish of the blade, the individual would promptly kneel in eager submission. It seemed perhaps quite appealing. Thus, not long after, the room was occasionally filled with the eerie sound of chuckling. After indulging in laughter beneath the covers for a considerable time, the effects of the medication began to take hold, and his eyelids grew heavy. Yan Shu yawned, turned over in bed and closed his eyes, surrendering to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Lin Xie, upon exiting the residential complex, made his way directly to the Sunshine Mental Hospital. After a journey exceeding an hour, he finally arrived at his destination. Using his meager pocket money, he registered in the lobby and sat patiently, waiting for his turn. After a considerable wait, it was finally his moment. Having recounted the psychological symptoms of a friend to the doctor, Lin Xie's vivid descriptions were so convincing that he almost found himself labeled as mentally unstable. After learning that Nikes was suffering from severe delusions, Lin Xie departed the hospital with the prescription in hand. Given his limited financial means, he resolved to commence with psychological therapy. Upon exiting the mental hospital, Lin Xie boarded a bus bound for the Tsangnan Library, intending to familiarize himself with the deity Nikes through literature. After researching, he passed by the school entrance, where he was promptly caught by Zhao Kongcheng, who had been lying in wait since early morning. To ensure no clue was overlooked, Zhao Kongcheng had collected several backpacks the previous night. After an overnight investigation of nearby surveillance footage, Wu Xiangnan identified several first-year students. Following a night of thorough inquiry, he pinpointed the target after discovering that a backpack contained documents belonging to Lin Xie. Thus, Zhao Kongcheng, at the break of dawn, stationed himself at the entrance of Tsangnan University, clutching a photograph of Lin Xie, awaiting his prey. "Finally caught you, you rascal." Zhao Kongcheng spat out the cigarette, but he had been smoking, his eyes narrowed and bloodshot, seething with rage. Startled, Lin Xie turned stiffly, glancing at the middle-aged man who had firmly grasped his arm, and asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Zhao Kongcheng felt as though he might explode with frustration. "Huh, I've been waiting for you all morning. Why are you lurking around me? I don't even know you. Stop pretending. You were the one who dispatched those monsters last night, weren't you?" Lin Xie, observing the man's smug demeanor as he produced several photographs, recognized that he was indeed one of Yan Shu's associates and surrendered to the inevitable. After all, Yan Shu had assured him they were good people and wouldn't harm him. At worst, he could simply mention Yan Shu's name. "It was me who killed them. So what? Come with me. We need to have a chat." With Lin Xie no longer resisting, Zhao Kongcheng seized his hand and marched forward. As they approached a couple's hotel, Lin Xie's expression shifted dramatically, and he abruptly attempted to flee. "Wait, didn't Yan Shu say they were good people and wouldn't do anything to me? This guy actually intends to force me." However, Zhao Kongcheng was relentless, swiftly restraining him and dragging him toward the hotel. "Stop. What are you doing, you pervert? I'll have you know I'm straight. I don't swing that way." Lin Xie protested, struggling to pry the man's large hand off his shoulder, while also threatening, "By the way, I know Yan Shu. He is formidable. If you dare to touch me, he'll take you down." "Yan Shu?" Zhao Kongcheng paused, clearly familiar with the name, and turned to inquire, "What is your relationship with him?" He had heard from his deputy that a powerful individual named Yan Shu would soon be joining their ranks. "Yes, he is my distant cousin." Lin Xie yanked his hand back, rubbing his reddened wrist as he glared at the man before him. "You're overthinking this. I merely want a place to talk. Two grown men come here to chat?" To this, Lin Xie responded with a derisive scoff. "What do you know? The least likely places are often the safest. We're both men. What could I possibly do to you? Do I look like that kind of person?" "You actually do." Lin Xie dared not voice his thoughts, instead conveying his agreement through his gaze. Understanding the implication, Zhao Kongcheng rolled his eyes in exasperation, lamenting the premature maturity of today's youth, while continuing to drag Lin Xie to the front desk. "One couple's sweet, you know what I mean, thank you." Lin Xie exclaimed in horror, "Yan Shu, save me. There's a pervert." As Lin Xie was dragged into the room, anxiously contemplating the loss of his virginity and preparing to fight back at any moment, Zhao Kongcheng unexpectedly released his grip and settled himself onto the nearby sofa. "Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to have a conversation with you." Noticing Lin Xie's expression of sheer discomfort, as if to say stay away from me, Zhao Kongcheng could only roll his eyes in exasperation. After scrutinizing the man before him and ascertaining that the intention was indeed merely to converse, Lin Xie took a seat on the opposite sofa and stated, "Speak quickly. I am pressed for time. What time are you in such a rush for? You haven't attended class today, have you? Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that Yan Shu was correct. This individual S organization had likely investigated him thoroughly. It's just that I have matters to attend to. Why the interrogation? If we're not conversing, I shall take my leave. Recalling Yan Shu, who was still gravely ill, Lin Xie decided against prolonging the discussion. He cut to the chase, asking, "What is it that you wish to discuss?" Naturally, the topic of conversation is you. Very well, I am Lin Xie, male, single for 18 years, standing at 175 centimeters tall and weighing 125 pounds. Chapter 34. I have two cousins. I refer to the events of your awakening last night. Zhao Kongqing inquired, shaking his head. Have you encountered the Archangel Michael? Upon hearing this, Lin Xie fell into a moment of silence before eventually nodding. The reason he refrained from declining to answer was that he, too, yearned to uncover the mysteries of another realm. Although Yan Shu had imparted a wealth of information to him the previous night, this elder, being an official figure, was likely privy to even greater insights. Please, share with me what you can, Lin Xie urged. Thus, Zhao Kongsheng commenced his narration from over a century ago, detailing the discovery of Leviathan, the tale of Michael, the realm of the forbidden void, and the divine void. 2 hours later, Lin Xie observed Zhao Kongsheng, who was still fervently expounding. He pinched the bridge of his nose, having anticipated more enigmatic revelations, only to find that the discourse was largely akin to what Yan Shu had conveyed, albeit more verbose and interspersed with the speaker's personal musings. Nevertheless, Lin Xie refrained from interrupting until Zhao Kongsheng paused to quench his thirst with a cup of water. He then approached Lin Xie and asked, "What task has he assigned you?" "Task," Lin Xie replied, bewildered, shaking his head. "What task?" Zhao Kongsheng regarded him skeptically for a moment and said, "Chosen agents of the divine are usually given directives to fulfill. If he has chosen you, how could he remain silent?" "I truly do not know," Lin Xie insisted. "He has not communicated anything to me." In truth, Lin Xie was speaking honestly. A decade prior, he had exchanged a fleeting glance with Michael on the moon, after which he had lost consciousness, hearing nothing at all. Zhao Kongqing observed Lin Xie's earnest expression and scratched the back of his head, pondering aloud. This is perplexing. Could it be that the current deities are so selfless? At this, Lin Xie's brow furrowed slightly. It was time to convey his own intentions. I cannot speak to his selflessness. Regardless of any tasks I may be assigned in the future, I will not partake in such chaotic affairs. I yearn for nothing more than for him to retract the divine void so that I may lead a tranquil life. Having said this, Lin Xie rose and regarded the astonished Zhao Kongqing. We have exchanged what we needed to know. I wish to live as an ordinary person, safe with my family. I hope you will refrain from disturbing my life. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. Feeling that he had sufficiently expressed himself, Lin Xie moved to open the door. "Wait," Zhao Kongsheng exclaimed, suddenly standing and grasping Lin Xie's arm with undue force, causing Lin Xie to wince slightly. I apologize, that was unintentional." Realizing the boy might be injured, Zhao Kongsheng instantly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Lin Xie, wary of the man's sudden movement, took a step back, pressing a hand to his shoulder. "If you have something to say, please do so without any physical contact. What I mean is, are you not curious about who I am? Who else could you be? It is evident to anyone with eyes." Lin Xie thought, rolling his eyes internally. "I have no interest in your identity," he said, continuing to turn toward the door. Zhao Kongsheng refrained from engaging Lin Xie any further, firmly grasping the doorknob. "I refuse to believe it. You must be curious. As I have stated before, I am neither curious nor interested." Lin Xie responded, his agitation evident. Why was this uncle so obstinate? How could it be possible? Zhao Kongsheng remained incredulous. Wasn't it typical for a teenage boy like Lin Xie, suddenly endowed with power, to fantasize about becoming an unparalleled hero? Who hasn't he experienced those youthful delusions of grandeur, imagining themselves as the protagonist, leading a faction and saving the world? Is it that cousin of yours, Yan Shu, who has divulged our matters to you? Upon hearing this, Lin Xie hesitated in his attempt to seize the doorknob and let out a sigh. Noticing Zhao Kongqing's expression, which seemed to suggest that he would not let him pass without clarity, Lin Qiye pressed his aching temples. "Speak, what must I do to be released?" Zhao Kongqing, with an expression that confirmed his suspicions, stated resolutely, "Join the Night Watchers." "I refuse." Zhao Kongqing thought to himself, "This child is impossible. Dealing with him is more exhausting than facing the enigmatic." On the other hand, Lin Qiye lamented, "This uncle is remarkably tenacious. It's more draining than being pursued by the mysterious forces." After a moment of silence, Lin Qiye realized that outright refusal bore no fruit, and thus contemplated an alternative approach. "I truly cannot leave. There are numerous matters demanding my attention." Lin Qiye donned a hesitant expression, gazing earnestly at Zhao Kongqing. What could possibly be more important than safeguarding the nation, protecting the people, and upholding social order? Turning back to the sofa, he resumed his seat and spoke with calmness. "I hold great admiration for those who silently guard the light amidst darkness. Were I a solitary soul, I might indeed consider joining your ranks." However, he paused, acknowledging exceptions to every rule. "You must have perused my background and are likely aware of my aunt and 2 cousins. Since I lost my sight a decade ago, my aunt has tirelessly labored in a grim factory day and night for the sake of my cousin Jean and me, her burdensome charge. Although my younger cousin is bright and understanding, he is still in middle school, and now is the time when his high school and university tuition will require funds. Furthermore, my frail distant cousin, who treats me with utmost kindness, spends nearly half the year in hospitals, confined to bed for almost every day of the year. So if I, as the elder brother, do not step up to support this family, who will? Right now, I simply wish to complete my education and secure a modest job that allows me to care for them. If circumstances permit, I would like to see my 2 cousins marry lovely wives and raise responsible children," as Lin Qiye delved into his heartfelt sentiments. A hint of emotion shimmered in his eyes, revealing his genuine aspirations. Zhao Kongqing, taken aback by the earnestness of Lin Qiye's revelations, found himself at a loss. He had never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary university student would articulate such profound thoughts. In that moment, he felt a twinge of shame for previously pressuring Lin Qiye to join them. At such a tender age, he had already embraced the profound responsibility of providing for his family. Seeing Zhao Kongqing fall into silence, no longer inclined to pursue the matter, Lin Qiye breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that a heartfelt approach was indeed quite effective. "Thank you for sharing so much with me. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave," Lin Qiye said, nodding to Zhao Kongqing before pushing open the door and departing, silently watching Lin Qiye leave. This time Zhao Kongqing made no attempt to stop him. How could he possibly force a child who merely wished to protect his small family? After exiting the hotel, Lin Qiye glanced at the time. It was getting late, and he recalled that a gravely ill patient was still unaccounted for, prompting him to resolve to return and check on the situation. As Lin Qiye boarded the bus and departed, Zhao Kongqing drew the curtains. Once seated back on the sofa, he retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and after a few pensive puffs, he suddenly realized that something seemed amiss. Hadn't Lin Qiye mentioned earlier that Yan Shu was his cousin? Could it be that the distant cousin who had been hospitalized last month was indeed him? So were they about to welcome a Lin younger sister into their midst? Chapter 35. Wife Night. By the time Lin Qiye returned to Yan Shu's residence, dusk was approaching. Fortunately, the main gate could be unlocked with a password. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss, trying to rouse Yan Shu from beyond several barriers. Creak! A faint sound accompanied the door's gentle opening. As Lin Qiye stepped inside, he was greeted by a serene and tranquil depiction of twilight. The evening sun filtered through the remnants of the clouds, illuminating a corner of the room. The high floor caught the wind, causing the delicate curtains to sway softly, casting flickering shadows of gentle light within the bedroom. The figure on the bed lay in peaceful slumber, soft black hair veiling half of their brows and eyes. The exposed side of their face bore a porcelain-like pallor tinged with a hint of rosy warmth, and their breathing was barely audible. Lin Qiye crouched beside the bed, quietly observing the sleeping individual. He gently brushed aside the stray strands of hair and touched their forehead, feeling a slight sense of relief wash over him. There was still a mild fever, but it had improved significantly since the morning. Recalling that the person had likely skipped lunch, Lin Xie rose and made his way to the kitchen. Upon opening the refrigerator and finding no leftovers, he rolled up his sleeves and retrieved the side dishes he had purchased the previous night. Although he had only recently regained his sight, Lin Xie felt confident in his culinary abilities, having watched his aunt cook countless times over the past decade. The aroma wafting through the air was enticing. Yan Shu was roused by the delightful scent of food, blinking his drowsy eyes as his still groggy mind pondered if perhaps the neighbors were cooking. Yet, the fragrance was too rich, as though the meal were being prepared in his own home. Gradually shaking off the remnants of sleep, Yan Shu blinked again and glanced toward the doorway, sitting up in bed. Following the tantalizing scent, he ventured into the living room, where he could clearly see someone moving about in the kitchen through the nearby glass door. Qi, just as Yan Shu took a couple of steps toward the kitchen, the glass door slid open with a soft whoosh, revealing Lin Xie clad in a delightful pink apron adorned with a cartoon sheep, carrying a platter of dishes. Wife Knight. Yan Shu's eyes widened in astonishment. A new skin. This was Lin Xie in an apron. The time, the place, the action, the attire, combined with his youthful, cherubic face, radiated an aura of domestic charm that he had never encountered in novels or anime before. Yan Shu blinked, a maternal smile blossoming within him. You're awake. Seeing Yan Shu's clear gaze and his ability to sit up and converse reassured Lin Xie of his well-being. Yes, Xie. Yan Shu nodded repeatedly, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at Lin Xie with overwhelming emotion. You are truly an angel. I haven't had a home-cooked meal in ages. The last time was 6 months ago. Lin Xie paused momentarily while placing the dish on the table, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, and urged, hurry and freshen up. One more dish will be ready shortly. Okay. Yan Shu dashed into the bathroom, completing his ablutions in under 5 minutes before taking his seat at the table. He occasionally craned his neck to glance into the kitchen, his eyes sparkling with delight as colorful fireworks erupted in his heart. Excited, Yan Shu was eager to share his joy, and the first thought that crossed his mind was to share it with his system. System. Yan Shu emphatically poked at the system in his mind. Ding! The unfulfilled desire system's intelligent AI is at your service. Look, Qie's new skin, Wife Knight. The intelligent AI responded with silence. Do you think this signifies that Qi has already regarded me as family? Curiously, Yan Shu prodded the system in his mind. Do you have a favorability detection function? Can you check how much favor Qi has towards me? This system is the unfulfilled desire system, dedicated to alleviating all regrets. Not a favorability system, hence unable to conduct such inquiries. Hearing that favorability could not be checked, Yan Shu felt only a slight disappointment, for he often engaged in trivial pursuits, hoping that one day something delightful might fall into his lap, like the previous small map or the storage function. While engaging in light banter with the system, Lin Xie emerged from the kitchen, carrying the last pot of soup. After promptly serving a generous bowl of rice to the chef of the day, Lin Xie, Yan Shu gazed at the array of colorful and fragrant dishes before him and eagerly picked up his chopsticks. As the first to savor a meal prepared by the protagonist, he mused that even Lin Xie's relatives had probably not had the pleasure. Delicious. The first bite Yan Shu took was of his favorite dish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. This is delightful too. Qi, try this. He joyfully offered Lin Xie 2 generous servings of green pepper and shredded pork, his happiness soaring. Slow down. Observing Yan Shu devouring his food, Lin Xie feared he might choke at any moment and hurriedly poured him a glass of warm water. Isn't it that you have cooked so well? Yan Shu obediently took a couple of sips of the warm water, letting out a sigh of relief. It's my first time cooking. I was worried you might find it unpalatable. How could that be? It's incredibly delicious. To create something so delightful on your first attempt indicates that you possess a natural culinary talent. If you ever find yourself in need of money, becoming a chef part-time could yield considerable earnings, Yan Shu implied, recalling the plot where Lin Xie fell to Japan to work as a male escort for money. Is that so? If I truly find myself short on funds, I might consider it. Lin Xie paused in his eating, thoughtfully contemplating the feasibility of becoming a chef. To be honest, He also believed his culinary skills were commendable, especially if his first attempt could elicit such a satisfied reaction from Yan Shu, providing him with a sense of accomplishment. As both were in their growing phases, each consumed 2 to 3 bowls, swiftly finishing off the entire rice cooker of rice. After the meal, Lin Shi proceeded to wash the dishes in the kitchen, while Yan Shu reclined on the sofa, contentedly rubbing his round belly. He had never felt so satiated since arriving here. Not only had he been hungry earlier, but it was also Lin Chi's cooking, which perfectly suited his taste, making this meal a source of immense joy for Yan Shu. His previously foggy mind, burdened by a low fever, felt significantly clearer. Upon noticing that Lin Shi had nearly finished tidying up, Yan Shu rose and retrieved the medical kit, beckoning Lin Shi over. "Little angel, come and help me change the dressing." "Little angel?" Lin Shi paused in the motion of drying his hands, casting a glance at Yan Shu, who was busily retrieving various bandaging supplies. He decided to approach him after all. Well, a little angel is still a little angel. Once Lin Shi had removed his shirt, Yan Shu hesitated momentarily, his gaze inadvertently drifting over Lin's lean torso. "How wouldn't be a bit?" Then, recalling his original self, Yan Shu felt a wave of disdain. If it weren't for his integration with the mastery of Baida, resulting in a modest 2-pack, the original chicken-like physique was hardly worth a second glance. Turning his attention back to Lin Shi, he couldn't help but gasp. The physique was indeed commendable. His delicate collarbones could easily hold coin, and his fair skin glowed with a creamy luminescence under the soft light. The area beneath his chest. Ahem. Yan Shu turned his head, clearing his throat awkwardly. Well, the part was also beautifully rosy. Noticing Yan Shu's prolonged stillness, Lin Shi grew somewhat concerned. "Are you all right?" "Just caught my breath for a moment. A couple of coughs will suffice." Yan Shu straightened his expression, refraining from glancing aside, and meticulously used scissors to cut away the gauze from Lin's shoulder, inspecting the wound closely. The once gruesome injury from the previous night had already healed significantly. It seemed to be recovering well. A couple more applications of medicine should suffice. Lin Shi tilted his head to view his shoulder, gently moving it up and down. He felt only a slight twinge of pain, which brought him a sense of happiness. As he watched Yan Shu pull out the iodine, a shiver ran through him, recalling the cotton swab that had nearly pierced his flesh the night before. He couldn't help but caution, "Be gentle this time." Chapter 36. Amidst the daily bombardment, rest assured, I shall be exceedingly gentle this time, as tender as caressing skin, as smooth as jade, with the spring breeze sweeping by. Enough, enough. The more I listen, the more I sense something amiss. Lin Shi hastily interrupted Yan Shu's incessant chatter. With the experience from last night, Yan Shu swiftly completed the disinfection, application of medicine, and bandaging process without any mishaps. 5 minutes later, Lin Shi cast several glances at the individual tidying the medical kit, momentarily questioning whether this composed person was truly the same timid novice who had caused him nearly half an hour of agony the previous night. After changing the bandage, Lin Shi stood up and stretched his left shoulder, feeling only a slight pain during vigorous movement. Minor motions elicited no discomfort at all, which was quite satisfactory. As he dressed, he couldn't help but envy the high efficacy of Yan Shu's medicine. He pondered whether Yan Shu would consider selling it. His aunt had been working tirelessly for years, suffering from chronic back pain. Perhaps this medicine might alleviate her discomfort. Moreover, even if it proved ineffective, having a bottle at home would serve as a precaution, for one never knows when it might be needed. However, his expression dimmed at the thought. Even if it were available for purchase, he could not afford it. The medicine was evidently a controlled substance, unavailable in the market, and Yan Shu possessed only a single vial. "Will you be able to attend school tomorrow?" Lin Shi inquired, now fully dressed and preparing to leave. He glanced at Yan Shu, whose condition had notably improved, but still felt a tinge of concern. After all, last night he had merely exhibited mild coughing. Yet this morning he appeared as if on the brink of a high fever. Under normal circumstances, it should be fine. Yan Shu assessed the remarkable improvement in his condition, recalling previous experiences. Ever since merging with that peculiar physique, although his immunity had significantly diminished, leading to frequent colds and illnesses. He found that with proper care, recovery was swift, unlike his previous self who would be bedridden for weeks. Then I shall take my leave. Please take care of yourself this evening. Lin Chia nodded. After putting on his shoes, he opened the door, ready to depart. By the way, I've already tossed your school uniform into the washing machine. Once it's dry, I will bring it to you. Tomorrow, I'll bring the medicine. A final dose before school should suffice. Very well. As Lin Chia exited, the hall fell silent. The warm orange light casting a solitary glow on Yan Shu, who sat on the sofa, feeling an inexplicable loneliness. For a moment, he reflected on how life can be as desolate as snow. Perhaps the comfort of having someone nearby was too delightful to ignore. He took out his phone to check the time. It was nearly 8 o'clock. Still early, and having slept all day, he felt no trace of drowsiness. Reflexively, he opened WeChat, only to be momentarily stunned by the sight of the pinned contact. And Xingyu had changed her profile picture. The former enigmatic dark image was replaced by a cheerful blue chubby fish. Yan Shu tilted his head, observing it for a while. While he found the new avatar more appealing, it seemed somewhat at odds with Xingyu's essence. He mused that it had been 2 days since he last saw her. Perhaps his friend, engrossed in her dissections, had forgotten about him entirely. Unable to sleep, Yan Shu resorted to bombarding his friends with messages to pass the time, while simultaneously liberating Xiao Yu from the confines of the laboratory. Xiao Yu, you've changed your profile picture. Oh, it's an adorable, cartoonish pufferfish. When did you switch styles? It bears a striking resemblance to my chubby mouse. Where are you? Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu. Come out. Is it because I'm more aesthetically pleasing than those ugly creatures? In the old district, at the newly established underground laboratory of Xingyu, the spacious and well-lit basement was cluttered with an array of books and documents. A phone intermittently vibrated on a table piled high with materials. Nearby, at a mosaic-covered experimental station, Xingyu, clad in a white lab coat, mask, and gloves, held a blood-stained scalpel, his brow furrowed in concentration. After a moment of reflection, he turned to the incessantly vibrating phone on the table behind him. Noticing the time on the wall, he proceeded to the sterilization area to remove his lab attire and retreated to the lounge for a refreshing shower, washing away his fatigue. With a soft click, steam wafted from the open bathroom door as Xingyu emerged, wrapped in a towel, and approached the table to retrieve his phone. A quick glance confirmed his suspicion. There was no one besides him sending messages. Noticing a message from half an hour ago, a faint smirk curled his lips as his fingers began to type a response. Meanwhile, Yan Shu, who had been waiting impatiently, had downloaded a popular multiplayer game 10 minutes prior. His fingers danced across the keyboard, immersed in the exhilarating gameplay. Marco, are you out of your mind? You can consume jungle monsters, but why are you invading my mid lane? How am I supposed to level up? Clear the team fight. Haven T, you noticed our high ground is nearly gone? Do you only know how to push lanes? Even in team fights, you fail to provide support. Mid lane, gather with me to obliterate their crystal. As Yan Shu passionately vented his frustrations, he managed to eliminate 2 opposing enemies, intending to charge forward and demolish their crystal. Suddenly, his phone vibrated multiple times, and several messages popped up on the screen, causing his game to freeze. He remained stiff for a moment before frantically tapping the game interface, only to find that his own crystal had been destroyed, resulting in a prominent failure notification that sent his blood boiling. Damn it! After forcefully closing the game, Yan Shu stared at his phone, the source of his misfortune, in silence. With no option to retaliate or scold, he resigned himself to the only choice left, forgiveness. He picked up his phone and replied, "How is your experiment progressing?" "It's going well. I've extracted strong tissue from that lizard's body. In the coming days, I plan to make corresponding modifications and enhancements to myself," Xiao Yu responded. Yan Shu was taken aback. Additionally, this creature possesses stealth and rapid regeneration capabilities. However, these are merely auxiliary abilities. Even if I manage to analyze them, the enhancement to my offensive capabilities will be limited, and it will likely take considerable time to dissect them. Xiao Yu, sobbing, "You are truly remarkable. I feel utterly inadequate. To put it plainly, well, Xiao Yu, do you think my temperament is suited for that ability of invisibility?" And Qing Yu, Gazing at the series of ellipses sent from across the table, Yan Shu imagined the coveted power of invisibility that all men desire. And tears of envy welled up in his eyes. After engaging in casual banter with his companions, Yan Shu discovered that whenever he discussed the mysterious experiments that piqued in Qing Yu's interest, the latter would become extraordinarily animated, overflowing with words. Although Yan Shu could not comprehend the specialized terminology, he remained fully engaged, ensuring that the emotional value was maximized. He sensed that in Qing Yu, who had spent years in solitude, yearned for recognition, care, and affection from others. Naturally, the fruits of his efforts brought Yan Shu great satisfaction. Indeed, whenever his friend achieved a breakthrough, he would joyfully share the results of his experiments with Yan Shu. Well, given this progress, continued diligence might just bring him closer to his desires. His expectations were not lofty, although his physical constitution was beyond hope. He merely wished for a potion that could enhance his other attributes. Ideally, if an invisibility ability could be devised, even a rudimentary version would attract a multitude of eager seekers. However, he pondered whether such a capability could be extended to others as well. Chapter 37. Breaking the window to save a life after finishing a light-hearted chat with his friends. Yan Shu found himself once again drawn to the enticing game icon on his screen. Over the course of 2 hours, the living room was filled with a cacophony of apologies and furious outbursts. Damn, this wretched game, and these insufferable teammates. Frustrated to the point of breathlessness, Yan Shu slammed his phone down in exasperation. Was it too much to ask to achieve a mere silver rank? Still feeling the sting of indignation, he picked up his phone once more and swiftly uninstalled the game. Keeping such a frustrating app on his device would only serve to invite further annoyance. Indeed, gaming was hardly conducive to one's health. Rising to fetch a cup of warm water, Yan Shu settled on the sofa to sip slowly, quenching his thirst after venting for so long. As he drank, a sense of calm began to wash over him, and he couldn't help but reflect on his earlier outburst. Feeling a wave of embarrassment. That wasn't the person he aspired to be. He preferred to remain the composed and charming gentleman he was. Suddenly, the vibration of his phone interrupted his thoughts. Preparing to retreat to his room for rest, he glanced at the screen to see an unfamiliar number starting with 023. With a flick of his finger, he answered the call. Hello, is this Mr. Yan? Yes, who is this? Good evening, Mr. Yan. I am Teacher Chun from the International Art Center's training program. May I inquire how old your child is and whether there is a need for artistic education to cultivate their sensibilities? My child? I'm still a child myself. Yan Shu's mouth twitched in disbelief. No, thank you, he said curtly before attempting to hang up. Wait, Mr. Yan, although you may not need it now. We could connect on WeChat for future reference. Seriously? You're still conducting marketing calls at this hour? Is your company run by demons? The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment before responding softly. We operate on a 24-hour shift. You may not rest, but I certainly need to. Just look at the time. It's 11 p.m. Then, Mr. Yan, let us connect on WeChat, and if you ever require assistance. Yan Shu was utterly speechless, ready to terminate the call, when something outside the living room window caught his eye, sending his heart racing. There, plummeting from the sky, was Lin Chia, who had returned home just hours ago, now descending vertically. Their eyes met in a moment of shared surprise as Lin's exhilarated expression contrasted starkly with Yan Shu's horror. Time stood still as Yan Shu's heart seized. His pupils dilated and his phone slipped from his grasp. Instinct overtook rationale as he dashed toward the floor-to-ceiling window. Leaping into action. Crash! The sound of shattering glass erupted, sending countless shards scattering about. Hello, hello. Are you still there, Mr. Yan? Came the distant voice from the phone lying on the ground, but no one was there to answer. Time rewound a half an hour earlier. Lin Chia, having just called the Night Goddess Mom and consequently experiencing a 3 boost in healing progress, had excitedly ventured out late at night to test the newly acquired ability of the Starry Night Dancer. In the darkness of night, Lin Chia, endowed with abilities 5-fold enhanced, moved with the grace and power reminiscent of a superhero. With a light leap, he soared several meters high, effortlessly scaling the uneven exterior walls to reach the rooftop. He then darted between the surrounding buildings, executing swift jumps slides, and sprints. Perhaps due to an overwhelming fondness for Yan Shu, he unconsciously found himself drawn to his neighborhood. In a moment of exhilaration, Lin Xie leapt from the rooftop, reveling in the liberating evening breeze, joyfully engaging in freefall until he inadvertently passed by Yan Shu's window, where he was spotted in full view. Lin Xie, at that moment, upon hearing the sound of shattering glass, Lin Xie looked up in astonishment to see a figure enveloped in a golden aura racing toward him at an astonishing speed. His expression shifted dramatically, and a sense of dread washed over him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the figure was upon him, wrapping him in a tight embrace. The golden flow enveloping both of them and abruptly halting their rapid descent. Yan Shu, what are you? Upon recognizing the person holding him tightly, Lin Xie's heart raced, and an ominous realization struck him. It seemed the misunderstanding had escalated. At that moment, Yan Shu was too preoccupied with Lin Xie's predicament to notice his feelings. He was exerting all his strength to unleash his forbidden technique, simultaneously controlling the sword aura to shield them from the force of gravity while manifesting a large sword beneath him, attempting to fly. Fortunately, although the flight was unsuccessful, the gravity resistance proved effective. With a resounding crash, the floor tiles fractured like a spider's web, spreading outwards as Yan Shu, clutching Lin Xie, landed steadily on the ground. As the sword aura dissipated, shards of glass began to rain down around them, creating a cacophony that scattered across the floor, revealing the two figures within. With a heavy sigh of relief, Yan Shu looked down to find Lin Xie appearing particularly sheepish. Yan Shu blinked and tilted his head. What was Lin Xie feeling guilty about? Who pushed you? Yan Shu fixed his gaze on the averted Lin Xie. Cough. No one pushed me. I was merely testing my abilities. What do you mean? Quite literally, Lin Xie replied, surveying the area, and, upon realizing no one else was present, he breathed a sigh of relief and urged Yan Shu, let us discuss this back home. Upon hearing this, Yan Shu scrutinized the evasive Lin Xie, raising an eyebrow, suspecting that the reality was not as he initially thought. The two remained silent on their way back. Lin Xie pondered how he would explain the misunderstanding to Yan Shu, as the Divine Mental Hospital was his secret, one he preferred to keep undisclosed. This was not a matter of closeness or trust. It was a primal instinct to protect one's secrets. Meanwhile, Yan Shu reflected on the matter, recalling that although he could not find the original text, he had indeed seen a similar plot in the anime, especially upon realizing the significance of today's date. It seemed he had misread the situation entirely. Lin Xie was simply testing the star dancer he had received from the Supreme Mother. What a grand misinterpretation. Upon returning home, they exchanged silent glances, staring at the stark glass frame in the hall and the scattered shards of glass strewn across the floor. The curtains, devoid of the glass door, fluttered incessantly in the evening breeze. Yan Shu stepped into the middle of the living room and picked up his phone, gazing at the fractured screen. Once again enveloped in silence, Lin Xie, cautious, maneuvered to the edge of the sofa and sat down. Regarding the chaos strewn about, a disarray birthed from his own actions, he couldn't help but cradle his forehead in exasperation. Although he knew he wouldn't have met his demise even without Yan Shu's presence, it was still fundamentally his own fault. A test is a test. Why must he come to Yan Shu's place to conduct it? Having arrived, why leap from this building? Fortuitously, he had passed by Yan Shu's floor-to-ceiling window and had been caught in the act. Yan Shu approached the bare window frame and looked down, his heart sinking into the depths below, making his legs quiver. One must admit, Lin Xie possessed a remarkable audacity. He recalled that this building boasted 25 floors. With his double enhancement, he could effortlessly bend the front of a car. Lin Xie's quintuple enhancement, allowing him to leap from the 25th floor, was somewhat understandable. But to hell with understanding. This was the 25th floor, not the 25th. Come now. Please commence your storytelling. Cough. Explanation. Yan Shu returned to the sofa, fixing a serious gaze upon Lin Xie, who was contemplating how to obfuscate the truth. In that moment, Lin Xie found himself at a loss for words. Actually, I was merely testing my abilities. Abilities? The godly powers you awakened last night? Yan Shu was well aware of Lin Chie's character. He either remained silent or, if he chose to speak, he would not deceive his comrades. Thus, Yan Shu kindly provided him with a rationale. Indeed, I am truly perceptive. Yan Shu mentally commended himself. Lin Chie paused at Yan Shu's words. Lacking affirmation, yet offering no rebuttal, he continued, I discovered that in the darkness my speed, strength, endurance, and recovery capabilities were all quintupled. So I was merely inclined to test the limits. Chapter 38. Relatives, classmates, and friends. Yan Shu wore an expression of sudden enlightenment, soon replaced by one of envy. Impressive. The divine void is truly unparalleled. My forbidden void can be considered invincible within the same realm, yet it merely doubles my power. Lin Chie responded, Invincible within the same realm. Ah, did I not mention the specific abilities of my forbidden void? His reply came in the form of two profound glances. My forbidden void possesses a skill, execution. When employed against opponents of the same realm, regardless of their identity or capabilities, I can slay them with a single strike. Lin Chie exclaimed, Including the divine void? I haven't tested it yet. I'm uncertain. Upon saying this, Yan Shu's eyes brightened, revealing an eager expression as he gazed at Lin Chie. Suddenly, Lin Chie remembered he had forgotten to turn off the gas at home. His scalp prickled with anxiety, and he immediately stood up and turned to leave. Wait, 7 nights. I haven't finished speaking. Watching Lin Chie rush away as if he had sprouted 8 legs, Yan Shu nearly burst into laughter. Of course, Lin Chie's haste was not solely due to the awkwardness of the situation. He also wished to avoid deceiving Yan Shu. There is a vast difference between silence and tacit acknowledgement regarding many matters. By the time Lin Chie returned home, it was nearly midnight. Reclining back onto his bed, he stared at the ceiling in a daze, reflecting on the events from the previous night to that day. Merely 2 days of experiences had completely upended his worldview. Turning to gaze at the soft moonlight streaming through the window, he raised his hand to caress his now normal eyes, still feeling a lingering sense of unreality. His thoughts naturally drifted to Yan Shu, and for a moment, his heart softened involuntarily. Lin Chie touched his chest, unable to articulate the sensation, both familiar and foreign. Filled with affection yet tinged with trepidation, a desire for closeness tempered by the need for appropriate boundaries. Although their interactions were merely those of friends, Lin Chie often experienced an unusual stirring within, especially this morning when Yan Shu had unexpectedly collapsed onto him, and the image of him leaping into a golden torrent without hesitation lingered in his mind. If the roles were reversed, Lin Chie would likely have been stunned for a moment, highlighting how significant his presence was in Yan Shu's heart. As he pondered this further, his thoughts became increasingly tangled, and Lin Chie furrowed his attractive brow, raising a hand to shield his eyes as he sighed deeply. Why dwell on these thoughts? After all, our relationship encompasses relatives, classmates, and friends. It is natural to be close. He concluded that overthinking was likely a result of prolonged solitude and a yearning for companionship. Recalling his aunt's words from earlier that day, Lin Chie felt compelled to invite Yan Shu over for a meal as a gesture of gratitude for his repeated kindness. Moreover, he would soon be joining the night watchers, and it would likely become more challenging to meet in the future, he mused silently. Having resolved his inner turmoil, Lin Chie quickly drifted off to sleep, this time without the tiresome dream of knocking on doors. Ever since he had opened the gates of the Divine Psychiatric Hospital, he had been able to sleep soundly and dream like an ordinary person. That night, he experienced a delightful dream in which he envisioned himself achieving great success after graduation, even establishing his own company as a boss. Subsequently, he amassed a fortune in the 8-figure range and purchased a spacious apartment in an upscale neighborhood, moving in with his aunt and Jean. Strikingly, the apartment bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Yan Shu's family, and the living room's floor-to-ceiling windows appeared merely as frames. When the alarm clock rang, Lin Chie reluctantly rose from his slumber, recalling the vivid dream as he brushed his teeth, causing a twitch at the corner of his mouth. I've eaten well. By the way, Xiao-Qi, bring a few for Xiao-Shu as well. Observing Lin Chie relishing his meal, the middle-aged woman retrieved a plastic bag and filled it with several large meat buns from the kitchen, handing it to Lin Xie. After all, you did trouble Shu for a night before. All right, Lin Xie responded, placing the bag into his backpack while simultaneously devouring another meat bun. Be careful on the road. Brother, I know you too. Lin Xie affectionately ruffled his cousin's hair, grabbed his backpack, and approached the door. Woof, 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 almost forgetting. Lin Xie bent down to pat the small black dog at his feet, greeted his aunt, and then set off for school. His aunt watched, smiling. As Lin Xie strode forward, his demeanor brightened anew, her happiness evident. Sangnan University, Class 1, 2. Upon entering the classroom, Lin Xie captivated the entire class with his striking appearance. They were astonished to find him even more handsome without the ribbon. While managing the enthusiastic greetings from his classmates, he made his way to his seat. Previously, he might have felt touched by their warmth, but after the events of the other night, he had grown indifferent, realizing that one could never predict how these classmates would react in a moment of crisis. In a corner, Lu Yuan lowered his head, occasionally stealing glances at him. From Lin Xie's perspective, Lu Yuan's furtive movements were glaringly evident. He vividly remembered how Lu Yuan had deliberately knocked him down to escape. Had it not been for his fortunate encounter with Yan Shu, who knew if he would still be here, or perhaps lying in a casket. In contrast, Li Yifei, who approached him to apologize, appeared much more agreeable. Ding, ding, ding. The school bell rang. After a day of classes, Lin Xie slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed towards Class 8. Excuse me, which person are you looking for? A girl at the door raised her head, instantly captivated by the handsome boy standing at the entrance. Hello, I'm looking for Yan Shu. You're a friend of our Shu. It seems that handsome friends are a commonality. Please wait a moment. The girl cheerfully turned and walked inside. Lin Xie observed her retreating figure, pondering. It appeared that Yan Shu was quite popular in class. Meanwhile, having just exited the restroom, Yan Shu was accosted by a male classmate. Yan Shu, someone is looking for you. Yu Miao just searched for you everywhere and couldn't find you. Oh, thanks. Yan Shu nodded, quickly washed his hands, and made his way out. As soon as Yan Shu approached the entrance of the classroom, she spotted Lin Xie leaning against the corridor, engaged in an animated conversation with a girl. She stepped forward and lightly tapped Lin Xie on the shoulder, inquiring, "What delightful topic has you so engrossed?" "We were discussing the ways we nurture your well-being," he replied with a smile. Having ingested so much goji berry tea that she felt on the verge of nausea, Yan Shu could only respond with a silent expression of disbelief. "Come here, Yan Shu," Yu Miao beckoned, her demeanor tinged with a hint of shyness. "I need to discuss something with you." "What is it?" Yan Shu asked, noticing Yu Miao's bashful countenance. Nevertheless, she followed her, saying to Lin Xie, "Please wait for a moment. I shall return shortly." "Sure, take your time," Lin Xie replied, nodding, his gaze drifting thoughtfully towards the girl who had departed ahead of them. Curious, Yan Shu trailed Yu Miao to a secluded corner of the corridor and asked, "What's on your mind?" Clearing her throat, Yu Miao hesitated before asking, "Does your friend have a girlfriend?" Yan Shu blinked in surprise, momentarily a loss for words as she observed Yu Miao's flustered expression. In just this brief span of time, a girl has already succumbed. Currently, he does not, she finally answered. Yu Miao's eyes sparkled with hope, prompting Yan Shu to hastily add, "However, he has a girl who has waited for him for many years, so you should probably give up. You stand no chance." "I see." Yu Miao, feeling the pangs of unrequited love before even embarking on a romance, waved her hand dismissively. "All right, I understand. You may go now." Noticing that Yu Miao's spirits were not too severely dampened, Yan Shu still felt a twinge of concern. "There are plenty of fish in the sea. I think our sports committee member is quite appealing. His physique is nothing short of impressive." Yu Miao responded with a bemused expression. "Are you referring to the mantis shrimp?" Chapter 39. The door to a new world almost opened. Let us go. After resolving the matter with Yu Miao, Yan Shu rushed over and seized Lin Xie, pulling him along. "Your relationship seems quite amicable." The earlier scene made Lin Xie reflect. Most of the conversation he had with Yu Miao revolved around Yan Shu, revealing that the classmates in Class 8 genuinely admired him. Unlike the superficial courtesy displayed by his own classmates, the affection from Class 8 appeared to stem from a deeper, intrinsic fondness. Upon finishing his thought, Lin Shi sensed something amiss, and, fearing a misunderstanding, added, I meant that you have a good rapport with your classmates. Uh-huh. I am the darling of the class. Yan Shu replied with a triumphant smile. He scrutinized Lin Shi, assessing him from head to toe, making Lin Shi feel rather uneasy before commenting. You're not bad yourself. You resemble in Xiao Qiao in handsomeness. Before long, you too will be as well-liked as I am. What does my resemblance to in Xiao Qiao have to do with your popularity? Yan Shu instantly discerned the implication behind Lin Shi's eyes, lifted his chin, and puffed out his chest, declaring, because I am as handsome as in Xiao Qiao. And Xiao Qiao? I have never heard of him. You've only just transferred and have attended classes for barely 2 days. It is normal not to recognize your classmates yet. He is a prodigy, a rare talent in art Songnan, cherished by the principal. Moreover, he recently completed his master's degree in biology and will commence his doctoral studies in the latter half of the year, focusing on genetic inheritance and mutations, with additional research in clinical medicine. As Yan Shu spoke of Qingyu, his eyes gleamed with admiration, and he rambled on about the latter's illustrious achievements, causing Lin Shi to glance at him frequently. Is there truly such an extraordinary individual? What is his name? Qingyu. Isn't a melodious name? It is indeed quite pleasant. Not only is he handsome, but his intellect is unparalleled, with an impeccable memory. Even his name is delightful. He possesses tenacity, charisma, and ability. Faults are virtually non-existent in him. You cannot possibly be one of his die-hard fans. Lin Shi remarked, observing Yan Shu's expression of reverence, which appeared to be tinted with admiration. He found it hard to believe that such a flawless person existed. Lin Shi quietly mused that Qingyu must be the little fish that Yan Shu had pinned at the top of his WeChat contacts. I am clearly a fan of his work. Yan Shu firmly corrected him, then began to offer encouragement. Qi, do not belittle yourself. Though you may not be as intelligent as he, you share his handsomeness. Everyone has their own strengths. You have awakened the divine void, a rare feat in the great Xia. Surely, you will become a formidable figure in the future. Strive hard, my young friend. I have high hopes for you. Yan Shu patted Lin Shi's shoulder, motivating him. Is that so? Lin Shi remained non-committal. He was indifferent to becoming a prominent figure. After all, with great power comes great responsibility, and all he desired was to protect his family. The two continued their light-hearted conversation until they arrived at the school infirmary. This should be the place. Observing the door, which was usually wide open but was now shut, Yan Shu approached and attempted several times to open it. Yet to no avail. Is it locked? It seems so. Yan Shu stood before the closed door, somewhat at a loss for words. Due to the unfortunate demise of 2 classmates on their way home from evening study sessions a couple of days ago, the school had faced considerable public scrutiny, compelling it to cancel the late classes. Consequently, the school clinic also closed its doors early, dismissing students before 6 o'clock. Let us find another room, he suggested. It's merely a matter of applying some medicine. It will only take a few minutes. The two of them wandered about, but every room was either locked or occupied by other students. How about the restroom? Yan Shu proposed. That works. Lin Shi nodded in agreement. Let us head to the top floor. I recall that restroom is seldom frequented. Yan Shu led the way upstairs. The higher they ascended, the fewer people they encountered. Within 2 minutes, they reached their destination. This will do, Yan Shu said, glancing around before casually pushing open a door. Noticing a layer of dust on the toilet seat, he took off his jacket and laid it over the seat. Sit down. Lin Shi felt a bit embarrassed at such attentiveness. You're only wearing a short sleeve. Do you intend to take it off and then put it back on afterward? Lin Jia faltered it momentarily. All right, just hurry up and take it off. Stop dawdling. Yan Shu firmly pulled Lin Shi inside and pressed him down. Seated atop the toilet seat, Lin Shi looked up at the urging Yan Shu, then glanced at the tightly shut restroom door. The already cramped stall felt even more confined with the two of them occupying it, creating an unusual tension. What are you daydreaming about? Shouldn't we find another place? Where else can we go? Yan Shu replied, bemused by Lin Shi's uncomfortable expression. We're both men. You have what I have. Why be shy? I want tea bite. Feeling increasingly awkward, Lin Shi's ears flushed red at the comment, realizing he had overthought the situation. After all, He had applied medicine in similar circumstances before, so he quickly removed his clothing. During the process of unwrapping the bandage, the confined space made it inevitable for Yan Shu to accidentally brush against Lin Qi's body with every slight movement. "Don't move," Yan Shu exclaimed, pressing Lin Qi back down, casting him a discontented glance. "It's a bit itchy. If it's itchy, then bear it. Do you still wish to apply the medicine properly? Then hurry up. If you want me to hurry, then don't move." Lin Qi's gaze lingered on the face of the person bending down to tend to him, feeling the warmth of his breath occasionally grazing his neck. A few strands of soft hair fell against his face, offering a cool sensation. The brows and eyes, partially obscured by the hair, appeared gentle, contrasting with the slight boldness of his character. Lin Qi's hands, which hung naturally at his sides, involuntarily shifted as he felt his heart begin to race. He bit his lip tightly. Diverting his gaze, he lowered his eyelids. Yet his acute awareness could not help but linger on the other's pale pink lips, amplifying the peculiar sentiment that had begun to envelop him. Lin Qi, now possessing a faint understanding of his own feelings, felt his breath hitch and silently cursed himself. It was merely an application of medicine. Could it be that I am genuinely hungry? Impossible. How could he possibly develop such feelings for someone he has known for less than 2 weeks? At this moment, Lin Qi's mind was somewhat overwhelmed. It must be that he is overthinking. Surely, his lack of friends throughout the years has led him to feel fondness for this distant relative who has helped him time and again. This is merely a platonic affection, a liking that belongs to the realm of good friendship. His desire to draw closer to the other person must stem solely from their familial bond. He regards Yan Shu as a good friend, a close brother, a kindred spirit. Yes, that is precisely it. Thus, the half-open door to a new world was resolutely shut once more by Lin Qi. Chapter 40. A daily dose of envy. While Lin Qi was immersed in his brainstorming, Yan Shu had already adeptly reached the final stages of his task. He couldn't help but cast several envious glances at the protagonist's physique. This lean figure, the exquisite four-pack abs, and the chest muscles that, though somewhat slender, appear to possess an undeniably pleasant texture. Yan Shu's bandaged hands hesitated momentarily, as he struggled to suppress the urge to reach out and touch. No, one mustn't casually touch someone from the south. Then he was reminded of his own perennial physique, which brought forth a wave of melancholy. Without comparison, there would be no harm. Prior to seeing Lin Qi, his admiration had merely been a fleeting thought. Now, however, he was consumed with envy to the point of feeling a tinge of jealousy. If Lin Qi were to enter the training camp and train for another year or so, he would undoubtedly emerge with an 8-pack. At that time, he might even be able to showcase his Sharingan in front of everyone. "All right, I just checked. Your recovery seems quite satisfactory. The surface wounds have mostly healed. Theoretically, you should be able to remove the bandages tomorrow, but it would be wise to wait another day," Yan Shu declared as he returned the medicine to his backpack, tossing the used bandages into a nearby trash bin. "Thanks, Yan Shu," Lin Qi replied, a smile gracing his lips. "We've established a rapport. There's no need for such formalities. Just yesterday, you were the one caring for me while I was unwell." Indeed, Lin Qi touched his nose and nodded in agreement. As the two exited the school gates, they noticed it was already past 6 o'clock. Yan Shu glanced up at the overcast sky. "Qi, did you bring an umbrella? It looks like it's going to rain soon." "No, I didn't." Lin Qi frowned at the realization that he had forgotten an umbrella. Yan Shu shrugged his shoulders in resignation. He hadn't brought one either, despite the pleasant weather that had greeted him that morning. However, summer rains were known for their rapid onset and swift departure, unlike winter storms that could linger for days. Though one lived in the new town and the other in the old, there was a stretch of road they could traverse together. To avoid the rain, they hastened their steps toward home. Indeed, within 10 minutes, the heavy clouds began to loom ominously, and soon enough, a light drizzle transformed into a downpour. Due to his physique's susceptibility to illness from rain, Yan Shu had no choice but to shield his head with his jacket. Although this offered minimal protection, it was better than nothing. Noticing Lin Qi's hair clinging to his face from the rain, Yan Shu swiftly pulled him closer, offering half of his jacket. "You take the other side," he instructed. Lin Qi, initially intending to decline, reconsidered as the rain intensified, large droplets striking his face with a sting. He swallowed his unspoken protest. Fortunately, the jacket, tailored for a 175 centimeters frame, was sufficiently large to cover most of their shoulders. As they neared the point where they would part ways, Lin Xie suddenly recalled his aunt's suggestion to invite Yan Shu over for dinner that morning. "How about coming to my house for a meal today? My aunt has mentioned it several times." "Well, perhaps another time." Just as he was about to cheerfully accept, Yan Shu remembered his drenched appearance and had to decline. "Next time, perhaps. Look at me. I'm a drenched rat. I wouldn't want to impose." Lin Xie found the reasoning sound. Both were in a rather inconvenient situation, so he stepped out from beneath his clothing. The torrential rain immediately assaulted him, and he raised his hand to wipe the water from his face. He then handed the large meat bun his aunt had asked him to bring over to Yan Shu. "Very well, let us save it for next time. This is from my aunt for you. I must take my leave now. Remember to take your medicine when you get home." "All right." Watching Lin Xie dash back home, Yan Shu glanced at the substantial bag of buns in his hand, a hint of regret in his sigh. He was so close to encountering Erlang Shun and the celestial dog. Perhaps it was for the best that he didn't go. After all, Zhao Kongcheng was at Lin Xie's residence, a crucial moment for the two to understand each other and deepen their feelings. It wouldn't do for him to be a third wheel. Moreover, and most importantly, Zhao Kongcheng was due to receive his reward tonight, marking a pivotal turning point for Lin Xie's involvement with the Night Watch. He had no intention of disrupting that. Contemplating his subsequent plans, Yan Shu narrowed his eyes, having other designs concerning Zhao Kongcheng. However, why had he yet to receive his task? Based on the patterns from previous task releases, Yan Shu noted that the system tended to issue tasks right on schedule, never releasing them prematurely for his preparation. He wondered if this applied solely to side quests or to all tasks. Achoo! 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 After 3 consecutive sneezes, Yan Shu touched his forehead, which had begun to feel warm, his expression turning sour as he pondered. Must it come so swiftly? I've only been caught in the rain for a short while. Alarmed about falling ill and jeopardizing his plans, Yan Shu hurried home, immediately taking a hot shower and swallowing 2 pills. Yet, it proved of little use. He sniffled through his congested nose and felt the heat rising on his forehead, already exhibiting symptoms. It seemed yesterday's cold had not fully abated, and the rain had triggered a relapse. As he passed through the living room, he noticed the floor-to-ceiling window had been fitted with new glass, and he nodded in satisfaction, pulling out his phone to transfer the remaining payment to the installer. As for the new phone, it was still on its way and would take another couple of days. While Yan Shu lay on the sofa after taking his medicine, Lin Xie, on the other hand, rushed home, now resembling a drenched chicken. The moment he opened the door, a rich aroma of cooking greeted him, instantly enveloping him in warmth, dispelling the chill from his body. "I'm back. My dear child, how could you return in such a state?" It was unexpected. The weather was quite fine this morning, and then it suddenly rained in the afternoon. Lin Xie reassured his concerned aunt. "Next time, if you forget your umbrella, remember to call me. What if you catch a cold?" Yes, I understand. By the way, your teacher came for a home visit. He.S. in your room. Hurry, don't keep him waiting." "Teacher home visit?" Lin Xie immediately thought it was impossible. He had just transferred schools 2 days prior. Even if a home visit were necessary, they should have gotten to know him sufficiently first and informed him in advance. With that thought, a middle-aged man flashed through Lin Xie's mind. He hurried to his room, and indeed, it was the peculiar middle-aged man from yesterday who had taken him to the couple's hotel to discuss serious matters. At this moment, he held a cup of tea and offered a slight smile. Fearing that Auntie and the others might overhear, Lin Xie swiftly shut the door. After locking it, he turned to Zhao Kongcheng, frowning as he inquired, "What brings you here? Have you not yet given up? Do not misunderstand. I have not come to solicit your joining us." Half an hour later, having opened their hearts and delved into deeper understanding, the two no longer felt the initial awkwardness. Lin Xie watched Zhao Kongcheng's departing figure, silently wishing him well, hoping that one day he would achieve great merit and soon rise to the rank of general. Chapter 41. The origin of the divine. The relentless downpour continued unabated. Emerging from Lin Xie's abode, Zhao Kongcheng walked leisurely toward the street, unfurling his umbrella. He retrieved a cigarette, ignited it, and took a few puffs, exhaling thoughtfully. Shaking the ash from his cigarette, he approached the black van parked by the roadside, intending to finish his smoke before driving back. Suddenly, a low voice emanated from the black earpiece nestled in his ear. The ghost-faced king has been spotted. Zhao Kongchang paused momentarily, his hand hovering by the car door, narrowing his eyes as he gazed into the distance. Ding! Main quest initiated. As darkness descends, he draws his sword against the abyss, sacrificing his life to protect Lin Chie's entire world. Will you accept the task to alleviate Lin Chie's regrets and save Zhao Kongchang? Completing the quest will yield a reward, a random selection of the divine source. Friendly reminder, collecting the divine source and the divine body will grant you ascension to divinity. New city, Jing'an community. 23rd floor. Due to the potent effects of the cold medicine he had taken, Yan Shu, lying on the sofa in a light slumber, was abruptly awakened by the jarring sound of the system notification. Blinking in confusion, he attempted to rise, but found himself too weak to do so, his hand instinctively reaching for his forehead, which burned with fever. Yan Shu sighed deeply. This constitution is truly trying. Shaking his dazed head, he turned his attention to the system within his mind. Upon comprehending the content, he inhaled sharply, instantly sitting upright, embodying the essence of someone startled awake from a grave illness. Good heavens! After such a long wait, the main quest has finally arrived, and the reward is the divine source. To hesitate for even a second would be a disservice to the system, the task, and himself. Thus, the answer is undoubtedly accept. The divine source sounds remarkably grand. Elated by the prospect, Yan Shu's previously feverish mind sharpened instantly. However, excitement aside, there were still questions to pose. System. What is the purpose of the divine source? The divine source, also known as the divine law, is an indispensable cornerstone for achieving divinity. The host may presently simplify its understanding as an ultramax version of divine void. What is the essential difference between it and divine void? Divine void essentially represents a portion of divine power bestowed by a deity upon their agent, establishing a contractual bond. In reality, the agent merely serves as a vessel for the divine void, which the deity can reclaim at any time. Conversely, the divine source, or law, forms the foundation of godhood. Once the source is integrated into the host's body, it becomes a unique power belonging solely to the host. The host may then bestow this source upon others. It is more complete and potent than divine void. Wait, bestow upon others? Are you implying that I can contract with individuals like a deity and grant them my divine void? Yan Shu gasped in astonishment and queried, am I not a deity? Can I still bestow something without divine power? Deities grant divine void as a bestowal of divine power. Under normal circumstances, they do not expend their own source. The host, lacking divine power, must consume their own source to bestow divine void to others. If I were to bestow divine void to another, would it affect me? Parting with a fragment of one's essence is bound to have an impact on oneself. Yes, it is best for the host to bestow their divine essence upon others no more than thrice. Otherwise, it may jeopardize the host's foundation for future divinity. The state of divine emptiness is akin to a truncated version, while the essence of the law represents the complete form. If I accomplish my task and merge the essence, does that elevate me to a semi-divine status? Yan Shu pondered, stroking his chin as he articulated his understanding. Not quite a demigod. Merging the essence will accelerate the host's ascension, yet will not directly elevate the host to their pinnacle. I am merely contemplating, no need to take it so seriously. Alas, the wind, howling amidst the torrential downpour, caused the windows to wail. Yan Shu recognized the urgency of the situation and ceased his musings, promptly rising to descend the stairs. Occasional flashes of pale blue lightning streaked across the sky, followed swiftly by the rumble of thunder. A shroud of dark clouds enveloped the entirety of Tsangnan City, and Yan Shu, armed with a black umbrella, seamlessly blended into the night as he ventured forth. Sniffling due to a stuffy nose, and with cheeks tinged with a faint blush from fever, he glanced at the red and green dots on the map, hastening toward his destination. The sporadic glimmers of light in the residential area flickered in the downpour, as if the world were veiled in a dark gossamer. At that moment, within a dilapidated old residential district, a figure cloaked in dark crimson unveiled a box, extracting 3 signposts to strategically position them in a triangular formation. Shortly thereafter, a crimson canopy materialized above a section of the old city, only to vanish swiftly before any onlooker could comprehend. Meanwhile, in the rain-soaked Zhao Kongsheng, he observed a grotesque hand emerging from the sewer, tilting his head as his gaze fell upon a vintage residential building not far away. Although I'm not accompanied by multitudes this time, I carry the world of that child with me. As Zhao Kongsheng faced his gravest crisis, Lin Xie, dining nearby, unexpectedly learned of the unfolding events through his celestial dancer ability, conveyed by a bat. Lin Xie gazed out into the torrential rain, then glanced back at his aunt and Ah Jin, who were merrily enjoying their dinner, his fists clenched tightly. Moments later, he resolved to plunge into the rain. Hastening to Zhao Kongsheng's location, not far from the formless void, Yan Shu followed the red dot on his small map to arrive at his destination. Yet he did not rush forth. Instead, he ambled leisurely. He would save Zhao Kongsheng, but not at this moment, despite having nearly shed tears at his demise while reading the novel. However, the journey is insignificant. What matters is the outcome. In another part of the battlefield, the Ghost-Faced King emerged from the sewer and, within mere minutes, had Zhao Kongsheng pinned to the ground, unable to rise. It seems I cannot return this time. Aware that defeat was not an option, Zhao Kongsheng retrieved a token, rubbing it momentarily, and as he prepared to stab it into his palm, a voice suddenly rang out from outside. Zhao Kongsheng! Zhao Kongsheng! Following a piercing and harrowing wail that reverberated through the heavens, Yan Shu, sheltered beneath his black umbrella, lifted his gaze forward as the previously concealed area re-emerged. He glanced at the minimap, confirming that the red dot had vanished. Naturally, along with it, the faint green dot representing Zhao Kongsheng had also disappeared. Chapter 42. The life and death talisman. The rain poured relentlessly, and the wind howled fiercely. In a dilapidated and chaotic ruin of the old town, Lin Xie knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, cradling the lifeless body of a middle-aged man, marred by scars and stained with blood, upon his lap. He turned his gaze toward the distant low buildings, his fists slowly clenching and then weakly releasing. After a moment of contemplation, he steeled himself and choked out to the lifeless figure beneath him. In my life, I, Lin Xie, owe apologies to 3 individuals: my aunt, who has toiled for me for a decade, my cousin, whom I have burdened for 10 years, and you, who saved the lives of my family of 3. You rescued my entire world, and in return, I shall guard yours for a decade. The sound of soft footsteps was soon drowned out by the torrential rain. Kneeling on the ground, with his vision blurred by tears, Lin Xie noticed a pair of mud-streaked shoes before him. His voice faltered, and, as he looked up, he recognized the newcomer, bursting into tears like a child who has finally seen a comforting adult. Yan Shu, Sobi. Zhao Kongsheng. He sacrificed himself to save my family. Sob. Witnessing Lin Xie's sorrowful state, Yan Shu felt a pang of discomfort within himself. For this was a choice he had made. He could have intervened sooner to save Zhao Kongsheng, yet he had chosen not to. He crouched down and gently stroked Lin Xie's damp hair, shifting his umbrella closer, speaking softly. Che, do not cry. I can save him. Save him? A fleeting glimmer of confusion crossed Lin Xie's eyes, his tears mingling with the rain, tracing down his cheeks. He raised his hand to wipe away the tears from his face, and Yan Shu nodded, softly reassuring, yes, such beautiful eyes should not be tainted with tears. At this, Lin Xie paused, instinctively grasping the hand that lingered on his face, gazing intently at Yan Shu. As he confirmed the sincerity in his eyes, a flicker of hope ignited within him. How will you save him? Yan Shu handed the umbrella to Lin Xie, rising to his feet. He glanced down at the 2 figures, one kneeling, the other lying down, only to be drenched immediately by the downpour. Narrowing his eyes, Yan Shu raised 2 fingers of his right hand, summoning an ancient yellow talisman that materialized between them. In an instant, the runes on the talisman glowed, with golden light swirling within the intricate patterns. life and death intertwined, the transition from death to rebirth. Suddenly, a burst of golden light erupted as Yan Shu pointed the talisman at the man on the ground. The talisman shot forth, and upon making contact with Zhao Kongqing's chest, the runes broke free, rapidly expanding until enveloping him entirely, gradually merging with his body. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, Lin Qia's mouth fell agape, his eyes wide with disbelief. He glanced from the composed Yan Shu to Zhao Kongqing's figure on his lap, and his mind raced with images of classic Hong Kong films featuring Lin Zhengying battling zombies. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward. Random extraction of divine essence. Will the host extract now? Upon hearing the notification of task completion in his mind, Yan Shu couldn't help but smile widely and replied, no. Fortunately, Lin Qia's attention was entirely fixated on Zhao Kongqing, oblivious to Yan Shu's peculiar behavior. Thump, thump, thump. The revived heartbeat resonated increasingly strongly, unmistakably perceptible within Lin Qia's senses. He lowered his gaze just in time to catch a glimpse of the fingers of the person beneath him twitching. They moved. They moved. Lin Qia, filled with excitement, turned to Yan Shu. Upon witnessing this scene, Yan Shu's eyes brightened, recalling that this talisman had remained at the bottom of his novice gift box since he first opened it. Truth be told, the scene of this resurrection appeared rather enchanting. Steeped in Eastern fantasy, observing Lin Qia's expression of relief after a brush with death, his fondness for him reached its zenith. And Yan Shu felt a deep sense of satisfaction, acknowledging that this was one of the reasons he had refrained from rescuing Zhao Kongqing right away. Had he engaged Zhao Kongqing in battle from the outset, he would have garnered merely the goodwill of Lin Qia and Team 136. Furthermore, without the impetus of Zhao Kongqing's demise, it remained uncertain whether Lin Qia would join the Night Watchers in the future. Certainly, he would not do so this time. The premature awakening of Qingyu's forbidden void had already taxed his mind considerably. If Lin Qia were to experience further turmoil, he would feel exceedingly insecure without the guidance of the narrative. Although reconciling regrets would undoubtedly bring about significant changes, potentially altering the course of events entirely, Yan Shu still aspired to complete his mission along a path that would not deviate drastically from the original storyline. If all else failed, he would have to accept it. He simply wished to avoid complications, not out of fear, but rather for convenience. Should he resurrect someone after their death, instilling hope after despair, he would gain not only goodwill, but also a debt of gratitude. For Lin Qia, Zhao Kongqing had saved his family, and in rescuing Zhao Kongqing, he effectively saved Lin Qia as well. For the members of Team 136, he could also be considered a savior of their comrade. The distinction between embellishing a victory and providing critical assistance is well understood by any rational individual. Moreover, Yan Shu considered another factor. Zhao Kongqing had perished after forcibly activating his own potential. Upon resurrection, the likelihood of him still possessing the forbidden void was considerable. When Zhao Kongqing awakened, he would discover an immense surprise awaiting him. Although he typically prioritized his own interests, he held a genuine fondness for Zhao Kongqing's character. Had it not been for this talisman, he would undoubtedly have chosen to join them in vanquishing the Ghost-Faced King from the very beginning. Was it worth sacrificing such a precious talisman for a measure of goodwill? Yan Shu asserted that it was indeed a case of achieving multiple objectives with a single action. Firstly, he would gain the gratitude of Lin Qia and the Night Watchers. Secondly, Zhao Kongqing would acquire the Forbidden Void. Thirdly, Lin Qia would join the Night Watchers as in the original narrative. And fourthly, he would simultaneously fulfill his mission. After completing the task, Yan Shu felt the tension in his body ease, but compounded by his pre-existing fever, the previously suppressed negative sensations surged forth and his head began to feel heavy again. Why had he not yet awakened? Lin Qia observed for a while longer, noting that Zhao Kongqing had merely twitched his fingers at first, with no further response thereafter. Were it not for the audible rhythm of the other's heartbeat, he might have doubted whether what he witnessed was merely a figment of his imagination. It was merely a case of excessive injury and fainting due to the exhaustion from activating his potential. In a state of distress, Yan Shu blinked his somewhat darkened eyes. As he prepared to crouch, his body softened and he began to topple sideways. Lin Xie, ever vigilant of their conditions, immediately noticed Yan Shu's alarming state. Rising promptly, he caught Yan Shu's frail form just as he was about to collapse. "Apologies, I just need a moment," Yan Shu said, furrowing his brow as he blinked vigorously. Yet his vision only became increasingly blurred. Feeling the heat radiating from Yan Shu's forehead, Lin Xie sighed, a mixture of concern, gratitude, and a subtle sense of pity swelling within him. In such torrential rain, with a body racked by fever, one could only wonder what compelled him to venture out. Chapter 43. The true big shot is my cousin. Lin Xie halted his subtle shaking of the head, as if a sudden thought had struck him, causing his eyes to widen before he looked down again. Leaning against him, Yan Shu's eyelashes trembled incessantly, his pallid cheeks adorned with an unnatural flush, and his slightly parted lips emitted rapid breaths. The areas he touched were astonishingly hot, unmistakably reflecting a state of grave illness. In an instant, Lin Xie felt a swell of panic. This condition was even more severe than yesterday. He glanced at Zhao Kongsheng on the ground, and then at the ailing Yan Shu beside him, both appearing as if they were on the verge of death, necessitating immediate emergency intervention. At such a late hour, he was utterly alone, and the nearest hospital was at least half an hour away. Just as Lin Xie wore a look of desperation, Team 130-6S Hong Ying finally arrived in the vicinity. "Deputy, I have reached the old residential area. Where is old Zhao?" In the rain, a woman clad in a dark red cloak, drenched and bearing a black lawn case on her back, stood in the street, bent over and gasping for air. "Behind the building in front of you," Wu Xiangnan's voice crackled through the earpiece, strained. "Hong Ying, you must prepare yourself." "Prepare for what?" "We lost contact with old Zhao a few minutes ago, and his emblem's location has not moved for several minutes. Old Zhao might have simply exhausted himself and is resting." Hong Ying's pupils constricted sharply, her body trembling as she spoke, propelling herself forward like an arrow, racing away. As she traversed past the building, the sight of a grim, blood-stained ruin froze her in her tracks, tears streaming down her face. Instinctively, she halted, her gaze fixating on a figure not far away. The distant rumble of thunder reverberated through the clouds, and the rain fell in torrents, obscuring her vision. Wiping her blurred eyes, she approached through the downpour. It was a youth. In his arms was another boy, and on his back he carried yet another, walking toward her direction. Though she could not clearly discern the identity of the one on his back, her intuition screamed that it was Zhao Kongsheng. Her heart jolted, and she immediately sprinted toward the boy. Upon realizing the full extent of the situation, she collapsed to her knees, covering her face with her hands and weeping uncontrollably. The unfamiliar woman's actions made Lin Xie pause momentarily. He turned to observe the woman before him, weeping over Zhao Kongsheng, and instinctively deduced her identity. A wave of relief washed over Lin Xie as he exclaimed, "You must be Zhao Kongsheng's teammate. Wah! Please stop crying. Quickly, help us. They are in dire straits. Wah!" The heartbroken Hong Ying, engulfed in grief over her fallen comrade, was momentarily taken aback by Lin Xie's words, choking on her tears. "Zhao Kongsheng is not dead. If you keep crying, he truly will be. Oh. If he is alive, that's all that matters." Hong Ying swiftly wiped her eyes and nose, rising to her feet with a smile that radiated relief from the brink of despair. "Saving lives is paramount. Follow me, I have a car." As Lin Xie and Hong Ying escorted Yan Shu and the others to the hospital for emergency treatment, the rain gradually ceased. Once the heavy downpour had subsided, the hazy moonlight pierced through the clouds, enveloping the world in silence. Drip, drip, a few raindrops trickled down the remnants of broken walls, producing a distinct splashing sound in the stillness of the night as they fell into a muddy puddle, creating ripples. Splash! A black paw stepped into the puddle, splattering droplets of mud and landing on a jagged scar in the earth. It belonged to a small, black, scruffy dog. At that moment, a tiny cloth bag hung from its neck. The dog sniffed around, eventually coming to a flat, open area where it paused. It was aware that not long ago, the body of a venerable man lay here. Once it stood still, a faint golden light glimmered in the dog's pitch-black eyes. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and spoke in a deep, resonant voice, "Return, O soul." After waiting for a while, without the appearance of a spirit, the scruffy dog tilted its head in confusion. It shook its large ears and opened its mouth once more. "Soul, return. Soul, return. Soul, return." After several attempts, the scruffy dog fell silent for a moment, muttering to itself, "It shouldn't be like this. Could it be that the Master's bag is flawed?" Half an hour later, at Lin Xia's aunt's home, Yang Jin, immersed in his assignments, heard the sound of the door opening and did not turn around. "Woof, woof, woof. No, how could there be none? This bag was given to me by the Celestial Lord. Do you not know how to operate it? Woof, woof, woof. Have you ever considered that the problem might lie with you? Woof, woof, woof. For so many years, you have done nothing but eat and sleep. Have you ever diligently practiced? How much divine power have you restored? Do not speak carelessly with your dog eyes. It is quite difficult for me, as your master." The small, black, scruffy dog, feeling belittled, became unhappy and lunged forward to bite its master's pant leg, shaking its head in defiance. All right. Yang Jin bent down, scooped the little dog into his arms, and patted its head. "Let me see what is going on." As soon as he spoke, Yang Jin closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them wide. A vertical eye appeared on his forehead and slowly opened in a golden light. He turned to look out the window, his 3 eyes narrowing in concern. "Not dead?" Yang Jin cast a puzzled glance at the dog's head. Upon seeing the disdain in the dog's eyes, he narrowed his own and swiftly grasped the scruffy dog by the nape, giving it a firm shake. "Oh, daring to look down on your master. Do you wish to defy the heavens?" After giving the dog a thorough scolding, Yang Jin stroked his chin, deep in thought. "It cannot be. I distinctly felt its death at that moment. Could have been resurrected by someone?" He then recalled his distant cousin who had recently appeared beside his brother. Pausing in contemplation before shaking his head, he could discern that the man held great goodwill towards his brother. Moreover, since his brother had chosen this path, having someone by his side could be beneficial. At the very least, it would prevent his brother from isolating himself in solitude, devoid of friends as before. Nonetheless, given the circumstances, I shall respect his choice. Meanwhile, in the spacious and brightly lit hall of the peace offices underground, Lin Xia sat calmly on the sofa, observing the 6 individuals before him. As he faced the 6 members of the assembly, Lin Xia's mind wandered, preoccupied with concern for Yan Shu. Earlier, when he and Hong Ying had rushed the two to the hospital, Zhao Kongsheng seemed stable, although he had suffered multiple fractures and appeared severely injured. With proper treatment and time, he would eventually recover. However, Yan Shu's situation was vastly different. He had been rushed into the emergency room on the spot and was now lying in the ICU. According to the doctors, had they arrived a few minutes later, Yan Shu would have been rendered mentally incapacitated. Chapter 44. The 136 Night Watch Squad. Are you the divine agent of the Seraphim? Wu Xiangnan inquired, seated on the opposite sofa, gazing at Lin Xie. Indeed, I am, came a reply. The others could easily discern Lin Xie's concern for his friend, and they understood his feelings at this moment. However, the matter at hand required clarification. Among the 3 present, 2 were incapacitated, leaving them reliant on Lin Xie for information. I am Wu Xiangnan, the vice captain of the 136 Night Watch Squad. He introduced himself. I am Chun Mai, the captain, he continued, nodding at Lin Xie as he gestured for the remaining members to introduce themselves. Frontline combatant, Hong Ying, said a girl with red-rimmed eyes sitting beside Wu Xiangnan. Lin Xie acknowledged her with a nod. They had recently accompanied Yan Shu to the hospital and had met during the journey. It was Hong Ying who had brought him here. After Hong Ying finished, a cheerful man standing beside her spoke up. Wen Shima, also a frontline combatant. I am Si Xiaonan, responsible for combat support and a part-time military medic, chimed in a petite girl with 2 buns in her hair. Lung Xian, in charge of long-range fire support, said a man coldly, cradling a sniper rifle. Once everyone had introduced themselves, Lin Xie recalled his earlier promise to join the Night Watch, and thus he decided to introduce himself as well. Hello, I am Lin Xie, a freshman at Songnan University. Upon gazing at the clear-eyed youth before him, Wu Xiangnan was reminded of a week ago, when Yan Shu had occupied the same position as Lin Xie, displaying a blend of curiosity and decorum. He smiled and resumed speaking. Lin Xie, do you have any additional information regarding Zhao Kongqing's severe injuries and Yan Shu's unconsciousness? I have no further details to add. Lin Xie replied calmly. The Ghost-Faced King was slain by Zhao Kongqing. Yan Shu. Yan Shu must have come looking for me and happened to encounter this attack. Then why did Yan Shu faint? His health has always been fragile. He had not fully recovered from his illness and was caught in the rain, resulting in a high fever. Hong Ying can attest to this. Yes, Yan Shu was indeed quite ill. The doctor mentioned he nearly reached 42 degrees. Hong Ying confirmed with a nod. Goodness, that's serious. When Qima gasped in astonishment. Did Yan Shu join the battle? Were you present the entire time? I was there the whole time. The Ghost-Faced King was killed solely by Zhao Kongqing, and Yan Shu arrived only after the Ghost-Faced King's demise. Seeing Lin Xie's unwavering assertion that Zhao Kongqing had single-handedly defeated the Ghost-Faced King, the others were left in disbelief. It was not that they underestimated Zhao Kongqing. Rather, the disparity in their realms was simply too vast. Zhao Kongqing had vanquished someone from a higher tier altogether. Only Wu Xiangnan, the vice-captain, was able to regain his composure first. After contemplating for a moment, he directed a question at Lin Xie. Did Zhao Kongqing employ the ghost goddess summon? That doesn't seem right. If he had, he wouldn't be in the hospital now. I am unfamiliar with what you refer to as the ghost goddess summon, Lin Xie replied. Could you elaborate on the details of their battle? For instance, how did Zhao Kongqing slay the Ghost-Faced King? He unleashed a single black crescent, decapitating the Ghost-Faced King directly. Lin Xie recounted. Is it true or false? When Qima's eyes widened in disbelief. This power of attack surpasses even my flaming feather cloak. Hong Ying, standing nearby, was equally astonished. It is worth noting that she is at the Pool realm, and even she could not inflict such devastating damage with a single strike. At that moment, their silent captain, Chen Mai, suddenly spoke. It was the number 083 Death's flashing moon. Old Zhao utilized the ghostly god's call to awaken his forbidden void. When Qima, taken aback, exclaimed, so Old Zhao was able to kill the Ghost-Faced King? Wait, if Old Zhao used the ghostly god's call, how could he possibly still be alive? It was because Yan Shu saved Zhao Kongqing. Hold on. Hong Ying rubbed her ears, suspecting she had misheard. Are you saying Old Zhao died once and was revived? Indeed, Zhao Kongqing had perished, but Yan Shu brought him back to life. Lin Xie surveyed the 6 individuals, all wearing expressions of shock. Even if he wished to conceal the fact of Yan Shu reviving Zhao Kongqing, it would be futile. Once Zhao Kongqing awoke, the truth would be revealed instantaneously. Furthermore, revealing this information might not harm Yan Shu, as he too would join the Night Watchers. With this act of salvation, the members of Team 136 would likely extend him greater care. How could this be possible? I recall the vice captain mentioning that Yan Shu's forbidden void is of the offensive type, right? Yes, his forbidden void is the sword realm, lacking any healing abilities. How could he resurrect someone? Faced with the unanimous disbelief from the crowd, Wu Xiangnan refrained from questioning immediately. Instead, he reflected on how deeply this young man was hiding his true self. As the one most familiar with Yan Shu in Team 136, Wu Xiangnan had followed events from the Old District Lizard incident to the Serpent Demon incident and had always felt that Yan Shu was not as simple as he appeared. However, this did not diminish Wu Xiangnan's fondness and trust in the boy. It is natural for individuals to harbor secrets, as he himself and the captain did. Thus, upon hearing about Yan Shu reviving Old Zhao, aside from initial astonishment, he did not believe Lin Xie was fabricating tales. Consequently, his professional instincts kicked in, prompting him to retrieve his notebook and earnestly ask Lin Xie, could you elaborate on the events? How did Yan Shu revive Old Zhao? I only saw Yan Shu take out a yellow paper. Lin Xie began, but midway through, he felt his description was somewhat inaccurate. He scratched his head, contemplating before stating. To be precise, it was something resembling a talisman, which he affixed to Zhao Kongqing's chest, and he came back to life. Wait, a talisman? Are you referring to the kind often seen in Hong Kong films for exorcising spirits? When Qima struggled to grasp the concept, well, it certainly looked quite similar to that. Lin Xie replied earnestly, genuinely believing so. Could it be a forbidden object? Hong Ying speculated. As far as I know, not only have I never heard of a forbidden object capable of resurrection, but even resurrection-type forbidden voids are unheard of. The previously silent and statue-like Lung Xian could no longer contain himself. It seems, then, that it is not a forbidden void, Wu Xiangnan remarked, a hint of disappointment in his tone. To comprehend the current tribulations faced by the edifice, one must acknowledge that even the therapeutic forbidden virtual entities are exceedingly scarce, each regarded as a precious gem to be safeguarded. Even the captain of the mass special squad, Wang Mian, possesses a temporal divine void capable of reversing time and revisiting the past. Yet in reality, he cannot directly resurrect the deceased. Not to mention the resurrection-type forbidden virtual entities, which hold immense strategic significance. Chapter 45. The most potent support. Lung Xian among the group, the most knowledgeable was their captain, Chun Mai, whose eyes flickered with intrigue. He had witnessed the ephemeral resurrection of an entire city by the divine void, albeit only temporarily, which hardly qualified as true resurrection. As the others engaged in a cacophony of speculation, Lin Xie wore an expression that conveyed his role as merely a messenger of what he had seen. Knowing little beyond that, it appeared the only way to uncover the true circumstances was to await Yan Shu's awakening. Realizing time was of the essence, Chen Mai sought to conclude the discussion. May I take my leave now? Lin Xie, under the impression that the topic had been settled, was eager to head to the hospital. Anxiety coursed through him, fearing the news from the hospital might be dire. The image of Yan Shu being rushed into the emergency room had truly unsettled him. After all, it was Lin Xie's first encounter with someone being taken into critical care, and a significant part of the reason for this dire situation stemmed from his actions. Wait, hold on. Chen Mai raised a hand to calm Lin Xie and continued. Now that the matter with the Ghost Face King has concluded, it is time we discuss you. Lin Xie. Discuss me? What prompts this sudden change of heart, leading you to wish to join us? In gratitude for Zhao Kongsheng, Lin Xie replied, his gaze steady upon the others. Gratitude? He continued. My home lies within that old district. It was Zhao Kongsheng who stood against the Ghost Face King. Without him, perhaps my family and I. He paused, unwilling to delve further into that dark thought. He safeguarded my world, and after his demise, we made a pact. I would join the Night Watchers to protect his realm. Upon hearing Lin Xie's naive declaration, Chen Mai was momentarily taken aback, but pressed on. Zhao is not dead. Do you still intend to honor that pact? At this, Lin Xie clenched his hands, resting on his legs tightly, then slowly released them. Lin Xie, owe no debts to anyone. Regardless, it remains an undeniable truth that he did protect my world. As the notion of gratitude surfaced, Lin Xie felt a flush rise to his cheeks, recalling Yan Shu's repeated acts of assistance. The countless lives saved weighed heavily on his mind, leaving him pondering how he might ever repay such kindness. In terms of martial prowess, Yan Shu surpassed even Lin Xie, who possessed the divine void. Regarding wealth, the memory of Yan Shu's sprawling 200-square-meter apartment momentarily halted Lin Xie's thoughts. And when it came to intellect, Yan Shu seemed to have a friend whose intelligence eclipsed that of Einstein. The more he contemplated, the more he felt at a loss, and a sense of melancholy enveloped him. Amid Lin Xie's invisible despondency, the others regarded his unwavering principles with increased admiration. However, I shall depart in 10 years, Lin Xie murmured, unable to contain himself. When Shima interjected, the Night Watchers is not merely a job. You cannot simply resign at will. Chen Mai shook his head. Do not speak of me. Even the highest echelons cannot guarantee such a promise. However, should you possess the strength to leave after 10 years, that will be a different matter altogether. Chen Mai's words illuminated the reality for Lin Xie. If he wished to depart a decade hence, it would necessitate attaining a level of strength that rendered him unstoppable. Realizing that Chen Mai was hinting at him to think it through, Lin Xie still nodded in agreement, expressing his willingness to join, firmly believing in his own capabilities. Should he find himself unable to proceed later, he would attribute it solely to his own shortcomings, without placing blame on anyone else. Once Lin Xie's involvement was confirmed, the group finally revealed expressions of relief, contemplating the arrival of an immensely promising divine agent among the Night Watchers. Beside them, when Shimal remarked with a smile, "Speaking of which, it has been a week." Yan Shu mentioned he would report back after a week. "I wonder how he is faring now." Wu Xiangnan, who considered himself Yan Shu's guide, still held concern for this junior. He turned to Lin Xie and inquired, "Has he stabilized?" After all, Lin Xie had been involved throughout this ordeal, and given his occasional absent-mindedness and the worry etched on his face, he would be most aware of the situation. He is past the critical period. If his fever subsides, he can be transferred back to a regular ward. That's good, when Shima sighed in relief. After all, Yan Shu was recruited by him and the vice captain, and given that he had saved Zhao Kongsheng that very night, every member of Team 136 was filled with gratitude towards him, hoping for his swift recovery. Now that we have 2 new members, I will submit your applications for joining to the higher-ups. After undergoing intensive training, you will be considered official members. With Yan Shu joining the Night Watchers alongside him, Lin Xie felt a slight lift in his spirits, pausing in confusion as he asked, "We still need to undergo training?" Our organization operates with a semi-military structure. All newcomers must undergo a year of concentrated training before officially joining, during which they will learn combat skills, firearm usage, operational deployment, and the prohibition of void manipulation, among other skills. "When does it commence?" Lin Xie queried. "In a month. For now, you and Yan Shu can only be regarded as temporary members of our squad." At this point, Chen Mai seemed to recall something, by the way. Temporary members do not receive a salary. Lin Xie tilted his head in bewilderment. "No salary? Even if I were to find a job now, I would receive compensation during the training period." He couldn't help but voice his disbelief. Did Zhao Kongqing not say that the Night Watchers offer excellent benefits? Cough, cough. Meals and accommodation are not covered. What? Lin Xie exclaimed. Is this official organization truly so impoverished? Where will I stay for this month? Images began to flood his mind, himself clad in tattered rags, scavenging through garbage bins for food during the day and competing with stray dogs for a spot to sleep in the park at night. He shuddered at the thought. In that moment, Lin Xie found himself regretting the impulsive decision he had made to join. Perhaps he should return to his aunt's house, though he suspected that if he did, he would end up fleeing with his aunt and Ah Jin in the dead of night. Seeing the shock on Lin Xie's face, Chen Mai and the others felt a collective pang of anxiety, fearing he might reconsider. Sure enough, as Lin Xie appeared conflicted for a moment, their hearts collectively sank when he suddenly displayed a look of relief. "I think being a student is quite nice. Perhaps I should reconsider." Smack! The swift-handed cold Xian discerned the unspoken words of Lin Xie, and in an instant produced a firearm from seemingly nowhere, slamming it onto the coffee table with a resounding thud, casting a cold gaze at Lin Xie. "What now?" Lin Xie exclaimed. "Yan Shu, help me. This group is terrifying." The members of Team 136 exchanged knowing glances with cold Xian, their eyes conveying a silent approval. Maintaining his stern demeanor, cold Xian lifted his chin, exuding confidence as he puffed out his chest. "Why not come stay in my home?" Redding, discreetly giving cold Xian a thumbs up, interjected, "My house is quite spacious. Accommodating you in a room would be no trouble at all." Sighing in resignation, Lin Xie noticed the fearful expressions of the Team 136 members, pondering. Perhaps I should stay at Yan Shu's place. I trust he would not turn me away. Chapter 46. What have you done to him? Moreover, to speak candidly, over the past few days, he has developed a profound understanding of Yan Shu's frail constitution. After all that has transpired, Lin Xie has firmly categorized Yan Shu into his own realm, unable to trust him to be alone. Living together allows him to care for him. Thus it was decided. Chen Mai, fearful of any unforeseen circumstances, promptly interjected to bring the conversation to a close. "Come, Xie, let me show you around." Having witnessed the exchange, Hong Ying stood up and pulled Lin Xie along, leading the way. As they walked leisurely down the corridor, Hong Ying was in close proximity to Lin Xie, so near that he could distinctly perceive her faint fragrance and catch sight of her slightly fluttering eyelashes. With her fair skin, delicate nose, rosy lips, and exquisitely refined features, Her bright eyes sparkled with joy. One could not deny that Hong Ying was truly beautiful. Lin Xie shifted his gaze back, inadvertently recalling the equally captivating Yan Shu. With a sickly pale complexion, a well-defined nose, gentle brows and eyes, and delicate pink lips that curved into a crescent moon-like smile. Yan Shu's eyes sparkled with starlight when he laughed. Particularly notable was his character, sometimes gentle, sometimes playful, and at times serious. During their time together, Lin Xie always felt enveloped by a warmth that surrounded him. To this day, he still reminisces about the words Yan Shu once shared with him. "Fear not. It's just a trifle. Xie, you are truly an angel. Do not cry, Xie. I can save him." How could such beautiful eyes be stained with tears? Lost in these thoughts, Lin Xie felt an inexplicable blush rise to his cheeks. It was the first time in his life he had encountered someone like Yan Shu, who evoked such profound emotions within him. Xie, are you listening? Huh? What is it, Hong Ying? Lin Xie, roused from his reverie, glanced over with a hint of embarrassment. Shouldn't I be the one asking you what is wrong? Just now, you suddenly stopped, motionless, and when I called you, you remained unresponsive, your face flushed. What were you thinking about? Confronted by Hong Ying's sudden proximity and scrutiny, Lin Xie instinctively took a step back, feeling somewhat awkward. I was merely recalling something joyful. Is that so? Hong Ying's expression was skeptical. Is it truly that delightful to wait for Yan Shu to be discharged from the hospital? You didn't appear particularly cheerful. Rather, you seem to be lost in youthful longing. Ahem, aren't we supposed to explore? Let's go. Lin Xie awkwardly redirected the conversation. After touring the underground facilities of the office with Hong Ying, Lin Xie's horizons expanded. It was hard to fathom that such a small establishment had a subterranean base that nearly connected the entirety of Peace Bridge. As time marched on and his worries about Yan Shu's condition persisted, Lin Xie, half an hour later, found himself in the car driven by Wen Qima, laden with life supplies for Team 136's support, en route to the hospital. Upon arriving, he learned that Yan Shu had successfully passed the critical phase and had been transferred out of the ICU, easing the tension that had gripped his heart. "Hello. May I inquire which room Yan Shu, who was previously in the ICU, is now in? Are you a family member or a friend of the patient?" "I am a family member." Lin Xie observed the nurse at the station, her expression one of astonishment, and felt a twinge of confusion. Why does it seem as though she recognizes Yan Shu? It's nothing, really. This child is a regular patient at our hospital. And being so strikingly handsome, most of us nurses are familiar with the situation. He has been hospitalized alone since 6 months ago, so it is surprising to see a family member visiting him today. Upon hearing the nurse's subtly mocking undertone, Lin Xie found himself at a loss for words, and a sense of discomfort washed over him. "It won't happen again," he silently vowed, pressing his lips together. "Where's he staying?" "Room 817. "Thank you." Lin Xie nodded and turned away from the nurse's station. With a heavy heart, he ascended to the 8th floor. As he opened the door to the ward, he was met with the sight of an unfamiliar man, his back turned, leaning closely over the person in the bed, seemingly engaged in some inappropriate action, revealing a glimpse of exposed skin at the waist. "Oh no, I'm sorry. I must have entered the wrong room. I didn't see anything." Assuming he had stumbled upon an inappropriate scene, Lin Xie retreated hastily, offering repeated apologies before swiftly turning to shut the door, all in one fluid motion. With a sigh of relief, Lin Xie, still facing the door, awkwardly rubbed his nose, chiding himself for not being more attentive to the room number before entering. 817. 817. As he turned back to glance at the door number, he paused. It was indeed 817. He had not made a mistake. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his expression shifted dramatically. With a loud bang, the door he had just closed was forcefully kicked open. The man who had previously been facing away from him now stood, prepared, and turned to face the newcomer. This individual was Qing Yu, who had been troubled by the absence of a certain someone for 2 days, only to discover, through a nurse's phone call, that Yan Shu had once again been admitted to the hospital. "Scoundrel, what did you just do to him?" Upon seeing the unfamiliar face, Lin Xie's fury erupted, and he lunged forward, seizing Qing Yu by the collar with one hand, while throwing a punch with the other. It was not entirely unjustified for Lin Xie to react so dramatically. Had he encountered a different scenario, he would not have jumped to such conclusions. Just moments prior, the nurse had mentioned that Yan Shu had been ill without any family members visiting him. And now he witnessed a stranger engaging in dubious behavior with the unconscious Yan Shu. Naturally, Lin Xie perceived in Qingyu as a predator taking advantage of the vulnerable. As Lin Xie's fist hurtled toward him, and Qingyu's eyes, framed by his glasses, glimmered with a hint of blue light, revealing a spark of curiosity. He deftly intercepted the incoming punch, but the force was so great that he was forced to take 2 steps back, finding himself against the bed. Feeling the sudden numbness in his arm, and Qingyu's expression shifted. The strength behind that blow was indeed extraordinary. Had it been a week ago, he would not have been able to withstand it. However, after recent days of mysterious dissection, he had successfully analyzed a portion of the enigmatic substance from the lizard, allowing for minor enhancements to his physique, though the abilities of invisibility and accelerated regeneration would require further time for full comprehension. On the other side, Lin Xie was somewhat astonished by this stranger who could withstand his punch. It is worth noting that it was night, and his physical prowess was quintupled compared to that of daylight. Even though he refrained from using his full strength out of concern for potentially harming his opponent, the force he wielded could easily fell a grown man, and Qingyu deftly tightened her grip on his collar, causing Lin Xie's palms to tingle, his fingers instantly losing their strength and releasing their hold. "Do not misunderstand," she said calmly, releasing Lin Xie's hand and adjusting her collar, casting a glance at Lin Xie, who appeared poised to strike once more. "I was merely examining Yan Shu's physique." Chapter 47. Heartbeat upon hearing this individual utter the name Yan Shu with such familiarity. Lin Xie, with his violet-hued eyes momentarily pausing, turned his gaze towards the unconscious Yan Shu on the bed. He utilized his perceptive abilities to scan the entirety of Yan Shu, inside and out. After noting the slightly ajar shirt and finding no distinctive markings, he breathed a sigh of relief. He then regarded the remarkably handsome figure before him and inquired, "Who are you?" "My name is Qingyu, a classmate and friend of Yan Shu," came the reply. "And Qingyu?" In that instant, Lin Xie recalled Yan Shu's earlier description of the prodigy from Sangnan University, whose memory surpassed that of an elephant and whose intellect allegedly eclipsed that of Einstein. The image of Yan Shu, adorned with countless layers of adulation, lingered vividly in his mind. "The academic genius?" he asked. "If you referred at Sangnan University, then yes, that is indeed me." Noticing Lin Xie's calm demeanor, and Qingyu returned to the bedside, rebut-toning the partially undone shirt, his eyes betraying a hint of regret. He had intended to collect a sample of Yan Shu's genetic material, but such endeavors were now impossible with an outsider present. Nonetheless, his concern for Yan Shu was genuine. He believed that the medical facilities in Sangnan were woefully inadequate. Should an emergency arise, he could whisk Yan Shu away for proper treatment. It was only later that he considered the potential benefits of acquiring Yan Shu's genetic material to enhance his physical constitution, as Yan Shu had often murmured about this desire in his ear. However, Qingyu was not overly disheartened. Once Yan Shu awoke, he could simply request it from him. Given his understanding of Yan Shu, he was certain the latter would not decline. Moreover, if Yan Shu were to learn that the intention was to improve his health, he would likely express gratitude while encouraging Qingyu to take as much as he needed unreservedly. Observing Qingyu's natural demeanor, Lin Xie furrowed his brow and moved his fingers slightly. "What brings you here? If you can be here, why can't I? I have yet to inquire about your identity and your relationship with Yan Shu." And Qingyu paused in his movements, lifting his gaze to Lin Xie, scrutinizing him with a hint of perplexity. To Qingyu, the man before him was enveloped in an inscrutable aura. "That is different. I am Yan Shu's cousin. Is it not normal for me to care for him while he is unwell? Moreover, your presence here is far more unusual." Lin Xie swallowed the remainder of his retort and instead appraised Qingyu. Apart from his striking appearance, there was something distinctly different about him. Upon hearing Lin Xie introduce himself as Yan Shu's cousin, Qingyu's tone softened considerably as he replied, "Oh." Lin Xie was taken aback by such a lukewarm response. After witnessing Yu's competent care as he covered Yan Shu with a light blanket, Lin Xie rose from the accompanying chair and asked, "How is he? Is he all right?" Lin Xie had heard Yan Shu speak of the extraordinary abilities of this so-called Sangnan prodigy. Thus he had been quietly observing throughout the examination. "Something seems amiss," Yu murmured, furrowing his brow in contemplation. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes behind his spectacles. He could discern that Yan Shu's physical condition was peculiar, yet he could not articulate the specifics. "It appears that I still require the genetic material of Yan Shu, which I shall attempt to analyze further through my own forbidden techniques." What is so peculiar? Upon hearing this, Lin Xie's heart instantly tightened. Despite the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, he posed his inquiry to Yu, who patiently replied, "It's nothing. Perhaps I am overthinking. His high fever has subsided, and he will awaken shortly. A couple of days of rest will suffice." "That is good to hear." With Yu's reassurance, Lin Xie finally felt a weight lift from his heart. "I can take care of things here. Perhaps you should return home for now." "Very well." After a moment's hesitation in response to Lin Xie's suggestion, Yu recalled the critical nature of her ongoing experiment and decided against further delay. After imparting some advisories to Lin Xie, she nodded and departed. With the sound of the door clicking shut, tranquility returned to the ward. Lin Xie stood by the bedside, gazing at Yan Shu, who had regained his pallid complexion after the fever had broken, and gradually his negative emotions dissipated. Suddenly struck by a thought, Lin Xie approached the door, locked it, and returned to the bedside. He pulled aside the thin blanket covering Yan Shu and gently lifted the hem of his hospital gown, revealing a shallow scar approximately 10 centimeters in length. How did this happen? Lin Xie furrowed his elegantly shaped brows. He could tell the wound had been stitched recently, indicating that Yan Shu had suffered an injury not long ago. He touched his own shoulder, which had nearly healed, and then his chest, feeling a mix of restraint and discomfort. Why hadn't he used that medication himself? Why was he treating him with such kindness? Even among brothers, one would keep accounts clear. After all, they had merely been distant relatives who had met only a handful of times. Yan Shu. Lin Xie lowered his gaze, silently observing the tranquil figure lying before him, emotions swirling within his eyes, gradually deepening. Meanwhile, in the old district's basement, the aftermath of a recent downpour left the air in Sangnan's old town thick with the scent of damp earth. Upon returning to the laboratory, Yu bypassed the rest area and immediately donned antibacterial gloves, changing into a white lab coat as she approached the workstation, initially intending to proceed at a leisurely pace. The frequent hospital visits of Yan Shu over the past few days instilled a sense of urgency in her. The experimental process needed to be expedited. However, with only 2 hands and 1 person, there were limits to her speed. As she gently swirled the test tube, she couldn't help but lament the absence of a doppelganger. If only she possessed the ability to create a clone. The first rays of dawn filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow over the pristine white blankets, suffusing the room with a sense of coziness. Outside, the soft chirping of young birds occasionally pierced the tranquility. It was within this idyllic morning that Yan Shu stirred awake, blinking his bleary eyes. His hand, nestled beneath the thin blanket, moved slightly as he felt something resting upon it. Turning his head, he noticed a black-haired figure peacefully sleeping at his side. "Chia?" Yan Shu blinked, recognizing the familiar for stand nearby, realizing he had once again found himself in a hospital. As the consciousness of Yan Shu awakened, he felt a refreshing clarity in his mind, and his body was liberated from the discomfort it had previously endured, akin to shedding a burdensome old skin. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, he quickly pieced together what had transpired. Upon noticing Lin Xie, who was soundly asleep by his bedside, his eyes brimmed with tears, overwhelmed by emotion. Oh, how Lin Xie is truly an angel. Surely, he must have kept vigil over him throughout the night. His efforts had not been in vain. After this experience, Lin Xie would undoubtedly regard him as kin. In today's world, who besides family would remain by one side in a hospital? Considering that Lin Xie had likely not rested well, Yan Shu gently rose, carefully extracting his hand from beneath the thin blanket. His movements were subtle enough not to disturb Lin Xie, indicating just how utterly exhausted he was. When Lin Xie eventually awoke, the first sight he beheld was the pristine white ceiling, soon followed by the familiar sound of a voice. "Xie, you're awake." "Yan Shu?" Lin Xie turned towards the voice and beheld the very person who had been in critical care just the night before, now brimming with vitality as he sat on the caregiver's bed, propping his chin on his hands and smiling warmly at him, his crescent-shaped eyes reflecting Lin Xie's bewildered expression. After a moment of stunned silence, Lin Xie suddenly jolted upright. "What happened? Caring for a patient has led to me ending up in a hospital bed myself. This is quite extraordinary." In that instant, Lin Xie felt a pang of regret, realizing he had been oblivious when Yan Shu had been lifted onto the bed. Chapter 48. Are you straight? Ahem. How are you? I feel exceptionally well. Observing Lin Xie awkwardly rise from the bed, Yan Shu, ever perceptive, chose to overlook the matter. Upon hearing Yan Shu's spirited reply, Lin Xie scrutinized him closely and, noting that apart from a slightly sickly pallor, there were no other anomalies. He nodded in acknowledgement. "Someone named in Qingyu visited last night." "Oh, little fish," Yan Shu exclaimed in surprise, promptly retrieving his phone, and indeed, several unread messages awaited him on WeChat. "You two seem quite close." "Naturally, he is my future designated companion." Yan Shu beamed with pride at Lin Xie's sentiment. Previously, he had been uncertain whether in Qingyu considered him a friend, but following the visit from Little Fish, he could confidently assert that in Qingyu had indeed regarded him as a friend. "Future companion?" Lin Xie inquired with curiosity. "Is he also joining the Night Watchers?" I haven't asked, so I'm unsure about that." In response to Lin Xie's incredulous look, Yan Shu hinted, "However, I believe he will join sooner or later." Given his penchant for research, he was unaware of the nature of Lin Xie and in Qingyu's conversations or the extent of their understanding of each other, thus refraining from divulging any personal matters without their consent. What does research have to do with joining the Night Watchers? Though perplexed, Lin Xie refrained from pressing further, as in Qingyu was not directly related to him. Were it not for Yan Shu acting as an intermediary, he would not have crossed paths with Qingyu at all. "By the way, like you, I have joined the Night Watchers." "Really?" Yan Shu's eyes widened in astonishment. "Didn't you previously wish to lead a tranquil life with Aunt Wang and the others?" What prompted this sudden change of heart? Despite his outward surprise, Yan Shu felt a wave of relief. It was a relief that Lin Xie had indeed joined. His only concern had been the resurrection of Zhao Kongcheng, which could have led Lin Xie to feel guilt and, hence, not join. Lin Xie sighed deeply, stating, "Because I owe Zhao Kongcheng a favor. I made a pact with him to protect his world for 10 years. Subsequently, Lin Xie recounted the tale of how he and Zhao Kongcheng came to know one another, detailing how last night Zhao Kongcheng had risked his life to unleash his potential through the ghostly deity to safeguard his aunt's family and the commitment they had made. "Xie, your principles are commendably upright." After patiently listening, Yan Shu pondered for a moment before managing to articulate this compliment. "Life is but a play, reliant on skillful performance. One must consistently maintain their act while also providing substantial emotional value. It is indeed a challenging endeavor." At Yan Shu's unconventional praise, Lin Xie couldn't help but chuckle. "How upright can I be? Am I as upright as you?" Yan Shu pointed to himself, tilting his head in genuine astonishment. He was well aware of his own nature. He was a quintessential opportunist, indifferent to the lives of strangers unless they were beneficial to him. "What is the matter? You are still not upright. How many truly righteous individuals can there be in this world? Jie, have you perhaps placed too thick a filter upon your perception of me?" Upon witnessing Yan Shu's expression of disbelief, Lin Xie provided an example. "Remember how you extended your hands upon our first encounter? That was because I perceived you as the protagonist." Yan Shu silently swallowed the latter part of his thought. "Because you are handsome." "Oh, then why did you resurrect Zhao Kongcheng?" "Do not dare to claim he is handsome as well." "I did so to fulfill a mission." "For what purpose?" As Yan Shu began to articulate his thoughts, he abruptly halted, causing Lin Xie's heart to leap a surge of anticipation bubbling within him. Under the earnest gaze of Lin Chi-yi, Yan Shu felt a twinge of guilt, instinctively averting his eyes and stating, "Of course, it was to revive a comrade. After all, I have joined the Night Watchman. Although I have yet to report, they shall be my allies in the future, companions with whom I can stand back to back in battle. Surely, I cannot ignore someone in peril when I possess the means to assist." In light of Yan Shu's explanation, Lin Chi-yi refrained from further inquiries, merely responding in a subdued tone, "Is that so? Then why do you not look me in the eye when you speak? What is it that you are concealing?" Lin Chi-yi was increasingly convinced that Yan Shu's actions were motivated by his concern for himself, particularly since Yan Shu had never met Zhao Kongsheng and might not even recognize him. To bestow such a precious talisman upon a stranger, if the roles were reversed, Lin Chi-yi himself would find it unimaginable. Unless Lin Chi-yi glanced at those nearby, continuing his thoughts, unless it was for someone of utmost significance to him. In that moment, silence enveloped them. Yan Shu's silence stemmed from Lin Chi-yi's unwavering righteousness. Each time he beheld those clear, trusting eyes, a pang of conscience struck him. Lin Chi-yi remained silent due to the complexity of his feelings towards Yan Shu. After all they had experienced, if he could not decipher the truth now, he would be a fool. To paraphrase a line from a novel he once read, when all other possibilities have been eliminated, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Thus, does Yan Shu hold affection for him? Upon arriving at this conclusion, Lin Chi-yi's heart began to race, yet astonishingly, instead of feeling repulsion, he found himself secretly delighted. Indeed, after years of solitude, was he truly yearning for companionship? Even the sight of Yan Shu, with his delicate features, stirred something within him. Suddenly, two small figures appeared in Lin Chi-yi's mind. One, an angelic being adorned with a halo and white wings, fervently shook its head. "No, no. Did you not consider him family? How could you pursue a romantic connection?" The other, a devilish figure with crossed arms, scoffed. "What a family! Family is less likely to betray. It is not as though there is any blood relation. But you are both men. Marriage is not an option. Are you in antiquity? What era are we in? Do you still concern yourself with such matters? Life is fleeting. One must seize joy while they can, you know? Yet two men cannot bear children, and thus the line ceases. Our aunt would surely break our legs. Our mother possesses an extraordinary ability known as exceptional fertility. If we truly desire children in the future, we could request her assistance. She could easily bear not just one, but even a dozen. That is indeed a possibility. However, a diminutive demon soared above the gradually softening angel, tugging at the latter's golden locks, and vehemently exclaimed, "There isn't so much room for buts. Your rambling is excessive. Yet I am straight." The black demon's movements momentarily halted. Then, Lin Chi noticed two pairs of large eyes fixated upon him, inquiring, "Are you straight?" Lin Chi responded, "I once believed I was quite straight, but now it seems I'm a tad less so." Chapter 49. Jealousy. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock at the door interrupted the two individuals, each lost in their own thoughts. Lin Chi reached out to gently pat Yan Shu's head and said, "Go lie down." "Oh." Yan Shu, surprised by the sudden intimacy, touched his own head and glanced at Lin Chi, who was heading to the door, realizing that he had been completely brought into Lin Chi's territory. A smile crept onto his lips. "Patient 817, Yan Shu, right?" asked a nurse pushing a small cart, holding a clipboard as she looked at Lin Chi at the door. "He's inside." Lin Chi stepped back to allow her entry. "This is yesterday's bill." The nurse extracted an A4 sheet and placed it on the nearby cabinet before skillfully retrieving several bottles of medicine to prepare the medication. Seeing the nurse preparing the medicine, Lin Chi grew bored and picked up the bill from the cabinet. Upon glancing at it, his eyes widened in shock. Yan Shu couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Chi's comical expression and leaned forward, asking, "What's wrong?" 13,000. Lin Chi exclaimed. "How much? Did I really end up in ICU last night?" Yan Shu was equally taken aback by the bill, having assumed he merely received emergency treatment and was hospitalized for a couple of 4 drips. Based on his prior experiences, such exorbitant expenses could only be attributed to the ICU, a place notorious for its astronomical costs. After all, He had been hospitalized a few times in his life and remembered that the last time he had sustained internal injuries from an accident. His 5-day stay had only cost around 3,000. Lin Chia nodded, his expression somewhat somber. Yan Shu, understanding Lin Chia's character, realized how worried he must have been the previous night. It was no wonder he found him leaning by his bedside upon waking. He must have taken care of him throughout the night. In that moment, Yan Shu felt a wave of gratitude wash over him, almost as if he were being subtly won over by Lin Chia. If there were a system to track affection, he would undoubtedly be bombarded by a stream of increasing points. Thus, Yan Shu patted the little angel's shoulder and reassured him, "Don't worry. Although my health is beyond saving, I have a strong will to live. Despite my frequent bouts of illness, I always manage to bounce back the next day. I know how to keep my health in check, understand? Just try to refrain from being overly pessimistic," he added playfully. "Hey, you'd better believe me. You'll see. Alas, in this world, even speaking the truth seems to go unheeded." To this, Lin Chia shot him a look of mild disdain before snatching Yan Shu's phone and, right before his eyes, uninstalled every game on it, declaring with conviction, "For the next month, you must go to bed early, rise early, eat on time, and absolutely no gaming." Yan Shu exclaimed, "No, has this little angel gone a bit overboard today? Is he turning into an overbearing caretaker? Did I really come close to death last night? Look at how scared he is. I'm on the verge of losing my persona." In that moment, Yan Shu found himself enveloped in self-reproach. "Miss Nurse, when can I be discharged? You need to undergo a blood test shortly. If the results come back clear, you can be discharged tomorrow or the day after. Then, just rest at home. Is it really that soon?" Lin Chia was startled by the news of Yan Shu's admission to the ICU for emergency treatment last night, fearing that he would have to stay in the hospital for an extended period. Fortunately, the patient's severe ailment did not lead to any other complications. Once the high fever subsided, there were no significant issues, and he could return home to rest properly. The two young men listened attentively to the nurse's words, nodding continuously, which prompted the nurse to smile inwardly, thinking, "These two boys are so obedient. Why are all the well-behaved children someone else's?" Just then, Lin Chia's phone, provided by the night watchman, rang. He took it out and paused upon seeing the familiar number. Glancing at Yan Shu, who was receiving in 4-drip, he said, "I'll step outside to take this call." "All right, go ahead," Yan Shu replied, waving his hand in understanding. Once outside, Lin Chia found a spot by the window to answer the call. "Hello, is this Xiao Qi?" "And it's me, Xiao Qi. Why didn't you inform me before joining the army? Serving is your dream. Could I really have stopped you? I was wrong, and oh well, you're already on your way. Once you reach the barracks, make sure to eat well and dress warmly. I'll save the allowances they send for your future bride's dowry." Future bride at this. Lin Chia's expression turned slightly awkward as his gaze drifted towards the nearby ward. "Aunt, I'm only 18. It's too early to think about marriage. You don't need to save that money for me. I understand if there is nothing else. I'll hang up now." "Okay, goodbye, Aunt." As the call ended, Lin Chia stared blankly at his phone, lost in thought for a while. Meanwhile, his aunt, having hung up, sat still for a moment, her eyes filled with worry and concern. Nearby, Yang Jin, holding a small black dog, sighed softly and handed the pup to his mother. He turned to look out the window and murmured, "Brother, you must stay happy on the other side." Two individuals who had just left Lin Chia's aunt's house lingered at the street corner for a while. Let Esco, Chunmai, dressed in military attire, glanced back at the nearby low-rise buildings before turning to leave. When Shimo replied, following in Chun Mai's footsteps. When Lin Chia regained his composure and returned to the hospital room, Yan Shu had just finished a call with Xingyu. The latter had visited him the night before. Now awake, he felt compelled to call his friend to reassure him and subtly inquire about the progress of their research. Upon learning that things were going well and that Xiaoyu needed his genetic material to formulate a health-boosting potion, Yan Shu was instantly thrilled and sat up excitedly. "Not just genetic material. If they need my blood, I would give it without hesitation. Take it. Just take it." Realizing he couldn't just take advantage without reciprocating, Yan Shu immediately followed up with a series of charming words, filling the conversation with emotional value, until Xiaoyu, overwhelmed by the flattery, finally retorted with a playful enough already before closing his smiling lips. With a slight huff, it became evident that the little fish was rather sensitive. It simply would not do. After receiving only a few compliments, he was already overwhelmed. Yan Shu shook his head, pondering how he would manage if his partner unleashed his full potential and maintained that grand demeanor throughout. Was this about being overwhelmed? The cheerful Yan Shu heard Lin Chie's voice and wave his hand, saying, "It is merely that my little companion is too bashful." A few kind words sent him into a tizzy. Oh, Lin Chie's body paused as he sat down. Then he lifted his gaze to Yan Shu with a pensive look. "What kind of compliments did you offer? I would like to hear," Yan Shu replied. "I was merely pointing out that your future vice captain possesses a shy disposition. Yet you inquire how I complimented him?" In truth, Lin Chie realized after uttering those words that he had perhaps overstepped. Ever since deducing that Yan Shu harbored feelings for him, he found himself inexplicably drawn to watching him. It was important to note that since the restoration of his eyesight, he typically refrained from activating his perceptive abilities indiscriminately. However, since last night, whenever he was in the presence of Yan Shu, his divine perception would involuntarily activate, enveloping the other in its embrace. Chapter 50. I simply yearn for progress. Upon returning to the room, my perception instinctively gravitated toward Yan Shu. Seeing him smile while speaking of another person inexplicably stirred a sense of displeasure within me. Without pondering why Lin Chie posed such a question, Yan Shu dismissed it with a casual wave of his hand, stating, "It's just that Xiaoyu mentioned significant advancements in the experiment, and I praise him a bit. After all, he truly excels in this area." After saying this, Yan Shu gave Lin Chie a thumbs up. What experiment was he conducting? All right, he too must have awakened the forbidden void just like us. Observing Yan Shu's commendation of Qingyu's experimental achievements, Lin Chie's irritation dissipated considerably. He then posed a question that had long lingered in his mind. In the past, he would have refrained from inquiring further, but having met in Qingyu and believing he had established a close rapport with Yan Shu, he felt emboldened to ask directly. Indeed, Xiaoyu's forbidden void is called the unique correct answer, capable of acquiring another's abilities through the analysis of mysterious substances. Recently, he had already. This time, Yan Shu did not hesitate. In response to Lin Chie's inquiry, he divulged Qingyu's capabilities without reservation. During their previous conversation, Qingyu had clearly expressed a desire to study Lin Chie's genetic material, indicating he could reveal some of his own circumstances. Thus, Yan Shu chose to be forthright this time. Moreover, witnessing Qingyu proactively approach Lin Chie, Yan Shu wholeheartedly supported this development. After all, progress together is a splendid notion, and he could almost envision a scene of camaraderie and harmonious coexistence among them. This ability, how astonishing! Isn't it? Yan Shu smiled with satisfaction upon seeing Lin Chie's astonished expression. By the way, do you wish to progress? Do you desire to become even more formidable? Oh, how so? Lin Chie raised an eyebrow in response to Yan Shu's quirky demeanor, playing along with his inquiry. It's not merely that Xiaoyu has achieved some results in his research. With just a touch of our genetic material, he can formulate a potion that enhances our physical attributes. As Yan Shu's words grew increasingly enticing, Lin Chie couldn't help but recall how Qingyu had effortlessly absorbed his punch while in the Starry Night Dancer state last night. Could it be that he had utilized that particular potion? However, if what Yan Shu claimed was true, and it could indeed elevate physical attributes, it would significantly enhance his strength. The higher his foundational physical attributes, the more terrifying his enhancements would be once he activated the Starry Night Dancer. For Lin Chie, this wasn't merely about adding a few points to his attributes. It represented a five-fold increase in his capabilities. At that moment, Lin Chie was profoundly tempted. All right, just a second ago, he felt some annoyance toward Yan Shu, yet in the next instant, he readily agreed. Such swift acquiescence? Aren't you afraid I might be deceiving you? Yan Shu had expected to expend considerable effort persuading him, but before he could finish his thought, he was taken aback by Lin Chie's immediate consent. He remembered Lin Chie always approached matters with great caution. Lin Chie gazed intently at Yan Shu and replied softly, "I simply yearn for progress." After all, ahead lies the formidable figure of Yan Shu, akin to Ultraman battling monsters, and behind him emerges in Qingyu, who can decipher mysteries to acquire the abilities of others. Both are incredibly formidable in their own right. One possesses overwhelming offensive power, while the other exploits glitches to an extraordinary degree. Lin Qie, endowed with divine void, feels an immense pressure. He yearns to become stronger and protect those he cherishes with his own hands, not wishing to witness anyone suffer on his behalf. Observing the earnestness in Lin Qie's gaze, Yan Shu recognizes that he is not jesting. What has gotten into Qie? Is he suddenly invigorated? He springs to his feet. No, I must strive as well. Let us all progress together. Thus, Yan Shu claps Lin Qie on the shoulder and declares, all right, let us advance. Ahem. Toward improvement. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoes at the door. The two exchange glances, and Yan Shu raises his hand, still attached to an foredrip. Qie, please open the door. Lin Qie is momentarily speechless. He is not that oblivious. Upon opening the door, he is greeted by a throng of familiar faces. Lin Qie is the first to extend a greeting. What brings you all here? Of course, we are here to visit the savior of Old Zhao, our future teammate. Hong Ying exclaims as she steps inside with a basket of fruit. Good morning, Yan Shu. How are you feeling today? We consulted your attending physician, and he mentioned last night you truly frightened Qie. The sight of him carrying you into the hospital was quite the spectacle. Lin Qie interrupts with a couple of coughs, wishing to avoid the impending embarrassment. Is it really necessary to dwell on that? Hong Ying rolls her eyes at Lin Qie, but refrains from continuing. Thank you all for coming. I feel a bit embarrassed, Yan Shu says, blinking and glancing at Lin Qie. Noticing his discomfort, she redirects her attention to the others. As one of the few members of Team 136 that Yan Shu has met, Wu Xiangnan steps forward to introduce herself. Speaking of which, you have yet to meet anyone besides Qie and me. Allow me to introduce you. This is Hong Ying, our frontline powerhouse. She was the one who accompanied Qie to the hospital with you and Old Zhao last night. Thank you, Miss Hong Ying. Yan Shu smiles at the boisterous young woman before her. Don't mention it. We haven't even thank you for saving Old Zhao. Hong Ying exclaimed, playfully ruffling Yan Shu's hair. What a charming young man you are. Your words are delightful. After introducing Hong Ying, Wu Xiangnan turns to the middle-aged man in a white shirt with short hair beside her, continuing, this is our captain, Chun Mai, a master of river domain strength. Captain. Yan Shu nods at the smiling middle-aged man. The frontline powerhouse, Wen Qima, you've already met. The combat support and part-time military doctor, Si Xiaonan. And for long-range fire support, Lung Xian. After introducing everyone, Wu Xiangnan concludes. And, of course, there is Zhao Kongcheng, whom you saved last night. After exchanging greetings, Yan Shu considers reporting back after her discharge and introduces herself. It is a pleasure to meet you all. My name is Yan Shu. I am 18 years old, and I previously attended Sangnan University. We have long been acquainted with you. When a vice captain recruited you, he promptly mentioned you to us. I recall that at the time, Xiaonan was even holding your photograph and said, oh, be quiet. Si Xiaonan fiercely stomped on the large-size 42-foot of Wen Qima beside her, then turned to present a charming expression towards Yan Shu. I merely remarked that you are handsome. Wen Qima rolled his eyes in response. Leaning against the wall with arms crossed, Lang Xian cast a chilly glance over, causing the individual who was pouting to stiffen instantly. All right, let us discuss the matter at hand. Captain Chun Mai, observing his teammate's unreliability, rubbed his forehead and stepped forward. Chima, Lang Xian, please bring over a few chairs. Upon hearing this, Yan Shu immediately understood. It was likely about the events of last night. Once the members of Team 136 were seated, Chun Mai glanced at Lin Qie, who was sitting on the bedside and peeling an orange for Yan Shu. Pausing momentarily, he took the initiative to speak. Do not be anxious. We primarily wish to inquire about your resurrection of Zhao Kongcheng last night. Captain, feel free to ask. I will certainly speak candidly without reservation. Chapter 51. Behold my deceptive art. Observing Yan Shu's suddenly upright posture, Chun Mai silently affixed the label of an exemplary student in his mind. As far as I know, your residence should be in the new city. Why did you appear in the old city last night? Anticipating the inquiries that might arise post-incident, Yan Shu prepared his responses in advance. I went to deliver clothes to Qi. Yan Shu glanced at Lin Qi, who was peeling an orange beside him, and continued, "Previously, Chia's clothes had become soiled and happened to be left at my home. You arrived at the scene after Zhao Kongsheng had already perished?" "Yes." I was drawn in by the sound of a struggle. Upon my arrival, I discovered that Qi Yi was also present and that Zhao Kongsheng was already dead. Noting that Yan Shu's account aligned closely with Lin Qiye's, Chenmai nodded in understanding. "We heard Qi Yi mention last night that you resurrected old Zhao using a yellow talisman. Could you elaborate on what it entails?" Finally, approaching the crux of the matter, Yan Shu's gaze remained unwavering. That talisman is called the Life and Death Talisman. As its name implies, it can alter the state of existence. As he observed the sudden shift in posture among his companions, Yan Shu continued, "When affixed to a living person, it can instantly guide them to the afterlife. Conversely, when placed on the deceased, it can bring them back to life." Chenmai and Wu Xiangnan exchanged glances, unable to conceal their astonishment at the existence of such a remarkable talisman. "How did you come by this talisman?" "It was produced by my family's money tree." "What tree?" "Produced? Did you mean it blossomed? Or did you mean it was extracted like from a blind box?" Lin Qiyi, who was attentively listening, also wore a puzzled expression. However, upon hearing Yan Shu mention the money tree, he recalled that there was a small tree in Yan Shu's living room that resembled a Christmas tree. Faced with the collective confusion of the group, Yan Shu contemplated the necessity of establishing a formal origin for the rewards from future tasks, and thus maintained his composure. "The money tree is that little tree in my living room. Qi, you must have seen it. Is it not simply a tree? How could it produce anything? The healing powder that treats your wounds was derived from its fortune bag." "Lin Qiyi, is it truly that extraordinary?" "Yan Shu, from where did your tree originate?" Chenmai, having gleaned the general idea, speculated that Yan Shu's home harbored a tree capable of producing miraculous items. "It was a gift from a deity. This tree generates a fortune bag every 3 days, from which a variety of items can be extracted. Adhering to the principle that one must craft their own identity and background while venturing into the world. The night watchmen are not fools. One must possess a plausible rationale to obscure the origins of the system." "What? A deity?" X7 Upon hearing this, Chenmai and the others stood up in astonishment. "Ahem. Am I experiencing auditory hallucinations? I can comprehend each word, yet the combination eludes my understanding," sighed Si Xiaonan, equally bewildered. "Are you implying that your forbidden void is a divine void?" Wu Xiangnan adjusted his glasses and inquired. "I thought, how could there exist such a formidable forbidden void? To be invincible within the same realm is one thing, but to remain unmatched even in a higher realm is excessively grandiose. So it turns out to be a divine void," Wen Qima exclaimed, slapping his thigh in realization. "Can one ascend to a higher realm and remain invincible? Or is it merely a mirage?" Upon hearing these words, Lin Qiye cast a glance at the seemingly innocent Yan Shu, and his gaze gradually narrowed into a dangerous slant. "How delightful. Everyone else seems to be aware, yet I remain in the dark. Where are your thoughts wandering?" Yan Shu, with a head full of black lines, observed their increasingly wild speculations. "And as for others, that may be forgivable, but Qia, how can you also be so oblivious? Can't you sense whether I possess a divine void or not?" Cough, cough. "Everyone, allow me to clarify. It is not as you imagine." Redirecting everyone's attention, Yan Shu meticulously organized his thoughts, intending to elucidate everything at once. "My sword realm is not a divine void. It is merely a forbidden void. As for the matter of deities," noticing the collective expressions brimming with expectation, Yan Shu paused before continuing, "Indeed, a deity once sought me out to bestow upon me a divine void, but what? Speak quickly, you rascal. Can you not articulate it all at once? I am quite anxious." However, he stated that my physique was too frail to endure his divine void thus. The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions shifting in unison upon witnessing Yan Shu's look of regret. "So he departed?" X6 He compensated you with a wealth tree and took his leave?" Wu Xiangnan shattered the earlier uniformity. "No, he merely sealed it. When my body becomes capable of bearing it, the seal will automatically lift. That wealth tree was given to me at that time as well. However, it is already bonded with me, and will only bear auspicious bags when I'm near. That is the gist of it. upon hearing that he did not leave directly but merely sealed it. The crowd collectively exhaled in relief. A wave of excitement surged forth, an agent of the divine. Such rarity can scarcely be counted on two hands in the Great Xia. With Lin Xie in the lead and Yan Shu following, their team struck gold. What? Yan Shu's divine void is still in a sealed state? It must wait until his body can withstand it? The well-informed Chun Mai and Wu Xiaonan expressed that this posed no issue. The Great Xia had plenty of resources to enhance one's physique. When the time comes, we will explain the situation to the higher-ups. As long as their minds are not clouded with folly, approval will surely be granted. It was evident that Chun Mai's thoughts aligned with Yan Shu's intent. His physique was genuinely too weak. In merely half a month, he had spent a significant portion of that time unwell. While Lin Xie yearned for advancement, he was in dire need of enhancements for his own body. Thus, he aimed to pursue both the little fish and the night watchman concurrently. Even if he could not salvage his age-old constitution, augmenting other physical attributes would be quite advantageous, as his sword realm could double those enhancements. If he could secretly procure additional benefits for Qie, that would be even better, Yan Shu mused contentedly. As for the fabricated divine void, he had just completed the main quest yesterday, and a more formidable source of divinity, Max Divine Void, awaited him to draw upon, making it entirely plausible to weave a convincing narrative. The first to regain composure was Chun Mai, who fixed his electrifying gaze upon Yan Shu. May I see that wealth tree of yours? Of course, it has been several days since then. I estimate it should have generated another couple of auspicious bags. Let us plan for tomorrow. Wu Xiaonan glanced at Yan Shu, who was receiving an intravenous drip. A chorus of nods ensued among the group. They had just inquired with the attending physician, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would be discharged tomorrow. They eagerly anticipated visiting his home to behold the jade plant that had yielded such extraordinary wonders. The mere thought sparked their curiosity. As for the veracity of Yan Shu's words, none among them harbored any doubts. Firstly, Yan Shu's prior conduct had consistently reflected his upright character, and secondly, there was no incentive for him to fabricate a lie that was bound to be uncovered. The group continued their conversation, contemplating a visit to Zhao Kongqing. They agreed on a time for their excursion to see the tree before departing together. As the night deepened, Yan Shu pondered Zhao Kongqing's condition. Having learned that everyone had gone to visit, he, too, felt a fondness for the individual and wished to see him after completing his own treatment. Zhao's injuries were severe, with multiple fractures and numerous external wounds. Fortunately, there were no life-threatening injuries. He had been transferred to the first hospital shortly after arriving last night, where the orthopedic care was superior. Alas, Yan Shu sighed, realizing they were not in the same hospital. He had initially planned to pay him a visit. Chapter 52. The emergence of possessiveness after everyone departed. Lin Xie closed the door and stepped before Yan Shu, staring intently at him. Do you not have anything to say to me? What? Yan Shu was taken aback by Lin Xie's words. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously ventured. Thank you for taking such good care of me, Xie. Lin Xie, observing the still bewildered figure before him, felt a deepening intensity in his gaze. He rose and grasped Yan Shu's shoulders, leaning down to meet his eyes directly. Yan Shu. His face was suddenly lifted, and he was instantly struck by Lin Xie's stunning beauty, a familiar sensation rendering him momentarily speechless. Xie, what else are you concealing from me? Lin Xie's eyes darkened as he regarded Yan Shu, who was now lost in his gaze. The negative emotions he had long suppressed surged forth, as if he had finally discovered an outlet for his pent-up feelings. He had assumed that after the departure of Team 136, Yan Shu would voluntarily confide in him. He was utterly unprepared for the realization that Yan Shu had not even considered being open with him. Had it been any other time, Lin Xie would have refrained from prying into Yan Shu's secrets. He would have been willing to listen when Yan Shu was ready to speak, and he would not have pressed him when he chose to remain silent. But now everything had changed. Since becoming aware of Yan Shu's affections for him, which he did not reject, Lin Xie found himself increasingly concerned whenever he thought of secrets Yan Shu might be hiding. The thoughts lingered in his mind, haunting him with speculation. Is this what possessiveness feels like? Lin Xie pondered, momentarily lost in thought. Hiding? Were you hiding? At that moment, Yan Shu could no longer comprehend Lin Chiye's words. All he could focus on was the breathtaking beauty so close before him. It was far too close. Just say what you need to say. Why are you so near? I can hardly breathe. And also, Chiye, your breath is right in my face. Overwhelmed by the beauty that quickened his heartbeat, Yan Shu instinctively wanted to retreat, but Lin Chiye's grip on his shoulders was unyielding. A faint blush crept onto his face, and in his flustered state, he found himself at a loss for how to respond to Lin Chiye. Chiye, if there is something you wish to discuss, could you please let go of me and speak slowly? In this intimate proximity, as Yan Shu softly uttered his name, Lin Chiye found himself equally affected. His gaze danced, moving from the depths of Yan Shu's bewildered black eyes, gradually traversing down to the delicate blush on his cheeks, the elegantly shaped nose, and finally resting on the slightly parted lips, which bore a hint of surprise. Thump, thump. He could hear his own heartbeat resonating strangely in harmony with Yan Shu's, each beat echoing in his ears like thunder. His throat tightened, and he felt a parching sensation. In an instant, a blush-inducing image flashed in Lin Chiye's mind, causing his pupils to constrict slightly. No, not now. Realizing that he might lose control if he continued this way, Lin Chiye summoned his willpower to forcibly divert his gaze, inhaling deeply before slowly releasing his grip and returning to the bedside. Apologies for my earlier outburst. Lin Chiye turned his head, attempting to conceal his slightly reddened eyes as he murmured, "The things you spoke about with them were never shared with me before, so I can't help but feel somewhat perturbed." After Lin Chiye settled back into his seat, Yan Shu emerged from his reverie, having been momentarily stunned by Lin Chiye's beauty. Just as he was about to inquire about the situation, he heard Lin Chiye lamenting about his concealment. Yan Shu blinked in realization. It dawned on him that the little angel was upset because he had not divulged such matters. What a frightful atmosphere that was. For a moment, Yan Shu nearly believed Lin Chiye was about to confess his feelings. Thankfully, it was merely a misunderstanding. Sighing in relief, Yan Shu silently resolved to preemptively inform the little angel of any stories he concocted in the future to prevent such misconceptions from arising again. An irate Lin Chiye was indeed a terrifying sight, as if he could devour him whole. I ought to apologize. It was my oversight. I promise to inform you of any matters in the future. Furthermore, if you wish to know anything, feel free to ask me directly, except regarding the system. Yan Shu added silently in his mind. Very well, you said it yourself. Having regained his composure, Lin Chiye turned back, his eyes shimmering with a clarity that tugged at Yan Shu's conscience once more. I swear, as long as you remain unperturbed, everything will be fine. Yan Shu tugged at the little angel's arm, raising 3 fingers with a comical expression that suggested dire consequences if he failed to uphold his vow. What if he indeed faced dire consequences? Yan Shu thought, never mind that. First, he needed to appease the sensitive little angel. Lin Chiye glanced at Yan Shu's playful antics, a slight smile gracing his lips as the gloom that had clouded his heart dissipated. Observing Lin Chiye's change in demeanor, Yan Shu marveled at how amiable the little angel could be with those close to him, while also reminding himself to remain cautious. A step ahead was still insufficient. He ought to foresee 10 steps ahead in future interactions. The reason Lin Chiye ceased to hold a grudge against Yan Shu was that he had come to terms with the reality of their relationship. It was he who had assumed too much. Until yesterday, they had not yet reached a level of intimacy that warranted the sharing of secrets. Additionally, he had not been entirely forthcoming about the peculiar incident involving the Starry Night Dancer, nor had he intended to disclose the bizarre matter of the mental institution, which remained an enigma even now. It was not that Lin Chiye lacked trust in Yan Shu, but rather that the situation was too incredulous. If he were to share it, it would likely be dismissed as a jest. One must not impose upon others what they themselves would not wish to endure. How could he demand of Yan Shu what he himself was incapable of doing? A rumbling from his stomach interrupted his thoughts, and Lin Chiye cast a somewhat embarrassed glance at Yan Shu. I too am feeling hungry, Yan Shu admitted, patting his flat stomach in understanding. What would you like to eat? I can fetch something for you. Noticing the time was past 10 and realizing they had yet to have breakfast, Lin Chia stood up. Anything will suffice. I'm not particularly picky, he replied. All right, just a moment, Chia. What is it? Have you thought of something you wish to eat? Do you have any money? Lin Chia instinctively patted his empty pockets and replied. Alas, Yan Shu sighed, relieved that he had inquired further. Otherwise, the little angel would have made a fruitless trip. It would be quite amusing if someone accused him of dining and dashing, only to call for him to redeem himself. I have some change in my coat pocket. Do check, Yan Shu said, tilting his head towards the nearby cabinet. Lin Chia rummaged through the clothing and produced a heavy handful of red bills, a sight so unfamiliar that it left him feeling somewhat envious. He recalled how Eugene had saved for 2 months just to buy him a pair of sunglasses, while his own savings, accumulated over half a year, barely amounted to 200 or 300, which he had spent not long ago. Is this what it means to be wealthy? To carry thousands in spare change at any given moment? Once the two had finished breakfast, which conveniently doubled as lunch, Lin Chia felt a twinge of concern for Zhao Kongcheng, especially considering that the latter had once risked his life to protect him. I'll go check on Zhao Kongcheng. I'll bring you some food later, he said. Go on. If you need anything, remember to call the nurse, or you can ring me as well. Yan Shu replied, waving him off. Understood. I'm eager to learn how he is faring, Lin Chia said, as he felt a subtle urgency to check in on Zhao Kongcheng. Fine then. Lin Chia sighed inwardly, wishing to offer more instructions, but ultimately turned and left. It wasn't he that Lin Chia was overly talkative. He had come to realize the frail nature of Yan Shu's health, and he feared returning to find him in a pitiful state once more. Once, he too had embodied the archetype of a detached, cold-hearted handsome man. But ever since meeting Yan Shu, he felt his aloof persona slipping away. Chapter 53. Aunt, I no longer wish to strive. The following afternoon, after completing the discharge procedures with Lin Chia, Yan Shu was elated to learn that the little angel had chosen to reside with him rather than at Hong Ying's home, as depicted in the original narrative. This was indeed a manifestation of the little angel's fondness for him, considering the modest circumstances in which the little angel currently found himself, such as not even having money for breakfast the previous day. Yan Shu paused in his stride, realizing that Chia might lack even a clean pair of undergarments. This simply would not do. As he walked home, Yan Shu cast a sympathetic glance at the little angel beside him, then shifted his gaze toward the nearby large shopping mall. Feeling an unprecedented sense of responsibility, Yan Shu squared his shoulders, declaring, from now on, Chia, I shall take care of all your needs. On the 5th floor of the mall, in the men's clothing section, a cheerful sales associate in a stylish fitted professional outfit spotted the two dapper young men approaching and promptly greeted them. Welcome. What kind of clothing are you looking for? Gentlemen, could you recommend a few outfits for this gentleman? Yan Shu smiled, gesturing towards Lin Chia. Absolutely. We have recently received a new batch of merchandise featuring casual, sporty, and loungewear styles. Not only is the quality excellent, but the designs are also quite flattering. Perfect for handsome young men like yourselves. Oh, let's take a look, Yan Shu replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he eagerly pulled Lin Chia along to explore the offerings. Perhaps we should consider a different store, Lin Chia suggested, noticing the gleam of avarice in the sales associate's eyes, fearing they might be unduly taken advantage of. Having grown accustomed to frugality, Lin Chia believed that clothing should suffice in functionality, deeming extravagant purchases unnecessary, especially from a counter that exuded a sense of high pricing. Rest assured, Yan Shu reassured him, lightly patting his arm. This associate is likely new and does not recognize me. I frequent this place often. They offer affordable options with commendable quality and style, presenting great value for money. Moreover, while I may be youthful, I am certainly no fool. With Yan Shu's persistent assurances, Lin Chia relented, and they advanced together. This outfit is splendid. Chia, do give it a try, Yan Shu exclaimed, taking a sleek black athletic ensemble recommended by the sales associate, enthusiastically guiding Lin Chia into the fitting room to change. Before long, Lin Chia emerged, his expression stoic as he cycled in and out of the fitting room repeatedly. This casual outfit looks great. Let us keep it. This one fits well too. Your complexion appears notably fairer. so we shall retain this as well. I have yet to see you in gray. Let us have you try that on shortly. Let us also select a couple of loungewear sets for you to alternate. And let us not forget sleepwear, 2 sets of those as well. Outerwear should be included too. 2 hours later, Lin Xie and Yan Shu stood before a store specializing in men's underwear, burdened with an array of shopping bags. I can go in by myself, Lin Xie murmured, a hint of embarrassment causing him to turn his head slightly. Ah, that is fine, Yan Shu replied, unfazed, as he waved his hand dismissively and produced a golden card, extending it to Lin Xie. Use my card. Lin Xie, at a loss for words, placed the pocket he was holding onto Yan Shu and turned to enter. Remember to buy a few more. Hearing the voice behind him, Lin Xie stumbled forward, nearly losing his balance. With curious gazes from those around him, his ears flushed crimson, and he hurriedly stepped inside. Lin Xie repeatedly reminded himself that while clothing could be compromised, undergarments were a different matter. Those needed to be changed daily. Having finally steeled himself, he faltered for a moment upon encountering the keen gaze of a female shop assistant. Why was she looking at him like that? Perhaps online shopping would be a better option? All right, he didn't have the funds for that. Meanwhile, the female shop assistant was internally ecstatic, never expecting to encounter such a handsome gentleman in person. Having worked there for over half a year, she had mostly attended to female clients purchasing for their husbands or boyfriends, and this charming young man was truly a rarity. Hello, what style are you looking for? She began, but Lin Xie promptly interrupted her. I can manage on my own. You don't need to follow me. All right, feel free to choose. Just call me if you have any questions, she replied, glancing back at him as she walked away. Lin Xie exhaled in relief and quickly began selecting his size. He predominantly chose darker colors, but as he passed by the lighter section, he recalled what he had seen the previous night. A glance at Yan Shu, still waiting outside with a hint of boredom, made him blush, and he grabbed 2 white pairs as well. At the checkout, the shop assistant's expression changed to one of profound meaning upon seeing the sizes he'd chosen, causing Lin Xie's hand to tremble slightly as he retrieved his card. When she noticed it was a gold card, her eyes lit up, and she immediately requested to add him on WeChat. After several polite refusals, Lin Xie hastily left with his card in hand. Are you done? Yan Shu observed as Lin Xie approached him quickly, a suspicious blush on his face. And 3 question marks slowly formed in his mind. Yes, let us go, Lin Xie urged. But Yan Shu's words were cut short as Lin Xie pulled him along, leaving him perplexed as he glanced at Lin Xie's empty hands. Hey, you forgot your purchase. They heard the shop assistant call from behind them. Lin Xie froze in place. Shall I go back to get it for you? Yan Shu offered, finally understanding the situation. No need. Watching Lin Xie return, facing the shop assistant's knowing smile as he retrieved his items, Yan Shu couldn't help but feel speechless at his friend's awkwardness. Was it really necessary? It was just a pair of undergarments. What was there to be embarrassed about? Or was it that Southerners were all this shy, considering that they would be living together for a month and the grueling year of training approaching? He wondered if Lin Xie would become self-conscious if others caught him washing his underwear. Taking it upon himself to change the subject, Yan Shu said, by the way, we still need to buy shoes. The shoes are no longer necessary. The pair I have on my feet is perfectly fine and unlikely to wear out anytime soon. The essential items I hold in my hand have already cost Yan Shu several thousand, and Lin Xie can't help but feel somewhat like a freeloader, albeit one who finds great pleasure in being just that, enjoying the benefits provided by Yan Shu. And I find myself reluctant to strive for more. At this moment, Lin Xie is simultaneously indulged in the sensation of being a beneficiary of Yan Shu's generosity while scornfully chastising himself for his lack of ambition, spending his days merely contemplating the comforts he receives. Are you planning on not changing your shoes for an entire month? Yan Shu remarked, rolling her eyes inwardly. In the coming month, you will undoubtedly face a grueling training regimen. I doubt your shoes will endure even 3 days. Surely it can't be that bad. Trust me, there's no escaping it. I've heard the vice captain mention that the captain is exceptionally skilled in swordsmanship, and when the time comes, it's likely that the captain will be the one training you. The way he fights will be as effortless as Ultraman defeating a monster. Are temporary team members treated with such strictness? What do you mean by no escape? Lin Jie clearly did not believe Yan Shu's assertions. I am inherently frail. Yan Shu blinked innocently. And what of being frail? It is precisely the frail who ought to engage in more rigorous training. I possess considerable swordsmanship skills, comparable to the captain's knife techniques, Yan Shu said with a satisfied smile, wrapping her arm around Lin Jie's shoulders and cheerfully adding, "Thus, only you shall bear the burdens and trials, my little angel." Lin Jie felt a slight flush on his cheeks as he was ensnared under Yan Shu's arm. The air filled with her delightful scent. Training, swordsmanship, and the captain became distant thoughts, overshadowed by the warmth of the moment. Chapter 54. Behold my luck spell upon their return home. The frail Yan Shu collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted. In contrast, Lin Jie, possessing a robust physique, displayed remarkable vitality, effortlessly darting to the center of the living room to closely examine the money tree. Not satisfied with mere observation, Lin Jie reached out to touch the delicate leaves of the tree, his fingertips caressing them, and found them to feel remarkably like real leaves. The various ornaments hanging from the branches, though exquisite and antiquated, did not appear particularly extraordinary. It was hard to fathom that this tree was a divine gift, capable of producing such miraculous wonders. In a moment of reflection, Lin Jie lamented his own lack of formidable skills, feeling a shadow of melancholy wash over him. All beings were divine, yet the disparities were so stark. His encounter with Michael had left him blinded, and it seemed that even the divine entity of Anqing Yu surpassed his own capabilities. Meanwhile, Yan Shu's divine benefactor not only bestowed upon him this wondrous money tree, but also thoughtfully sealed his divine potential, considering Yan Shu's physical condition. Without comparison, there is no harm. In that instant, Lin Jie felt a pang of envy. Why was his divine potential so lacking? Were Michael on the moon to learn of his agent's current sentiments, he might be inclined to deliver a resounding reprimand. Yan Shu, this tree has indeed produced 2 lucky bags. How extraordinary! Upon hearing this, Yan Shu, reclining on the sofa, turned his head, suppressing the urge to unbox the surprise. Where are the captain and the others? They should be here shortly. It's almost 6, Lin Jie replied, glancing at his phone. After we finish, let us all go out to celebrate. Sounds good. Considering that they would all be on the same team moving forward, it would be beneficial to strengthen their bonds. Lin Jie, through his interactions with Zhao Kongsheng in the past few days, had developed a favorable impression of Team 136. Once Lin Jie had tidied up the items in his room, he gazed at the neatly arranged new clothes in the wardrobe. Although it was far from being full, the variety was complete, and he felt a burgeoning anticipation for this new home. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed through the room. At this hour, it could only be the captain and his team. Jie, the captain and the team have arrived. Yan Shu called from the living room as he rose to open the door. You've recovered well, Chen Mai remarked, standing at the forefront, assessing Yan Shu from head to toe. Noticing that Yan Shu had shed his previous pallor, he smiled faintly. Ha, my health is like that. Illness comes swiftly, but recovery is equally rapid. Come in, everyone. Yan Shu chuckled, scratching his head. Wow, Yan Shu, your place is impressive. Upon entering, Wen Qima expressed his admiration. This house must be at least 200 square meters. It resembles a grand villa from the Hongying family. I adore this style. The rustic aesthetic is so inviting. The group scanned the room, their attention drawn to the flamboyant little tree at the center of the living room. This is the money tree? It looks quite similar to a Christmas tree. How short? I expected it to be at least 2 or 3 meters tall, Si Xiaonan remarked, circling the tree, somewhat disappointed. This is the lucky bag. Hong Ying crouched down and curiously picked up a delicate fortune bag the size of an egg, inquiring aloud. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately leaned in, as this item was the very purpose of their visit. Initially, only the captain or deputy should have come, but their curiosity about the money tree mentioned by Yan Shu was insatiable. Yesterday, they had been tantalized, and today they clamored for the captain to close the office early so they could broaden their horizons, knowing that they usually closed at 9 or 10. Just one. When Qima mused, stroking his chin as he circled around. There's another hidden above. Lin Jie interjected, stepping aside to retrieve a second fortune bag from within the tree. With a divine perspective that allowed him to discern every cog in a mechanical watch, Lin Xie had easily sensed the second bag before their arrival. Aside from slight variations in the patterns on the bags, they were nearly identical in size. Can we open them now? Wu Xiaonan glanced at Yan Shu. Upon hearing this, Yan Shu rubbed her nose, momentarily feeling a pang of insecurity at the thought of the rubbish she had previously encountered. However, having come this far, she could only hope for a stroke of luck from the tree. Of course, but Yan Shu hesitated, deciding it prudent to give them a fair warning. This tree is rather peculiar. The items within the fortune bags aren't exclusively beneficial. There are also useless items and daily necessities. Oh, like what? Lin Xie, sensing an underlying implication, inquired further. Ahem. For instance, a 50% discount on a red dragonfly foot bath coupon. The group was left bewildered. Is this truly something that a deity can produce? And as for daily necessities, what on earth constitutes rubbish? The only one unfazed was the quietly intrigued Long Xian, who harbored a simple fondness for foot baths, purely for relaxation, standing with arms crossed and having remained silent since entering. Long Xian's eyes lit up at the mention of the foot bath. He stealthily moved a few steps closer to Yan Shu, intending to delve deeper into the topic later. Yan Shu, why don't you go ahead and open it? Chun Mai broke the silence, suggesting that it would be more appropriate for the owner to unveil her own possessions. All right, just a moment, Yan Shu replied, dashing toward the bathroom. Is she going to the restroom? Hong Ying tilted her head in confusion. Perhaps she is just a bit nervous? Si Xiaonan speculated, stroking her chin. Some individuals indeed have the habit of needing to relieve themselves when anxious, when Qima added. Seriously? Chun Mai and the others were taken aback. Ahem, it's to wash her hands. Lin Xie intervened to defend Yan Shu from their unreliable conjectures. In metaphysics, washing hands can cleanse misfortune, leading to better luck. Wu Xiangnan finally stepped in to rescue Yan Shu from the awkward situation. No sooner had she spoken than Yan Shu emerged, shaking her hands and exclaiming, I'm back. As Yan Shu approached, a wave of hand sanitizer's fragrance enveloped the air, prompting onlookers to observe each other with keen curiosity. How many times must he have washed his hands to emit such a potent scent? In that moment, the crowd couldn't help but speculate whether Yan Shu had previously offered something even more astounding than a mere coupon, enabling him to reach this level of cleanliness. Naturally, Yan Shu remained oblivious to their musings. He wiped the moisture from his hands, his face alight with the thrill of unearthing a surprise, and boldly seized a fortune bag. He pondered whether the good luck incantation he had discovered online would prove effective. With a sense of anticipation, he clasped his hands together, cradling the fortune bag, and intoned, Heavenly spirits, awaken. Earthly spirits, arise. I now chant this spell to summon fortune. I shall unveil. No sooner had he uttered the final word than a small pink vial tumbled forth. Yan Shu's eyes sparkled with delight as he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, This hand-washing was worth it, and the incantation was even more so. Previously, a small green vial had contained a healing powder, and he surmised that this new find would possess similar quality. Witnessing Yan Shu's exuberance, the crowd recognized that the contents of the vial must be extraordinary, and they leaned in closer. What could it possibly hold? Encased in glass, could it be a miraculous elixir? Perhaps it was a divine nectar consumed by deities, granting immortality to those who partook. Hong Ying, brimming with excitement, urged Yan Shu to unveil its contents without delay. Chapter 55. This thing is a terrible punishment. Only Lin Xie, who was observing from a divine perspective, could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth upon seeing the bottom of the bottle. He silently took a step back, allowing several heads nearby to occupy the prime position. No need to panic. Let us first examine the bottom of the bottle. With his prior experience, Yan Shu remained unfazed as he turned the bottle over. What was it called again? It seemed to be called He Huan. He Huan powder? The moment he discerned the name, Yan Shu felt as if struck by lightning. The people present were not children. Upon seeing the name, they could easily surmise its nature. In an instant, all eyes turned curiously towards the petrified Yan Shu. This is quite a punishment. Should we confiscate it? When Shima joked from aside, confiscate what? Yan Shu wouldn't misuse it. Si Xiaonan shot a glance at the person with ill intentions. Indeed, as long as others do not misuse it against Yan Shu, that should suffice. Young men must learn to protect themselves. Oh, and Chia too. Hong Ying earnestly began advising the two. Shall we take a look at the second one? Perhaps it will yield something good? Lin Chia suggested as he plucked the second item and handed it to Yan Shu for comfort. Chia. Yan Shu looked up at the only one offering him a way out, his eyes welling with tears of gratitude. However, despite his emotions, he no longer believed in his luck. Thus he handed the fortune bag back to Lin Chia. You all can take this. My luck isn't particularly good today. Lin Chia fell silent as he gazed at the fortune bag in his hands. He pondered the frequency of the mysterious events he had encountered over the past 2 weeks, realizing he could not deceive himself into thinking his luck was favorable. Therefore, he turned to the steady captain, Chun Mai, and suggested, "Why don't you give it a try, Captain?" Very well. Unlike Yan Shu and the others, Chun Mai, unfazed, took the bag and directly opened it. As a small white bottle tumbled out, everyone raised their eyebrows in intrigue. Yan Shu watched with eager anticipation. He had already uncovered the most torturous item, and he could not believe there could be anything worse. Wu Xiangnan snatched the bottle from Chun Mai's hands and looked at the bottom, his eyes widening slightly behind his glasses. Longevity pill, one that extends life by 10 years and can be reused. How many are there? Chun Mai inquired. Wu Xiangnan emptied the bottle and counted. 10. 10 pills, multiplied by 10, means one could live an additional 100 years, correct? Such a trivial calculation. Little Yan Shu. This item can't be sold. What price would you set? Nonsense. Such a precious item cannot be bought with money. It should be used for. Wu Xiangnan glanced at the contemplative Chun Mai, unable to restrain himself. Captain, this thing. Enough, Xiangnan. Chun Mai raised his hand, interrupting Wu Xiangnan's unfinished thought. Although the current advancements in medical science in the Great Xia have made significant strides, allowing the wealthy and powerful to live longer than the average person, immortality is still far from attainable. Then the question arises, if there existed a substance capable of extending one's life by a decade with merely a single consumption, it is evident how some individuals would react. For those who do not require it, such a substance would merely be regarded as a curious novelty. Take Chun Mai, for instance, who has already passed away a decade ago and now exists solely by miracle. However, for certain individuals in need, the situation is vastly different, especially considering that their illustrious ancestor, Emperor Qin Shi Huang, succumbed to this very fate. Regardless of the circumstances, the longevity elixir belongs to Yan Shu, and they possess no authority to dispose of it. As longtime collaborators, Wu Xiangnan could easily surmise Chun Mai's thoughts. Yet, Wu Xiangnan approached the matter with a more pragmatic perspective, suggesting, "What I mean is, we could acquire several of these pills, or perhaps barter with items of value. Given the resources of those old-timers, there must be something that piques Yan Shu's interest." Did Yan Shu not mention a need for enhancements to his physique? The items we reported yesterday are likely of a mundane grade. It is uncertain whether they could fulfill the requirements for divine awakening. However, if we could exchange them for this substance, perhaps we might procure their latest developments. Upon hearing this, Chun Mai, who found the proposition quite feasible, narrowed his eyes. Yet he deemed it prudent to first gauge Yan Shu's disposition. Thus, the two of them drew Yan Shu, who was examining a pill, aside for a discussion. Meanwhile, Lin Chia subtly shifted closer to the group of conspirators, his ears perking up as he could sense their conversation. Yan Shu, how do you intend to handle this substance? Upon hearing this, Yan Shu immediately surmised that the captain and the others were contemplating the longevity elixir. To Yan Shu, such thoughts were not derogatory, but rather commendatory. Having read the original account, Yan Shu was well aware that all members of Team 136 were commendable individuals, and a captain would never covet such a thing. Furthermore, as he was solitary, he had no use for it himself. Rather than hoarding it, he preferred to offer it to Team 136, whom he held in high regard. As he mused over this, Yan Shu's gaze landed upon Lin Chia, who was less than 20 meters away. He blinked, his eyes sparkling with clarity as he cheerfully proclaimed, "Of course, we shall share among us 8. Each shall receive 1 pill. leaving the remaining 2 for Chie's aunt and cousin. Upon hearing this, Lin Chie's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with emotion. Out of the total 10 pills, Yan Shu allocated 3 for himself, revealing his esteemed position in Yan Shu's eyes. Nonetheless, Lin Chie had no intention of accepting it. Chunmai and Wu Xiangnan exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Chunmai did so because he had no use for it, while Wu Xiangnan, who was resolved to seek vengeance, held no hope of returning alive and thus did not wish to squander it. As for Yan Shu's intention to distribute the remaining pills to others, they would not intervene. It was Yan Shu's possession, and he had the right to decide its fate. I shall forego it, Chunmai stated, shaking his head, and, after a pause, added, my current condition renders it ineffective. I too shall decline. Wu Xiangnan followed suit. Oh, why not? If you have no need for it, you could give it to your families. Family. At the mention of family, Chunmai's gaze flickered as memories of his wife and child flooded back to him. It had been years since he had last seen them, and he wondered how they were faring. Nevertheless, he set those thoughts aside. Wu Xiangnan interrupted Yan Shu's words and continued, our intention is. Subsequently, Wu Xiangnan reiterated his previous thoughts to Yan Shu. Naturally, Yan Shu was intrigued and immediately replied, all right, I shall exchange my longevity pill for it. The group deliberated for a while, and upon realizing Yan Shu was resolute in ensuring everyone received a share, Chunmai and his companion could only sigh in resignation. Then I shall contact them when I return, Chunmai stated. Captain, when can we submit the application? Yan Shu nodded enthusiastically. He had been gazing at the system panel displaying the word's divine source for 2 whole days, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the potion to enhance his physique before he could utilize it. It would only be a matter of days. That works? Yan Shu beamed, his eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Once the group had reached a consensus, they rejoined the lively crowd. Aspiring to become the beloved mascot of the 136 Night Watch team, Yan Shu waved his hands grandly, declaring, 1 for each person. Consider it a welcoming gift to the team. However, as soon as he uttered those words, he was met with the same rejection as the team leaders. Although they had joked about purchasing one, everyone knew that longevity could not be quantified in monetary terms. Do not overthink it. I can open a fortune bag every 3 days, which totals over 100 in a year. This is akin to wholesale in Iwu for me, and I shall surely uncover even better items in the future. Take them all. They're not as precious as you think. The initially touched crowd was left speechless. Iwu wholesale has been redefined by Yan Shu from this day forward. Chapter 56. An indirect kiss? Since Yan Shu has expressed his sentiments, you should graciously accept it. After all, it is a gesture of goodwill from him. Chunmai stepped forward and took one first. All right then, I shall boldly take one as well, declared the straightforward Hong Ying, who also took one. With Hong Ying breaking the ice, others followed suit, especially since even the captain had accepted it. To refuse now would seem inappropriate. The atmosphere quickly regained its vivacity, with Yan Shu basking in the enthusiastic admiration of the group, particularly from the 2 girls in the team who were quite taken by him. The most delighted among them were Hong Ying and Xiaonan, for which woman is indifferent to age. With this, they could reclaim 10 years of youth, which is incredibly enticing. While others at 30 might begin their decline, they could still appear as vibrant as 20-year-olds, a thought that thrilled them immensely. As for Zhao Kongsheng, who lay in hospital, he had long been forgotten by the crowd. Of course, Yan Shu would not forget him. In the future, he would ensure there would be plenty of fortune bags to make amends. Meanwhile, Chunmai and Wu Xiangnan held pearl-sized white pills, exchanging glances and slowly smiling as they observed the lively living room. Lin Chie, clutching a small vial that Yan Shu had insisted he take, wore a gentle expression, his eyes sparkling with stars. He occasionally thought about how Yan Shu had given his own to trade for medicine, leaving his for him. Oh, and he must reserve one for Zhao Kongsheng, considering his age and the fact that he had once sacrificed his life for him. The remaining one should be kept for his aunt. As for Jean, he was still too young. Lin Chie's gaze flickered. He believed that with his abilities, he would certainly acquire valuable items in the future, which he could then exchange with those in higher circles, compensating a gene in due course. Oh dear, you can pinch cheeks and tousle hair, but who just touched my backside? Lin Xie, who had been feeling sentimental, suddenly stiffened at the sound, his senses quickly expanding to comprehend the situation. Seizing the lively atmosphere, Yan Shu proposed they all go out for a meal to strengthen their bonds, which was instantly met with unanimous approval, leading them to a friendly gathering. Yan Shu had intended to discreetly settle the bill while stepping out to use the restroom, only to be informed by the staff that he was too late. Chima had already taken care of it 10 minutes prior. After they finished their meal, Hong Ying suggested a KTV party, but the captain flatly rejected it, citing that Yan Shu had just been discharged from the hospital and needed rest. Yan Shu quietly sighed with relief, primarily because he had been tone-deaf in his previous life, and his current self was not much better. As Li Wei once remarked, "Your singing sounds like chanting. One might think you're performing a ritual." Exhausted, as he entered the room, Yan Shu collapsed onto the sofa. He glanced at Lin Xie, who sat beside him looking relaxed, and couldn't he help but ask, "Xie, aren't you tired?" "Not really," Lin Xie replied, glancing at the sprawled Yan Shu, and a small smile crept onto his face as he recalled his WeChat profile picture. Meanwhile, Yan Shu contemplated Lin Xie's quintuple enhancement of physical attributes that evening, silently harboring feelings of envy. "Yan Shu, close your eyes." Observing Lin Xie's enigmatic gesture of rummaging through his pockets, Yan Shu blinked in curiosity. Could it be that the little angel had something to gift him? "Should I close my eyes?" All right, I will close them, so hurry and show me." With eyes sparkling with anticipation, Yan Shu promptly shut his eyes. Lin Xie regarded the unsuspecting Yan Shu, who lay on the sofa with a slight smile, dutifully awaiting his revelation, and his fingertips subtly twitched. After a moment of silence, noticing Lin Xie had yet to speak, Yan Shu, growing impatient, inquired, "Are you done, Xie?" "I, What is it?" Just as he was urging, something was suddenly stuffed into his mouth, prompting him to open his eyes wide. "What is this?" "It's sweet." Yan Shu licked the object in his mouth, discernibly tasting a sweetness tinged with a hint of coolness, reminiscent of a mint candy. "Indeed, it's candy," Lin Xie responded nonchalantly. "Is that so?" "It's merely a piece of candy. Was there any need for such mystery?" Yan Shu eyed Lin Xie with suspicion, poised to speak when suddenly realization dawned upon him, and he sat bolt upright, extracting the candy from his mouth. It was a white pill the size of a pearl. Indeed, was this not the longevity pill he had recently given to the little angel? Clearly taken aback by Yan Shu's swift reaction, Lin Xie found himself momentarily stunned as Yan Shu, without a word, pushed him back onto the sofa, straddling him, seizing his chin, and before he could react, forcefully shoved the pill into his mouth. Lin Xie. Once accomplished, Yan Shu, wary that Lin Xie might expel it, tenderly covered his mouth with one hand, signaling with his gaze that he would not release him until he swallowed. Now, realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Xie observed Yan Shu atop him, a faint blush instantly gracing his fair complexion. He recalled that the very pill now in his mouth had just been extracted from Yan Shu's own, and he had distinctly sensed the lingering essence upon it. He had directly fed it to him. Did this not constitute an indirect kiss? Contemplating this, the flush on Lin Xie's face deepened, and his hands, which had hung limply over the sofa, instinctively clenched and then relaxed in a repeated cycle. Finally, Lin Xie, belatedly aware of the precariousness of their position, attempted to pry away the hand covering his mouth. Quick as a flash, Yan Shu seized Lin Xie's wrist, crossing it behind his head. With a smirk, he declared, "Swallow it, and I shall release you. Otherwise, we shall remain in this standoff." Gazing at the triumphant expression of Yan Shu, who had him firmly restrained, Lin Xie felt a rush of heat, his mind racing with countless images. Ultimately, this confrontation concluded with Lin Xie conceding first. Under Yan Shu's pressure, the little angel, blushing, swallowed the pill. With a gulp, the pill slid down Lin Xie's throat, successfully ingested. Upon witnessing Lin Xie successfully swallow, Yan Shu finally smiled and released his grip, thinking to himself, "How amusing. I still have control over you." Lin Xie remained silent. "Are you upset, Xie?" Yan Shu, noticing that the little angel remained motionless and turned away, deduced that he must indeed be angry. It was understandable. Had he been compelled to consume someone else's saliva, he would have undoubtedly hung that person up and treated him to a meal of stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat. Just look at how flushed the little angel's face had become. With a soft sigh, Yan Shu reached out and pinched Lin Chiye's exquisitely soft cheek. Pouting slightly as he said, "Do not be angry. I am not upset at all. It was clearly meant for you. Why did you feed it to me?" Finally, seizing the mischief-making hand on his face, Lin Chiye spoke in a deep voice, "Please get up." "Oh, my apologies. I momentarily forgot." Yan Shu quickly rose and sat back down. Once settled, he noticed Yan Shu cautiously glancing at him, and for a moment, Lin Chiye simply wished to cover his face and retreat to a corner for some solitude. "I'm sorry." After a brief silence, Lin Chiye looked at Yan Shu, his gaze somewhat wandering as he said, "I thought, since I only took 3 of such precious items." "Apologize for what? Our relationship is what it is. Do not mention 3 dumplings. I could easily conjure up 300 from my money tree." Yan Shu could not bear to see the little angel in such a state. He wrapped his arms around Lin Chiye's head and tousled his soft hair. "To you, these may seem precious, but to me, they are merely ordinary. Yes, you. In the future, I can certainly produce even better ones, such as..." Noticing Yan Shu's frowning and deep in thought, Lin Chiye caught a whiff of Yan Shu's delightful scent and suggested, "Nectar of immortality, perhaps? The kind that grants eternal life?" "Ah, yes, indeed." In that moment, the two exchanged a shared laugh. Chapter 57. A mother's extraordinary gift of fertility. Eagerly anticipating the beginning of a new chapter, Yan Shu hastily rushed to wash up. Once settled in bed, he retrieved his phone and expertly sent several messages to Yu, his enthusiasm undeterred by the absence of a prompt reply. He presumed that the young fish was engrossed in his experiments, reassured by the completion of his daily quota of tasks. With a yawn, he promptly extinguished the light and surrendered to slumber. Meanwhile, upon returning to his room, Lin Chiye immediately made his way to the bathroom for a cold shower, only turning his attention to the mirror once he had quelled his body's restlessness. The reflection unveiled a slender and handsome youth, whose captivating eyes seemed to harbor a galaxy of stars. Droplets of water, yet to be dried, cascaded from his hair, tracing the contours of his exquisite face and glistening white neck down to his delicate collarbone. At that moment, as if struck by a thought, the youth's lips curled into a faint smile. He raised a hand to brush against his lips, a gentle motion that deepened the intensity of his gaze. In the realm of the God's Asylum, despite the darkness enveloping Tsangnan, the hospital within Lin Chiye's mind remained bathed in perpetual sunshine. In the verdant courtyard, cloaked in a flowing black gown adorned with starlit patterns, Nix sat in a rocking chair, lost in contemplation, a vase cradled in her arms. As footsteps approached, Lin Chiye, clad in a white coat and carrying several bottles of medicine, traversed the corridor to her side. "Danasis, my child, you have come to visit me," Nix exclaimed, her face illuminating with a radiant smile upon sensing the familiar presence. Lin Chiye responded with a gentle smile of his own as he settled beside her. "Mother, or were you just pondering?" "I was thinking of you, Danasis, and your siblings." As Nix rambled on, Lin Chiye patiently listened, pouring out the contents of the bottles and placing them into her hands. Accepting the tablets without hesitation, she swallowed them whole. Once the medication was ingested, Nix tilted her head to regard Lin Chiye, her hand tenderly caressing his face, concern shimmering in her loving gaze. "Danasis, it seems you harbor a burden." Caught off guard, Lin Chiye faltered, realizing that despite his attempts at concealment, Nix could still perceive his unease. Truly, she was a divine being, aware that he was her most cherished child. Lin Chiye fell silent for a moment before nodding slightly. "There are indeed some matters weighing on my mind. Danasis, is there any trouble I might assist you with?" Just as he was about to decline, Lin Chiye paused, recalling that as the goddess of night, Nix had borne many children. Perhaps her experiences in matters of the heart could indeed provide him with guidance. Observing Lin Chiye's shifting demeanor, Nix smiled encouragingly. "Danasis, no matter the circumstances, your mother will always stand by your side in unwavering support." "Mother, I have a friend who has recently discovered an unexpected affection for a close companion of the same gender. Same gender? With the gaze of Nix, seemingly able to penetrate his thoughts, Lin Xie felt a slight flush on his cheeks and continued. Yes, he has developed feelings for someone of the same sex, and he is currently quite conflicted about how to handle this relationship. Does that person also have feelings for Donatos? Lin Xie coughed lightly, feeling a bit embarrassed, wondering how even foreign deities understood the nuances of his friend's situation. Yet he nodded affirmatively. Certainly. Since there are mutual feelings, why not be together? Nix inquired, tilting her head in confusion. Indeed, in today's world, same-sex relationships are not the norm. They would undoubtedly face various pressures, and moreover, one cannot merely consider the present. One must also contemplate the future and whether family and friends would accept it. We are still quite young. Donatos, as long as you are happy. I do not oppose it. Nix, naturally assuming the role of a caring family member, looked at Lin Xie with encouragement. Lin Xie sighed, rubbing his forehead. It was rare for Donatos to seek his help, and instead of aiding him, he had only added to his distress. Nix, feeling a bit dejected, suddenly brightened, as if she had grasped the crux of Lin Xie's dilemma, and cheerfully declared, "In that case, Donatos, I shall present you with a gift, so you need not be troubled any longer." A gift? Lin Xie was taken aback. Yes, I bestow upon you my extraordinary fertility. Henceforth, you may have as many children as you desire. Lin Xie, as Nix raised her hands and gently brought them together, a verdant glow emanated from her palms. In an instant, Lin Xie, caught off guard, felt a wave of refreshing energy envelop him, causing the surrounding flora to flourish with remarkable vitality. Mother, wait, I am not. Lin Xie stood up, attempting to halt Nix's actions. That is not what I meant. Before he could finish his plea, Nix, with a loving expression, presented him with a green orb. Donatos, my child, simply integrate this into your being, and you shall be able to nurture exceptional offspring. Although it will not grant you the ability to directly conceive deities as I can, if you attain a sufficiently high level in the future, such an opportunity may still arise. Lin Xie was left speechless for a considerable time. His curiosity piqued as he accepted the orb, his jaw slackened in astonishment. Gazing at the pulsating green orb in his hand, his mind was flooded with unspeakable visions. Nix watched Lin Xie's shifting expressions with a smile, until it settled into an unusual grin. Believing she had resolved her child's emotional turmoil, Nix gently stroked Lin Xie's hair and reminded him tenderly, "Donatos, this orb must be integrated quickly. My divine power can only sustain it for a week before it dissipates." Lost in thought, Lin Xie was roused by Nix's voice, silently cursing himself for the errant musings that had invaded his mind. He hastily returned the orb to Nix. "Mother, I apologize for the misunderstanding. My concerns do not revolve around the child, but rather stem from other reasons. Thus, we do not require this item." "Child, there is no need for apologies. This is a matter of my own volition." Nix glanced at the bead in his hand and remarked, "In that case, I shall take back this bead for now. Should Darnith need it, he may seek me at any time." Initially inclined to refuse, Lin Xie paused as he observed Nix's somewhat melancholic expression and ultimately nodded, saying, "Very well, thank you, mother." Upon seeing Lin Xie no longer decline, Nix's face brightened with a cheerful smile. Since emerging from the psychiatric hospital, Lin Xie had been plagued by insomnia. The events of the night had overwhelmed him. Lying in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to find rest, as his mind replayed the multitude of occurrences from the day. There was Yan Shu, taking him on a grand shopping spree, and a sheer joy on his face as he spent lavishly. There was Yan Shu, unhesitatingly offering him 3 elixirs. And there was the moment he was pinned down and forced to swallow a pill. Ultimately, his thoughts lingered on the image of Nix extending the bead to him. Sighing heavily, Lin Xie gazed at the ceiling for a while, raised his arm to shield his eyes, and resigned himself to the fact that tonight was destined for sleeplessness. Chapter 58. The escalation of the snake demon incident the following day at 8 in the morning outside the Peace Affairs office. "Good morning, Xiao Yanshu and Xiao Qie." "Morning, Hong Yingjie, Xiao Anenjie." "Red Star, difficult knot, Juju Wound Hao." Yanshu greeted, mouth stuffed with a large meat bun. raising her hand in a casual salute alongside Lin Xie. As the boisterous Hong Ying observed Yan Shu eating like a hamster, cheeks bulging with food, she reminisced about yesterday's tactile sensation and, feeling a playful itch, stepped forward to pinch her. "Keep your distance from me," Yan Shu exclaimed, spitting out her food upon being pinched. Noticing the eager expression of Si Xiao Nin behind her, she instinctively retreated. Lin Xie, standing nearby, couldn't suppress a chuckle and quietly offered her a tissue. The group engaged in a light-hearted commotion at the entrance, creating a remarkably harmonious atmosphere. Upon entering, they found their teammates and the vice captain engaged in a serious discussion. Wen Qima, standing beside them, prepared 2 cups of coffee and turned to Yan Shu and her companions. "Would you like a cup?" "No, thank you. I don't need one either. Please bring me a cup." Lin Xie interrupted, nodding at Wen Qima. Unfortunately, he had suffered from insomnia the previous night and only managed to sleep just before dawn, so he deemed it necessary to have a cup to maintain his productivity. "Xiao Yan Shu, I heard that those who drink coffee early in the morning." Yan Shu stealthily leaned towards Lin Xie's ear and whispered, "Have poor kidneys." Despite her hushed tone, her words resonated clearly in the ears of the vigilant night watchman. Instantly, the regular coffee drinkers in the office found themselves under the peculiar gaze of the 2 female members, falling into silence. "Bring me a cup of tea." Cold Xian, upon entering, deviated from his usual coffee habit. Wen Qima, who was about to hand a cup of coffee to Lin Xie, immediately regarded him with the glaring label of traitor. Faced with the scrutinizing stares of his peers, Lin Xie found himself in a dilemma, whether to accept or refuse. Cold Xian, disregarding the disdainful looks, sauntered to the sofa and sat down, resolutely ignoring the accusations of betrayal. There was no way he could let Xiao Nin misunderstand. He had never been fond of coffee. His true preference lay with tea. Ahem. Since everyone is here, let's commence the meeting. Chen Mai, the captain, emerged to interrupt the increasingly bizarre atmosphere. "Right, let's go. The meeting is important. Hurry up, you step on my foot." Cold Xian, usually the last to arrive, suddenly transformed from an invisible presence. He squinted at Yan Shu and Lin Xie, then, with a stride of his long legs, forcefully inserted himself between them. Cough. Hearing Cold Xian's cough, Yan Shu immediately grasped his hint, nodded, and discreetly pulled out a card from her pocket, slipping it to him from behind. Upon catching sight of the card in Yan Shu's hand, Cold Xian's eyes brightened, and with a swift motion of his right hand, he made the card vanish along with Yan Shu's grasp on it. Lin Xie, who had been a silent observer throughout, was taken aback. "I never expected you to be this kind of Cold Xian." Once the 8 individuals settled into the basement, Chen Mai, who occupied the central position, rose to speak first. "Today marks the inaugural day for Xie and Yan Shu as they join our team. I trust that over the past few days, everyone has become acquainted with one another. I do not concern myself with other squads, but here in Team 136, we are not merely a collective. We are comrades who can entrust our lives to one another. I shall refrain from further rambling. In essence, we are now all family." Applause erupted as the team members showed their appreciation for the captain's words. After a moment, Chen Mai raised his hand to signal for quiet. "Now, let us address the matter at hand. The documents pertaining to your induction into the Night Watch have been dispatched to us. Feel free to retrieve them from the archives. Yan Shu, I submitted your request for the necessary potions last night. If all goes well, they should arrive within the next couple of days. You both have 1 month before you commence your new recruit training, and during this time, you will not be idle. We will conduct intensive training for you. The schedule for the upcoming month is as follows. In the mornings, you will train with me in swordsmanship. In the afternoons, you will learn the usage of Forbidden Void with Qima, and in the evenings, you will practice marksmanship with Lung Xian. If you have any questions, now is the time to voice them." After observing Yan Shu and Xie shake their heads in affirmation, Chen Mai paused and turned to Lin Xie with a serious expression. "Xie, as the divine agent, the pressure you are about to shoulder will undoubtedly surpass that of all of us combined. The higher-ups have high hopes for you." "Indeed, Captain. I will strive to meet their expectations," Lin Xie replied, his fists clenched resolutely upon his knees. The experiences of recent days had imparted a crucial understanding. All regrets in this world stem from the inadequacy of those involved. Regardless of aspirations, Strength is the foundation of all endeavors. He could no longer bear to witness others suffer or even perish for his sake. He yearned to protect those who mattered to him. In this world of chaos, rife with destruction and divine beings, the swift enhancement of his abilities was paramount. Yan Shu glanced at the solemn Lin Chiye, contemplating the unfolding narrative, and couldn't help but gently clasp his tightly clenched fist, offering him a supportive expression of camaraderie. Lin Chiye gazed at the hand that enveloped his, warmth flickering in his eyes, and he nodded in acknowledgement of Yan Shu's gesture. Observing the mutual encouragement between Yan Shu and Chiye, Chen Mai displayed a satisfied smile and directed his attention to Wu Xiangnan. Xiangnan, it is your turn. Wu Xiangnan adjusted his glasses, and upon noticing the collective gaze upon him, he produced a stack of documents and began distributing them one by one. Please take a moment to review these. The moment Yan Shu received the documents, his eyelids involuntarily twitched. The reason was clear. This pile of materials was directly related to the serpent demon he had previously vanquished. Due to Yan Shu's involvement, the Night Watch had detected the serpent demon's presence earlier than in the original narrative. However, unlike the original progression, their focus had shifted towards the expansive civilian districts, neglecting to realize that the school was the true epicenter of the issue. Aside from the two demons Yan Shu had slain, the Night Watch had also discovered a dozen or so around the residences of the two individuals, leading them to mistakenly believe that the infection had spread from the civilian area to the school. Nanduo's serpent demon? That name sounds somewhat familiar. After perusing the materials, Lin Chiye murmured to himself. Due to the serpent demon incident, they had been tracking it from the outset. Except for Yan Shu, who had only joined today, the members of Team 136 were well aware of the developments surrounding the event. Consequently, Wu Xiangnan glanced at Lin Chiye and proactively elucidated. This Nantoa serpent demon originates from rural folklore. It possesses extraordinary camouflage abilities and the capacity to assimilate its progeny. Ah, I see. Lin Chiye nodded after absorbing Wu Xiangnan's detailed account. The ability to perpetually transform its kind makes capturing the original entity quite challenging. Challenging is an understatement. We are utterly at a loss. When Shima sighed, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Indeed, our current predicament lies in our inability to locate the original entity. No matter how many of its offspring we eliminate, without finding the core, we are merely addressing the symptoms, not the root cause, Hong Ying remarked, furrowing her brow. Chapter 59. Causal tracking indeed, when Shima added, we remain oblivious to the duration of the serpent demon's existence and the number of individuals it has infected. The two classmates that Yan Shu initially dispatched could very well be its first victims, or perhaps merely the latest in a long line of progeny it has ensnared. We must prepare for the worst. Lung Xian crossed her arms and remarked coldly, perhaps our entire Cangnan has transformed into a city of monsters. Lung Xian's assertion held merit. Wu Xiangnan spoke gravely, suggesting that it is not just Cangnan that is at risk. Neighboring cities may also harbor the serpent demon's offspring. Thus, Yan Shu's lips twitched at the escalating paranoia among the group as he interjected. Is there anyone outside our circle in Cangnan who isn't potentially at risk of being assimilated by the serpent demon? Consider the shop staff, the passers-by, the office workers, and even the clients who seek our assistance. All may have unknowingly succumbed to assimilation. Lin Chiye closely followed Yan Shu's analysis. At this juncture, Si Xiaonan shivered, imploring, please don't frighten me. I hardly dare to step outside now. Captain, the restricted item you requested should have arrived, right? It's on its way. Chen Mai glanced at his phone. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, a specialized delivery is expected within half an hour. At last, it has arrived. Do you comprehend the magnitude of pressure we have endured these past few days? Now, we can finally apprehend them all at once. What is it? Lin Chiye inquired, noticing the shift in demeanor among the group. Yan Shu stroked his chin, pondering what could possibly bring such relief. Perhaps an item capable of identifying the serpent demon? Precisely. The restricted item developed by headquarters, causal tracking. It is specifically engineered to combat elusive foes like the Nantawa serpent demon, known for its ability to create avatars, infect, and assimilate. Both Yan Shu and Lin Chiye's eyes brightened at this revelation. Lin Xie's curiosity about the restricted item piqued, as he had only heard descriptions from Yan Shu and Zhao Kongsheng, and had longed to witness such an item firsthand. Yan Shu, on the other hand, was relieved that Lin Xie would soon have his first aid at the psychiatric hospital. He had previously contemplated how to divert the night watcher's attention to the school, but that consideration was now moot. As the conversation flowed, Chun Mai's phone rang. "Hello, is it here? Great, I'll head up now." After ending the call, Chun Mai turned to the attentive when Chun Ma, the items have arrived. Please go up and receive them. Understood. Knock, knock, knock. Wu Xiangnan rapped on the table, gathering everyone's focus. Now, allow me to devise the forthcoming serpent demon eradication strategy. With that, Wu Xiangnan directed his gaze toward Yan Shu and Lin Xie. Technically, you both just reported in today, and it is unusual to assign you a mysterious task so promptly. However, as you have observed, the scope of this incident is extensive, and with our limited personnel in the Night Watch, your participation is essential. Before you both joined, you had already encountered formidable foes, and I shall take your capabilities into account when assigning you appropriately simple tasks. Very well. Lin Xie and Yan Shu nodded in agreement. Yan Shu stroked his chin, observing Wu Xiangnan as he divided the remaining members into teams, contemplating how to guide Lin Xie in assuming the role of caregiver. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Xie's eyes as he mused about finally embodying the heroic protagonists of novels, acting with righteousness. Is this the principle of causal tracking? Upon returning to the conference room, when Shima promptly opened a metallic safe, retrieving an 8-trigram-shaped plate inside, curiously examining it. How does one utilize this? Honging also leaned in closer. Simply let the mysterious blood drip into the central groove. Chun Mai stepped forward to take the 8-trigram plate, pouring a few drops of the blood prepared in advance by Wu Xiangnan into the indentation. As the blood seeped into the plate, the surrounding runes suddenly radiated a golden light, expanding outward. Within moments, a 1-meter diameter enlarged 8-trigram light disk materialized in the spacious underground conference room. At that moment, numerous red dots quickly appeared on the disk, sparse yet nearly covering the entirety of Songnan City. As the others discerned the sheer number of red dots, their eyes widened in shock, and they collectively gasped in disbelief. How could there be so many? Yan Shu was the first to voice his incredulity, casting a glance at the disk, which revealed no fewer than several hundred red dots. He recalled that in the original text, there were only a few dozen individuals. How had the numbers multiplied so drastically in his case? Could it be due to his premature intervention, which provoked the progenitor, leading the serpent demon to breed recklessly? Yet, he had merely slain 2 offspring. Was that enough to incite such madness? After all, it had coexisted within human society for quite some time, so why the fragile psychological resilience? In truth, Yan Shu had only grasped a fraction of the reality. He was merely a catalyst. The true impetus for the serpent demon's reckless breeding stemmed from the Night Watcher's subsequent reprisals, compounded by witnessing the slaughter of the ghost-faced king, a being of a higher tier. This instilled a profound panic within it. Adhering to the adage of not placing all eggs in one basket, it not only targeted schools, but eventually shifted its focus to off-campus environments. Thus, in a bid to infect hundreds of expendable minions and divert the Night Watcher's attention, the serpent demon progenitor began to proliferate wildly. This was problematic. Chun Mai exchanged a glance with Wu Xiangnan, furrowing his brow deeply. Aside from a few densely populated areas, schools, factories, and hospitals, nearly half of the offspring were rather dispersed. Wu Xiangnan analyzed, once we launch a large-scale assault, the serpent demon will undoubtedly sense that we have discovered its location and may immediately command all offspring to attack the nearby populace with reckless abandon. While we would ultimately eradicate them, we cannot predict how many civilians would suffer casualties in the interim. What should we do? Request assistance from neighboring cities? Is it impossible to identify the progenitor through this containment assessment? Lin Xie observed for a considerable time, but discerned no differences among the red dots. Unable to suppress his curiosity. If only we could. Chun Mai sighed, remarking that in the past, the instances of causal tracking rarely exceeded a mere handful of red dots. Even a dozen was considered quite unusual. The inability to identify the underlying influence was not significantly detrimental, but this time, they were encountering an astonishing quantity for the first time. Meanwhile, Yan Shu furrowed his brow as he gazed at the densely packed red dots on the disk. The expansion of the serpent demon incident weighed heavily on him, as he felt an undeniable sense of responsibility. Furthermore, he acknowledged his recent negligence. He had not even bothered to consult the mini-map to assess his surroundings. Had he taken the time to investigate, he would have swiftly recognized the anomaly and been better prepared. Though he did not perceive himself as particularly virtuous, given the gravity of the situation, he aspired to mitigate the repercussions as much as possible. Additionally, Yan Shu contemplated a crucial point. The cunning serpent demon had deliberately crafted a simple and benevolent alter ego, Li Yifei, to conceal its true nature. This alter ego was entirely convinced of its humanity, which led him to question whether the divination plate could detect the original entity in such a state. Chapter 60. I present evidence why you engage in mysticism. It is essential to note that in the original work, Lin Xie was able to discern the essence of the serpent demon progeny, yet he failed to identify the maternal entity. It was only later that Qing Yu conducted an analysis and made the deduction. The essence did not prove effective, and thus, the Bagua plate may not necessarily reveal the truth. Therefore, it is quite probable that after expending considerable effort to obliterate all the red dots on the Bagua plate, the maternal entity could still remain concealed. Upon this realization, Yan Shu clapped his hands to capture the attention of the assembly, then raised a finger to indicate a significant concentration of red dots displayed on the screen, and slowly began to speak. I suspect that the likelihood of the maternal entity residing here is highest. Is this due to the two classmates you eliminated? Lin Xie, who had grasped the sequence of events, stroked his chin and gazed at the area represented by the red dots, aligning his thoughts with Yan Shu's. Everyone, let's not stand. Please take your seats. Yan Shu, do share your thoughts, Wu Xiangnan interjected, his eyes glinting. He recalled that it was this young man who had first discovered the serpent demon. Perhaps Yan Shu could indeed unravel the mystery. Indeed, Lin Xie is correct. It does pertain to my two infected classmates, but most crucially, Yan Shu hesitated before continuing. It is intuition. Are you presenting intuition as evidence? Lin Xie retorted amidst the bemused expressions of the crowd, his own embarrassment palpable, for he was at a loss for words. He could not simply state that he had already known who the maternal entity was, lest they question him for his silence. Ahem. In truth, I possess an innate sensitivity to the moral alignments of others. Recently, I encountered a classmate who, from a distance, instilled in me a profound discomfort, akin to a venomous serpent fixating on me from behind, exuding an overwhelming malevolence that made me feel as if I might be devoured whole, my hair standing on end. Is that so? When Shimo rolled his eyes. Are you certain it is not because he dislikes you? Impossible. I am a cherished darling of our class. No one in my school could possibly harbor ill feelings towards me. Yan Shu asserted with utmost conviction. He had evidence to support his claim, discreetly activating his mini-map. And indeed, aside from the red dots representing the serpent demons, the remaining markers were predominantly yellow. It was clear that Yan Shu enjoyed considerable popularity among his peers. Lin Xie nodded in affirmation of Yan Shu's declaration of being the class darling, then proceeded to analyze. Is it conceivable that the progeny of the serpent demon inadvertently emanate malevolence towards ordinary individuals? There is still a distinction. I sensed a palpable threat emanating from him, which I did not experience when I eliminated those two progeny. If you, possessing the ability to slay at the pool realm, perceive a threat, then it is likely that the entity in question is no less than at the pool realm as well. In truth, those capable of threatening him should be at the river realm or higher. At the pool realm, he could easily dispatch them. However, Yan Shu felt it necessary to temper his remarks, allowing some glimmer of hope for the little angel to pursue. Of course, this was merely a statement of intuition, and it could not be expected to convince his comrades entirely. At most, it might elevate their regard for that particular school. Thus, Chun Mai and the others exchanged glances. reconvening to deliberate on how to address this immensely impactful, mysterious incident. By the way, who was that classmate you mentioned? Do you know him? Lin Chia inquired of Yan Shu, who had approached him after being disregarded by the team leaders. Unlike the night watchers who required evidence, Lin Chia was inclined to believe Yan Shu's words, having witnessed many enigmatic aspects of Yan Shu in recent days. He sensed that Yan Shu would not make such statements without cause. Perhaps he had indeed detected something amiss. He asked from your class. You should know him, Li Fei, known as the Prince of Gossip. Ah, it's him. Lin Chia suddenly realized, recalling his impression of Li Fei quite vividly. On the first day of transfer, Li Fei had eagerly engaged him in numerous gossip exchanges and was one of the classmates who accompanied him home after school. However, after encountering the terrifying figure of the ghost-faced man, they had each gone their separate ways, and upon returning to school, Lin Chia had even apologized to him. Although their acquaintance spanned merely 2 days, Lin Chia held a favorable view of Li Fei. Reflecting on this, Lin Chia, who had initially been inclined to trust Yan Shu, began to ponder. Based on his interactions, he perceived Li Fei's behavior to be that of an entirely normal individual. While Lin Chia and Yan Shu were engaged in hushed conversation, Yan Shu noticed the large red dot on his mini-map, representing the snake demon's true form, approaching their office, causing his brow to arch. Could it be that this fellow has not perished and instead sought to join the Night Watchers? The snake demon incident had been sufficiently distorted by him. How could it possibly connect back to the original story at this stage? As the saying goes, when sleep beckons, one must provide a pillow. Contemplating the true intentions of the snake demon, Yan Shu's eyes narrowed, and a thought quickly crystallized. Observing the concerned expressions of those before him, Yan Shu smirked inwardly. Previously, you all treated me with indifference. Soon, I shall have you kneeling before me, singing my praises. What is the matter? Lin Chia noticed Yan Shu's sudden change in demeanor and the fluctuating expressions on his face. That sensation. I feel it again. Yan Shu abruptly stood, directing his gaze upwards. What sensation? Hong Ying was drawn by Yan Shu's abrupt movement and glanced over. It is the intense malevolence I sensed from that classmate before. The others, believing that Yan Shu's metaphysical inclinations had yet to fade, were taken aback. Indeed, Captain, it's right above us. I can feel it. Yan Shu looked earnestly at Chun Mai. The snake demon's true form is coming to our office? The likelihood of a major criminal voluntarily surrendering is slimmer than this. It seems impossible. Should I go take a look? Lin Chia stepped forward. Go ahead. Chun Mai glanced at the gossip plate, which showed no abnormalities. And after a moment's silence, he nodded in agreement. Alas, there's no other choice. We must allow the youth to come to terms with reality. Chun Mai pondered helplessly. We live in a scientific world. Everything must adhere to evidence. Intuition should be set aside for now. If only Yan Shu were aware of Chun Mai's scientific reasoning at this moment, he might very well let out an expletive. The world is teeming with mysteries. Gods abound, and yet he insists on discussing science. Is this the realm of logic? Before Chun Mai could fully express his thoughts, his phone rang. He picked it up and squinted. As soon as he answered, Lin Chia's slightly anxious voice came through. Captain, it's really my classmate, Li Fei, who has arrived. From his vantage point above, Lin Chia was observing the nervous Li Fei, who was sitting on the sofa, glancing around anxiously. After a brief pause, he continued, however, he claims he has come to file a report. I understand. Hold him off for now, and bring him directly to the training ground in 10 minutes. Got it. After hanging up, Chun Mai surveyed the crowd, who wore expressions of bewilderment, along with Yan Shu, who proudly lifted her chin. A smile gradually spread across his face. It seems our new recruit is destined to make a significant contribution on his very first day. Lung Xian, prepare the demon-breaking bullets. Qi Montak, you go up with Chia and bring him down. Hong Ying, Xiao Nan, once he enters the training ground, ensure you block the entrance. Xiang Nan, stay with me and be ready to adapt. Understood. Captain, what about me? What about me? Yan Shu chimed in, noticing everyone else had been assigned tasks. Chapter 61. Boundary Elevation Card. Chun Mai initially intended for Yan Shu to remain behind, but he reconsidered. believing it would be more beneficial for Yan Shu to participate and witness various mysteries, thus broadening his horizons. With their considerable number surrounding the area, and being on their own territory, they could ensure Yan Shu's safety even against the formidable forces of the Chuan realm. Moreover, Yan Shu had experience in vanquishing the enigmatic, so the risks were minimal. You will observe from the sidelines and adapt as necessary, Chenmai instructed, before promptly leading the group towards the underground training arena. All right then. Yan Shu decided to join the main group. In the upper office, seated on the sofa, Lin Xie listened intently as Li Yifei animatedly recounted his encounter with a monster at school, while discreetly glancing at the time. At that moment, Wen Qima ascended from below, patting Li Yifei on the shoulder with a smile. Let us head downstairs to discuss. It's quite bustling up here. Huh? Li Yifei was momentarily taken aback, surveying the empty office. Where's this bustling crowd? Ahem. His implication was that such extraordinary incidents require confidentiality to prevent panic, necessitating a private resolution. Lin Xie exchanged glances with Wen Qima, then stood and addressed Li Yifei. Let us go downstairs. All right, good idea. Li Yifei suddenly understood and hurriedly followed his classmate, who he assumed had gone off to the military. Yan Shu and the group moved swiftly towards their destination. As they passed the activity room, Hong Ying tapped Yan Shu on the shoulder, saying, "Little Yan Shu, you haven't seen our underground base yet, have you? Come, let me enlighten you. That was our conference room, and the one we just passed is the recreational lounge. This is the archives room, and adjacent to it is the deputy captain's office." The group continued down the corridor, with Yan Shu and Hong Ying trailing behind, the latter providing descriptions without hindering the group's pace. Due to their urgency, Yan Shu could only glance curiously at each room as they passed. The last time he visited, he was directly escorted by Wen Qima into the conference room for interrogation. It was only now that he grasped the vastness of this underground base. Long corridors and mysterious rooms sprawled before him. Yan Shu estimated the area to be no less than several thousand square meters. Where is the training arena? We're almost there. It's at the very end of the corridor. As they ventured deeper, the silence grew more pronounced, the sound of their footsteps echoing clearly. Finally, they reached the end of the corridor, standing before a grand double door, 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. As Chenmai pushed the door open, Yan Shu was greeted by a vast, brightly lit space, at least the size of 3 football fields. It seemed he had underestimated. This was not merely several thousand square meters. This training arena alone must exceed 10,000 square meters, perhaps having excavated the entire base beneath the Peace Bridge. Once Yan Shu entered, Chenmai approached a series of racks in a corner of the arena and informed him, Hong Ying and the others have their designated weapons. As temporary members, you and Xie will receive the Night Watchman's sword, cloak, and insignia only after entering the training. For now, you may select a weapon that feels comfortable to you. Understood. Yan Shu nodded and stepped forward, sweeping his gaze around before pausing his motion to grasp the long sword and instead turning to the straight blade beside it. Zhao Kongcheng. Yan Shu picked up the straight blade and examined it, noticing 3 small characters engraved on the hilt. Chenmai was somewhat surprised that Yan Shu chose Old Zhao's straight blade, as he had reviewed Yan Shu's profile and knew he was accustomed to swords. Old Zhao was severely injured and would require at least 2 to 3 months for a complete recovery. Thus, his blade would remain here temporarily. You and Qi can use this blade for training this month. However, Chenmai refrained from asking further questions, understanding they were all adults and likely had their own reasons. Perhaps Yan Shu was adept with the straight blade as well. Upon returning with the straight blade, Yan Shu found that aside from the deputy team leader, who was tapping away at a mini-computer not far away, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan were no longer present. He opened the minimap and noted that the green dots representing the two were just outside the door, while the dark green dot representing Lin Xie was moving downward with a large red dot, likely arriving here in a few minutes. Ding! Side quest released. In light of the impending mysterious battle, as a premier headhunter, you are obligated to assist the Protagonist Psychiatric Hospital in successfully hiring the top caregiver, Li Yifei. Will the host accept this task? Yan Shu, following his titles as a righteous individual and a model youth. Yan Shu once again earned the title of Premier Headhunter. What about the rewards? Ding. Completing this task will yield the following rewards. Minor Realm Enhancement Card. Usable only within the genre realm. X1. Mysterious Culinary Blind Box X1. Seeing the rewards listed, Yan Shu's eyes brightened. He finally had the opportunity to enhance his realm. Heaven knows that every time he checked his personal panel, aside from the unbearable physical attribute section, he sighed most over his realm. Which protagonist wouldn't he wish to upgrade and then unleash chaos? Accepted. Just after taking on the task, he noticed Chun Mai standing next to Wu Xiangnan, waving at him. Captain, how are you? Nervous? Not particularly. There's nothing to be anxious about, Yan Shu replied, shaking his head as he casually twirled the blade. He had already faced the Chuan realm, let alone the Qi realm. By the way, Captain, can we leave that snake demon for me and Qi to practice on later? Upon hearing this, Chen Mai furrowed his brow in disapproval. That's too risky. You have only recently awakened and lack combat experience. We will conduct special training for you over the next month. There will be ample time for practical exercises. That's different, Yan Shu countered, shaking his head. Special training only serves to increase experience and proficiency. A person's potential is only truly awakened when faced with life and death crises. Wu Xiangnan, who had a better understanding of Yan Shu's capabilities, suggested from the side, how about this? First, we gauge the snake demon's realm. If it exceeds the Qi realm, we will handle it. If not, we can inflict significant damage before allowing you two to finish it off. That sounds good, Yan Shu nodded eagerly. As long as the final blow was left for Qi. Chen Mai contemplated for a few seconds, recognizing Wu Xiangnan's prudent reasoning. Moreover, he believed he could intervene should any unforeseen circumstances arise, so he nodded in agreement. As a few individuals deliberated on how to incapacitate the serpent demon, Lin Qiye and his companion had already escorted Li Yi to the entrance of the training ground. We have arrived. Let us step inside and discuss matters at our leisure. When Shima pushed open the grand door and entered first, while Li Yi, upon perceiving the vastness of the interior, hesitated momentarily, sensing an undercurrent of unease. This place resembles a training arena. Are we not supposed to? Do come in. Lin Qiye, noticing the unusual expression on Li Yi's face, delivered a playful kick to his rear to urge him forward. Chapter 62. Your fragrance is enchanting. Bang. Ouch. Ouch. That hurts terribly. Jie, why did you kick me? Li Yifei lay on the ground, wailing while clutching his painfully bruised nose, tears welling up in his eyes. It was indeed you. Lin Qiyi slammed the door shut behind him with a resounding thud, transforming the training ground into a sealed space from which escape was impossible. What does this mean? Li Yifei, sitting up while still covering his reddened nose, looked up to find a group of people surrounding him at a distance. Boom! Before he could comprehend the situation, he was overwhelmed by a powerful aura imbued with bloodlust and malice, leaving Li Yifei stunned and gasping for breath. Lung Xian. Chen Mai glanced at Lung Xian, who nodded in response. As he rotated his palm, a dark wooden gun materialized in his hand. What are you doing? Li Yifei gazed in terror at the gun pointed at his head, ignoring his inquiries as he sprang to his feet and fled backwards. I warn you, murder is a crime. If you dare to harm a single hair on my head, my father will not let you go. My father is. Jie, is it really necessary to hire someone to kill me for just one time I failed to save you? Confession brings leniency. Resistance brings harshness. Lin Qiyi, with a serious expression, remarked that if he intended to take revenge, he would have done so long ago. If you were cooperative, we might leave your corpse intact. Li Yifei. So they truly intend to kill him. Help! Help! SOS. Observing Li Yifei, who was pounding on the door while tearfully pleading for help. When Shima couldn't help but speak up, is he truly a snake demon? Is such cowardice typical of the mysterious? The more I look, the less he seems like one. If this is an act, he could easily win an Oscar. Is that so? It can be tested. The action-oriented Lung Xian raised his right hand and shot at Li Yifei. Bang! With a loud report, a plume of red smoke gradually dissipated from the dark muzzle of Lung Xian's gun, and the shell casing clattered to the ground, producing a crisp, ringing sound. The moment the red bullet pierced Li Yifei's head, blood erupted forth, and Li Yifei, who had been leaning against the iron door, fell silent, slowly collapsing to the ground. Injured. Indeed, he is not human. It seems that the limits of science lead to the realm of the mystical. Outside the door, Hong Ying and her companion stared at the surveillance footage with wide eyes, astonished. Wow, this snake demon is quite the actor. He nearly deceived me. What does this mean? What's wrong with being injured? Lin Shi, perplexed by the crowd's shift from doubt to certainty, blinked in confusion. He glanced at the fallen Li Yifei and found no signs of abnormalities. Wait, something is amiss. The wound on Li Yifei's head is actually healing. Yan Shu, noticing Lin Shi's astonishment, pulled him back a considerable distance, ensuring enough space for their captain and the others to engage. Before explaining, what Lung Xian shot earlier was a special bullet designed to verify the mysterious. An ordinary person struck by a magic-breaking bullet remains unscathed, while a mystical being will reveal its true form upon being hit. I see. Lin Shi finally understood, then inquired, wait, why did it sustain an injury, yet not reveal its true form? Soon, did you not see that the captain and the others have drawn their blades? Yan Shu handed a straight sword to Lin Xie, saying, take this. Are we also joining the fray? I have conferred with the captain. They will weaken the serpent demon and then leave it for us to hone our skills. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was a rare opportunity to confront an enemy, and naturally, he wished to test his prowess in actual combat. As for the previous encounter with the masked specter, he had been in poor condition then, so it did not count. You are already so formidable. Surely you do not need further practice. Moreover, you just discharged from the hospital yesterday. I will take the lead, and you may assist me from the sidelines. Noticing that Lin Xie had voiced his intended words ahead of him, Yan Shu blinked and promptly nodded in agreement. That works. As Yan Shu and Lin Xie were engaged in their playful banter, the serpent demon, lying on the ground and unable to conceal itself any longer, suddenly opened its golden beastly eyes that were distinctly eerie and slitted. When those cold, vertical pupils swept over Yan Shu and the others, Lin Xie, the least experienced in combat, felt a shiver run down his spine. Interesting. How did you discover my presence? Li Yifei's voice was hoarse, no longer pretending, as he contorted his body grotesquely. Instantly, his legs elongated like a serpent's, transforming him into a creature with a human torso and a serpentine tail. I believed I had not revealed any flaws. You should not have been able to see through my disguise. We indeed did not uncover your identity, Chenmai replied, pulling out a divination plate to examine the red that had only appeared after the serpent demon's transformation, shaking his head in disappointment. In fact, at first, we did not even detect the forbidden object that concealed your true form. Are you implying that my progeny exposed me? The serpent demon narrowed its golden eyes, beginning to ponder where its offspring might have betrayed it. That cannot be the case. Then why? At the very least, I deserve to know the reason before I meet my end. The serpent demon understood that it was, in all likelihood, facing inevitable doom today, despite its recent frenzied reproduction and the consumption of vast amounts of flesh, resulting in a considerable enhancement of its realm. It remained a distance away from the man, radiating the aura of the Chuan realm, not to mention the presence of others. You have revealed yourself, Wen Qima said with a smile. After all, your malevolence is too great. You must have been constantly contemplating devouring those around you. What do you mean? The serpent demon tilted its head, indicating its confusion. It was I who discovered your presence. Acknowledging that it was his turn to take the stage, Yan Shu stepped forward. Do you remember me? We encountered one another at the school gate. Do you recall? You are that half-dead girl who fortuitously awakened the forbidden void, Lin Mei. Yan Shu exclaimed, how outrageous! Do not think that I shall refrain from confronting you simply because you are about to perish. The serpent demon gazed at Yan Shu, who exuded an alluring fragrance, and could not help but extend its long serpent tongue, saying, you smell delightful. Lin Xie, gripping the straight sword, narrowed his eyes sharply, pulling Yan Shu behind him. You smell delightful too. Hey, could you at least be mindful of your surroundings before making such remarks? Wen Qima said, exasperated, as the serpent demon, even at this juncture, seemed intent on teasing their new recruits. The serpent demon's chilling gaze swept across the crowd. ultimately resting upon the individual who had previously posed a question, Yan Shu. I remember you. At that time, my alter ego merely glanced at you. We did not engage in conversation. How did you discern my presence? Alter ego? Are you insinuating that Li Yifei is your alter ego? Lin Xie, vigilant and astonished, turned his attention toward the serpent demon. Indeed, Li Yifei differs from my other progeny. After I seized control of this body, in order to better conceal myself within human society, I retained his original persona as an alter ego. Is Li Yifei aware of the actions you have undertaken? Wu Xiaonan inquired, adjusting his glasses. When I dominate this body, his consciousness succumbs to slumber, the serpent demon replied, narrowing its eyes before responding. Chapter 63. The Rebellion of Offspring. I have a question. What is your true purpose in reporting to us? Chen Mai fixed his gaze upon the serpent demon, articulating each word with precision. You even risked your own safety to this extent. The serpent demon fell silent for a moment, letting out a self-deprecating smile at the absurdity of its own jester-like plan. The purpose? If I were to say that my true intention is to join you and survive, what then? This serpent demon understood that the most perilous places often harbor the greatest safety. When Qi Ma was taken aback, he had encountered many mysteries surrounding the Night Watch, but none as astute as this one. Therefore, was its report actually a means to enhance its chances of joining? Yan Shu echoed the analysis. Normally, upon receiving a report and verifying its authenticity, we would inevitably seal off the entire school to undertake a cleansing mission. At that point, if it psychologically suggested its alter ego, Li Yifei, assist us during the process, setting up coincidences to bolster Li Yifei's charm, then the likelihood of joining the Night Watch. As this speculation unfolded, Lin Xie shifted his gaze toward the captain. Chen Mai, following Lin Xie's line of thought, pondered how he would proceed. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in affirmation. If it were me, I would indeed consider granting Li Yifei an opportunity to join. The serpent demon listened quietly to Lin Xie and the others' analysis, not shying away from their conjectures, and directly admitted, "Indeed, that was my initial plan, alas." Hiss. Upon hearing the mutual acknowledgement from the serpent demon and Chen Mai, the others collectively gasped in astonishment. Thank goodness. Hong Ying sighed in relief, patting her chest. They had nearly found themselves allied with the mysterious. I have divulged what you wish to know. Now it is your turn to enlighten me. Yan Shu, noticing the serpent demon's gaze shift towards him, patted Lin Xie's shoulder and stepped forward. While we did not converse that day, I could sense your overwhelming malice from afar. Just this? Yes, just this. The serpent demon regarded Yan Shu with a serious expression, scoffing at the notion that his intuition had revealed it. It conceded that upon sensing Yan Shu's profound aura within Li Yifei, it had indeed felt an urge to consume him. After all, awakening the flesh of a forbidden being would benefit it immensely, yet it merely entertained the thought. It would not act against someone of Li Yifei's kind at that time. Thus, feeling deceived, the serpent demon turned to the group with a mocking tone. Just this? Do you think I am as foolish as that dimwit Li Yifei? Or do you Night Watch members operate solely on instinct? In this day and age, honestly no one. No serpent believes. Sigh. Yan Shu shook his head, lamenting from the sidelines. Lin Xie gazed at Yan Shu, speechless. This remark had offended everyone present. After all, initially, the captain and the others had not taken Yan Shu seriously. Even he, were it not for his understanding of Yan Shu, might have merely offered a dismissive chuckle. Do you wish to know the reason? Chen Mai ceased his entanglement with the serpent demon, lifting his blade and directing it forward, his profound gaze brimming with lethal intent. First, you must outmatch my blade. Do you wish to slay me? It won't be that simple. The serpent demon, observing the man before it radiating the essence of the Chuan region, opened its mouth in a sinister smile. Although it understood that escape was likely impossible today, having not even begun to execute its plan of concealing its true form among the Night Watch, it refused to succumb passively to its fate. Swiftly, its grin faded, replaced with a gleam of satisfaction in its vertical pupils. Since it seems I shall not survive today, tell me, how shall I repay you? Let those you protect join me in this demise. Upon hearing this, The expressions of the gathered individuals shifted dramatically. The worst outcome had indeed materialized. "Leave this to me. Xiangnan, you must evacuate the civilians immediately and eradicate all serpent offspring at the fastest pace." "Understood." Wu Xiangnan nodded, hastening towards the entrance, urging Wen Qima and the others to follow. "Quickly, let us see whether your speed surpasses that of my offspring." The serpent demon, bearing its crimson maw, twisted its massive form to block the doorway, mocking the departing Wu Xiangnan and his companions. "If you deny me life, shall I not allow you to experience the suffering of this world as well?" "Ha ha ha." Closest to it, Lin Xie and his companions had no choice but to confront it with their blades. The serpent demon immediately swung its tail, a massive appendage slicing through the air with a thunderous rush. Clang! Clang! The blade scraped against the serpent's iron-like tail, producing a shower of sparks, and the group was forced back several steps. The high-caliber bullets fired by Long Xian merely shattered a few scales, the egg-sized wounds proving inconsequential to the demon's movements. Lin Xie shielded Yan Shu with one hand, his eyes shimmering with golden light as the might of the seraph surged forth, flooding into the serpent demon's mental realm. In that instant, the oncoming tail faltered momentarily, yet swiftly regained its momentum, striking at the group once more. Yan Shu, taken aback by the serpent demon's unexpectedly enhanced strength compared to the original narrative, activated his barrier, his sword shimmering as he prepared to assist. However, it was the remarkably swift Chun Mai who intervened first. "This is my fight. You all must flee." With that, Chun Mai nimbly leaped into the air, utilizing the force of gravity to deliver a powerful, spinning strike with his blade. Hiss! Accompanied by a piercing scream, blood erupted forth as a lengthy, robust tail was severed, landing not far from Yan Shu and the others. Aware that it could not contend with Chun Mai, the serpent demon disregarded its severed tail, darting into a corner where its sharp claws embedded into the wall, swiftly climbing upwards. Upon reaching the top, it tilted its serpent head back to gaze at the assembled individuals below, revealing a sinister smile before unleashing a thunderous roar. In the next moment, a shrill scream echoed throughout the entire training grounds. Meanwhile, in Songnan City, various imposters, cloaked in human guise, lurked among the crowd. There are students attending classes at school, laborers hauling bricks at construction sites, chefs stir-frying in kitchens, office workers toiling from 9 to 6, and delivery riders pedaling their yellow bikes. Hundreds of offspring, as if receiving a command, collectively raised their heads and let out a deafening roar, instantly capturing the astonished gazes of numerous onlookers. After their chilling howl, these offspring synchronously twist their bodies and, in the blink of an eye, transform into towering serpentine monsters before the eyes of the crowd. A monster! Help, a demon! The offspring's golden, beastly eyes greedily scan the chaotic throng of panicked individuals, and under their terrified stares, they reveal gaping maws dripping with saliva and blood, launching themselves ferociously towards the crowd. At this moment, this scene unfolds simultaneously in hundreds of locations across Songnan, with various cries and screams reverberating throughout the entire city. Chapter 64, I command you to kneel. Dare you refuse? On the other side, in the basement of the office, Yan Shu, who had been pulled to the doorway by Lin Xie, narrowed his eyes. He understood that once they departed, their mission would undoubtedly fail. In truth, he did not place great importance on the success or failure of the side quest. However, having perused the original text, he was acutely aware that such a pivotal character as Li Yifei must meet his end at Lin Xie's hands. Creak! The door swung open, revealing that the duo outside, Hong Ying and her companion, had long since departed, likely alerted by the surveillance cameras regarding the situation at the training ground, and had rushed out to provide support. Wait a moment, Xie. Yan Shu grasped Lin Xie, who was about to step through the door, and regarded him earnestly. Do you trust me? Lin Xie, in a frantic rush to render aid, was momentarily taken aback by Yan Shu's calm gaze. Realizing that Yan Shu would not speak so earnestly at such a critical juncture without cause, he nodded resolutely. Of course I trust you. Xie, Yan Shu, hurry up. What are you dawdling for? Wen Qima, who had run back and noticed the silence behind him, turned to see the two standing idle at the doorway, his frustration mounting. Time is of the essence. A mere minute could mean saving more lives. Yan Shu paid no heed to Wen Qima's exasperation. He simply raised his hand, and a pristine white sword materialized in his grip. I possess a method to compel the serpent demon to kneel before me. When a moment arises, seize the opportunity and swiftly strike its neck with your blade. Upon reflecting that it was daytime and Lin Xia lacked the quintuple enhancement afforded by the starlit dancer at night, he added, if one strike does not suffice, deliver several more. Do you comprehend? Lin Xia glanced at the long sword in Yan Shu's hand, his mouth opening to pose numerous inquiries. Yet, it was evident that this was not the time for questions, so he nodded earnestly. Understood. As the two returned to the training ground, they observed the serpent demon, adeptly utilizing the terrain, scuttling along the walls to evade Chun Mai's direct assaults. Despite its agility, the creature had sustained several wounds, blood cascading down like torrents. On solid ground, Chun Mai could have dismantled it within 2 minutes. Yet within this training arena, expending considerable effort was requisite for a swift victory. Yan Shu cast a glance at the serpent demon, which was evading Chun Mai and stalling for time. He pointed his pristine white sword at it and bellowed, Li Yifei, I summon you to kneel. Dare you refuse? The serpent demon, perched on the wall, turned its head, regarding Yan Shu with a foolish expression, and erupted into laughter. Taunting Chun Mai, your teammate seems to have a few screws loose. Chun Mai. As the serpent demon's gaze shifted, a smirk curled at Yan Shu's lips. He lifted the small white blade and, with a delicate motion, made a swift downward strike. The mocking laughter ceased abruptly. Then, Lin Xia witnessed a scene that would leave him utterly astonished for all his days. The serpent demon, which had been clinging stubbornly to the wall, suddenly slid down in a grotesque manner. In an instant, it knelt before Yan Shu, its claws clasped together to receive the blade, all occurring in less than a second. Lin Xia. Chun Mai. Serpent demon. Xia. Yan Shu turned his gaze towards Lin Xia. In a moment of swift reaction, Lin Xia raised the dagger in his hand and struck fiercely at the neck of the kneeling serpent demon before him. Caught off guard, the creature suffered a grievous wound, letting out a pained wail as a significant portion of its neck was severed. Without needing a reminder from Yan Shu, Lin Xia, noticing that the first strike had not completely decapitated the demon, swiftly brought down a second blow. Thud! A serpent's head, the size of a barrel, fell to the ground with a resounding thump, rolling a few times before being firmly stepped on by the approaching Chun Mai. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the side quest. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving rewards. Minor Realm Advancement Card X1. Mysterious Culinary Blind Box X1. Upon hearing the notification of task completion in his mind, Yan Shu let out a deep sigh of relief. Concurrently, across hundreds of locations in Songnan City, the serpent demons engaged in a frenzied slaughter suddenly halted in their tracks. Mama, I'm scared. Child, my child, fear not, for mother will protect you. A young, beautiful woman, witnessing the serpent demon effortlessly snap the neck of a tall man, instinctively shielded her child beneath her as she understood they wouldn't be able to escape, just as despair engulfed her. The serpent demon behind her inexplicably ceased its attack and collapsed. Without a moment to ponder, the young mother, suppressing her terror, scooped up her 3-year-old son and fled into the distance. At that moment, similar scenes unfolded across Songnan, the vengeful offspring of the serpent demons. As if a pause button had been pressed, lost their golden slit pupils' focus and fell lifeless to the ground. Just moments ago, bustling streets became eerily deserted, with countless terrified faces barely visible through the facades of the shops lining the roads. Pat, pat, pat. The sound of distinct footsteps echoed through the empty streets. People hiding behind the glass doors instinctively peered outside to see a young boy in a pure white t-shirt approaching, holding a supermarket shopping bag. Danger! Don't come any closer. Boy, quickly, turn back. Yes, there's several snake-like monsters on the street, and they've killed many. Little brother, come hide with Annie, hurry. Despite the urgent warnings from the concerned onlookers, the boy merely cast a calm glance at them before continuing his advance. He passed several gruesome corpses until he crouched beside a serpent demon. This action sent a collective shudder through the anxious crowd, drawing sharp intakes of breath. Have they been transformed like Wang, Ziyuan, and the others? The boy in white, known as Qingyu, who had ventured out for supplies, mused while stroking his chin. He had already immersed the mysterious corpses given to him by Yan Shu in formalin, and although he had yet to commence dissection of a serpent demon, he could discern at a glance that they belonged to the same species. Had they lost control, or had they been controlled? Fascinating, considering that the base already possessed similar experimental specimens, and Qingyu had no intention of hauling them back to occupy space. After surveying the scene, he stood up and prepared to leave. Lost in thought, he resolved to inquire with Yan Shu later about the day's events. Remembering that he had mentioned he would report to the night watchman today, surely he would have some insights to share. On the other side, at the training ground of the office, Wen Qima, who had just rushed back intending to drag Lin Qiye and his companion away, was struck dumb by the sight of Lin Qiye beheading two foes with a single stroke. It took him a moment to regain his composure before he couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. What the hell? Across from him, Chunmai looked equally astonished as he glanced at the composed Yan Shu and Lin Qiye, then raised his hand to press his earpiece. The serpent demon's progenitor has been slain. Received, echoed the response from Hong Ying and her companion, who were in the car, obediently following the deputy leader's command as they headed towards the serpent demon's gathering place, letting out a sigh of relief. Just as Wu Xiangnan and Lang Xian were about to exit the office, they exchanged glances and pressed their earpieces as well, confirming, received. Chapter 65. I crave grilled brain. After vanquishing the serpent demon, the onlookers naturally turned their gazes towards the exquisite sword held by Yan Shu, which could be deemed the finest auxiliary weapon. Is it also a product of that wealth-bringing tree of yours? Lin Qiye inquired curiously, eyeing the long sword in Yan Shu's grasp. Yan Shu paused, his hand halting in its motion to retract the sword, realizing that the little angel had already revealed the reason. Indeed, he had exhibited foresight, having previously prepared them for this moment by attributing all inexplicable items to the wealth-bringing tree. Yes, not only that, but I also unlocked a storage space, as you saw earlier, allowing for items to be accessed anytime and anywhere. Noticing the gleam of envy in Lin Qiye's eyes, Yan Shu extended the sword's hilt towards him, playfully patting the little angel's shoulder. What is mine is yours, my dear friend. In the future, should I acquire any remarkable items, I shall gift you a few. Lin Qiye, taking the slender white sword and examining it closely, felt a slight blush creep onto his cheeks. Under normal circumstances, he would have outright refused such an offer, but given it was from Yan Shu. Ahem, I shall await your generosity, he said, scratching his nose with a hint of embarrassment. Having grown accustomed to being the supportive one, Yan Shu suddenly remembered the presence of two others and quickly added, by the way, everyone in our team gets a share. Wen Qima looked at Yan Shu with a bemused expression, realizing his late comprehension. Great. 7 Knights looks like the favored child, while the rest of us are mere step-siblings. From its function, it should belong to the category of restricted items. What abilities does it possess? Chunmai approached, taking the sword from Lin Qiye's hands with intrigue. It can compel the target to kneel, as you just witnessed. Yan Shu explained. What are the conditions for activation? Chunmai recalled Yan Shu's earlier command to the serpent demon and couldn't help but grimace. It doesn't require a dramatic kneel every single time, does it? That would be rather juvenile. As long as the target can see it, it will work. However, if they close their eyes or possess a vastly superior realm, it becomes ineffective, Yan Shu clarified, then added, moreover, it is devoid of lethality. So, it can only force the target to kneel but cannot inflict harm, Lin Qiye summarized, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Goodness, with such an impressive feature, what use is it if it cannot harm? When Qima leaned closer to Chunmai, equally intrigued. Yan Shu, have you tried infusing your sword aura into it? Lin Qiye's eyes lit up with realization. If Yan Shu's forbidden void can manipulate sword energy, wouldn't it mean that, while compelling the target to kneel, the sword energy could simultaneously cleave through their skull? When Qima interjected, completing Lin Qiye's thought. Yan Shu was momentarily taken aback, contemplating this possibility. Indeed, that approach could be feasible. Truly, having an elder in the house is akin to possessing a treasure. Just look at our captain. How do we not consider this before? Although I haven't tried it, I believe it should be possible. Why not test it? Upon hearing this, Lin Xie and Wen Qima quickly shook their heads in unison, stepping back while casting a knowing glance at the eldest brother present. Chun Mai glanced at the eager Yan Shu, then at Lin Xie, who looked on with admiration. His mind drifted back to the scene of the snake demon being forced to kneel. The veins on Chun Mai's forehead throbbed, and his fists clenched tightly. Yan Shu, who was slow to grasp the unusual atmosphere, noticed the expressions of the others and couldn't help but twitch his lips. What were they thinking? He was not conducting an experiment, and if the captain truly made him kneel, his legs would likely be broken in the next moment. What absurd notions were they entertaining? He was no demon. A mere animal would suffice for testing, as it was merely to validate a hypothesis. Did they truly wish to participate personally? He was concerned he might inadvertently exert too much force and cause serious harm. Realizing their misunderstanding, the others sighed in relief. When Qima exclaimed, "You can actually produce forbidden items. That tree of yours is indeed marvelous. I wonder if it can yield anything like forbidden virtual entities." "What nonsense are you imagining?" Yan Shu retorted, irritated. "Such good fortune is unlikely. Everyone needs a dream, right? Who knows when it might come true? Isn't that so, Xie Captain?" "May your dreams come true," Lin Xie replied with an expression of disbelief. Chun Mai turned away, indicating his desire to ignore this absurdity. As he reached the door, he caught a glimpse of Yan Shu stealthily following behind with a snake's head in hand. "Yan Shu, why are you carrying a head?" Hearing Chun Mai's inquiry, Lin Xie and Wen Qima turned their gazes towards him. Faced with 3 pairs of puzzled eyes, Yan Shu paused, blinked, and said, "I want to eat roasted brain matter." "Are you saying you want to roast the snake demon's brain matter?" Chun Mai asked, doubting his ears. "Your peculiar tastes are quite unique," Wen Qima remarked, recovering from his astonishment and looking at Yan Shu as if he were a valiant warrior. "Cough, cough. As the saying goes, you eat what you wish to enhance. I thought I might see if it could indeed make me smarter. So, do you think the snake demon is clever?" Yan Shu then turned to the little angel, his eyes signaling. "It is indeed quite clever," Lin Xie responded, his face filled with exasperation, and he reluctantly nodded in agreement under the captain's peculiar gaze. "Don't think I haven't noticed the two of you exchanging glances," Chun Mai exclaimed. "Xie, even you." Seeing Wen Qima's indescribable expression, Lin Xie's eyes wandered, and he pulled Yan Shu aside. "Are you serious?" Yan Shu rubbed his nose and whispered in Lin Xie's ear, "Did I not tell you before about the perverse abilities of the little fish's forbidden virtual capability? I thought since this snake demon's power is so overpowered, perhaps giving it to the little fish to study might allow for replication of this ability." Lin Xie suddenly understood, but then felt a twinge of annoyance, realizing Yan Shu's actions were all for that person named in Xingyu. "You certainly have a good relationship with him, even remembering to bring back a local specialty after slaying a snake demon." As the master of serving water, Yan Shu immediately discerned the slightly sour tone of the little angel, which implied, given our close rapport, how could you secretly bring local specialties to other friends? Amused, he playfully pinched Lin Xie's tender cheek, remarking, "It seems I haven't been good enough to you. How about this? When we return home today, I could give you a bath to strengthen our bond?" "A bath?" Lin Xie's face flushed crimson as she swatted his hand away, exclaiming, "Be serious." Yan Shu, somewhat taken aback, pondered how merely offering to assist with a bath could be perceived as improper in the eyes of the little angel. Clearing his throat, he shifted back to business, gently rubbing his reddened hand where Lin Xie had struck. He continued to elaborate on his previous discussion. "As I mentioned before, Xiao Yu, through the dissection of a lizard, made a remarkable discovery. Within less than a week, he successfully identified a potent material and enhanced his own abilities. I've also heard him say that he is now tackling invisibility and super regenerative capabilities. Just think, as night watchers continuously engage with the mysterious. There may come a day when we find ourselves in dire straits. Having a scientist backing us would certainly bolster our confidence." Chapter 66. Art Sangnan has become notorious, moreover, with such an astute mind as little fishes It is entirely possible that one day we shall be equipped with various astonishing abilities. Not long ago, he urged me to find some time to visit him. The strength-enhancing potion is nearly prepared. When the time comes, you can accompany me for what I possess. You shall also have invisibility, rapid regeneration. The strength-enhancing potion was already familiar to Lin Chia, as he had heard Yan Shu mention it previously. However, the latter two abilities, invisibility and rapid regeneration, left Lin Chia gasping in astonishment upon hearing them for the first time, his expression shifting dramatically. He cast a glance at Yan Shu's mischievous demeanor and then, with a resolute gaze, pulled Yan Shu before Chen Mai. Lin Chia scratched his head, embarrassment painting his features. Captain, I would also like to try the roasted, become a bit smarter. Observing the gleam in their eyes, Chen Mai could only sigh in exasperation. He was uncertain of what exactly Yan Shu had conveyed to Lin Chia. Nevertheless, it was evident that both desired the serpent's head, and he presumed they had their reasons. Reflecting on how fortunate they were that Yan Shu had discovered the serpent demon's core in advance, coupled with the fact that they had slain it together, Chen Mai sighed and said, "We, the Night Watchers, must reclaim the mysterious corpses we have vanquished." But upon hearing this, Yan Shu cast a regretful glance at the serpent's head. However, upon hearing the captain's subsequent qualifier, his eyes sparkled with hope. "But what, Captain? However, considering that this is your first time participating in a mission to eliminate a mysterious entity, it is understandable if you inadvertently misplace the head." Yes. It is entirely our negligence. "Thank you, Captain." Lin Chia chuckled at Yan Shu's elation. Wen Qima observed the two and, approaching, inquired of Chen Mai, who had just turned to leave, "Captain, aren't you concerned that—" "Enough, Qima. Let this matter rest here." Witnessing the captain's resolute demeanor, Wen Qima shrugged his shoulders, conceding, "Very well. Since the captain has agreed." The sound of their footsteps echoed clearly in the silent corridor. As they approached the increasingly imminent door, Chen Mai found himself reluctant to confront the impending situation. Although the serpent demon's core had been dealt with, the thought of the subsequent aftermath made his head throb. The scope of the serpent demon incident was vast. Recalling the densely packed hundreds of red dots on a gossip board, he could easily surmise how many lives had been affected. While they had dispatched the serpent demon swiftly, the sheer number of its offspring had undoubtedly resulted in extensive harm to ordinary civilians. This was no matter that could be resolved merely by signing confidentiality agreements or erasing memories through dream whispers. He could already envision the furious roar that would soon emanate from their superiors. Dingling, Chen Mai paused mid-step, as if summoned by the very name he had just spoken. Hearing the piercing ringtone, his hand trembled slightly as he retrieved his phone. Upon recognizing the caller, he felt an overwhelming urge to power off his device for the first time since joining the Night Watchers. Meanwhile, on the other side, back at the office, Hong Ying and her companion stared at their phones in shock. Following the mist, the apocalypse was imminent. While others stockpile food, I am accumulating firearms. My neighbors serve as my granary. Has Tsangnan City fallen? What is the origin of these monsters? We demand an explanation. Experts advise that each household should stockpile over a year's worth of supplies. Deputy Team Leader Si Xiaonan stared at the trending headlines on her phone, her speech faltering. What should we do? Various websites, forums, and influencers are fervently spreading those serpent demon videos. This is disastrous. Hong Ying's phone slipped from her grasp as she gazed vacantly at the ceiling, murmuring to herself, "The Night Watchman organization might become infamous because of our Team 136. Are we to be tried in a military court? The rationale being leaking classified information? This matter is certainly beyond our capacity to suppress." The keyboard echoed with the rapid tapping of hands as Wu Xiangnan coordinated with the cleanup crew while drafting a report on this mysterious incident. His eyes narrowed. Behind his glasses, perhaps, this event will prompt the organization to revise its long-standing confidentiality policies. Are you suggesting that we might conduct our operations openly in the future? Hong Ying was momentarily taken aback. If this were to be disclosed, society would surely descend into chaos. Long Xian, polishing a long wooden rifle, listened intently, contemplating, if I were in a position of authority, how would I manage this situation? He paused in his cleaning, his expression impassive. Who knows? I merely spoke off the cuff. When calamity strikes, there are always those taller to bear the weight. Rather than indulging in idle speculation, it would be wiser to assist the cleanup crew, Chun Mai suggested after rising from the floor, glancing at the others. Indeed, I urgently need to shift my focus. Hong Ying thought anxiously, finding merit in her captain's words and standing up to move forward. Wait for me, Hong Ying, Lung Xian called out. You should come along too. All right, he replied, putting away the rifle and nodding in agreement as they departed. Once everyone had left, Chun Mai sank into the sofa, no longer maintaining the captain's stern demeanor, and sighed deeply. Wu Xiangnan halted his typing, glancing at Chun Mai on the couch and inquiring, did they call you? Yes. Did they give you a thorough reprimand? Not particularly. Chun Mai massaged his temples. Given the suddenness of the incident, we had little time for preparation. Achieving this level of control has minimized casualties. Other teams might not have fared better. Then why the early sigh? Chun Mai paused, a sudden unease gripping him. What do you mean? Wu Xiangnan glanced at his captain, whose face had turned pale, and chuckled softly. Just check your phone and browse the internet. Although he had anticipated some repercussions, the swiftness of it took Chun Mai by surprise. Remaining composed, he retrieved his phone and opened a popular video app, only to be struck dumb upon entering. He then proceeded to open Weibo, Chindu, Tieba. Even his WeChat moments were inundated with serpent demon content. Chun Mai stared expressionlessly at the 99 unread messages from friends and family on WeChat, remaining silent for a full 3 minutes before finally managing to speak. What is happening in Songnan? Wu Xiangnan adjusted his glasses, observing the once steady and reliable Chun Mai, now appearing utterly bewildered, and delivered a devastating blow. Songnan has become famous. Chun Mai exclaimed. Could you possibly be any more tactless? If you can't speak properly, you might as well donate your mouth to someone else. How did I never realize you were such an inept deputy captain? Xiangnan, who was nearly the same age as Chun Mai, replied. Ever since a moment ago, I felt a tightness in my chest, my heart racing, and my hands trembling. Am I too old for this? Should I retire to a life of leisure? Suddenly, a jarring ringtone pierced the air, startling the already jumpy Chun Mai, who nearly dropped his phone. Upon seeing the caller ID, his expression fell, and he instinctively glanced at Wu Xiangnan. Right? I still need to coordinate with Xiao He and the others regarding the aftermath of this situation. I must take my leave. With remarkable speed, Wu Xiangnan snatched up a nearby mini-computer and, without waiting for Chun Mai to say anything, hurriedly exited through the door. Chun Mai could only respond with silence. Chapter 67. The upper echelons take action. Realizing that escape was futile, Chun Mai found himself adopting a somewhat reckless attitude. Alas, with Songnan in such disarray, where could he possibly retreat to? Rising from his seat, he made his way to his office and quietly connected a call. Commander Yi, this is Chun Mai. I'm already apprised of the situation in Songnan. Moving forward, you. Standing before the one-way glass, Chun Mai gazed out thoughtfully as the voice on the other end continued for an extended period. By the end of the conversation, he released his grip on the phone. Inhaling deeply, his tone, once heavy with gravity, transformed into one of calm resolve. I understand. After concluding the call, Chun Mai proceeded to dial several others. Once all arrangements were made, he returned to the sofa, feeling as though he had accomplished a formidable task. He stared at the cup of water for a considerable time before murmuring, from here on, it rests in the hands of those above. Meanwhile, under the guidance of their captain, Yan Shu and Lin Chia were slowly transporting a sealed bag towards the garage of the office. Why are we carrying this? Lin Chia wiped the almost non-existent sweat from his forehead and glanced at the increasingly breathless Yan Shu. Don't you have a storage space? You could just store it and release it later. Upon hearing this, Yan Shu was momentarily taken aback, then slapped his thigh in exasperation. How could I have overlooked that? Chia, why didn't you mention it sooner? Were they aware of how much time it took to transport the massive corpse of the serpent demon from the training grounds to their current location? It had been nearly half an hour. Who could blame them for the cumbersome size of the underground facility, lacking even a direct elevator? Climbing up and down had exhausted him to the point where he nearly dropped the load. Lin Chia touched his nose, feeling a bit sheepish. He had only just remembered upon witnessing Yan Shu's near-fainting expression. Setting down the bag, Lin Chia waved dismissively. I also failed to consider it until now. But it's not too late. Yan Shu glanced at the time and swiftly stored the body in his space. We must hurry. Mealtime is approaching. Let us go. A few minutes later, they arrived at the underground garage. As Yan Shu paused with his hand on the car door, he turned to Lin Chia. Chia, do you have a driver's license? Do I seem like I would? Yan Shu. The two exchanged a glance, rendered speechless as they gazed skyward. Who knows if when Chima and the others are still at the office. Never mind. Let us just take a cab. It's probably chaos outside, and it would be a bother to trouble them. Lin Chia shook his head. That works. We're driving solely to transport the body, now that it's in my storage. Taking a cab is just as feasible. I just wonder if we can get reimbursed for the fare. By the time they arrived at their destination and handed over the serpent demon's body to the relevant personnel, it was nearly 2 p.m. when they returned to the office. After circling around and finding everyone absent, they called their captain for further instructions. Captain, we have delivered the body. What shall we do next? Listening to the intermittent sounds of horns from the other end of the call, Lin Chia surmised that everyone was likely outside assisting with the aftermath. At that moment, Chun Mai, squatting by the roadside, was enjoying a makeshift meal. Noticing the late hour, he suggested, you and Yan Shu should go for lunch first. I'll send you a location. Come here once you're done. All right. Lin Chia hung up the phone and turned to Yan Shu, who was sitting on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Let us go eat first. I suspect we'll be busy afterward. Chia, look. Yan Shu pulled Lin Chia down as he rose, presenting a video of a movie announcement in front of his eyes. This is what the captain referred to. The aftermath? Curious. Lin Chia blinked and took the phone to examine it closely. Wow. During the summer break, the entire cast announced their appearance in the Spring Festival film premiere. The renowned actor Zhang Chuo, alongside the rising star Yan Bing-yi, would grace the screen with a poignant tale of a tragic love between a human and a serpent. We shall meet on the first day of the new year. The comment section was abuzz with discussions about the widely circulated serpent demon incident, purportedly linked to the filming of a major disaster scene during the movie's production. Lin Chia's lips twitched as he scrolled through numerous pages of comments, most of which were various spoilers about the serpent demon, while occasional doubts were swiftly downvoted. Within half an hour of the announcement, comments had surpassed 100,000. Is this even possible? How many bots did they hire? It seemed evident that high-ranking officials had intervened. Lin Chia, having gained some insight, managed to utter this after a moment of contemplation. Yan Shu rolled his eyes. What a waste of breath. By the way, aren't he even call home and check on them? He patted Lin Chia's shoulder as a reminder. Suddenly realizing, Lin Chia stiffened, stepped aside, and retrieved his phone to make a call. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, is this Xiao Qi? Auntie, it's me. Hearing the familiar voice from the other end eased Lin Chia's anxiety. He had been worried about his aunt's safety. After confirming the well-being of his aunt and cousin, the two finished their meal and proceeded to the designated location. Yan Shu, with his storage capabilities, was promptly assigned a multitude of recovery tasks by the captain. Chun Mai thoughtfully arranged for a temporary partner to assist him, primarily tasked with transporting the serpent demon offspring's bodies to a clandestine disposal site. The only difference was that Yan Shu and his team had to traverse the city whenever the specialized recovery personnel located a concentration of serpent corpses. They would contact him for retrieval. Meanwhile, Lin Chia teamed up with Wenqima, utilizing the materials provided by their deputy captain to find each eyewitness of the serpent demons, employing forbidden dream whispers to alter their memories. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan were responsible for liaising with the victims from the incident, securing their confidentiality agreements. Lung Xian assisted Chun Mai in coordinating the aftermath of the event. The recovery efforts proceeded with methodical precision, continuing into the evening until most of the bodies were collected. Yan Shu had not received any communication from the recovery team for nearly half an hour. At this moment, sitting in the passenger seat and waiting for his temporary partner, Yan Shu yawned in boredom. He glanced at his phone. It was already 9 p.m., and he couldn't help but wonder if Qi Yi and the others had finished their task. Suddenly, his phone vibrated a few times in his hand. As he lowered his gaze and saw the familiar chubby fish avatar, the negative emotions stemming from the gruesome scenes he had witnessed during corpse retrieval began to dissipate. Have you joined the night watch now? Yes, I reported in today. Do you know what happened with the snake demon attack that was reported today? Yan Shu paused in his response, pursing his lips. As expected, he had thought that little fish might finally remember to inquire about him, but it turned out to be merely an attempt to gather intelligence. Chapter 68. Curious? Asked me the disgruntled, Yan Shu intended to let Xiaoyu share in his displeasure, responding simply with I know. Indeed, upon receiving his swift reply after bathing, and Qing Yu's eyes lit up. However, after waiting a considerable time without seeing any further messages from Yan Shu, she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Was he upset? Or perhaps he was preoccupied with something else? With an IQ exceeding 200, and Qing Yu gazed at the chubby mouse icon across the screen, a sly smile curling at the corners of her mouth as her fingers, accustomed to wielding a scalpel, tapped rhythmically against the device. The momentary tranquility of Yan Shu was interrupted by a series of vibrations just minutes later, prompting a slight smile to grace his lips. However, upon reading the incoming messages, his smile broadened. My experiment has made new progress. The cloaking ability I mentioned previously, I have optimized the strength-enhancing serum to its latest version, and it is nearly ready. When can you come over? Once I collect your genes, I can prepare it for you. Are you still there? Yes. Yan Shu hastily replied, fearing his companion might log off at any moment. Once I finish my current tasks, I will carve out some time in a couple of days to visit you. By the way, Xiaoyu, let me tell you about our school's gossip prince. Do you know him? Li Yifei? Yes, that's him. I must tell you, his identity will absolutely blow your mind. Is he the mastermind behind today's snake demon incident? Wait, Xiaoyu, how did you know that? Yan Shu was taken aback. He had merely mentioned the name, yet Xiaoyu immediately connected Li Yifei to the incident, leaving him feeling profoundly outclassed. They were both merely human, yet the disparity in their intellect was striking. On the other side, Qing Yu sighed in exasperation at Yan Shu's astonished remarks. It was amusing how he could discuss such a serious matter with a straight face. While the connection between Li Yifei and the snake demon incident was evident to anyone, he was simply more astute, contemplating matters more deeply and broadly than the average person. Meanwhile, in his car, Yan Shu organized his thoughts and began to recount to Qing Yu everything that had transpired that morning. Remember the two snake demons I gave you? Those that attacked people earlier today were merely offspring that had been assimilated by the Nandu snake demon. As she quietly absorbed Yan Shu's detailed account, and Qing Yu's excitement was palpable at the mention of the snake demon's assimilation ability. Until now, whenever she had questions, she would almost invariably turn to Yan Shu first. Thankfully, the mysteries she faced weren't overwhelmingly complex, but as her own strength grew, the significance of information disparity would become increasingly critical. Consequently, Qing Yu was most eager to dissect the mysteries related to those adept at gathering intelligence, as this was essential for transforming passivity into proactivity and enhancing her survival capabilities. Next in her interest were the mysteries that possessed formidable offensive abilities. The various capabilities she had begun analyzing, apart from the strength-enhancing substance that could boost certain physical attributes, were primarily of a supportive nature. Even when she fully comprehended their functions and applied them to herself, they would not significantly enhance her offensive power. Thus, after Yan Shu elucidated the assimilation capabilities of the Nantawa serpent demon, Qing Yu swiftly deduced that this ability was exceptionally suited for intelligence gathering, and he recognized that an opportunity had arisen. Without hesitation, Qing Yu directly inquired of Yan Shu, where is the designated location for the retrieval of mysterious corpses by the Night Watchers? As for whether Yan Shu would divulge this information, Qing Yu held no doubts. Although their acquaintance was brief, he had garnered sufficient insight into Yan Shu's character. Through their interactions over the past few days, he had come to understand that he held significant importance in Yan Shu's eyes, and thus, Yan Shu would not decline his request. Indeed, as Qing Yu had surmised, Yan Shu would typically not refuse him. On the other hand, Yan Shu, taken aback by the unabashed intent displayed by the young man, was somewhat surprised by the directness of the question. He stroked his chin, realizing that the young man regarded him as an ally. Are you seeking the original form of that serpent demon? I require its assimilation ability for intelligence collection. I could share this with you, but, seizing the rare opportunity to tease Qing Yu, Yan Shu smirked. Do you wish to know? Beg me for it. And Qingyu replied, "Hurry up. If you don't speak soon, I'll log off." Observing the urgent message on the screen, and Qingyu's mind involuntarily conjured an image of Yan Shu's smug grin juxtaposed with an expression of intense focus on his phone. "Are you certain?" Seeing potential for mischief, Yan Shu promptly affirmed, "Certainly, absolutely, without a doubt." After sending the message and waiting for a moment, just as Yan Shu thought and Qingyu had declined, a voice message arrived from the other end. Yan Shu blinked in curiosity and pressed play. The first sound to grace his ears was a soft sigh. Ah. It was cool yet slightly melancholic, resonating with a lingering depth. Yan Shu's fingers instinctively twitched, leading into a silence that followed. "Is this it?" As Yan Shu glanced at the progress bar, now well past halfway, he recalled the enchanting sigh from earlier and found himself unwilling to stop until he neared the recording's conclusion. And Qingyu's familiar, cool voice reverberated once more. "Xiao Shu. I beg you." It was cool yet underlined with a profound melancholy and tinged with a hint of helplessness. By the heavens, what divine voice! Those broadcast tones paled in comparison to Qingyu. Upon concluding the recording, Yan Shu's mind was momentarily blank. But then a familiar phrase from the internet surfaced. So, this is the voice that could lead one to conceive. In the stillness of midnight, a black car idled by a quiet road, where youth could be discerned, head bowed, one hand clutching his phone, the other covering his face. "Xiao Shu, I beg you. Xiao Shu, I beg you." This phrase echoed incessantly in Yan Shu's mind. Beep. The vibration snapped Yan Shu's drifting thoughts back to reality. The address. He rubbed his slightly flushed cheeks and quickly replied, "In a couple of days. I shall personally deliver the head to you." In the underground laboratory on the other side, upon seeing Yan Shu's response, and Qingyu, her cheeks still faintly flushed, let out a soft laugh. It appeared that the effect was unexpectedly favorable. The moon hung high, revealing the obscured crescent amidst the swirling clouds, draping Tsangnan in a veil of translucent white sand. The panic caused by the serpent demon incident during the day had been mitigated by the authorities' swift actions, and gradually, a few individuals were seen strolling together on the streets. Clang! The sound of a car door opening and closing echoed. Yan Shu turned to his travel-worn partner and inquired, "Xiaohei, have you finished the inventory?" "Yes, a total of 358 bodies have been recovered," the man in black replied, taking several hearty gulps of bottled water as he settled down, clearly fatigued. Yan Shu fell silent, feeling a mix of guilt and helplessness, knowing that this incident had, in part, stemmed from his own actions. After a brief respite, the man in black turned to their temporary partner assigned by Captain Chen's cleanup team, expressing his satisfaction. "Although we bear the brunt of the exhaustion, we completed the task the fastest, thanks to your spatial containment abilities. Are you heading home now, or returning to the office?" "I'll head back to the office. I wonder how the captain and the others are faring." "All right, make yourself comfortable." With the roar of the engine, a black vehicle sped forward, leaving a fleeting shadow on the desolate street. Chapter 69. Men. When Yan Shu returned to the office, apart from the deputy team leader who was still organizing materials, the others were absent. "I'm back." Hearing the sound of the door opening, Wu Xiangnan greeted without turning around. How much longer until the captain and the others return? As soon as Yan Shu entered, he collapsed onto the sofa, unable to rise. His frail body had been pushed beyond its limits by the day's exertions, and he felt fortunate not to have fainted along the way. They should be back soon. Wu Xiangnan stood up and poured a glass of warm water for Yan Shu. "We need to take things step by step. We can't keep everyone awake just because we're not sleeping. We can't go around checking water meters in the middle of the night, can we?" "Ha!" Yan Shu chuckled at Wu Xiangnan's words, feeling his spirits lift somewhat. He understood that Wu Xiangnan was clearly referring to Lin Chiye and Hong Ying's tasks. Unlike his own grim duty of collecting corpses, this incident had far too many witnesses scattered across various locations, making it impossible to resolve in one fell swoop. Even with the assistance of the Aftermath Department, each case would need to be addressed individually. "Thank you." As he accepted the water from Wu Xiangnan, Yan Shu sipped leisurely, awaiting the others in silence. Click! The sound of the door opening drew Yan Shu's attention, and he looked up to see Lin Chiye and Wen Qima entering one after the other, both displaying unmistakable signs of fatigue. Exhausted to death. Upon entering, Wen Shima immediately began to vent to Wu Xiangnan about how taxing the tasks had been and the peculiar individuals they had encountered. Lin Xie, upon noticing Yan Shu sitting on the sofa, felt a slight easing of his tiredness. He let out a sigh of relief, moved to the sofa, and sat beside Yan Shu, quenching his thirst with a gulp from the half-full glass on the coffee table. That was my water, Yan Shu thought to himself. But before he could voice his protest, Lin Xie had already finished it. He swallowed hard, opting to hold back his words. What's wrong? Lin Xie questioned, setting down the empty glass and looking curiously at Yan Shu. Nothing. Yan Shu shook his head and stood up, saying, I'll get you another glass. Never mind. It's already been drunk. Lin Xie didn't seem to care, so why should he? All right. A sense of awareness enveloped Yan Shu once more, capturing every movement he made. While Lin Xie calmly regarded the empty glass on the table, his ears discreetly reddening beneath his hair. As the wall clock struck 10 with a crisp chime, Wu Xiangnan ended a call on his phone and turned to Yan Shu and the others. You all should head back to rest. Are the captain and the others not returning tonight? Lin Xie inquired. They're still coordinating with the aftermath department. Hong Ying just called to say they're still busy. They won't be coming. They'll head straight home after finishing. There's no point in waiting around here. You all are tired too, so go rest. We can discuss things tomorrow. All right, then we'll head back. Wen Shima yawned and looked at Yan Shu and Lin Xie. Do you need a ride? No, thank you. Yan Shu declined Wen Shima's offer. Our home is not far from here. It's just a 10-minute walk. Our home? Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback, as it was evident from the aura enveloping Yan Shu that he wore an expression of nonchalance. Home, a word that had always seemed unattainable to Lin Xie, now began to take on a vague outline. It held a significance distinct from that of his beloved aunt's residence. It represented a small sanctuary that belonged solely to him. In an instant, Lin Xie's weary body felt as though it were wrapped in a warm current, soft and comforting. All right, I shall take my leave first. See you tomorrow morning. Wen Shima waved farewell to the others and departed. Vice Captain, we shall also take our leave. You should rest early, Lin Xie said, acknowledging Yan Shu, who was lost in thought on the sofa, wearing a peculiar expression. After greeting Wu Xiangnan, he proceeded towards the door. Be careful on your way, came the admonition. I know, Vice Captain, he replied. As night deepened, even the roads of the new district were sparsely populated with only a few vehicles passing by. A swarm of moths danced beneath the streetlights, while their shadows elongated in the glow. What are you pondering, Xie? Yan Shu waved a hand in front of Lin Xie, who had been lost in contemplation since earlier. Caught in his own reverie, Lin Xie instinctively grasped Yan Shu's outstretched hand. Turning his head, he found Yan Shu leaning in with a curious expression. Under the dim yellow streetlight, Yan Shu's face was no longer pallid. Instead, it bore a gentle, hazy quality. In Lin Xie's heightened perception, he could even discern the breath escaping Yan Shu's lips, reflecting in his pupils, fluttering eyelashes, and the subtle upward curve of his mouth when he spoke. Lin Xie's gaze darkened. He had always known Yan Shu was handsome, but he had not anticipated that he would appear even more alluring under the streetlight at night. Suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, Lin Xie released Yan Shu's hand and replied with feigned calmness. What else could I be thinking about? Yan Shu blinked, contemplating for a moment. He surmised that Lin Xie was likely affected by the events of the day, as he himself had found the day quite distressing. Thus, a sense of responsibility to console the young angel washed over him. He patted Lin Xie's shoulder reassuringly, saying, Do not overthink it. Even if the sky were to fall, the captain would bear the weight. And if the captain falters, the vice captain and the others will stand with him. We are merely the fledgling night watchmen. We need not concern ourselves with such matters. By the way, how is your task progressing? Hearing Yan Shu's unconventional consolation, Lin Xie let out a sigh. Our situation is rather complicated. I cannot say how long it will take to resolve everything. Indeed, the scope of this incident is quite extensive. Yan Shu nodded in understanding. Let's go. I'm feeling a bit hungry. I intend to have some skewers for a late-night snack. That is out of the question. You have just been discharged. The doctor advised that you must eat light for the next few days. Oh, do not be so harsh on me. How can the cold-hearted you treat the spice-loving me this way? Lin Xie expressed his reluctance to engage in banter, turning away while sending a couple of mock laughs in Yan Shu's direction. Hey, take it slow. Having long legs does not make you superior. Long legs are indeed impressive. If you dare, let us compare. From my neck down, it's all legs. Are you an octopus? Go away. You tell me to slow down. Yet you want me to leave, huh? Man. Yan Shu, under the warm glow of the orange streetlights. Laughter echoed as Yan Shu and his companion playfully chased each other. By the time they returned home, both were utterly exhausted, lacking the energy even to grill skewers. After a quick wash-up, they retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Within the confines of the closed room, laughter occasionally emerged. At this moment, Yan Shu sat cross-legged on the bed, examining a finely crafted rectangular box made of redwood. The box's material suggested it was quite extraordinary and likely valuable. After a thorough inspection, Yan Shu turned to the peculiar item description from the system. Gourmet blind box automatically refreshes 3 different delicacies each day, and consuming these treats will enhance one's joy. This peculiar item proves to be quite practical, although it may not enhance his combat abilities like the previous forbidden items. In terms of everyday utility, it is a veritable blessing for someone as lazy as Yan Shu, who typically resorts to takeout or dining out. Little theater, Lin Xie. Oh, what is mine is Yan Shu's, and what is Yan Shu's is also mine. And Qing Yu, what is mine is mine, and what is Yan Shu's is also mine. So yours is essentially mine too. Lin Xie, draw your sword. Chapter 70. The dull heart of comparison. After retrieving the culinary blind box into his space, Yan Shu directed his attention to the small realm enhancement card. After perusing the usage instructions, he promptly clicked to activate it, expecting a display as dazzling as the awakening of the forbidden void. He was instead met with a surge of warmth spreading throughout his body, devoid of any accompanying effects or imposing pressure. Closing his eyes to attune himself, Yan Shu sensed a noticeable enhancement in his physical attributes. His mental acuity had nearly doubled, and his thoughts flowed with greater clarity. System, open the personal panel. Ding. The panel has been activated for the host. Personal information name. Yan Shu age. 18 birthplace. Songnan city race. Human realm. Mid-stage genre realm physical data. Speed 10-2. Strength 12-2. Endurance 10-2. Intelligence 7. Constitution permanent 1 forbidden void. Sword world divine void. Divine source X1. Pending extraction. Forbidden objects, little white blade rare objects. Money tree, sea realm experience card X1. Culinary blind box skills. Mastery of unarmed combat. Mastery of swordsmanship system permissions. Minimap, storage space, pleased with his newfound ability to automatically disregard his constitution. Yan Shu nodded in satisfaction. It appeared that after this minor elevation in his realm, each of his physical attributes had indeed increased by 2 points. As Yan Shu reveled in his modest advancement, Lin Xie entered his hospital as per usual. Ah, it's so cold. In the dimly lit underground cell, the soul of Li Yifei opened his eyes. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his head as memories from the day flooded back. He recalled encountering Lin Xie, who had dropped out to join the military while reporting a case at the office, only to be taken to the basement and confined. Those individuals spoke to him in a bewildering manner. Next, he remembered someone firing a wooden gun at him, after which his body transformed into a monstrous entity. During the fierce battle, Lin Xie brandished a sword and commanded him to kneel, and he complied. Ultimately, he was beheaded by Lin Xie's 2 swift strikes. Amidst these memories, terrifying recollections, not belonging to him but to the serpent demon, intertwined. Images of those assimilated by the serpent demon's progeny flashed through his mind. Students, workers, office employees, hundreds of vibrant lives extinguished. How could this be? Am I truly not human? It must be a dream. Yes, surely it is. Once I awaken tomorrow, I shall return to my familiar university life as a cheerful student. In denial, Li Yifei could not accept his monstrous identity. He lay back on the ground, placing his hands on his abdomen and tightly closing his eyes. He intended to sleep, hoping that upon waking, he would find himself once more in the comfort of his own room. Yet, scarcely 10 seconds passed after Li Yifei closed his eyes before he opened them again. The fear and despair that once marred his countenance had vanished, replaced by a chilling demeanor. "I shall see who has imprisoned me here." His voice rasped as he spoke, and in an instant, his body swelled, transforming into a towering creature with a human torso and a serpent tail. As the crisp sound of footsteps approached, the serpent demon turned to gaze outside. Upon recognizing the visitor, its eyes widened in disbelief, filled with confusion and astonishment. "Is it truly you, Lin Xie?" "Indeed, it is I. I presume you are aware of your predicament," Lin Xie replied, smoothing the creases in his sleeve with a slight smile. "You have already taken my life once. What more do you desire? It is not a matter of desire, but rather what value you can offer. My establishment does not accommodate idlers." Upon discerning the implication in Lin Xie's words, the serpent demon fell silent, finally grasping the meaning of the phrase. One must bow their head under the eaves. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, who would willingly embrace death? Although it was left with only its soul, the instinct to survive was inherent to any sentient being. Thus, the serpent demon began to demonstrate its worth. "I excel at gathering intelligence. No matter who you wish to investigate. If I take action, I can uncover their lineage within half a day. Is that all? I possess a high intelligence quotient and can offer strategic counsel." At this, Lin Xie finally regarded the serpent demon with seriousness. "How high? Is it above 200? How do you compare to Xingyu? Are you referring to that luminary from Class 8? Lin Xie, how is it that everyone knows him while he himself remains so uninformed?" "Yes, that very individual." The serpent demon fell into an unusual silence. Who did not know of Xingyu's renown? It had deliberately distanced its offspring from his class development, fearing exposure and subsequent repercussions. "Do not speak of me. Even with your intelligence, you cannot surpass him." "What nonsense!" Lin Xie's expression darkened as he enunciated each word with conviction. "I am first in exams every year." The serpent demon retorted. "And so what? Every class has its top performer. If it desired, it too could achieve that status. Among its assimilated offspring were graduates from Peking University. Of course, it was not foolish enough to divulge such information in Lin Xie's presence. Its previous remark had merely been an unrestrained jab. Realizing it had yet to showcase its value and had already displeased its employer, the serpent demon's mind raced. Suddenly, it recalled a phrase someone had once uttered in its presence. When comparing advantages with someone, one should exploit their weaknesses with one's strengths. Thus, while Xingyu may possess high intelligence, it did not imply that his emotional, financial, or risk intelligence were equally elevated. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie's expression softened slightly. His interest piqued. "Oh? Pray elaborate." "According to my offspring's observations, Xingyu has a remarkably low emotional quotient. He remains ensnared in his own world, indifferent to the outside, and engages in almost no social interactions." Almost no social interactions. Is he socially anxious? Or perhaps a recluse? Recalling his previous encounter with Xingyu at the hospital, Lin Xie silently shook his head. It seemed unlikely. Rather, he appeared to disdain wasting time with ordinary individuals like them. However, in terms of having few friends, he himself was not in a much better position. Lin Xie reflected on his decade-long existence as a blind individual. Despite maintaining a serene mindset, he had scarcely forged any friendships. Aside from essential matters, he seldom ventured out to socialize, preferring to remain secluded in his room. Lacking any discernible advantages, Lin Xie simply stated, "Continue." Furthermore, his financial acumen was alarmingly deficient. As far as I know, he had amassed numerous awards and should have received a substantial scholarship. With even a modicum of financial savvy, he could have effectively utilized his funds to enhance his lifestyle. However, he persistently resided in a dilapidated suburban area. Indeed, in the realm of financial intelligence, he could easily surpass expectations. Lin Xie distinctly recalled a time when he transformed a mere 10 yuan into a considerable sum within half a day. Were he to possess a significant amount of money, his methods of generating income would undoubtedly elevate his living conditions far beyond those of Xingyu. Additionally, his resilience. As the serpent demon observed the gradually improving demeanor of Lin Xie, it began to grasp his subtle intentions and thus spoke with renewed vigor. After 10 minutes of fervent discourse, the serpent demon concluded, in summary, aside from his remarkable intellect, and Xingyu pales in comparison to you, esteemed sir. Ahem. Well, that may be an exaggeration. Lin Xie coughed lightly and waved his hand dismissively. Observing Lin Xie's smile that was as difficult to suppress as an AK, the serpent demon muttered, how tiresome, this spirit of comparison. Chapter 71. I Li Yifei sell my art, not my body. After receiving a plethora of flattering remarks, Lin Xie was in high spirits. She turned her gaze towards the serpent demon and inquired, what talents do you possess? Ah, talents? The serpent demon momentarily doubted the words it had just heard. Yes, for instance, singing, dancing, painting, or entertaining the elderly, Lin Xie elaborated. Well, apart from being proficient in killing, the serpent demon hesitated, drawing back its words upon seeing Lin Xie frown. It quickly added, Li Yifei is a social butterfly. He possesses a little bit of everything. He could delight anyone, from the elderly to infants. Now that sounds more like it. I have a question. With Lin Xie finally easing up, the serpent demon also relaxed and looked towards her. You may ask, as long as I can provide an answer. I cannot fathom how you discovered my presence. My plan was flawless. The serpent demon was clearly still troubled by the events of the day, genuinely skeptical of Yan Shu's claim of intuition. Lin Xie's lips twitched. You won't believe me if I tell you, yet you persist in questioning. It is intuition. Yan Shu can sense the morality of those around him. To him, you appear as a chimney perpetually exuding dense black smoke, detectable from afar. The serpent demon protested. I'm already dead and now forced to work for you. Continuing to deceive me is quite excessive. What of the sincerity between beings and the mysterious? After responding to the serpent demon, Lin Xie disregarded its belief and handed over a piece of paper, saying, take a look, sign your name, and you may remain. Upon receiving and unfolding the document, the serpent demon's mouth twitched uncontrollably after reading just 2 lines. Is this not a contract for servitude? The paper was densely packed with numerous obligations, including but not limited to cooking, laundry, cleaning, entertaining, performing at scheduled times, tending to plants, repairing broken furniture, and unclogging drains. Had this been outside, it would have certainly slapped Lin Xie with a claw. This was undoubtedly a contract crafted by a heartless capitalist, designed to exploit employees to the brink of exhaustion, so egregious it could warrant a 30-year sentence. However, being trapped and left with no alternatives, the serpent demon consoled itself. After all, it was Li Yifei who had to bear the brunt of it. Having adjusted its mindset, the serpent demon finally gritted its teeth and signed its name. What is this? A bewildered Li Yifei, now in his second personality, stared at his pristine new uniform and the caregiver badge engraved with his name. Come, let me introduce you to your forthcoming duties. Lin Xie beckoned to the still-dazed Li Yifei before turning to leave. Having absorbed the memories of the serpent demon, Li Yifei forced a bitter smile and hurriedly called out, Wait for me, boss. Address me as director. Understood, director. Lin Xie led her freshly minted chief caregiver on a tour of the entire facility, ultimately arriving at the backyard. At that moment, in the sunlit garden, Nikes was seated in a rocking chair, gently humming to himself while cradling a jar. Lin Xie gazed at the ailing Nix, sighing softly, and addressed Li Yifei. Her name is Nix, and she is currently afflicted with delusions. There is her medical record on the desk in my office, detailing the precautions. Li Yifei, somewhat bewildered, nodded in response. After speaking, Lin Xie approached Nix, offering a gentle smile. Mother, I have come to see you. Nix, cradling a jar and humming a lullaby, brightened instantly upon hearing his voice. She turned to Lin Xie, revealing a stunning smile. Mother, let me introduce you. This is Li Yifei. You can tell him your needs directly from now on. Hello. Li Yifei, feeling a bit shy, greeted the enchanting woman before him. Nix, shifting her affectionate gaze from Lin Xie to Li Yifei, tilted her head in contemplation. After a moment, her eyes sparkled with recognition, and she exclaimed, My dear daughter-in-law, Darnatus has finally brought you to see your mother. Li Yifei and Lin Xie were momentarily taken aback. Daughter-in-law. Li Yifei's smile froze in an instant. blinking in disbelief. He slowly turned to Lin Xie, whose expression had darkened, and pointed to himself. "Mother, you must be mistaken. He is not my wife," Lin Xie interjected hastily, fearing Nix might misconstrue the situation. But Darnatus, didn't you say last time that you had fallen for someone of the same sex and promised to bring them to meet me?" Nix tilted her head, gazing at Li Yifei with confusion. "He distinctly carries your essence. Fallen for someone of the same sex? Director, Ju." Li Yifei's eyes widened as he grasped the pivotal words, and he scratched his ear, momentarily questioning whether he had misheard. Subsequently, a realization dawned upon him, and he crossed his arms, retreating several steps with a wary expression directed at Lin Xie. "Director, I must inform you that I, Li Yifei, do not sell my body. Be quiet. Move aside." Of course. The chilling glare from Lin Xie sent Li Yifei retreating once more, feeling a shiver run down his spine. In front of him, Nix regarded Li Yifei with the affectionate gaze of a mother-in-law, while behind him, Lin Xie seemed to convey a warning. "Do not cross me." Lin Xie rubbed his aching temples, exclaiming inwardly, "What on earth is happening?" After taking a deep breath, he squatted before Nix, gently taking her hand and speaking patiently. "I apologize, mother. Both he and I have been quite busy lately, and he is not my wife. We do not share that kind of relationship." Pausing for a moment, Lin Xie's gaze drifted, and he continued, "Once we have finished our tasks and have the opportunity, I will bring him to see you again. All right?" Nix observed Li Yifei in the distance, then looked back at Lin Xie before finally accepting that Li Yifei was not her daughter-in-law. She tenderly patted Lin Xie's head, saying lovingly, "Very well. But you must not forget. Rest assured, mother." Lin Xie then turned back, giving Li Yifei a knowing glance. At this moment, Li Yifei, who was eavesdropping nearby, began to comprehend the situation. Realizing that he was free from any threat to his virtue, he promptly approached with obsequiousness. "Director, did you call for me?" "Mother, although I am not your daughter-in-law, I am your source of joy." "Source of joy," he continued. "I am the one who accompanies you in chess, watches television with you, helps you tend to your flowers, tells you jokes, and plays games with you. In essence, I am the person dedicated to bringing you happiness." Listening to Lin Xie's rambling, Nike's gaze towards Li Yifei grew increasingly fond. "Thank you, Darnatus. I truly like him. Go now. You must fulfill your duties." Lin Xie gave a gentle push to the stunned Li Yifei. Li Yifei murmured to himself, "I am the source of joy. I am the source of joy." After repeating this mantra several times in his mind, he took a deep breath and, under the curious gaze of Nike's, instantly donned an impeccable, radiant smile as he approached. In less than 2 minutes, he transformed the initial awkwardness between the two into a delightful conversation. In fact, Nike's, thoroughly amused, even acknowledged Li Yifei as his grandson, prompting Lin Xie to reveal an expression of admiration. "This fellow certainly has a knack for charming the elderly." Chapter 72. Echoes of Dreams. The following day, at the Peace Affairs office, in the underground conference room, Chun Mai entered, cradling a colossal box that stood half his height. After placing the box aside, he surveyed the assembly of seated and standing individuals and declared, "Please take your seats. Now that everyone has arrived, let's commence." Yan Shu, tugging at Lin Xie, who had been yawning incessantly since waking that morning, joined the others as they made their way to the conference table. What on earth had this fellow been up to last night? If he hadn't rested well, he could have at least opted for a coffee to invigorate himself, instead of insisting on tea. Once everyone was seated, Chumai turned to the side and said, "Xiangnan, you may begin." Wu Xiangnan nodded and distributed a substantial stack of documents he had painstakingly organized the previous night. This encompasses all the information regarding the snake demon incident. Please review it. Currently, the upper echelons have managed to divert public attention from the societal panic, yet we still need to address the thousands of local witnesses in Songnan. Although the snake demon's progeny uprising lasted merely a minute, the casualties during that brief span were significant, not to mention those who were trampled in the ensuing chaos. Yesterday, Yan Shu's team successfully retrieved all the snake demon corpses, totaling 356. Meanwhile, Hong Ying and Xiaonan's team has secured confidentiality agreements with 23 victims. As for the memory alteration efforts undertaken by Mo and Chie's team, their completion rate, Wu Xiaonan's side, is barely 5%. A heavy silence fell over the conference room. Lin Chie, feeling somewhat sheepish, rubbed his nose. Among all the teams, his and Wenqima's had the lowest success rate. However, there was no discontent among the attendees. They understood that the sheer number of individuals involved in Lin Chie's team made their task exceedingly challenging. Unlike Yan Shu's retrieval mission, which had witnesses willingly reporting locations, or Hong Ying's group, who could approach hospitals, or Uncle Mao to locate victims, the thousands of witnesses had mostly opted to hide at home upon encountering the snake demon. Were it not for a dedicated aftermath department reaching out to some willing witnesses, they would likely have achieved less than 1%. Captain, this approach is unsustainable. At this rate, we have no idea when we will fully resolve this matter. I nearly ran my legs off yesterday alongside Chie, hardly finding a moment to drink water. Mo lamented, gesturing helplessly to the assembly. Captain, Mo has a point. At this pace, we might not resolve everything by next year. I completed my task yesterday. If you allow me to join, we could form another team to expedite the process, Yan Shu suggested, glancing at Chunmai. That would be futile. The Dream Whisper is singular. We cannot operate dual teams. Perhaps we could borrow a few from neighboring cities and act independently? Si Xiaonan proposed. Items of significant auxiliary value, like the Dream Whisper and the Unfettered Void, are standard equipment for the Night Watchman, thus each city possesses them. Temporarily borrowing for a few days presents no significant issue. However, given the number of witnesses in Songnan, it is uncertain how long it will take. Prolonged durations are certainly unfeasible. Yan Shu shook his head, deeming this impractical, suggesting it would be more effective to seek assistance from the higher-ups. Thus, the proposal was to request from headquarters, as each team must have an excess of restricted items. Lin Chie shared Yan Shu's sentiments, immediately thinking of applying to headquarters, especially since the previous causal tracking had originated from a similar request. I find this approach viable. In agreement, seeing the consensus surrounding Lin Chie's suggestion, Wu Xiaonan glanced at the large box beside him and inquired, Captain, has that item been approved? Chunmai nodded at the eagerly discussing team members, then tapped his fingers on the wooden table. After all eyes turned to him, he stated calmly, all right, there's no need for further discussion. I submitted the application for the restricted item to headquarters last night. The captain truly lived up to his title, having devised a solution the previous evening. After the taxing events of yesterday, Wenqima let out a sigh of relief. When will the item arrive? Surely, the box that the captain just brought in isn't it? Impossible. Such a large box could contain hundreds of items, even if headquarters had that many Dream Whispers. We do not have sufficient personnel. Since the box was within Lin Chie's perceptive range, he already knew its contents, though it was not a Dream Whisper. He spoke up. Inside is a large bell. Chinmai cast a surprised glance at Lin Chie. Although Lin Chie had mentioned his divine perspective ability before, this was the first instance they witnessed it in action. The curious Hong Ying stood and circled the large iron box, looking towards Chunmai. Captain, can we open it now? Yes. Beep, 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 beep. The password was correct. Click. The sealed protective box opened, revealing a bronze bell nearly half the height of a person. The bell was predominantly green, adorned with carvings of various exotic flowers and plants, its edges inscribed with incomprehensible runes, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. I thought it was a Dream Whisper. Captain, what is the purpose of this bell? It is called the Echo of Dreams. As for its capabilities, you may regard it as a supermax version of Dream Whispers. Once the bell tolls, the memories of those within its sound range become manipulable, Wu Xiangnan explained. What is its coverage area? Yan Shu, intrigued, crouched down to touch the intricate patterns and inquired further. The maximum coverage is 1,000 square kilometers. How large is Songnan? Yan Shu turned to Lin Chie for an answer. Lin Chie was at a loss for words. Why would you think I know? Yan Shu blinked. Aren't you from Songnan? Your question makes it seem as though you're not. Yan Shu rubbed his nose, internally acknowledging that he indeed wasn't from this life. Although I don't know, I'm certain that the deputy captain and the captain are well aware. Yan Shu, was that really necessary? Sangnan encompasses an area of approximately 3,000 square kilometers, with the urban district covering nearly 800 square kilometers and the suburbs extending over 2,000 square kilometers. Cold Xian, with hands tucked in his pockets, voiced his thoughts. Yan Shu displayed an expression that suggested, "See, even Cold Xian from afar is aware." Lin Chi Yi turned away, indicating his reluctance to engage in this topic with Yan Shu. Thus, it suffices for us to strike the great bell 4 times. When Mo stroked his chin, contemplating the number of strikes. Is there really a need for calculations? When Mo, did you truly graduate from a prestigious university? Shall I present my diploma for your perusal? What? What are you referring to? The diploma, of course. What were you thinking? I never anticipated you to be such a flirt, Hong Ying. No need to pay him any mind. He is merely being troublesome again, Si Xiao Nan remarked, casting a disapproving glance at the irreverent Wen Mo, pulling Hong Ying behind her. All right, everyone, please take your seats. Time is of the essence. I shall commence with task assignments, Chen Muyi announced, raising his hand. Hong Ying and Xiao Nan will form one group, while Xiang Nan and Cold Xian will form another, continuing to finalize the remaining confidentiality agreements. The Aftermath Department will extend their full support to ensure we complete all signatures today. Yan Shu, Qi Yi, and Mo will join me in utilizing Dream Echo to erase memories. Xiang Nan, please send us the optimal locations for the restricted items shortly. The locations have been dispatched to you. Chen Mui nodded, then stood, addressing his team with composure. Is everyone all right? No objections. X7 excellent. Then let us proceed. Chapter 73. Team 136 enjoying melons online in the sweltering summer. The sun blazed fiercely. At noon in Sangnan City, located in the south, the earth felt like a steamer, with heat rising from the feet of passers-by. The snake demon incident had already deterred many from venturing outdoors, and now the streets were nearly half as crowded as usual. Fortunately, the surrounding businesses remained largely unaffected, steadfastly opening their doors to trade. Amidst the bustling crowd, a resonant and soul-stirring chime echoed from the heavens, rich and melodious, lingering in the air. At that moment, everyone in the city center momentarily paused upon hearing the bell, but soon returned to their previous activities, their minds swiftly forgetting the sound and even the events of the day before. If questioned about significant happenings from yesterday, they would collectively respond. A press conference for a Demon Hunter film took place in Sangnan. This must be the last stop. Yan Shu wiped the sweat from his brow, standing on a large stone with one hand on his hip, panting as he glanced back at the 3 individuals carrying a large bell. The others kept their mouths tightly shut, fearing that speaking would let their energy escape. They were unbothered by the occasional stumble, as their resilience was robust. Yet they knew they had to protect the bell at all costs. Should it break, the entirety of Team 136 would be left in financial ruin. Half an hour later, the group finally arrived at their destination, a barren hilltop strewn with rocks of various sizes. With a clang, they set the bell down, and Lin Xie immediately collapsed onto the ground, disregarding the discomfort of the rocky terrain. Wen Shima fared slightly better, leaning against a large stone to catch his breath. Chun Mai, the most physically fit among them, eagerly accepted a bottle of water from Yan Shu and drank deeply. Get up, Xie. Yan Shu approached Lin Xie, preparing to pull him up. You can't lie down immediately after such strenuous activity. Are you a devil? Lin Xie groaned, his eyes barely open. If you're so capable, why don't you try lifting it yourself? I need water, water, water. And what kind of wretched location did the deputy captain choose? We've been hauling this for over 3 hours, climbing hills all the way. Seeing Lin Xie resembling a parched fish, mouth agape for water, Yan Shu couldn't help but chuckle. If you want to drink, then get up. I can't get up. Help me, Yan Shu. Realizing Lin Xie was truly unable to rise, Yan Shu crouched down and grasped Lin Xie's shoulder, pulling him up. With the momentum, Lin Xie sat upright. Blinking his dry eyes, Lin Xie was about to lift his head when he felt a water bottle pressed to his lips. Sensing the strong arm behind him, a smile crept onto Lin Xie's face as he bent down and drank eagerly. After finishing one bottle, he looked at Yan Shu's half-full bottle. His eyes filled with longing. I'm still so thirsty. Yan Shu glanced at his half bottle of water. Then, at Lin Xie. Confirming that the latter wished to share his drink, he thought little of it and brought the bottle to Lin Xie's lips. If the little angel had no qualms, why should he? It was merely half a bottle of water. This time, however, Lin Xie did not consume it in a few hurried gulps as before. Instead, he drank slowly and thoughtfully. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Lin Xie felt that Yan Shu's water tasted far sweeter and more refreshing than his own. Meanwhile, Wen Qima, who had recovered enough, observed the mutual support between Yan Shu and Lin Xie with genuine envy. Their relationship was truly remarkable. Chun Mai, having lit a cigarette, glanced back and nodded approvingly. He had heard from Xie that Yan Shu had assisted him several times, and considering their familial ties and shared school, their close bond was only natural. Ah, why do I not have a formidable friend like Yan Shu? The envy was palpable. When Qima suddenly choked, rolling his eyes, "Captain, has anyone ever told you that you are a conversation ender?" Chun Mai surveyed Wen Qima and replied leisurely, "Now I have." "I don't believe it. The vice captain and old Zhao must have mentioned it." Ding! As the final bell rang, the Group S vehicle finally reached the Peace Bridge just before nightfall. On the other side, with the full cooperation of the Aftermath Department, Wu Xiangnan's tasks had been completed. At this moment, the first few to return were preparing to rest at the office when Long Xian, with keen ears, seemed to hear something and halted his steps. "What's wrong?" Long Xian's ears perked up, and a peculiar expression crossed his otherwise impassive face as he pulled the bewildered Wu Xiangnan aside. What was going on with them? It was rare to see Long Xian display such an expression, igniting Wu Xiangnan's curiosity. "Shall we take a look?" "Let us go." Hong Ying and her companion followed closely behind Long Xian. 2 minutes later, not far from the office's entrance, 4 individuals squatted together, munching on sunflower seeds while eavesdropping on a man on the phone nearby, occasionally interrupted by his choked laments. "You still say it's me? Am I not good enough for you? I even switched jobs for you, bringing you breakfast every day, ordering afternoon tea. Fine, let me ask you. Who was the man you were singing karaoke with last night? What, your new boyfriend? Didn't you promise that after breaking up with Du Qingyuan, you would be with me? I've waited for you for so many years." Meanwhile, Hong Ying, thoroughly entertained, tucked the sunflower seed shells into her pocket, casting a gossiping glance at the other 3. "I bet this man is definitely a simp." Wu Xiangnan shot her a disdainful look, as if we couldn't tell that ourselves. Just as she prepared to retort, she noticed Yan Shu and the others approaching the office and waved excitedly at them. What are they up to? Yan Shu observed the group squatting nearby with confusion. "I suspect it must be some gossip." Wen Qima, who had encountered a few individuals with questionable pasts, stroked his chin and affirmed this. "Shall we take a look?" Lin Xie, now piqued with curiosity, proposed. Thus, the quartet swiftly transformed into a septet. Chun Mai gazed at the line of squatting little chicks, unable to suppress a sigh as he rubbed his forehead before turning to leave. "Forget it. They've been under considerable stress these past few days. Let us allow them a moment of respite." Long Xian glanced at Chun Mai, then at the source of the gossip in the distance. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to depart alongside him. "What? We have to wait for another? How much longer will that take? Then, would you mind changing boyfriends now?" "I would mind. You've only known each other for a few days. How could there be such deep feelings? Then would you mind having multiple boyfriends?" "I would mind. You've turned me down more than a dozen times." "All right then, let us save it for next time. How about you change my contact to number 1 backup for now?" Upon hearing this, the 6 individuals snacking on seeds halted in unison, 12 gazes exchanging silent understanding. Yan Shu clicked his tongue, breaking the silence. Who would have thought? That woman is quite a standard for being unfaithful. "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss." Lin Xie frowned, pondering aloud. "Don't you think his tone seems a bit feminine?" "Indeed, it does have a somewhat effeminate quality." "Quite so," echoed the consensus. Chapter 74. The Master of Water Management throws straight balls. This time it's settled. You cannot backtrack. If you break up next time and refuse to talk to me, I will. "I will. What will you do?" "Hurry up and say it." "I'm dying of anxiety." Hong Ying could not help but turn her head, but halfway through the motion, she was pulled back by Si Xiaonan. "In the future, I shall ensure that your breakfast will not include any cilantro." The group of Yan Shu silently closed their dropped jaws, realizing they were witnessing the pinnacle of devotion today. So, Should I buy breakfast for your boyfriend as well? Can he eat cilantro? Yes, it's all fine now. Oh, and remember to change the contact name. After the man hung up with a snap, he dialed another number with a beaming smile. The six of them froze mid-motion, their 12 eyes locking in unison. Upon sensing something amiss, they tacitly squatted down again. Hello, brother Do, let us break up. Don't say such things. I genuinely liked you when I pursued you. Now I realize my feelings were merely an idealized fantasy. Do you know what the farthest distance in the world is? The farthest distance? Life and death separation? Sixionan whispered. I believe it is when two people like each other yet pretend to be oblivious, Lin Xie remarked quietly, glancing at Yan Shu. Tagore once said, the farthest distance in the world is when I stand before you and you remain unaware of my love. Wu Xiangnan corrected. The farthest distance, in my view, is that between ordinary mortals and the divine. Without hesitation, when Shima interrupted the emotional discourse of the previous few. Clearly, it is when during the pandemic we are merely a meter apart, yet cannot see your face beneath the mask. Han Ying, having watched too many soap operas, interjected humorously. The feuding group turned to Yan Shu, signaling him to join their ranks in harmonious unity. Faced with several curious gazes, Yan Shu felt a few black lines appear on his forehead. I think it is like the distance between birds and fish. They exist under the same sky, yet can never coexist. Upon receiving this answer, the group nodded thoughtfully, once more perking up their ears. It is yearning. Yearning is the farthest distance from understanding. All right, I'm hanging up. Please do not disturb me again. After the man ended the call, he laughed heartily, hands on his hips, and then smugly muttered to himself, Duching you in, you little scoundrel, competing with me for Jingu, you are no match. With a victorious expression, he strode away, whistling as he went. Once the man left, the group fell silent for a moment, overwhelmed by the influx of information. Wu Xiangnan, an adept at intelligence analysis, was the first to piece together the events. He adjusted his glasses, looking peculiar, and stood up to leave. The youth of today certainly know how to play. So it's a love triangle, Hong Ying mused, pulling Si Xiaonan toward the office. A love triangle, indeed, filled with a bunch of oddballs. When Shima curled his lips in disdain and rose to follow the few individuals ahead, Yan Shu blinked, glancing at the pensive Lin Xie. Xie, let's go. What are you contemplating? Lin Xie gazed intently at Yan Shu for a prolonged moment, until he perceived Yan Shu's bewilderment, and then replied languidly, I was pondering the birds and fish you mentioned. Yan Shu tilted his head in confusion. What is there to think about? I merely copied it from the internet. Lin Xie chuckled softly. Ah, the bird, Yan Geese Shu, and the fish, Onqing fish. Yan Shu was taken aback. You can connect those thoughts? Xie, is your imagination a bottomless pit? Realizing that his little angel was feeling jealous, Yan Shu, the master of emotional support, solemnly took Lin Xie's hand and said, in truth, I also wish to convey that the most distant distance in the world can be fireworks and the night sky. Fireworks, though splendid, are fleeting. The night sky, though vast, is eternal. Struck by this heartfelt declaration, Lin Xie stood in stunned silence, looking down at the warm, strong hands that held his. At that moment, Yan Shu's usually gentle gaze was filled with utmost seriousness. Lin Xie's pupils, reflecting Yan Shu, involuntarily narrowed. Astute as he was, he immediately grasped the deeper meaning behind Yan Shu's words. Yin, fireworks, Shu, Lin, night, Xie, thump. Thump. The sound of his heart reverberated like a drum, and a rosy hue quickly crept up to his ears. Lin Xie felt the undeniable stirrings within him once more. How adept was Yan Shu? He always struck directly at the heart of the matter. It made him feel increasingly unlike himself. Unbeknownst to Yan Shu, who remained oblivious to Lin Xie's mental tempest, he reassured the flustered angel. Therefore, Xie, you need not fear that one day I shall cease to care for you. We were once classmates, friends, and family. Now we are teammates, and in the future, we shall be comrades who can entrust our lives to one another. Indeed, Lin Xie murmured, his eyelids half lowered, suppressing the heat simmering beneath. He dared not look at Yan Shu's earnest expression, fearing he might confess his feelings on the spot, as he was not yet prepared. Yan Shu, having successfully calmed the little angel, felt a sense of accomplishment swell within him. Observing Lin Xie walking obediently beside him, he couldn't help but feel proud. From now on, please call me the master of emotional support. Click. The sound of a camera shutter echoed from a nearby building, where a young man dressed in dark attire knelt in the perfect vantage point, gradually revealing a photograph. Long Xian examined the picture for a while, and a faint smile appeared on his usually expressionless face. After placing it in a box alongside another photograph of 6 individuals, he carefully tucked the box close to his heart. Having successfully captured 2 photographs, Long Xian felt quite pleased. He glanced at the sun, which was nearly set, and after tidying up his equipment, he made his way back to the office. On the other side, as Yan Shu and Lin Xie stepped through the threshold of the office, they overheard Hong Ying animatedly sharing the astonishing gossip that had just upended their worldviews to the captain, while Wen Mo occasionally interjected, ensuring no detail was overlooked. Chun Mu-yi, with a cigarette delicately pinched between his fingers, transitioned from a casual, "If you like them, just pursue it," to a bemused, "Oh. So it's a case of unrequited affection, followed by now it's a love triangle? And finally what? They're all men? The young people certainly know how to amuse themselves." Yan Shu observed the captain's expressions shifting with each revelation, so engrossed in the tale that he burned through his cigarette without realizing it. Indeed, gossip seems to be an intrinsic part of our daxia culture. The essence of humanity is to indulge in the spectacle of others' lives. Once Chun Mu-yi became aware of his rapt attention, he cleared his throat and calmly suggested, "Since everyone is here, let us proceed to the conference room." Half an hour later, the door to the underground conference room of the peace office creaked open. Having finally resolved the unexpected serpent demon incident, the members of Team 136 displayed relaxed expressions, relieved to lift the burdens they had carried for the past 2 days. Acknowledging the exhaustion that had weighed heavily on everyone, particularly the newcomers, Yan Shu and Lin Xie, who had encountered a major mysterious event on their very first day, Chun Mu-yi waved his hand to close the door early, urging everyone to return and rest properly. Chapter 75. The Solar Elixir. Barely 3 minutes after the early closing announcement, the hall was devoid of people. Chun Mai turned to the last person walking out and said, "Yan Shu, please follow me for a moment." Yan Shu blinked, realizing at this moment that he might be instantly grasping the implication. Yan Shu felt a surge of excitement and turned to Lin Xie, saying, "Why don't you head back? I can wait for you in the hall." Lin Xie shook his head, unable to shake off his concern for Yan Shu alone. It wasn't a matter of fearing what the captain might do, but rather the dread of Yan Shu's exceptionally poor constitution, which had nearly given him PTSD. He feared missing any signs that might herald bad news. "All right, I'll be quick." Yan Shu nodded, hastening to catch up with the captain. Upon entering his private office, Chun Mai closed the door behind him and gestured towards the sofa, saying, "Have a seat." "Captain, has my application for that item been approved?" Yan Shu inquired excitedly, rubbing his hands together. "You're quite perceptive." Chun Mai wasted no time and turned to retrieve a metallic briefcase, from which he extracted a light blue vial and handed it over. "Is this the strengthening elixir?" Yan Shu asked, curiosity etched on his face as he examined the test tube. Heaven knew how arduous the wait for this elixir had been. Had it not been for the desire to enhance his abysmal physique, he would have consumed it the very day he awoke. Over the past few days, he had watched with longing as the words divine origin appeared on his system, enduring the wait with the patience of a ninja turtle. Chun Mai, oblivious to Yan Shu's inner thoughts, pulled back the curtains and lit a cigarette, speaking slowly. "It is called the Solar Elixir, the 7th generation strengthening elixir developed by headquarters. Its purpose is precisely what you desire. It can significantly enhance various attributes of your body. And how effective is it? The efficacy is contingent upon the user's physical condition. The worse the constitution, the better the results. Initially, after reporting your condition, it would have been fortunate to receive approval for the 3rd generation. However, after we submitted that longevity pill, the higher-ups allocated it to an individual of considerable merit who used their contribution points to bolster your case. Moreover, due to the unexpected serpent demon incident yesterday, thanks to your efforts, we were able to detect and resolve it in advance, indirectly saving many lives. Thus, Headquarters has approved the latest and most effective 7th-generation elixir. Thank you for the organization as trust, Yan Shu acknowledged, nodding. He shook the test tube in his hand, watching the light blue liquid sway, glimmering with what appeared to be golden specks, a sight that was truly mesmerizing. How was it to be administered? Is it oral, topical, or injection? Chenmai paused in his smoking, exasperated. Of course it is an injection. Do you honestly think it resembles something meant for oral or topical use? Just joking, don't mind me, Captain. Would you plan to use it? Is now a good time? Xiaonan has likely returned by now. We still need a professional. Upon hearing this, Yan Shu's face fell. Did that mean he would have to wait until tomorrow? He had thought it would suffice to simply draw the potion into a syringe and administer it to himself immediately. Well, it was just one more day to wait. Captain, you do not understand. Yan Shu lamented, his expression sorrowful. I am eager to know what my divine potential is. Are you not curious? Chenmai replied, I am somewhat curious. It would be strange if you weren't curious. Not just him, but even Commander Yi in the distant capital city, along with the special team and the higher-ups. Everyone privy to this matter was filled with curiosity. Commander Yi had specifically instructed him to notify them immediately upon Yan Shu's awakening. After all, when he had applied for the potion, he had submitted all of Yan Shu's data in advance. Of course, Chenmai had only dared to report this after careful consideration. The tree had already bonded with Yan Shu. It could only bear blessings in his presence. Taking it away would serve no purpose, and it would be foolish to offend a potential divine agent with immense capabilities and the deity backing him for the sake of a mere tree. As long as the higher-ups were not foolish, they would not force Yan Shu to undertake anything against his will. Moreover, while the prohibited items might be rare in the eyes of the lower ranks, they were easily obtainable for the higher-ups. Why would they risk offending Yan Shu over a randomly attributed fortune tree? Additionally, given the various retro decorations from the Great Xia dynasty hanging from that tree, along with the assortment of elixirs and talismans, the higher-ups unanimously speculated that it was likely a deity of the Great Xia bestowing Yan Shu with divine potential. No one dared to offend the deities of their own Great Xia. Captain, you, the bystander, are curious. How much more so am I, the one involved? Therefore, Captain, could you please call Sister Xiaonan back? They surely haven't gone far. It will only take a few minutes. Faced with Yan Shu's eager gaze, Chenmai sighed. What else could he do? He had to indulge his own child. It wasn't a significant matter. All right, you wait at the training ground. Great. Captain, you are so kind. Yan Shu exclaimed, instantly buoyed, making a heart gesture towards Chenmai. Wait, what is it, Captain? Chenmai paused, observing the excitement sparkling in Yan Shu's eyes. He continued, if you use it and still cannot awaken, do not dwell on it too much. After all, it won't escape your body, and it is merely a matter of time. Chenmai, having considered the possibility of Yan Shu's awakening failing, was becoming increasingly worried. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Naturally, they all wished for Yan Shu to succeed, but it was better to prepare for the worst. That is a bit excessive, Captain, Yan Shu retorted, rolling his eyes. Just a moment ago, you told me to wait at the training ground, and now you are comforting me about the possibility of failure. Has anyone ever told you that you are a conversation ender? Coughing awkwardly upon hearing the familiar words, Chenmai felt a bit embarrassed. He recognized that he had spoken too soon. He certainly did not wish to undermine the child's confidence. What I just said was utter nonsense. Surely you can awaken now, so off you go. That sounds more reasonable. I shall take my leave. The sound of the door closing echoed as Chenmai took out his phone, scrolling briefly before dialing. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, Captain. Is there something you need? Xiaonan, where are you at the moment? Redding and I are enjoying some skewers at a nearby shop. Would you like me to bring you a few? No need. Once you finish eating, please return to the office. I require your assistance with something. No problem. After hanging up, Xiaonan grabbed a few skewers of beef, preparing to depart. Redding, you eat first. I will be right back. Let us go together. Redding, who had been listening to the call, quickly stood up, saying, It's no fun eating alone if you leave. All right then. Having arrived in the hall, Yan Shu turned around in search of Lin Qiyi, but found no trace of him. Hence, he descended to the lounge. where he finally discovered the little angel half reclining on the sofa, dozing off. Her head, slightly bowed, was concealed by strands of hair, revealing only half of her face. She occasionally nodded, clearly exhausted. Yan Shu approached Lin Qi, giving her a gentle nudge. Qi, wake up. Yan Shu, is it done? Lin Qi rubbed her weary eyes after being awakened. Rising to her feet, she said, let us go. Upon exiting the lounge, Yan Shu seized Lin Qi's arm, stating, this way, we are heading to the training ground. Aren't we going home? What purpose does the training ground serve? Naturally, to awaken my divine void. Oh, Lin Qi instinctively replied, oh, but as the realization hit her, she jolted. Wait, is that for real? Yes, of course it is. Yan Shu chuckled with pride. The captain helped me request the solar potion from headquarters. Here it is. It can enhance my physical attributes. The solar potion. Lin Qi curiously took it and began to examine it, finding it to be pleasantly cool to the touch. In her perception, this pale blue liquid was, in fact, a myriad of colors, though the particles were exceedingly minute and sparse, rendering them nearly invisible to the naked eye. Chapter 76. Extracting the essence on the other side, Hong Ying and her companions swiftly packed all the skewers from the table, even requesting a few extra gloves to share with their captain later. 10 minutes later, as they crossed the threshold of the office, they discovered Chun Mai already awaiting them on the sofa. What is the matter, Captain? Upon seeing Hong Ying had joined, Chun Mai rose and said, let us head to the training ground. It concerns Yan Shu's awakening of the divine void. Is Xiao Yan Shu's body now meeting the awakening criteria? Hong Ying exclaimed, her eyes widening as the skewers slipped from her grasp. It has been approved by headquarters. Along the way, Chun Mai succinctly recounted the process of assisting Yan Shu in applying for the potion. Upon their arrival at the training ground, Yan Shu and Lin Qi had already been seated for quite some time. As soon as they spotted the trio, Yan Shu eagerly dashed over. Are we starting now? Chun Mai inquired, looking at Yan Shu. I'm ready, Yan Shu affirmed, nodding resolutely, then sheepishly scratching his head as he addressed Si Xiaonan and Hong Ying, Sister Xiaonan. Sister Hong Ying, I'm sorry for troubling you to come back. Don't be so formal, Xiao Yan Shu. We would gladly make this trip every day for such good news, Si Xiaonan replied with a wave of her hand, retrieving a sealed injection from the medical box. Please pass me the potion. Sure. After handing it over, Yan Shu suddenly realized he had forgotten to ask an important question, turning to Chun Mai, Captain, will there be any symptoms after administering the solar potion? It said that there might be some pain within the first half hour. Just endure it, Chun Mai said, frowning as he pondered, then rummaged through his pocket and produced several instruction sheets. Seeing this, Yan Shu and Lin Qi leaned in, each taking a sheet to assist in the search. It's here. Lin Qi quickly located the information with his keen perception. The initial 10 minutes post-injection will likely bring a tingling sensation, followed by mild pain that gradually intensifies over the next 20 minutes. That's reassuring. Yan Shu exhaled in relief. The mild discomfort seemed trivial compared to the exaggerated torment depicted in novels. It wasn't that he feared pain. It was simply preferable to avoid unnecessary suffering, especially the humiliation of rolling on the ground in agony. If it were solely him, his cries would go unheard. But with several others present, including 2 girls, he dreaded the potential teasing in the future. As the cool sensation of the liquid coursed through his body, Yan Shu couldn't help but hiss softly. Is it starting to hurt? Lin Qi, noticing Yan Shu's reaction, leaned in closer. No, it's just a bit chilly. I'm not used to it. It'll be over soon. Si Xiaonan, who was halfway through the injection, glanced at the visibly anxious Lin Qi, marveling at the bond shared between the two. Yes, all done. Si Xiaonan skillfully removed the needle and tenderly applied a cotton ball for Yan Shu. How do you feel? Hong Ying inquired, observing the pained expression on Yan Shu's face. Feeling a tingling sensation coursing through his body, Yan Shu reassured the tense individuals around him. It's manageable. Not too painful, though it does feel rather peculiar, as if a swarm of insects is crawling within me. Considering the possibility of Yan Shu awakening the divine void soon, it was evident that their presence was somewhat inappropriate. Chun Mai suggested, Let us step outside and keep watch. Perhaps I should remain, just in case. Lin Xie expressed his concerns about leaving Yan Shu alone, his PTSD making him anxious about the thought of returning to find Yan Shu lifeless. Observing Lin Xie's anxious demeanor, Hong Ying approached and patted his shoulder. Brother Xie, fret not. Look at little Yan Shu. He appears quite at ease, hardly a candidate for disaster. You may well return to find a muscular powerhouse. The image of Yan Shu, his form entirely adorned with robust muscles, caused Lin Xie's lips to twitch. Perhaps that is best avoided. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Yan Shu rolled his eyes in exasperation. I appreciate your concern, but my persona is that of a beautiful, strong, yet tragic figure, not a muscle-bound giant. All right, let us depart. Chen Mai interjected, slightly bemused by Hong Ying's imaginative thoughts. Leading the way out, as Chen Mai and the others exited, Lin Xie turned back every few steps, only finally nodding in agreement to leave after Yan Shu gestured reassuringly. With a resounding thud, the door closed once more, leaving Yan Shu alone in the expansive training ground. Aware that the training area was under surveillance, Yan Shu recognized that Lin Xie and the others would undoubtedly keep a watchful eye on him. Yet he remained unconcerned, simply closing his eyes and sitting in quiet meditation. Suppressing his excitement, Yan Shu mentally nudged the system, extract the divine essence. Ding! Please click to extract. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive lottery wheel appeared on the system interface, accompanied by a prominent red button inviting him to make a selection. Goodness, so many divine essences. Yan Shu gasped as he beheld the wheel, segmented into hundreds of differently sized sections. The varying sizes indicated that the probabilities of acquiring each essence differed significantly. Universal Blaze, Creation's Chime of Divine Elegance, Absolute Space, Ice Age, Black Hole Genesis, Causal Reversal, Master of Time Management, Life's Radiance, River Keeper. The array of seemingly grand divine essences dazzled Yan Shu. Wait, this Creation's Chime of Divine Elegance sounds poetic. It certainly appears formidable. He mused, pondering the peculiar ability of the River Keeper. If I were to acquire this essence, would I then become a river deity? What peculiar things have infiltrated this selection? He exclaimed, Master of Time Management. What on earth is that? No. Yan Shu shook his head vehemently, convinced that it was not what he imagined. In a moment of clarity amidst his anxiety towards the rapid succession of events, Yan Shu's peripheral vision caught sight of a relatively small sector in the lower left corner of the spinning wheel. This sector bore no grandiose names like those preceding it, only a simple phrase, Custom Divine Source. What distinguishes this custom divine source from the divine source? The divine source is an inherent power possessed by deities in mythology, existing in reality, while the custom divine source is generated by the system to perfectly align with the host's requirements. Both hold the same level of significance. I see. Yan Shu pondered, contemplating the wheel. One represents the inherent essence of a deity in reality, while the other is a source meticulously tailored by the system. He had encountered something similar before. Upon his arrival, he had received a novice package that included a custom forbidden void. Though fraught with challenges, it ultimately resulted in the creation of his current forbidden void, the Sword World. Having experienced the benefits of a custom forbidden void firsthand, Yan Shu was undeniably intrigued. It is worth noting that even offensive forbidden voids are categorized into varying levels of danger: low, high, and extremely high. For instance, his own Sword World undoubtedly falls into the category of extremely high risk. Who knows what one might draw at random? It would be fortunate to select a standard offensive type. However, should he end up with a lackluster auxiliary ability, to whom could he turn for solace? Chapter 77. The Wheel of Fate. It is not that Yan Shu looks down upon auxiliary abilities. Rather, a true man should charge forward. The mere thought of the main team engaging in battle while he remains relegated to the background as mere support is utterly unacceptable to him. Auxiliary capabilities may be acquired gradually, but the first must be offensive or at least a blend of offense and support. Yan Shu understands that no matter how he contemplates the situation, it is futile. If fortune were to bestow upon him an auxiliary origin, he would have no choice but to discard it. However, at this moment, Yan Shu is clearly disinclined to rely on chance. He desires to take the backdoor approach. After nurturing his thoughts for a moment, Yan Shu prodded the system. Dear system, you have been in this world with me for over half a month now. From the very beginning, I've been trudging through your tasks with a body barely holding on. How many diligent hosts like myself have you encountered? Host, please speak plainly. Caught off guard by the abruptness, Yan Shu paused, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for less than a second before plunging directly into the matter at hand. I wish to discuss something with you. When I partake in the lottery later, could you perhaps discreetly manipulate it to ensure I draw this? This system forbids any form of cheating. Please do not reject so swiftly, dear system. Hear me out. If you find my reasoning unsound, you may dismiss it as nonsense. However, if you deem it reasonable, a subtle assist would suffice. After a brief wait, noticing the system's silence and lack of immediate refusal, Yan Shu's eyes sparkled with hope. Perhaps there was a chance. Consider this. What if I draw an auxiliary ability? How would I contend with the main characters in battle? More importantly, if I am not formidable, how can I maintain the beautiful yet tragic label? Furthermore, I do not assert that stronger abilities are inherently better. It ultimately depends on their suitability for me. This time, I am drawing from the origin, which will directly influence the foundation of my future ascension to divinity. Though I am currently at the threshold, and the notion of becoming a deity feels rather distant, it is imperative to establish a solid foundation from the outset. Additionally, I can bestow others with divine void. Yan Shu spoke with fervor, passionately articulating his thoughts for nearly 10 minutes before gradually winding down, concluding with, System, we are but two sides of the same coin. If I thrive, so too shall you. You understand, do you not? What followed was a prolonged silence, during which Yan Shu patiently awaited the system's contemplation, remaining unperturbed. He had come to discuss. Should he succeed, it would be splendid, yet if not, he would not be disheartened. He could always lament over an auxiliary ability later. Host, please draw the divine origin. After a considerable wait, without encountering a refusal, Yan Shu felt a flicker of hope as he was prompted to draw. Taking a deep breath, he focused intently on the spinning wheel before him, pressing the start button. The wheel whirled into motion. It must be the one. Under Yan Shu's anxious gaze, the spinning wheel gradually decelerated, the pointer traversing a series of sector diagrams. It slowly settled on a capability marked by a thunderous star. After advancing a few more spaces, it ultimately came to rest on a dark crimson sector. The instant those words met his eyes, Yan Shu clenched his fist. Master, you are indeed my deity. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a custom divine level origin. Would you like to set it now? Yes. Please summarize the divine level origin's ability in a single sentence, limited to 10 characters. This familiar scene. Stroking his chin, Yan Shu, well-versed in countless anime, instantly recalled an array of formidable abilities. Yet, reflecting on the tumultuous journey of generating the forbidden void, he dismissed his fanciful thoughts. Who could predict whether the system would respond with, ding, generation failed, world ability system incompatible. After pondering for a considerable time, Yan Shu contemplated the most pivotal plot he would encounter, the divine war a year hence. The system, which would undoubtedly release related tasks centered around settling regrets, would be key. Hence, it was paramount that the ability he set would be beneficial for the tasks a year later. Once he clarified the direction of his abilities, the process became significantly simpler. Gazing at the row of underscores on the system, he meticulously inputted, establish rules, control fate. Confirm the generation of divine level origin. Confirm. Ding. Generating origin. 1. 25. 89. 100. Ding. Generation successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the divine level origin of the Wheel of Fate. The abilities of this origin are as follows. Precognition. You will possess heightened spiritual intuition, able to perceive the future within a 3-second window. Constraint. You can establish advantageous rules within your domain. Rewrite. You can manipulate the fate line of events to a certain extent, guiding probabilities and indirectly altering the predetermined destinies of original entities. Reboot. You can reset the state of all things within a target area, use with caution, as this ability will consume life force. Wow. At the moment he comprehended the abilities, Yan Shu's eyes sparkled with brilliance. This power was extraordinarily formidable. The first ability, precognition, allowed him to foresee the future 3 seconds ahead. Just think of the advantages this would provide in real combat. As long as the disparity in strength wasn't excessive, it would almost guarantee invincibility. Although merely 3 seconds in life-and-death confrontations, even a 0.1 second advantage could prove crucial in determining the outcome. The second ability, constraint, immediately brought to mind concepts akin to word spirits and the power of speech, veering toward the conceptual realm. Additionally, his small white blade leaned into this domain. Though abstract, it proved immensely practical in critical moments. For instance, should he encounter an enemy proficient in aerial combat, he could simply declare, "Flying is prohibited here." The thought alone was delightful. The third ability, rewrite, permitted him to indirectly seize control of others' destinies, manipulating the course of their lives from behind the scenes. Stroking his chin, Yan Shu mused, did this mean he could become a puppeteer of fate in the future? If he were to ascend to divinity in the future, would he not possess the ability to manipulate the divine? It bears a resemblance to the cunning of Loki, the trickster god. As for the final ability, reboot, it allows the resetting of all things to their original state. It is the simplest yet, in Yan Shu's view, the most terrifying of capabilities. While it may superficially resemble Wang Mian's temporal chaos, the essence is fundamentally distinct. Wang Mian rewinds time, whereas his reboot governs the state of affairs. One fundamentally controls time, while the other governs the individual. Of course, akin to Wang Mian's divine void, this ability cannot be employed indiscriminately over vast expanses. While Wang Mian's usage depletes his own time, Yan Shu's consumption is drawn from his life force. Reboot. It can reset both individuals and objects. Upon witnessing this ability, Yan Shu could not help but think, "Brother, this time we are secure." In the future, when the protagonist team suffers losses in battle, he could confidently say, "Come, let me reboot you," restoring you to peak condition. The adversaries would then profoundly experience what it means to witness a newcomer's explosive resurgence, albeit at the cost of some life force. Does the host wish to merge with this source now? Was there any need for further inquiry? Of course, the answer was to merge. As soon as he uttered the words, Yan Shu felt an extraordinary surge of liquid rush into his heart, a refreshing sensation spreading from his chest to his limbs. Hadn't Xingyu been present at that moment, he would have clearly observed that every part of Yan Shu's body was infused with countless shimmering droplets of mercury. The cooling sensation extended, ultimately reaching its destination, the head, before surging upward with great force. Boom! In that instant, a torrent of silvery information erupted from the crown of Yan Shu's head, spiraling skyward in a magnificent display. Chapter 78. The millionaire in debt. The immense training ground was instantaneously filled with a silvery torrent, as the ceiling, reinforced by the earth-based void manipulators, emitted a crisp creaking sound, with cracks rapidly spreading. This was dire. Those monitoring the cameras outside quickly realized something was amiss. Lin Xie's expression changed dramatically. He activated the Starry Night Dancer and forcefully kicked open the door, charging inside. Due to the abruptness of the incident, the debris and river water cascading from the fractured ceiling surged down into the vast space below, engulfing the terrified Chun Mai and his companions beneath a thick deluge. On the other side, the information stream that burst through the ceiling seemed to have found an outlet. With no barriers to impede it, it surged skyward, scattering the clouds that had gathered above in an instant. In the next moment, the recently darkened Sangnan was illuminated as if it were daytime. What on earth is that? A colossal spiral column. Am I seeing things? Did that river just shoot out a beam of light? I saw it too, just like Yugongzi. It resembles a laser cannon from a movie. Could it be a research base for advanced weaponry beneath that river? Impossible. We are in a city. Who would dare to develop such destructive technology here? They must be out of their minds. Quick, record a video. I need to consult the experts on Dosan. The remaining members of Team 136, who had returned home early, were equally awed by the overwhelming presence, all gazing upward with astonishment. That is void manipulation. No, it is divine manipulation. The usually concealed Lung Xian was the first to spot the spiral light, furrowing his brow, without a moment's hesitation. He grabbed his gear and turned to leave. That location seemed to be in the direction of the office. This is bad. Meanwhile, Wen Qima, who was shopping outside, turned pale upon seeing the direction of the light column and swiftly headed toward the office. Could it be that rascal Yan Shu? However, this divine manipulation seems excessively powerful, even more so than Lin Xia's awakening a few days back. It could be said that a deity had descended. Wu Xiangnan, feeling the oppressive aura from afar, trembled as he held his teacup. I wonder which deity it is? Mysterious, powerful, and this aura of fate. If my guess is correct, someone must have awakened divine manipulation. At that moment, in the old city, and Qingyu, in the courtyard of Yan Shu's family home, was gazing up excitedly at the distant information stream. With his unique insights, he perceived it more clearly than others. That was not merely light. It was a torrent composed of countless strands of silvery information. After observing for just a brief moment, he could no longer bear it and covered his eyes, stifling a groan as he half knelt. After a few shallow breaths, enduring the stinging sensation in his eyes, and Qingyu slowly parted his tightly pressed lips. Is this what divine manipulation is? Due to the conspicuous, spiraling column piercing the night sky, pedestrians still outside raised their heads in a daze, staring at the silvery torrent that had only remained for a few breaths, traversing the entire expanse of heaven and earth. Passers-by captured photographs, engaged in phone calls, and recorded videos, eagerly sharing them with friends and family. Meanwhile, at the riverbed, amidst the collapsed training grounds, Yan Shu shook his dazed head, the silver runes on his forehead gradually dissipating. The moment that force surged from the top of his head, he felt as if a train had struck him head-on, plunging him into darkness. Once he regained his senses and opened his eyes, Yan Shu instinctively touched his crown, sighing in relief upon confirming its intactness. How terrifying! He had almost believed that his skull had been blasted away. As the silvery torrent enveloping him receded, Yan Shu's vision restored. Before he could assess his surroundings, he was abruptly submerged by the rushing water from all directions. I gurgle. Help! What is happening? Yan Shu, who had never been a proficient swimmer in either of his lives, felt like he had been tossed into a washing machine, his thoughts swirling in a dizzying whirlpool. Was he destined to become the first divine agent in the history of the great Xia, who awakened to godhood only to drown within a minute? How utterly frustrating. Wait, no need to panic. He had abilities to draw upon. Let him ponder which power to utilize. The sword world was ineffective, being purely offensive. The constraint ability might work, and perhaps the reboot as well. As he covered his mouth with both hands, a glimmer of silver flashed in Yan Shu's eyes, and a rune gradually materialized on his forehead, radiating a beam of white light that spread outward. At that moment, a shadow swiftly approached from a distance above Yan Shu. The shadow, upon catching sight of Yan Shu, was inexplicably drawn to the rune on his forehead, and though it had never encountered it before, it instantly understood its significance. Fate, perhaps. Gurgle. Who? Before Yan Shu could articulate his intent to activate his new ability, a shadow seized his arm and yanked him upward with force. 7 gurgles. Night. Upon recognizing the figure, Yan Shu's eyes brimmed with tears, and he instinctively wrapped his limbs around Lin Qi like an octopus. However, he was only halfway through when he was abruptly torn away. Gurgle. Jie. In response to Yan Shu's confusion, Lin Qi expelled a few bubbles, soothingly patting his head, then maneuvered under Yan Shu's armpit, securing him against his side as they began to ascend. Understanding Lin Qi's intention, Yan Shu nodded, ceasing his struggle, and attempted to adjust his movements to lessen the burden. Splashing sounds echoed as 2 damp heads emerged from the reflective river beneath the bridge. Lin Qi swept his hair back, inhaling deeply several times before glancing at Yan Shu. How are you? Are you all right? Cough, cough. I'm not dead yet. Yan Shu wiped his face, marveling. This is the first time I've found air to be so delightful. By the way, what is happening? Let's discuss it once we're on solid ground. Lin Shi directed his gaze toward a group on the shore waving at them, and began to swim slowly toward the bank with Yan Shu in tow. 10 minutes later, beneath the Peace Bridge, 5 figures drenched to the bone sat atop several large stones by the riverbank. Achoo! 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 After sneezing thrice, Yan Shu furrowed his brow and rubbed his itchy nose, glancing at the others. Could this predicament possibly be my fault? Lin Shi shot Yan Shu a look that conveyed the obvious. Who told you to awaken the divine void with such a commotion? You penetrated a subterranean base over 10 meters thick. Little Yan Shu, do you have any idea how much funding the headquarters allocated for the construction of this underground facility? How much? Yan Shu felt a jolt in his heart at the teasing expression on Hong Ying's face. Over 30 million, Chun Mai said somberly, holding a damp cigarette. Hiss. Hearing this, both Yan Shu and Lin Xie inhaled sharply. Lin Xie's immediate reaction was that he had never seen such an immense sum of money, and then his mind reflexively began to calculate how many years of labor he and Yan Shu would need to repay it. Yan Shu, on the other hand, thought, no way. Am I going to have to sell my car and house to make amends? For a moment, Yan Shu was dazed, as if struck by the weight of the phrase, billions in debt. Or perhaps, I should try my new ability. To be precise, it is 38. 81 million. Upon hearing a familiar voice from behind, everyone turned in unison to see Wu Xiangnan and others arriving after the commotion. Chapter 79. Restart. Gazing at Wu Xiangnan and the others, Chun Mai furrowed his brow and inquired, what brings you here? Given the magnitude of what has transpired, it would indeed be strange had we not come, replied one of them. Indeed, Captain, that beam of white light just now pierced through the entirety of Songnan. When Shima supplemented, pierced through, Chun Mai's expression shifted. Are you suggesting that, similar to the last time during the awakening of the 7 nights, many witnessed it? Not merely many. It is likely that all of Songnan beheld it. Videos are already circulating wildly online, and once again, Songnan has become the talk of the town. Wu Xiangnan remarked with a smile, delivering a pointed jab at Chun Mai. It won't be long before the higher-ups call to express their condolences to you. Having just emerged from the water and completely missing the earlier spectacle, Chun Mai retorted, so it was you who awakened? Wu Xiangnan approached the pensive Yan Shu and enthusiastically patted him on the shoulder. The moment I saw the direction of that light beam, I suspected it was your doing. Yan Shu, his shoulders slumping under the playful pat, protested, it was me. This is too much. You all were here, yet left me and the vice captain out. When Shima rolled his eyes, surveying the damp group before promptly shedding his outerwear and graciously offering it to Hong Ying. Here, Hong Ying, don't catch a cold. Thank you, but it's unnecessary. Click. Not far away, Long Xian discreetly tucked away his camera, pondering, should I take my leave then? Best to return for now. We can discuss matters tomorrow, Chun Mai suggested, checking his phone to find everything in order, relieved it hadn't succumbed to water damage. So where shall we go tomorrow? Si Xiaonan queried, glancing towards the office. I just checked. The underground base has completely collapsed, but the office above remains intact. That's a relief. I'll request the headquarters to send someone proficient in Earth-based abilities to assist us in the reconstruction. Upon hearing what could be considered the sole piece of good news, Chun Mai exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, their stronghold still stood. He hoped that the higher-ups would consider Yan Shu's status as a divine agent and reimburse the cost for rebuilding the base. By the way, the matter of Yan Shu's awakening must be reported as well. It remains uncertain which deity he serves as an agent or what abilities he possesses. Contemplating this, Chun Mai glanced at Yan Shu, who was sneezing several times, and decided to forego further inquiries for the moment, considering the young man's health. Noticing the hour was late, they exchanged farewells, and the group dispersed to their respective homes. Lin Xie and Yan Shu strolled leisurely across the Peace Bridge, the twinkling stars above them, enjoying the gentle summer evening breeze. Why not give it a try? Try what? Having been on edge since Yan Shu had sneezed multiple times, Lin Xie, curious about his companion's sudden burst of energy, looked over as Yan Shu spoke to himself and seemed eager to attempt something. As he observed Lin Xie's damp hair clinging to his face, Yan Shu raised a hand to smooth it back, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. It's my new ability. New ability? Lin Xie blinked, feeling the movement above him, his fingertips tingling with excitement. Indeed, Yan Shu proclaimed, tilting his head back with pride. It is time to showcase our true strength. I, with the power of the Wheel of Fate, possess an ability to reset the state of things. It sounds quite formidable. Upon hearing of Yan Shu's extraordinary capability, Lin Xie genuinely felt elated for him. He stroked his chin and inquired, "So, you wish to attempt resetting the underground base?" "Well, the subterranean area spans at least 20 to 30,000 square meters. Your divine void." Yan Shu comprehended the unsaid words of Lin Xie. Logically, given his current realm, his divine void could typically only encompass a radius of 20 meters. However, Yan Shu's abilities transcended mere divine void, fused with the essence of divinity. He could, if he so desired, extend his influence over the entirety of Songnan. Yet, exceeding that 20-meter range would require a greater expenditure of vitality. Fortunately, he was undaunted by the prospect of such consumption. He understood the mechanics of life points. Even if he were to be gravely injured today, a couple of days' respite would suffice for his revival. After all, he was virtually immortal. Yet, he chose not to voice this outright, knowing that his little angel would surely disapprove. Testing it would yield clarity. There was little to lose. Then let us give it a try. Lin Xie, with his simple-mindedness, was eager to witness Yan Shu's divine void, curious to see if he could indeed accomplish it. After all, his own divine void could merely cover a radius of 20 meters. For the underground base's area, Yan Shu's ability would need to encompass at least 2,000 to 3,000 square meters. Nonetheless, observing Yan Shu's confident and enigmatic demeanor, Lin Xie began to harbor expectations. Perhaps it was indeed feasible. "Shall we return then? Let's go. It is merely a few minutes back." Yan Shu, in camaraderie, wrapped an arm around Lin Xie's shoulder and began to retrace their steps. Lin Xie cast a sidelong glance at the hand resting on his shoulder. Perceiving the smiling countenance of Yan Shu, a faint smile gracing his lips, he wished that time could linger in this moment a bit longer. "Here will suffice. Keep your distance, for I am about to unleash my full power." Upon nearing the base, Yan Shu swept his damp hair back, inhaled deeply, and raised his right hand gently, closing his eyes. Lin Xie, not far off, raised an eyebrow. The instant Yan Shu shut his eyes, he sensed a peculiar wave emanating. Soon, he beheld a silvery torrent surging forth from Yan Shu's form, rapidly expanding in all directions, swiftly enveloping the entire river. The extent of this domain, I cannot fathom how many times greater it is than mine. Observing Yan Shu's calm demeanor, seemingly far from his limits, Lin Xie was rendered speechless. We both wield divine void. How can the disparity be so vast? His own radius lingered at 20 meters, while Yan Shu surpassed 200. Previously, it was acceptable that Yan Shu's forbidden void was superior to his divine void, but now, with Yan Shu awakening his divine void, he had left Lin Xie far behind, as if he were scaling the heights of the Himalayas. In that moment, Lin Xie, who had felt a flicker of confidence from his own awakening, was utterly crushed by Yan Shu's demonstration. Indeed, his divine void was far too feeble. As Lin Xie wallowed in self-doubt, Yan Shu's tightly shut eyes gradually opened, runes shimmering upon his forehead, silver glimmers dancing within his gaze, and with a slight parting of his tightly pressed lips, he proclaimed, "Reboot." As soon as the words fell, a radiant silver wheel adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns slowly emerged behind Yan Shu. At the center of this immense disk, 3 circular dots interlinked with one another. At that moment, one of the dots flickered slightly, and the colossal wheel began to rotate counterclockwise as if drawn by an unseen force. Accompanied by the sound of mechanical movements seemingly emanating from another dimension, the silver torrent surrounding Yan Shu began to ripple like water. In a miraculous spectacle that lasted less than 3 seconds, the ground that had recently collapsed was gradually restored to its original state. As the luminous wheel dissipated, Yan Shu beheld a flat expanse of sand and stone before him, and it was clear that the base beneath the river had also returned to its former condition. Having witnessed this remarkable ability for the first time, Yan Shu fell into a brief silence, quietly uttering the words, "incredible." He then puffed out his chest with pride and turned to Lin Xie, raising his head and declaring, "How about that? Am I impressive?" Observing Yan Shu's triumphant expression, Lin Xie couldn't help but chuckle, nodding in agreement and giving a thumbs up. "Impressive. Wait, why are you bleeding? Blood?" Noticing Lin Xie rushing over with a worried expression, Yan Shu blinked, feeling a warm flow streaming from his nose. He raised his hand to touch his face, only to discover it smeared with blood. Yan Shu. Chapter 80. A significant enhancement of attributes at this moment. Lin Xie had rushed to Yan Shu's side, firmly pinching the sides of his nose. "Xie, why are you pinching my nose?" Yan Shu, feeling discomfort, attempted to pull away. Observing Yan Shu's lack of common sense as he tried to tilt his head back to stop the bleeding, Lin Xie used his other hand to support the back of Yan Shu's head, solemnly advising, "Do not tilt your head back, keep it low. This is the quickest way to halt the bleeding." Having never experienced a nosebleed before, Yan Shu looked up in confusion. "Oh, is it really like that? Stay still. Maintain this position for 5 minutes. "All right," Yan Shu replied, though he wished to express that he could manage it himself. Being pinched by Lin Xie felt rather strange. Nevertheless, trusting the little angel unconditionally, he complied and lowered his head, resorting to breathing through his mouth since his nose was being pinched. As seconds ticked by, Yan Shu, feeling bored, glanced at the hand that was pinching his nose. Unable to see clearly due to the close proximity, he alternated between closing his left eye, then his right, and finally bringing both eyes together. Yan Shu's peculiar antics were vividly apparent to Lin Xie, who couldn't help but twitch his lips in response. "Could you act a bit more normally?" For a moment, Lin Xie began to question his own perception. The first time he encountered Yan Shu, he was a frail yet formidable figure. The second time, he exuded the warmth of a gentle neighbor. Now, however, he had transformed into a comedic character. No wonder they say distance creates beauty. Lin Xie could only sigh in exasperation. "Isn't this a bit dull? Not even allowing me to entertain myself." Yan Shu pouted. "Is it done yet, Xie? It's time." Lin Xie released his grip. "Don't jerk your head up too quickly. Raise it slowly." "Yay, it really stopped bleeding. You're the most reliable, little angel." Seeing Yan Shu casually wipe his face, still grinning despite the blood, Lin Xie turned his head away in distress and sighed deeply. "Let us head home first." He handed Yan Shu a wet tissue. "Wipe your face, so you don't frighten anyone on the way." "Why is this tissue wet? Perhaps you should consider where we just came from." "Achoo! Achoo! Achoo!" As soon as Yan Shu took the tissue, a tickle in his nose made him sneeze several times, promptly using the tissue to wipe his nose. Not long after, he felt a warmth in his nose again. "Xie, what now? I'm bleeding again." "Lin Xie." The two were soon in a flurry of activity once more. However, this proved to be of little use. Each time the bleeding was staunched, it would not be long before Yan Shu began to bleed again, and the flow seemed to increase with each occurrence. Eventually, Yan Shu lost too much blood and began to feel dizzy. "Xie, I feel a bit nauseous. I think I might vomit." Yan Shu blinked as his vision began to darken, and before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed straight down. "Lin Xie, what is happening? Did that potion you took go wrong?" As Lin Xie hastily carried Yan Shu toward the hospital, he pondered. "Or could it be the side effects of the forbidden void you just used?" "The latter, indeed. As I convene this grand assembly, I find my vitality gradually waning." The increasingly foggy-headed Yan Shu slowly grasped Lin Xie's words. Previously, his aftereffects manifested either as illness or fainting spells. This time, aside from an initial nosebleed, he felt no unusual sensations in his body. Thus, he presumed that utilizing his abilities had not consumed much of his life energy. To his astonishment, however, he soon found himself bleeding profusely. Moreover, why a nosebleed? Why not something more dramatic like vomiting blood? This left him feeling rather devoid of any sense of battle damage. He lifted his head from Lin Xie's shoulder and vigorously shook it, then poked at the system within his mind. "Oh, system, your esteemed partner is about to meet his demise. Ding, please speak plainly." A sheepish smile crept onto Yan Shu's face. "I merely wish to inquire if you possess a health bar or some such functionality. Look at my constitution. I suffer from minor ailments every 3 days and major ones every 5, interspersed with episodes of fainting and blood loss. Not having a health bar makes executing tasks exceedingly inconvenient. This system does not possess the capability to query the life values of others. Upon discerning the implication in the system's response, Yan Shu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. I did not request access to others' metrics. Simply enable mine. You see, it is merely a display of my life bar, not akin to a storage space for items, nor a mini-map for distinguishing foes from allies. It solely reflects my own status. You must understand, my myriad abilities correlate with my life energy. Having a life bar to gauge my remaining vitality would allow me to strategize more effectively during tasks. Lest I waste away. Ding! The life value display module has been successfully loaded for the host. The host can now view life values via the Personal Information Attributes panel. He opened his personal panel. Personal information name: Yan Shu, age 18, place of birth Songnan City, race human, realm late stage of genre realm, physical data: speed 1210, strength 14.8, stamina 12.8, intelligence 7.1, constitution permanently 1, normal human attributes are 6, current life value 13,100, forbidden void, sword world, divine void, wheel of fate, divine source, forbidden items, little white blade, extraordinary items, money tree, ocean experience card X1, gourmet blind box skills, mastery of unarmed combat, mastery of swordsmanship, system permissions, minimap, storage space. After scanning the luminous interface in his mind, Yan Shu immediately focused on the newly added module. Gazing at the deep crimson life value displayed as 13, he fell silent. Just as he intended to examine further data, the number dropped to 12 in the blink of an eye. Yan Shu. He had merely activated a major ability, yet had forcibly consumed over 80 of his life points. Was that not a tad excessive? It seemed this ability could not be employed lightly in the future. After reviewing his life value, Yan Shu shifted his gaze upward and couldn't help but chuckle quietly to himself. Remarkable. His physical attributes had seen a substantial enhancement, undoubtedly owing to the effects of the Sun Potion. Furthermore, he had recently used a minor realm enhancement card to elevate himself to the mid-stage realm, and now he had directly advanced to the late stage of the genre realm. It must be due to the fusion of the divine essence. He recalled the system mentioning that merging with the essence would expedite the enhancement of one's realm. What astonished Yan Shu even more was that, akin to his physique, his previously unchanged intelligence had now inexplicably increased slightly. A change he surmised was also likely a consequence of the essence fusion. After all, related to the authority of fate, an increase in intelligence seemed quite plausible. Indeed, this time, having drawn from the essence, his strength had surged once more. And with about a month remaining before entering the training camp, he wondered if he could elevate himself to the pool realm before then. Feeling a familiar warmth trickling from his nose once again, this time notably more abundant, it flowed down his chin and stained his chest red. Yan Shu frowned, discomfort prompting him to wipe with his sleeve, then, emulating Lin Chia, pinched his nose in another attempt to staunch the bleeding. Has it begun again? Lin Chia, who had been sprinting swiftly with Yan Shu on his back, hesitated, seemingly contemplating a stop. I can manage on my own, Chia, Yan Shu said, pinching his nose, his voice tinged with nasality. Then hold on, we are almost there. On the relatively quiet street, rows of streetlights cast elongated shadows of passers-by. At this moment, a youth was dashing under a street lamp, carrying something on his back, which piqued the curiosity of several pedestrians, for it appeared he was also bearing a boy. Just as the life value in his personal information dipped below 10, Yan Shu's thoughts began to dull, cold sweat breaking out all over him, and his eyelids grew increasingly heavy. Yan Shu sensed that he was likely to faint soon, in an effort to ease the little angel's worry. He rested his head on Lin Chia's shoulder and softly reassured him, Chia, I'm a bit tired. I'll sleep for a while. Don't worry. I'll wake up soon. No sooner had the words left his lips than darkness enveloped his vision, and the grip he had on Lin Chia's shoulder gradually weakened. Yan Shu, Chapter 81. Mother, help me. As Lin Chia keenly sensed Yan Shu's condition, he promptly crouched down as soon as Yan Shu loosened his grip, cradling the unconscious figure against his chest. Wake up. Yan Shu. Yan Shu. Lin Chia shook him gently, but upon seeing that Yan Shu remained unresponsive, anxiety surged within him. Ignoring the bustling street, he swiftly carried Yan Shu into a nearby alley and activated the Starry Night Dancer, leaping rapidly across the rooftops. 5 minutes later, Lin Chia arrived at the hospital, breathless and frantic. He hurriedly dashed into the hospital lobby, clutching Yan Shu tightly. "Doctor, we need a doctor, quickly." The nurse at the central circular desk looked up upon hearing the commotion and was met with the sight of a young boy carrying a blood-soaked individual. Her expression shifted instantly, and she waved urgently at Lin Chia. "Hurry, bring him over here and place the patient on this table." In a flurry of activity, Lin Chia watched with red-rimmed eyes as Yan Shu was wheeled into the emergency room for urgent care. Time passed agonizingly slowly as Lin Chia stood frozen at the door, his body gradually stiffening before he slowly made his way to a chair in the corner. How could this happen? If I had known, I would not have let Yan Shu use that divine ability. Though Lin Chia, still a novice, was unaware that some divine powers came with a price. Yan Shu's personal demonstration had imparted this lesson far too late. Overwhelmed with guilt, Lin Chia stared at the bloodstains on his clothes, slowly bending down to cover his damp eyes with a trembling hand. So much blood. Lin Chia had never witnessed anyone bleed so profusely. He dared not contemplate the potential consequences. Would Yan Shu? The more he thought about it, the more dread consumed him, and he shook his head vigorously. No, it won't happen. After all, Yan Shu is a divine agent. Yet, Yan Shu truly had lost an alarming amount of blood. At that moment, Lin Chia felt an immense regret. If only he had asked a few more questions about side effects before Yan Shu used the ability. Perhaps he could have prevented this. Growing increasingly anxious as he waited outside the emergency room, Lin Chia could no longer remain seated. He stood up, pacing back and forth, when suddenly he halted, as if struck by a thought. He pulled out his phone. After hesitating for a moment, he dialed a number from his contacts. "Chia, what is the matter?" Upon hearing the voice on the other end, Lin Chia felt a surge of reassurance, his voice trembling as he replied, "Captain, Yan Shu has lost so much blood." Chun Mai, who had just returned home and was cooking, dropped his spatula in shock, causing a loud clatter. What happened? He swiftly turned off the stove and rushed to the door, his voice imbued with a calming authority. "Don't panic, Chia. I'll come right over." "Where are you now?" "Second People's Hospital of Sangnan City." "All right, I'll be there soon." "Okay." Every second spent waiting outside the emergency room felt interminable, and that was precisely the torment Lin Chia endured. Every now and then, he would glance at his phone, only to discover that barely a minute had passed. When he looked at it again, Lin Chia suddenly paused, as if struck by a thought, and promptly seated himself on a nearby chair, closing his eyes. Unlike the darkened sky of Sangnan outside, the realm of the divine in Lin Chia's mind was basking in the gentle glow of dawn, sunlight pouring in abundantly. "Talp, talp, tap." "Good morning, Director." The head nurse, Li Yifei, who was burdened with a pile of laundry, stepped out of his room just in time to see Lin Chia rush past him, a look of urgency plastered across his face. "Director, Grandmother Nix is currently sunbathing in the courtyard." Instantly, Lin Chia made a sharp 180-degree turn and dashed back past Li Yifei, racing toward the garden. At that moment, it was the first time Li Yifei witnessed such an anxious expression on Lin Chia's face since he had joined a few days prior. He scratched his head, contemplating whether to follow, but upon seeing the heap of clothes in his hands, he sighed softly and shook his head. "Forget it. I'll wash these first. I can ask about Grandmother Nix later." After sprinting through several long corridors, Lin Chia managed to calm his nerves as he approached the beautiful noblewoman who stood in the courtyard, lost in thought while cradling a vase. "Mother, Dananatus, you have come to see Mother." The dazed eyes of Nix brightened at the sound of his voice, as if they were filled with countless stars, and she turned to look at him. "My apologies, Mother." Lin Chia knelt slowly beside Nix, a hint of guilt in his tone. "I have come this time to seek your assistance." Upon hearing this, Nix shook her head in concern, gently caressing Lin Chia's face. "My child, there is no need to apologize to Mother. I can see that you are in a state of distress. Tell me, how can I aid you?" "Thank you, Mother. Lin Xia's eyes glistened as he gazed at the divine being who had lost her sanity and mistook him for her child, his inner turmoil gradually subsiding. Mother, I have someone very important who is in a life-and-death situation. He has used divine powers, expending too much of his life essence. Is there any way you can save him? Expending life essence? Nyx tilted her head in confusion, pondering Lin Qiye's words. Do you mean the cost of using divine power? Yes. Ever since he used that ability, he has been bleeding profusely, losing an immense amount of blood. My child, while I may not comprehend the intricacies of healing, I am a deity, and means to save lives do exist. Really? How can we save him? Just as Nyx was about to raise her right hand, she seemed to recall something and looked at Lin Qiye. Dananatus, the important person you mentioned, is he the son-in-law you spoke of wanting to bring to meet me? Lin Qiye's face flushed slightly, feeling somewhat awkward as he replied, Yes, but we are not in that kind of relationship, mother. Nyx, selectively hearing only part of his words, smiled and nodded. Then let us use this. As her words fell, she raised both hands and gently brought them together, a green luminescence emanating from her palms. Upon observing the familiar movements of Nyx, Lin Qiye felt a wave of comforting warmth envelop him before he could ponder further. The radiant green orb presented before him by Nyx caught his attention, as did the surrounding flora that flourished rapidly under the radiant light. A moment of silence ensued. Mother, could this be the extraordinary orb of fertility? Indeed, it is the Dinadus, capable of nurturing exceptional progeny and imbued with an abundance of life force, capable of reviving the deceased. Surely, it could save the one you hold dear. Initially inclined to refuse, Lin Qiye found himself contemplative after hearing the latter part of Nyx's words, ultimately accepting the orb. As he grasped the luminescent green sphere, his expression shifted continuously. The situation had not yet reached a dire state. Perhaps its use was not immediately necessary. It is prudent to be prepared, if, in the end, it proves futile. It would not be too late to employ it then. Resolving his thoughts, Lin Qiye finally tucked the orb away into his pocket. Thank you, mother. Seeing Lin Qiye accept the orb, Nyx, believing he had aided his child in rescuing the one he cherished, gently ruffled Lin Qiye's hair and spoke softly. Dinadus, I understand your urgency. You must go now. Very well, Lin Qiye replied, nodding as he rose. I shall come to visit you often, mother. Chapter 82. The night owl fish. 20 minutes later, at the Second People's Hospital of Sangnan City at this moment, Lin Qiye, tightly clutching the bead in his pocket, had shed his earlier anxiety and was now calmly observing the closed door of the emergency room. Tap, tap, tap. Hearing the hurried footsteps, Lin Qiye turned around and, upon seeing the newcomer, immediately approached, saying, Captain. Chun Mai furrowed his brows as he glanced at the emergency room across from him. He patted Lin Qiye's pale but evidently composed shoulder and said, Let us sit down and talk. All right, what is the situation, considering that Yan Shu had only awakened to his divine void an hour or two prior, and had already been taken into the emergency room in such a short span of time? Chun Mai's first thought was that perhaps Yan Shu had been discovered by the ancient god sect during his awakening and had suffered an attack from them. After you left, Yan Shu mentioned that his awakened divine void possesses the ability to restore the underground base. After quietly listening to Lin Qiye outline the sequence of events, Chun Mai sighed helplessly, momentarily at a loss for words. Should he marvel at Yan Shu's divine void capabilities? Or should he reprimand Yan Shu for his reckless behavior? The events had already unfolded, and dwelling on them now would be futile, especially since Yan Shu had acted with good intentions. However, moving forward, they would need to temper this boy's impetuous nature during training. Chun Mai pondered thoughtfully. Don't overthink it. That kid just awakened to his divine void. He is not that easy to kill. I know, I'm just a bit worried. Perhaps it was the comfort of possessing a trump card gifted by his mother, coupled with the presence of a reliable guardian by his side. That made Lin Qiye unnervingly calm. Creak. As they conversed, the emergency room door swung open with a click. A middle-aged doctor, donned in a mask and a white coat, emerged and addressed Lin Qiye and his companion. Who among you is the patient's family member? I am. Lin Qiye immediately stood up, exclaiming, Doctor, how is he? The patient fainted due to excessive blood loss. After our efforts, his condition has stabilized. That's good to hear. Upon learning that the rescue had succeeded, Lin Xie let out a deep sigh of relief, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. It seemed that the bead would no longer be needed. He reminded himself to return it to his mother later. Thank you, Doctor. Chun Mai, standing beside him, also felt relieved and expressed his gratitude to the doctor. You were fortunate. You brought him in just in time. Otherwise, the outcome could have been dire. The middle-aged doctor waved his hand dismissively. Can we go in to see him now? Lin Xie inquired, peering into the room. Due to the limitations of his perception, he could only glimpse a portion of the bed. Yes, but the patient will need someone to accompany him for the next few days. Understood. Thank you, doctor. Lin Xie replied gratefully, bowing slightly. This child. The doctor looked at Lin Xie's earnest face with a hint of exasperation and shook his head. You may enter, but please keep your voices down. Of course. Lin Xie and Chun Mai nodded in agreement and softly stepped inside, where a few nurses were busy organizing medical equipment. As Lin Xie and his companion passed several large medical devices, their gaze fell upon Yan Shu, who lay quietly on the hospital bed, donned in an oxygen mask, his complexion as pale as parchment. Lin Xie felt his eyes welling with tears once more. The machines beside the bed emitted intermittent beeping sounds, and after confirming that Yan Shu's condition was relatively stable, Chun Mai gently patted Lin Xie's shoulder, offering silent comfort. The morning sunlight streamed through the white curtains, illuminating the eternally pristine white room as it always had. Beep, beep. The incessant beeping filled the air, causing even the unconscious Yan Shu to furrow his brows in discomfort. At that moment, Lin Xie, with a flushed face, was diligently wiping Yan Shu's body with a towel. Aware of Yan Shu's mild obsession with cleanliness, Lin Xie had changed the water several times, painstakingly tending to him. After dressing Yan Shu in the fresh clothes he had hurriedly brought from home, he stood up and couldn't help but smile gently at the sight of Yan Shu's slight frown. His fingertips moved instinctively, and, unable to resist, Lin Xie reached out to poke Yan Shu's slightly chubby cheek. It felt soft and tender, and he understood why Yan Shu enjoyed pinching his face. In the Peace Affairs office, within the underground training arena, Hong Ying turned in a circle, astonished at the sight of the training ground that appeared unchanged. Is this truly a recovery of little Yan Shu's? The scratches on the floor were identical to before, demonstrating Yan Shu's remarkable ability. When Qimo remarked while tracing the knife marks on the wall, it sounds somewhat akin to the abilities of that mass special team leader. Wu Xiangnan stroked his chin thoughtfully. By the way, Captain, do you know which deity granted Yan Shu this divine ability? He had intended to inquire more thoroughly today, but unexpectedly Chun Mai shook his head with a sigh. It can wait until Yan Shu awakens. Si Xiaonan suggested. Why don't we close up early today and all head to the hospital to check on Yan Shu? That sounds good. I would love to agree, but today is not feasible. Chun Mai declined, shaking his head because something has come up. Again? It's rare to encounter mysterious events throughout the year, yet this month has been overflowing with them. Indeed, this is the fourth occurrence this month, when Qimo concurred with Hong Ying. Could it be that we disturb a nest of mysteries in Songnan this month? Let us discuss this in the conference room. Chun Mai led the way out. Meanwhile, in the old city, within an underground base, and Qing Yu, clad in a white coat and stained with blood, held a piece of crimson flesh in hand. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that it was a piece of non-human tissue. In a state of exhilaration, and Qing Yu swiftly dissected the alien meat with a scalpel, murmuring in excitement to himself. So this is how it operates. It's truly marvelous. I understand now, as the final cut was made. And Qing Yu's movements came to an abrupt halt, and the flickers of blue light in his eyes gradually faded. Moments later, regaining his composure, and Qing Yu set down the bloodied scalpel. He cast a glance at the clock on the wall, which pointed to 10 o'clock, and approached the disinfection station, methodically removing his gloves and white coat. After a night spent dissecting the fish, he rubbed his weary eyes and retrieved a vegetarian meal from the refrigerator, setting it to heat. He then returned to the lounge to freshen up. Half an hour later, the bathroom door opened, revealing in Qing Yu, wrapped in a white towel. As he dried his hair, he searched for the phone he had forgotten all night. over the past few days due to Yan Shu's daily interruptions. And Xingyu had developed the habit of checking his phone during breaks after completing his experiments. His fingers glided across the screen, and upon opening WeChat, he frowned when he did not see the familiar red. The conversation remained stagnant since the night before last. It was not that Xingyu was displeased with Yan Shu for not messaging him. Rather, he distinctly recalled that ever since they had added each other on WeChat, Yan Shu would send him messages every day. Previously, most of these were sent during the day, but recently they had shifted to the evening. The only instance when Yan Shu had gone silent for 2 days was on the day he was admitted to the ICU. Could it be that he was in the hospital again? Chapter 83. He is asleep, and Xingyu gazed at the dialogue box that lingered from the previous night, lost in contemplation. After a brief moment, he let out a soft sigh. Given his understanding of Yan Shu, it appeared likely, so he navigated to the dialing page and skillfully entered a series of numbers to call. At the Changnan Second People's Hospital, on the 12th floor, Lin Xie, who had just helped Yan Shu change into clean clothes, decided to take a shower as well. After donning a fresh outfit, he settled onto the nearby caregiver's bed, only to be greeted by a series of persistent ringing sounds. Recognizing that it was Yan Shu's ringtone, Lin Xie opened a drawer and retrieved the phone. Xiaoyu. Initially reluctant to answer, Lin Xie hesitated upon seeing the caller ID labeled Xiaoyu, his eyes narrowing. What does he want again? Hadn't Yan Shu mentioned that he was entirely engrossed in experimental dissections? How could he find the time to call, whether through WeChat or by phone? Was he truly so idle? Feeling a sudden unease, Lin Xie became alert. The incessant ringing seemed to indicate that it would continue until the owner accepted the call. He glanced at Yan Shu, who lay quietly on the bed, and then, with a swift motion, swiped left and flipped the phone face down on the bedside table, plunging the room into silence. Meanwhile, in the underground research facility, hello, the user you're trying to reach is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Beep, beep, beep. Upon seeing the call disconnected, and Xingyu raised an eyebrow. Although there were various reasons for an unreachable call, his intuition suggested otherwise. Thus, he dialed once more, and indeed, this time the call was terminated even more swiftly. The truth was clear. It was a deliberate rejection from the other party. And Xingyu did not perceive that Yan Shu was simply unable to take the call for some reason. If that were the case, the call would have been abruptly ended rather than ringing a few times before being cut off, conclusively deducing that it was not convenient for Yan Shu to answer, but rather that it was someone nearby who had declined the call, and Xingyu reaffirmed his earlier suspicion. It appeared that Yan Shu was back in the hospital, and the individual accompanying him was likely that cousin who had taken care of him during his last stay. Thus, Xingyu dialed again, dinglingly. Upon hearing the ringtone for the third time, Lin Xie furrowed his brow deeply. Typically, if a call does not go through, one would simply leave it at that. However, this persistent caller seemed unyielding. Preparing to reject the call once more, he paused. It seemed this person would not relent, and ignoring the call might lead to endless attempts. Hello. Listening to the somewhat familiar voice on the other end, and Xingyu inquired, Lin Xie, it's me. Are you trying to reach Yan Shu? Yes. Is he in a position to take the call? Not really, Lin Xie replied, glancing at the soundly sleeping Yan Shu. Lowering his voice, he's asleep. And Xingyu looked at his phone, which showed he was still on the line, his mind filled with question marks, sensing something amiss. He back in hospital again? How do you know? Such an obvious matter can be deduced with a bit of thought. Lin Xie listened to the somewhat pretentious words spoken by the person across from him, who looked down upon all mortals with a sense of superiority. Suddenly, he felt that the serpent demon's comments about his low emotional intelligence were remarkably accurate. It seemed that being overly intelligent often came with its own set of emotional deficiencies. Do you have any clues? Is it solely based on those 2 unanswered calls? After contemplating from a different perspective, Lin Xie fell silent, realizing he could not deduce anything. Of course, had he truly known how Xingyu had made her deductions, he would not have remained so composed. Rather, he would have been preoccupied with how to dissuade Yan Shu from his daily habit of fetching water. In Lin Xie's view, since they were classmates, it was best to maintain a respectful distance. There was no need for such frequent communication. One might mistakenly believe that in Xingyu was Yan Shu's romantic interest. which would leave him feeling quite insecure. Do you know what is going on? And how is he doing now? And Qingyu, unaware of Lin Chia's complex thoughts, immediately inquired about Yan Shu's condition. He is no longer in serious danger and will likely wake up a bit later. You can call back in a while. Lin Chia did not divulge the entire situation to Qingyu, as he was not part of the Night Watchers. And this was Yan Shu's matter. If she wished to know, she could ask Yan Shu directly. Is it still at that same hospital? Yes. Are you planning to come over? Just as Lin Chia was about to hang up, and Qingyu's question piqued his alertness again. Yes, I will come over later. Meanwhile, Qingyu thought that since the analysis of her invisibility ability had reached a conclusion, the next focus would be on rapid regeneration, so there was no need to rush. However, she wondered if Yan Shu had mentioned that matter to Lin Chia. After hanging up, Lin Chia frowned at Yan Shu's phone for a while before letting out a sigh. He couldn't shake the feeling that Qingyu harbored impure intentions towards Yan Shu. Perhaps she had the same feelings he did. After all, Yan Shu was exceptionally talented, handsome, possessing a good character, coming from a well-off family, and had remarkable combat prowess, having also joined the Night Watchers. With a bright future ahead, the only flaw seemed to be his poor health. However, this would not deter someone who truly cared for Yan Shu. For instance, he himself would not mind. While Lin Chia was lost in thought, Yan Shu, who had been unconscious for most of the day, finally regained awareness. Having lost a significant amount of blood, he felt utterly drained. It wasn't pain he felt, but rather an overwhelming weakness, as if his body had become heavy and immobile like ancient timber. Once his consciousness cleared, Yan Shu did not immediately open his eyes. Instead, he accessed his personal panel in the system and looked at his life value. Upon seeing the faint red number rise back to 22, he breathed a sigh of relief. System, was I close to death before? Last night, the host's life value dropped to a minimum of 5, but did not trigger the immortal constitution. So, what level does it need to drop to in order to trigger? When the host's life value is 1. System, can we negotiate something? Host, please speak. In the future, could you kindly alert me when my health drops below 20 due to the abilities I employ? After all, Yan Shu does not genuinely desire self-destruction. Although he revels in indulgence, he only does so within the confines of his capabilities. This time, he truly did not anticipate that attending the conference would deplete so much of his life force. Host's suggestion has been accepted. A reminder for 20 health threshold has been set. Perhaps the system was also rendered speechless by Yan Shu's previous reckless behavior, as it agreed without hesitation before he could launch into a lengthy discourse. Observing the increasingly personable nature of the system AI before him, Yan Shu felt a surge of accomplishment. Having successfully achieved another milestone, he couldn't help but reflect, indeed, I have trained it well. While engaging in this exchange of consciousness with the system, Yan Shu noticed that his health, previously at 22, had incremented to 23. Whether it was merely a psychological effect, he felt a slight alleviation compared to the moment he regained consciousness. Chapter 84. A delightful sight after conversing with the system for a while. Yan Shu gradually felt strength returning to his body, and with great effort, he opened his eyes. Gazing at the familiar, pure, white ceiling above, he blinked his drowsy eyes, and, as his thoughts began to clarify, he quickly deduced that it must have been the little angel who brought him to the hospital. Turning his head, he caught sight of Lin Chia, who appeared to be lost in contemplation. At that moment, the little angel rested one hand on the hospital bed, his eyes half-lidded, as a gentle breeze tousled the delicate strands of black hair that fell across his forehead. From Yan Shu's vantage point, the gracefully arched lashes appeared long and thick. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm halo around Lin Chia's profile, and with Yan Shu's remarkable 5.0 vision, he could faintly discern the almost imperceptible fine hairs on the little angel's cheek. Coupled with Lin Chia's exquisite features, it painted a fresh and ethereal portrait of a summer morning. Yan Shu gazed for a considerable time, reluctant to disrupt the serene tableau. While others might burst in with a dramatic entrance, today, Yan Shu experienced the tranquility of awakening. Truly, as the future Qingyu Chia, his beauty was astonishing. Every simple gesture resembled a star striking a pose. As Yan Shu was lost in admiration of the little angel's beauty, Lin Xie's contemplative demeanor momentarily faltered, and a barely discernible smile graced his lips. Unbeknownst to Yan Shu, from the moment he opened his eyes, every movement of his had been captured in Lin Xie's gaze. "What are you looking at?" Yan Shu asked, his eyes dancing with curiosity. Yu came to reply, "Where am I appealing?" With a playful blink, Yan Shu let his gaze travel from Lin Xie's eyes downwards, until the little angel became slightly bashful and turned his head away. Then, with a glimmer in his eyes, he declared, "Your eyes, eyebrows, nose, lips, all are beautiful. Every inch of you is lovely." As Yan Shu's clear eyes reflected Lin Xie's face, the sight filled him with a delightful warmth, causing his heart to flutter. The corners of Lin Xie's mouth turned up in a subtle smile. "Well, you're quite handsome as well." "Indeed," Yan Shu responded with enthusiastic agreement. If Lin Xie epitomized the ideal, charming figure, then he himself embodied the archetype of the delicate, sickly beauty. After all, how could he uphold his character's tragic yet beautiful persona otherwise? "How are you feeling now? Is there any discomfort? Aside from a touch of weakness?" "I feel fine. Oh, and I'm a bit hungry," Yan Shu exclaimed, his eyes glistening as he looked at the little angel, embodying the essence of a starved child yearning for nourishment. Lin Xie smiled gently, reaching up to ruffle Yan Shu's hair, and deftly retrieved a bill from his jacket pocket. "I'll go downstairs to fetch something. What would you like to eat?" "Soy milk and fried dough sticks," Yan Shu suggested eagerly. "That won't do. You are to avoid all fried foods for now," Lin Xie firmly declined. "Then how about a bowl of noodles?" "That's acceptable, but only in broth." No, let's change that," Yan Shu protested, shaking his head. After a few moments of contemplation, he conceded, "Forget it. You choose." "Very well." After Lin Xie departed, Yan Shu, whose vitality gradually restored to 32, felt significantly better than before. In the interim, he took out his phone and began scrolling through videos, eventually coming across several trending clips from Songnan. Each of these videos depicted a beam of light spiraling heavenward, connecting the earth and the sky. The footage, captured from various angles, was evidently shot by different passersby. Observing the multitude of likes and comments, often numbering in the tens or hundreds of thousands, a sense of foreboding gripped Yan Shu. Had he inadvertently caused another calamity? Why did he say another? This was due to his previous interference in the snake demon incident, which escalated into a large-scale disaster. Additionally, during an attempt to extract divine-level origins, he had inadvertently collapsed his team's underground base worth over 30 million. After painstakingly restoring the base, now it seemed to have gone viral online. Alas, it was futile to dwell on it. He was still lying in bed, unable to rise. This was beyond his capacity to resolve, better left for the team leader to worry about. Having reconciled himself to the situation, Yan Shu thought that with the team leader to shoulder the burden, and if the leader faltered, higher-ups would surely step in. The previous, even more outrageous, snake demon incident had been handled quite well. With his eyes closed to the troubles, Yan Shu promptly exited the Douyin app, opened his WeChat page, and gazed at the plump fish avatar from their conversation 2 days prior, letting out a disappointed sigh. Since the mountain would not come to him, he would go to the mountain. With this self-motivating thought, Yan Shu picked up his phone and began bombarding Qingyu with messages. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone on the table vibrated in a continuous series of sounds, audible in the stillness of the basement. At the 13th vibration, a pale yet powerful hand emerged from the edge of a large rectangular crystal tank in a laboratory. The sound of water echoed as Qingyu slowly crawled out of the tank. Grabbing a nearby lab coat, he donned it, only for the light red, transparent liquid to instantly soak a large area of the coat. Hearing the persistent vibrations from the table nearby, a smile graced Qingyu's lips. Someone had indeed awakened. Approaching the table, he picked up the phone and saw a long string of messages that had arrived in less than a minute. Little fish, where are you? Are you dissecting something again? Why so silent? Where are you? Am I not your best buddy? How could you abandon your companion for those ugly beings? Are they more formidable than I? More attractive? Or wealthier? As he perused the increasingly nonsensical messages, a twitch appeared at the corner of Qingyu's mouth. reflecting on how he had interrupted his body transformation just to see Yan Shu's frivolous musings. The usually astute and composed Xingyu fell silent. The first thing upon waking was to bombard him with trivial chatter. Indeed, he should not have held any expectations for this individual. And Xingyu tossed the phone onto the table, turned to leave, but paused halfway, retraced his steps, and picked up the phone once more. After a few seconds, he returned to the crystal tank to continue his body transformation. In a deliberate attempt to project his presence, Yan Shu sent a flurry of trivial messages, expecting that Xiaoyu would respond after a considerable delay, as was customary in the past. To his surprise, barely had he set down his phone when a buzzing sound echoed. Upon noticing the notification from Xiaoyu's avatar in the pinned section, Yan Shu's eyes widened in delight, and a smile graced his lips. "I'll check back later." After sending a few emoticons expressing his gratitude, his spirits lifted and the gaming itch resurfaced. Yan Shu stealthily reinstalled the cooperative game that Lin Xie had uninstalled days prior. Having yearned for it for several days, he aspired to attain at least a silver rank. Skillfully entering the game, he initiated matchmaking. Within 3 seconds, the match was successful, and he tilted his head at the peculiar usernames of his 4 teammates. Half-tour waste. No fucks given, survival pass, Tony brings water. Had it really become the norm to adopt such a blend of English and Chinese in usernames? Should he also conform to this trend? As he contemplated this, the game commenced, but scarcely had 3 minutes passed when Lin Xie entered, carrying 2 bags. Yan Shu's hand froze above his mobile screen, and he hastily silenced his phone, discreetly placing it beneath his pillow. "You're back, Xie." Yan Shu touched his nose, slightly anxious under Lin Xie's narrowed gaze, as he accepted the bags from his companion. "Bring it here." Lin Xie extended his hand. Yan Shu. Faced with Lin Xie's frosty expression, Yan Shu could only suppress his inner turmoil, shedding silent tears while actively surrendering his phone. Chapter 85. Feeding the little angel upon awakening to find Yan Shu quietly engrossed in a game. Lin Xie was resolute that such behavior should not be indulged. Thus, he resolved to uninstall the game right before Yan Shu's eyes. "I am uninstalling this. Do you have any objections?" "None at all." Faced with Lin Xie's light, yet piercing gaze, Yan Shu faltered in his endeavor to eat the steamed buns, shaking his head fervently. "Xie is only looking out for me. I understand. As soon as you fully recover, you can return to playing at any hour. I won't interfere. That should be soon. I believe I can be discharged tomorrow." Not discharged, but only when your health reaches the standard of an average person. In despair, Yan Shu thought, "And you still expect to be discharged tomorrow?" The mere recollection of the scene from the previous night sent a shiver down Lin Xie's spine, and he frowned, gazing sternly at Yan Shu. "Do you realize how much blood you lost yesterday? You must remain in the hospital for at least a week, and then recuperate gradually at home." It was my first time using that ability. I simply miscalculated. Under Lin Xie's increasingly dark expression, Yan Shu sensed that the little angel was no longer so easily swayed as before. He promptly assured, "I will be more cautious in the future. Such an incident will not happen again." Observing Yan Shu's expression of remorse and determination to be careful next time, Lin Xie let out a silent sigh. "Very well. I suppose I shall keep a closer watch from now on." "You said it." Seeing Lin Xie's demeanor soften, Yan Shu eagerly extended his hand, saying, "Xie, you must try this. The steamed buns are delightful." As he watched Yan Shu regain his vitality on the hospital bed, enthusiastically eating while sharing the delicious morsels, Lin Xie felt the shadows in his heart begin to dissipate. In truth, he had already eaten on the way back, yet seeing Yan Shu holding a plump, white bun, gazing at him with anticipation, made Lin Xie swallow back his initial refusal. A sudden impulse stirred within him. He slowly leaned down and bit into the bun, guided by Yan Shu's hand. A warm breath brushed against the back of his hand, and the fleeting softness of Yan Shu's fingers sent a jolt through him. Yan Shu blinked, glancing at his hand, then at the little angel, who was nonchalantly devouring the bun. In that moment, he experienced an uncanny sense of unreality, as if he had yet to fully awaken. Was it possible that the little angel was tempting him? "What is wrong?" Lin Xie asked, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes as he regarded the self-doubting Yan Shu. Nothing, I was just lost in thought." Watching Lin Chia's serious expression, Yan Shu concluded that he must be overthinking things. Perhaps the little angel simply found the bun greasy and preferred to eat it from his hand instead of getting up to wash his hands afterward. It was merely a steamed bun, yet he had witnessed his classmates, those with whom he shared a close bond, sipping from the same cup of milk tea, dividing a packet of snacks, and even holding hands while making their way to the restroom. Most importantly, Lin Chia was indeed in a committed relationship. He was a quintessential straight man, so how could he possibly harbor any feelings for himself? Having come to this realization, Yan Shu began to vehemently scorn the unsavory thoughts that had crossed his mind. Such behaviors were clearly indicative of a profoundly deep friendship. He recalled how his little angel busied himself around him, tending to his every need during his bouts of illness. Whenever he felt hungry, his angel would bring him meals. When he was cold, he would provide extra clothing. When thirst struck, he would pour him water, and in times of sickness, he would even hand him medicine. Even in a fainted state, he would not forget to change his clothes, mindful of his cleanliness obsession. Such a remarkable friend was indeed a rare find. In that moment, Yan Shu felt utterly ashamed of his previous self. He felt as if he deserved a slap across the face for his earlier thoughts. He was overwhelmed by guilt and contemplated how he might make amends with his little angel. Glancing at the remaining buns, he quickly picked one up and extended it towards Lin Chia with a radiant smile. "You've worked hard. Have another." Lin Chia looked at the small, steamed bun presented directly before him, then at Yan Shu, whose eyes sparkled with a joyful gleam. And this time he didn't even need to lower his head. He simply opened his mouth to receive it. With a blush creeping to his ears, Lin Chia, under Yan Shu's expectant gaze, lowered his eyes slightly and slowly took a bite. Was it his imagination, or did he perceive a mix of guilt and affection in Yan Shu's eager expression? No, he must have been mistaken. It was clearly admiration. After devouring one bun, Lin Chia noticed Yan Shu offering another, and lost in the bliss of being fed by the one he cherished, he happily accepted it. Meanwhile, Yan Shu, intent on compensating his little angel, gradually succumbed to the gratifying sensation of nurturing him, as Lin Chia swallowed one bun and immediately reached for the next. In that pure white hospital room, the atmosphere between the two dissimilar yet handsome youths was unusually harmonious, creating an almost sinful aura for anyone who might intrude upon their moment. Click! Not far away, atop a high-rise building, a young man clad in dark attire lowered his camera and smiled faintly at the freshly developed photographs in his hands, clearly satisfied with his candid photography skills. This young man was Lung Xian, who had passed by Yan Shu's hospital while on a mission and decided to take a brief glance. He carefully placed the photographs into a metal box and tucked it away inside a compartment of his jacket. Casting one last look at the two individuals in the nearby room who shared such a close relationship before turning to leave. Back in the hospital room, after finishing the last bun, Yan Shu felt a twinge of regret as he mused. Had I known, I would have eaten fewer. It's rare for my little angel to behave so well, and I haven't fed him enough. Lin Chia, having swallowed the last small bun, observed Yan Shu's lingering expression of desire and felt a pang of disappointment himself, thinking, had I known, I would have bought 2 more baskets. It's not every day Yan Shu is this proactive, and I haven't had my fill. After their meal, Yan Shu glanced at his health, which had improved somewhat, and he felt assured that he was no longer in grave danger. He looked at his little angel, who was busy peeling an orange, and said, "Chia, aren't you going back to the office? We can return together once you're discharged." Lin Chia paused in the act of peeling an orange, and upon noticing Yan Shu's displeased expression, he explained, "The captain has also agreed, and your attending physician has stated that you require companionship in your condition. That is out of the question." Yan Shu immediately countered, adamant that he would not be a burden to Lin Chia. He looked at Lin Chia with seriousness and said, "Chia, you see for yourself that I am able to eat, sleep, and attend to my own needs. I am well aware of my physical condition, and I even believe that I could be discharged tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Lin Chia furrowed his brows. "You cannot skip even a single day of your foretreatment. Do not think about leaving the hospital prematurely. That is not what I meant. What I intended to convey is that I truly do not need you to stay by my side. You could return to the office for specialized training. And if you're still concerned, you may visit me afterward, Yan Shu suggested. Absolutely not. Lin Xie, who was already showing signs of PTSD, was utterly unconvinced about leaving Yan Shu alone. In his eyes, delaying specialized training by a few days was a trivial matter. He could always make up for it with intensified training later. Compared to Yan Shu's current state, any thoughts of specialized training could be set aside for now. In Lin Xie's heart, he had long regarded Yan Shu as someone of equal importance to his family, on par with his aunt and Ajin. Thus, leaving Yan Shu, who had just emerged from a critical phase, alone in the hospital was simply inconceivable. Chapter 86. Do you really like children? Sigh. Observing Lin Xie's expression of disagreement, Yan Shu began to feel a headache brewing. While he was touched by Lin Xie's familial care for him, he reminded himself that he must not hinder the other's progress. Although a slight delay this time would not have a significant impact, one instance could lead to 100. Given his own constitution, it was uncertain how many similar situations might arise in the future. To speak of the imminent new recruit training in a month, Yan Shu had already prepared himself to spend half a year in the medical room. If the little angel were to attend to him closely until his discharge every time, it would undoubtedly impede his advancement. This was a scenario Yan Shu was determined to avoid. He hoped that Lin Xie could surpass the original narrative, becoming stronger and more capable, rather than slowing his own progress due to Yan Shu's frail constitution. Skillfully accepting the orange Lin Xie handed him, Yan Shu pondered while eating. Indeed, it seems his high affinity had backfired. It appeared that an excessively high favorability could also be a double-edged sword. However, unbeknownst to Yan Shu, the reality was even more exaggerated than he imagined. Currently, Lin Xie was genuinely eager to take Yan Shu everywhere with him. As long as Yan Shu was nearby, Lin Xie's usually dormant perceptive abilities would involuntarily activate, enveloping Yan Shu in an all-encompassing awareness. When separated from Yan Shu, Lin Xie would frequently find himself contemplating his well-being. What was he doing? Was he eating properly? Was he feeling unwell? Watching Yan Shu obediently consume the orange, refraining from further urging him to return or mentioning an early discharge, Lin Xie's expression softened. He understood Yan Shu's thoughts, yet the knowledge did not quell his unease. Even if he agreed to return for special training, his constant concern for Yan Shu in the hospital would likely diminish the effectiveness of his training. It would be far better to wait until Yan Shu was discharged to devote himself wholeheartedly to the special training. This orange is so sweet. Relishing the sweetness in his mouth, Yan Shu's eyes brightened, and he made sure to share 2 segments with the little angel beside him. Lin Xie naturally turned his head to catch them in his mouth, remarking as he chewed, "It is indeed quite sweet. If you like it, I can go down later and buy a few more pounds." "Sounds great," Yan Shu replied, nodding happily. Noticing Yan Shu's delight, Lin Xie peeled another orange. With the harmonious atmosphere established during the previous feeding of buns, both Lin Xie and Yan Shu had silently redefined their act of feeding. Lin Xie thought, this is a rare expression of affection from Yan Shu. Yan Shu, on the other hand, reflected, from initially reducing his feelings of guilt to experiencing a sense of accomplishment in feeding the little angel. In an instant, both were engrossed in their thoughts, yet curiously aligned in their sentiments. Nevertheless, Yan Shu did not forget his earlier contemplation. Since he could not persuade Lin Xie to return and wished to enhance his strength, he would have to consider other avenues. Yes, the potion for the little fish must be arranged for Xie promptly. Furthermore, he had not overlooked the fact that the divine essence he had drawn could also grant 3 individuals a divine void. This too could be arranged for the little angel at an opportune moment. With a satisfied nod, Yan Shu contemplated his newfound idea and could not help but exclaim, "I truly am wonderful. If the little angel's child does not recognize me as a godfather, it is nothing short of slight." "What are you thinking? You seem quite joyful," remarked Lin Xie, who, despite diligently peeling an orange, remained keenly aware of Yan Shu's surroundings. The instant Yan Shu revealed his first smile, Lin Xie had noticed, and he could sense the growing happiness radiating from him. In that moment, Lin Xie found himself pondering, could it be that Yan Shu is thinking about me? Subtly edging closer to Yan Shu, Lin Xie gently inquired in his ear, "What occupies your thoughts?" I was wondering when your child will call me godfather. Lin Shiye's eyes widened slightly, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks, as a wave of fluttering emotions washed over him. That seems a bit too soon. Embarrassed, he turned his face away, unable to bear the hopeful glint in Yan Shu's eyes. Realizing he had inadvertently revealed his true feelings to Lin Shiye, Yan Shu also felt a twinge of awkwardness. After all, the official couple still lay in their metaphorical coffins, while the little angel remained unmarried, with not even a hint of a girlfriend. To think about being a godfather to their future children at this juncture felt rather premature. Clearing his throat, he sheepishly touched his nose, acknowledging the futility of his musings. It was not that he thought Lin Shiye was so splendid and handsome that their future offspring would undoubtedly possess charming personalities and striking appearances. It was merely that he wanted to secure a title in advance. Observing Yan Shu's unwavering faith in him, Lin Shiye recalled his mother's extraordinary ability to bear exceptional children. Though he had prepared himself for a life without descendants upon realizing his affection for Yan Shu, he had never contemplated merging with Yan Shu for the sake of having children, unless circumstances became utterly irretrievable. Otherwise, he would never proceed without Yan Shu's consent. Besides, Yan Shu's health was far too fragile, and he would not wish for him to be in peril. When it came to Yan Shu and a child, Lin Shiye would unhesitatingly choose Yan Shu. Yet, if Yan Shu truly desired it, he would be willing. A glimmer of amusement sparkled in Lin Shiye's eyes as he asked, "Do you particularly like children?" "Well enough, but I only favor well-behaved and sensible ones. Mischievous children are quite another matter," Yan Shu admitted, genuinely harboring a psychological aversion to unruly kids. However, not wanting the little angel to misconstrue his words, he quickly added, "But your child, Chia, will undoubtedly be well-behaved." "Oh, so certain?" Lin Chia arched an eyebrow, reflecting on Yan Shu's character, sometimes gentle, sometimes playful, and occasionally unreliable. He shook his head. "What if my child turns out to be a little rascal?" Yan Shu pondered for a moment, reasoning that even the most mischievous child of the little angel would not compare to the wildness of his former relatives. Scratching his head, he earnestly replied, "Even if your child is a bit mischievous, I would still cherish them." "This is what you said." Observing the affectionate demeanor of Yan Shu, Lin Shiye felt a warmth enveloping his heart. "All right. Yes, I said it." "Huh? What do you mean by all right?" Lin Shiye gazed intently at Yan Shu, his eyes profound. "If you are willing, my future children can call you Dad." "Willing? 1,000,000 times willing." "Well, the premise is, you must always be like this." "Like this?" Yan Shu blinked, somewhat bewildered. "What does like this mean?" "It means to remain as you are now, without change." "Like now? And don't change." Yan Shu stroked his chin, his mind racing as he pondered the meaning behind Lin Shiye's words regarding remaining unchanged. The first thing that came to his mind was their current relationship, as classmates, friends, distant relatives, teammates, and future comrades. Remarkably, in such a short span of time, he had already developed so many layers of connection with Lin Shiye. These relationships, in certain respects, could indeed be considered quite intimate, especially given the perilous nature of their world. "Ah, I see." Realizing this, Yan Shu grasped the little angel's hands tightly, looking earnestly into his eyes and nodding firmly. "Rest assured, Chi, I will always stand by your side and will never betray you." With his hand firmly held by Yan Shu, Lin Shiye felt enveloped by the warmth of the person who had suddenly entered his life. His beautiful eyes brimmed with warmth as he gazed into Yan Shu's clear eyes, nodding seriously in promise. "All right, yay." Hearing the little angel agree to be the godfather of his future child, Yan Shu felt an immediate thrill, internally exclaiming a triumphant yay. However, being a godfather once or multiple times was still being a godfather. Yan Shu blinked and leaned closer to the little angel, curious. "By the way, Chi, how many do you plan to have?" "How many?" Lin Shiye was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at Yan Shu's frail physique, hesitating before answering. "Maybe one." "Is that not enough?" "Certainly not enough. We must have at least one of each gender to form the character good." "Well, we could decide later." Lin Shiye turned his head slightly, feeling a bit uncomfortable. "We are still young. And besides, We should wait until you fully recover before discussing this. Lin Shi silently added to himself. Indeed, Yan Shu nodded but then paused, tilting his head, sensing something amiss. Upon reflection, he couldn't identify what was wrong. Lin Shi's official partner was still in a state of uncertainty, and contemplating the number of children at this stage indeed felt premature. Strangely harmonized, the two, whose thoughts were not aligned, envisioned a future filled with children. Author's warm reminder: this story does not involve childbirth. This story dismantles the original pairing. This story has no fixed pairing. Chapter 87. Lin Chia's subtle thoughts. This level seems quite intriguing. Chia, the groom's bow tie is askew. That bouquet should be picked up for the bride. Also, Chia, the best man's trousers are not properly adjusted. At this moment, in a pristine white single-occupancy hospital room, Yan Shu and Lin Chia were huddled closely together, gazing intently at the mobile phone in front of them, from which rhythmic music occasionally emanated. Not here, Yan Shu remarked, gesturing animatedly at Lin Chia's phone as he noticed his repeated failed attempts to tap the correct spot, growing increasingly anxious. He contemplated taking over the task himself, but recalled that the little angel had recently imposed a gaming ban on him, forcing him to suppress his urge. It was one thing to observe passively, but Lin Chia seemed utterly oblivious to the game, failing to hit such an obvious target. Meanwhile, Lin Chia felt Yan Shu inching closer, ultimately resting his head on Lin Chia's shoulder out of fatigue. Especially when Yan Shu was flustered. He would lean heavily against Lin Chia, causing Lin Chia to glance down at the phone, his eyes sparkling with amusement. How innocent! Finally, sensing Yan Shu's growing impatience as he reached out to snatch the phone, Lin Chia swiftly lifted the device aside and looked up at Yan Shu. A soft brush grazed his face, warm breath enveloping him. Lin Chia found himself mere centimeters away from Yan Shu's lips, his pupils slightly contracting. On the other side, Yan Shu, who was leaning on Lin Chia's shoulder and stretching for the phone, was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed on the exquisite visage so close to his own, causing him to blink in surprise. In an instant, their eyes met, and an awkward silence enveloped the room. It was an involuntary swallow that shattered the peculiar atmosphere. Yan Shu remained frozen for a moment before recollecting the fleeting softness that had just brushed against him. Realizing he had unwittingly committed a faux pas, he chuckled sheepishly and shifted back. Once fully upright, he touched his nose and said, "Sorry. Chia, I didn't mean to do that." "What do you mean you didn't mean to?" Lin Chia, with a hint of regret, shifted his gaze from Yan Shu's lips to his now considerable distance, inquiring. "It's just that, no, never mind." Yan Shu quickly realized that the little angel must have been engrossed in the game and hadn't registered the earlier blunder. He shook his head, adding, "I just couldn't help but want to grab your phone, huh? Is that so?" Lin Chia replied, non-committally, turning back to resume his game. However, after a short while, he lost interest as Yan Shu, fearing another mishap, dared only to watch from a distance, which made it difficult for him to continue playing. With his patience for gaming dwindling, Lin Chia found himself musing about the person who had previously expressed a desire to become his children's father, now appearing so apprehensive about any contact. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion. Did he not profess his affection? Had he not stated he wished to bear 2 children with him? Had he not promised to always stand by his side? Why then was there such a chasm between them? Despite his proactive demeanor, why does Yan Shu still wear an expression that suggests he is afraid of being misunderstood? Could it be? As Lin Chia began to grasp a realization, his finger abruptly halted on his phone screen. The force with which he almost pressed the screen to oblivion caused Yan Shu, who was silently observing from the side, to feel a surge of anxiety, fearing that the little angel might inadvertently ruin the device. At that moment, Lin Chia, having come to a realization, recognized that he was ensnared in a misconception. While he was aware that Yan Shu harbored affections for him, from Yan Shu's perspective, he remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Chia was cognizant of his feelings. Therefore, if Lin Chia were in Yan Shu's position, he too would hesitate to clarify their relationship, opting instead to feign friendship while quietly nurturing his fondness. After all, should Yan Shu discover his feelings, and if he were to be a straight man, or if he held no romantic inclinations toward Yan Shu, It was likely that they would not even maintain their friendship. Lin Xie contemplated that if Yan Shu had confessed his feelings a week prior, he would have undoubtedly firmly rejected him, asserting his straightness, and would have maintained a platonic distance thereafter. Thus, it dawned on Lin Xie that he suddenly felt an inexplicable pang of compassion and guilt for Yan Shu. Perhaps he should candidly express to Yan Shu that he, too, harbored feelings for him. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Firstly, he was not yet prepared. In Lin Xie's view, a relationship between two individuals was not merely a matter of words, but required consideration of many factors: family, friends, current circumstances, their respective experiences, and emotional maturity. It was not simply a matter of fleeting impulses and affection. Only when all these considerations were accounted for could they truly solidify their relationship. Moreover, it was entirely possible that Yan Shu shared his sentiments. Reflecting on his previous actions, Lin Xie felt a moment of exasperation. Very well, let things unfold naturally. Presently, everything was quite satisfactory, wasn't it? Xie. Yes, what is it? Lin Xie instinctively grasped the hand that waved before him. Did you not sleep well last night? I called your name several times, yet you did not respond. Having lost the inclination to continue gaming, Lin Xie, in response to Yan Shu's inquiry, turned off his phone screen and replied, I am a bit fatigued. I haven't slept at all. That's simply one do. Yan Shu furrowed his brow, quickly realizing that the little angel must have been taking care of him, which left him feeling both touched and guilty. Considering that it was still early in the evening, Yan Shu promptly rose from the bed and said, Come, lie down on my bed. No, I will just sleep on the caregiver's bed later. Lin Xie shook his head, unwilling to allow a repeat of the incident where he ended up in bed while caring for a patient. That bed is too narrow. You might end up rolling onto the floor if you turn over. I truly don't need it. I can manage just fine. How about this? The hospital bed is spacious enough. We could share? Yan Shu suggested, knowing well the reason behind Lin Xie's refusal. Share a bed? Yes. Yan Shu shifted slightly, patting the half-empty space on the bed beside him. Come here, Qi. Lin Xie gazed at Yan Shu, who was already settled in bed, smiling invitingly. He felt a shameful flutter in his heart. This was the first time Yan Shu had extended such an invitation to him. It would be discourteous to refuse. Restraining the upward curl of his lips, Lin Xie modestly nodded, all right. With a calm demeanor, he approached the bedside, removed his shoes, climbed into bed, and lay down in one smooth motion. Seeing Lin Xie's small frame protruding slightly from the bed, Yan Shu was at a loss for words. Was he not afraid of toppling over? Perhaps the little angel was feeling shy. It was quite possible. He probably had never shared a bed with anyone throughout his life. Understanding this, Yan Shu gently encircled the little angel's waist, nudging him closer, then patted his somewhat stiff body, pulled the blanket up, and lay down beside him. Although he was not particularly tired, it was delightful to accompany the little angel in slumber. As he listened to the soft rhythm of Lin Xie's breathing, the latter also closed his eyes. To his surprise, he soon drifted into a deep sleep, despite initially believing he would be unable to rest in such circumstances. Yan Shu, who had briefly closed his eyes, felt the little angel's body relax beside him and opened his eyes to behold the exquisite profile of Lin Xie. He wondered what beautiful dream the little angel was currently experiencing as the corners of his mouth lifted in a smile. Feeling influenced by the presence beside him, Yan Shu yawned and closed his eyes once more, hoping to join the little angel in a pleasant dream. Chapter 88. Farewell to the little fish. As Yan Shu and Lin Xie slumbered peacefully, a cacophony of water echoed from a rectangular, translucent crystal chamber deep within an underground laboratory in the old district. Drip, drip, clear droplets cascaded down, splattering the wooden floor with a myriad of water droplets. Subsequently, a series of damp footprints materialized on the floor, leading toward the lounge. Compatibility at 92, with room for further enhancement. A chilling voice resonated from the bathroom within the lounge. The air rippled like water, and a figure of exquisite proportions emerged. This figure was Yu, who had recently mastered the lizard's cloaking ability and undergone a transformation. He closed his eyes to sense his body, and upon finding no abnormalities, he swept his damp hair back, revealing a strikingly handsome face in the mirror. The sound of water continued to cascade in the bathing area. Half an hour later, Yu emerged from the bathroom, a white towel wrapped around his waist, drying his hair. He made his way to a table cluttered with various data sheets, deftly scrolling through a friend's messages on his phone before sighing at the thought of Yan Shu being hospitalized again. Setting his phone down, he approached a refrigeration unit. Upon opening it, a rush of cold air greeted him. He retrieved 2 test tubes filled with a dark green liquid and promptly closed the door. Best to act swiftly, he murmured to himself, placing the test tubes into a steaming apparatus. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky transitioned to hues of orange, and the streets buzzed with the throng of commuters. Ding! The elevator doors slid open, and Yu, clad in a crisp and refreshing outfit, stepped out. He approached the nurse's station nearby and politely inquired, "Excuse me, which room is Yan Shu in? Are you a family member or a friend?" The nurse asked, "A friend." "Very well. Please hold on a moment." The nurse blushed under the handsome gaze before hastily searching the computer. "Room 1207. Thank you." Upon reaching room 07, Yu grasped the doorknob, his hand hesitating as he recalled that Yan Shu's cousin, Lin Shiyi, was likely inside. He took a step back and politely rapped on the door. "Knock, knock, knock." After patiently waiting for a moment with no response, he knocked again, this time with greater force. "Knock, knock, knock." Within the room, the 2 slumbering figures stirred, disturbed by the knocking. The lightly dozing Yan Shu opened his eyes first, glancing at Lin Shiyi, who was nearly buried in his shoulder, and couldn't help but smile softly. Realizing that Shiyi must have been quite exhausted the previous night, quietly slipping out of bed, Yan Shu approached the door and swung it open, revealing the familiar figure of Little Fish, whom he hadn't seen in several days. Little Fish, although he had anticipated Yu's visit, the joy of seeing him after so long brought a warm smile to Yan Shu's face. It is indeed a rare occasion when a friend is willing to set aside their experiments to come and see him, and thus, one must extend a warm welcome. "Xiao Yu, it has been quite some time since I last saw you. What brings you here this time?" Yu observed Yan Shu's unabashedly joyful expression and couldn't help but smile in return. Indeed, he had been sequestered in the underground laboratory for a while. Initially, it did not seem to bother him, but now, upon seeing Yan Shu again, his spirits lifted considerably. Yan Shu tugged at Yu's arm, leading him inside. Upon noticing the little angel resting on the bed,